Old Chui chuckled and pointed to the books, saying, "Read them well. When you come next time, we will start learning officially." After that, Old Chui sighed and said, "Times are different now. Even practicing medicine isn't done openly anymore. In the past, opening a traditional Chinese medicine clinic, treating patients, and teaching apprentices was much easier. Now it's mostly talk and no action." Old Chui stood up, and his tall figure seemed a little lonely. "All right, you can go now. Remember, read the books several times to understand the main ideas. When you come next time, I will teach you what's in these books." Zhou Yanqiu nodded gently and carefully put the book Old Chui gave him into his bag. Then he took a small bundle nearby. "Master, these are some dried goods from the mountains I collected myself. I brought them for you to try." Old Chui looked over, and his eyes lit up slightly. He picked up a piece of monkey head mushroom and examined it. This monkey head mushroom looks good. It's a rare treasure." Old Chui's eyesight was sharp. As an excellent traditional Chinese medicine doctor, he knew that some fungi could be used as medicine, so he studied these mushrooms carefully. He also looked at some dried matsutake mushrooms, which were also good treasures. Zhou Yanqiu then took out a dried flying dragon mushroom and boasted, "Master, look at this one. This is a flying dragon mushroom I found in the mountains." Old Chui saw the flying dragon mushroom and chuckled. "This is called the flower-tailed hazel grouse. It's tender and tasty, a rare delicacy. But you should take this home and cook it yourself. Hunting such a creature isn't easy. Cook it at home, and your whole family can enjoy it." Zhou Yanqiu playfully said, "Master, you don't know. Our family can eat meat every day now. This flying dragon mushroom was caught a few days ago when I went up the mountain. I also caught a rabbit and 3 colorful chickens. We divided the food because we thought the stew was very delicious, so we brought some to honor you." Old Chui's expression changed as he remembered that their family are hunters who often go up the mountain, so they probably have some meat. He didn't refuse again, but the dragon meat really is tasty, and he was a little tempted. "Hee, I forgot your uncle is a hunter. Well, then stay here. But you must be careful when reading the books." "Master, don't worry. I will read carefully." Old Chui nodded. "All right, you can go home early today. When you think you've read enough, you can come back anytime." Zhou Yanqiu stood up to leave. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and asked Old Chui, "Master, my uncle once told me that there is a very beautiful poisonous snake on Chongbai Mountain called the 7-colored heavenly python. Have you heard of it?" Old Chui, who was drinking tea, suddenly spilled his tea with a splash. He stood up excitedly and asked Zhou Yanqiu, "Your uncle has seen this 7-colored heavenly python? Where did he see it?" "On the mountain here." Zhou Yanqiu didn't know why, but whenever he mentioned the 7-colored heavenly python, his master became so excited. He looked at his master carefully, but didn't dare to answer directly. "My uncle also heard from old hunters before. They said there is such a poisonous snake on our mountain. It's very beautiful, but its venom is extremely powerful. We need to be careful if we encounter it." A flicker of excitement appeared in Old Chui's eyes. After so long, he finally heard some news about the 7-colored heavenly python. He had asked many people here and waited for so long, but almost no one had heard of it. Now, unexpectedly, he heard the name from his new disciple, which shook him deeply. After a moment of distraction, Old Chui quickly regained his composure and said eagerly to Zhou Yanqiu, "If you hear any news about the 7-colored heavenly python in the future, tell me immediately." Seeing his usually calm master become so agitated upon hearing about the 7-colored heavenly python, Zhou Yanqiu couldn't help but feel curious and asked, "Master, what is special about the 7-colored heavenly python?" Old Chui, regaining his composure, sat back in his chair. "This 7-colored heavenly python is one of the most poisonous creatures in the world, very rare. Your uncle was right. If you're not prepared and get bitten by it, there's no hope of survival. In less than 3 minutes, she would die from poisoning, but if used properly and combined with dozens of other medicines, her toxin could turn into a powerful cure, even bringing someone back to life. That is traditional Chinese medicine." After speaking, he looked at Zhou Yanqiu. In Qing'an County, The seven-colored sky python is also a main reason I stayed here. If you ever see this seven-colored sky python, Yanxiu, please tell me immediately or help me catch it. As for the snake venom, you don't need to be afraid. Old Chui finished speaking and then went to the back room. Soon, he came out holding a small bottle. This is an antidote I prepared based on an ancient recipe. If you encounter the seven-colored sky python, you can take one in advance. Old Chui handed the small bottle to Zhou Yanxiu. Take good care of it and also give 2 to your uncle. There are 5 pills in this bottle. Use them wisely. Zhou Yanxiu looked at the small bottle in his hand, feeling a bit moved. Master, this medicine must be very valuable, right? Old Chui's eyes flashed with a hint of pain. It doesn't matter. This medicine is meant to be used. Zhou Yanxiu understood and said, Master, don't worry. When I go up the mountain, if I see the seven-colored sky python, I will definitely catch it for you. Then he quietly asked, Master, are you planning to catch and kill it? Old Chui chuckled and said, What are you thinking? I just want a bit of its venom. Hearing this, Zhou Yanxiu felt a strange sense of relief. After saying goodbye to Old Chui, Zhou Yanxiu rode his bicycle to the county hospital and went straight to Hijing's ward. Hijing looked much better with the eye. Her flesh had filled out, and she seemed to have gained a few pounds in the past few days. Her sunken cheeks looked a little fuller. Her eyes also became more lively. It was clear that if she recovered fully, she would be a beautiful young girl. Lying bored on the bed, Hijing saw Zhou Yanxiu come in and immediately became excited. Her bored eyes sparkled with brightness. Yanxiu, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhou Yanxiu smiled and walked over. I had some things to do in the county today. I'll come back after I finish.
How are you?
You look much better than a few days ago. Hijing smiled and replied, I feel much better too. I can almost walk now. Zhou Yanxiu happily said, That's good. Once I stay here in the hospital for a while longer, I can be discharged. By the way, have the police come back again? Hijing's face darkened. Yes, they came yesterday, Hijing told Zhou Yanxiu. Officer Xiaoma came by and told me about Zhang Yuanbiao's court sentence. Hijing's eyes suddenly turned red. Yanxiu, do you know? Zhang Yuanbiao was sentenced to death. He's about to be executed. This scoundrel is finally getting what he deserves. I'm so happy. Officer Xiaoma also said that the higher-ups decided to take 2,000 yuan from Zhang Yuanbiao's family's assets to compensate me. 2,000 yuan is a lot, probably more than I could earn in 10 years. But, Yanxiu, do you know? My family is gone. They think I'm shameful, and they haven't come to see me in the hospital. I know they look down on me. After what happened, I probably won't get married in my life. Plus, with my health like this, I'll just be a burden if I go back. Hijing finally couldn't hold back and hugged Zhou Yanxiu, crying loudly. She was so upset. Yanxiu, what should I do? Zhou Yanxiu patted her. All right, don't cry. Have you forgotten? The doctor said you shouldn't cry too much, or it's bad for your eyes. And who says you won't get married in the future? Just focus on healing now. Once you're better, you can marry someone. If you're worried about gossip here, we can find a place where no one knows you. After some comforting, Hijing's mood improved. She wiped her tears and forced a faint smile. Sorry, Yanxiu. I don't know what happened, I was just a little too emotional earlier. They sat for a while longer, chatting. When Zhou Yanxiu saw it was about time, he said to Hijing, I need to go back now. Do you still have enough money? Should I bring you some more? Hijing quickly shook her head, her thin hands waving. That's enough, that's enough. Last time, you gave me 50 yuan, and I still have 40 left. The police will bring me the 2,000 yuan compensation soon. I don't need money right now. That's good, Zhou Yanxiu said. Let me know in advance when you are discharged so I can come pick you up. I plan to visit the county town at least once a week. I'll come see you again in a few days. If there's an emergency, you can call our village office. Zhou Yanxiu left the village phone number, so Hijing could contact her quickly if needed. She was about to ride her bike to Qingyang town. When passing the county bus station, she wondered whether to take the bus home. But then she thought riding her bike might actually be faster than the bus. The distance from Qing'an County to Qingyang Town is just over 20 kilometers, but the road is very rough with many potholes. Vehicles can't go fast, so it takes longer. If Zhou Yanqiu rode her bike quickly, she might even arrive in Qingyang Town before the bus. She put on rabbit fur gloves and a rabbit fur hat, dressing warmly. Riding her bike didn't feel cold at all. She sped along the road, not even trying to go fast on purpose, yet she was already faster than the bus. On the country road, she occasionally saw pedestrians, but not many. People looked at her curiously because she was riding so fast. Riding a lady's bike was easier than riding a traditional heavy bike. In about an hour, Zhou Yanqiu reached Qingyang Town. She checked her watch and saw she arrived 10 minutes earlier than if she had taken the bus. There was still time, so she went straight to the police station to wait for Zhou Lanfang to finish work and go home together. When Zhou Lanfang finished her shift, she saw Zhou Yanqiu pushing a brand new lady's bike and exclaimed, "Yanqiu, is that a new bike?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded and smiled. "Yes, I bought it today in the county. I saw this lady's bike and liked it, so I bought it." Zhou Lanfang knew Zhou Yanqiu had money in her pocket, so she wasn't surprised. She gave her a thumbs up and said happily, "Good job, Yanqiu. Impressive. When we go back, let's take turns riding." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "It's nothing. If you find it easy to ride, you can use this bike to go to work in the future." Zhou Lanfang shook her head. "This is your bike. I won't ride it often. Just occasionally, that's enough." They pushed their bikes and walked out, smiling like two beautiful sisters. When they were about to leave the police station, Grandpa Wang suddenly called out to Zhou Lanfang, "Comrade Zhou, wait a moment." Curious, Zhou Lanfang stopped and looked at Grandpa Wang at the door, unsure why he was calling her. "What's the matter? Grandpa Wang? Is there something you want to tell me?" Grandpa Wang said, "A few days ago, I said I would help you find a place to stay. Now I've found one nearby, not far from our police station. It's only a 10-minute walk. Do you want to go see it? The rent is just 5 yuan a month." Zhou Lanfang was tempted. 5 yuan wasn't much. Her monthly salary was over 30 yuan. 5 yuan was just a small amount. If she lived so close, she could save time on commuting. If there was an emergency or she had to work late, she would have a place to stay nearby. Since she worked in the police, she might get called out at any time. She couldn't always be sure she'd get home on time. She looked at Zhou Yanqiu, who understood her meaning. "Sister, let's go see it. If it's suitable, we'll rent it. That would be much more convenient." Zhou Lanfang nodded and asked Grandpa Wang, "Grandpa Wang, when would be a good time for you to take us to see it?" Grandpa Wang smiled and said, "Tomorrow then. Come a few minutes earlier, and I'll take you to look at it. You can see if it's suitable." Zhou Lanfang happily agreed. "All right, Grandpa Wang. Let's do that. I'll come early tomorrow." The two rode their bikes home. Zhou Yanqiu rode a sturdy bike, while Zhou Lanfang was excitedly riding her new women's bicycle that she had just bought today. "Hey, Yanqiu, I have to say, this bike is so much easier to ride than that old one. Once I save enough money, I want to buy a bike like this too." Zhou Yanqiu looked at her and smiled. "You don't need to buy one. Just ride this bike. When you go to work, you can use this women's bike and leave the old one at home for carrying things. It's more convenient. I bought this bike mainly so you could ride easily. I don't ride it much at home anyway. Don't be so polite with me. We're good sisters after all." After saying that, Zhou Yanqiu playfully gave Zhou Lanfang a look. Zhou Lanfang raised her hand in surrender and sighed. Yanqiu, I was supposed to be the older sister, but I've gained so much from having you as my younger sister. I really don't know how to thank you enough." Hearing Zhou Lanfang speak, Zhou Yanqiu rolled her eyes and said, "We're sisters. Isn't it a bit too formal to just say thank you?" Only then did Zhou Lanfang realize, and she chuckled. No need to say more. Back home, Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun saw that each of them had ridden a bicycle back and exclaimed, "Why are there two bikes?" Zhou Lanfang proudly said, "Yanqiu bought them in the city. This women's bike is much more comfortable than the big bike, light and pretty." Li Guiyun also curiously looked at the bikes, smiling. "Honestly, they're really different. Our Yanqiu is quite capable." She then rode her bike around the yard twice, saying, "It's much easier to ride than the big bike." Zhou Jianjun saw that Yanqiu had spent so much money and wanted to tell her not to be so wasteful, but he held back, trusting that she would know her limits. Instead, he asked about her trip to the city today to see Master Cui and become his apprentice. When he mentioned this, Yanqiu smiled happily. "Uncle, Master Cui has officially accepted me as his disciple. Look, this is the book he gave me. He told me to read it first, and next time I visit, he'll teach me the contents of these books." Zhou Jianjun also smiled. "That's great, Yanqiu. You've finally achieved your wish." Li Guoyun clapped her hands. "Oh, maybe our family will have a famous doctor soon. Haha, we should celebrate properly. I'll cook a good meal." Everyone laughed happily. Grandma watched them and smiled, tears falling down her face. She quickly wiped her eyes when no one was looking. In her heart, she silently thought, "My girl, are you watching from heaven?" Little Yanqiu is doing so well now. Yanqiu first took care of Tianpeng and Xiaobai, feeding sheep's milk to the sheep and pine nuts to the squirrels. At dinner in the evening, Zhou Lanfang mentioned that Grandpa Wang had helped her find a house. Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment and said, "That's fine. It's more convenient. Tomorrow I'll go with you to see it. If it's good, we can rent it. That way, you won't have to ride your bike for over 2 hours every day to get to work, especially in this cold winter. It's tough." Zhou Jianjun felt sorry for his daughter and was also worried about her riding in the dark at night and falling. He made the decision quickly. Li Guoyun didn't oppose it but thought that she wouldn't see her daughter every day anymore.
She felt a little sad about that.
At this moment, Zhou Yanxiu was speaking. "Uncle, we'll get news from the post office tomorrow. We agreed to call at 2 p.m. Then we'll know if it's okay.
I think it will be fine.
The things we collected are very good, so they shouldn't turn us down." Zhou Jianjun and Li Guoyun looked happy. "We'll hear back so soon." Zhou Yanxiu smiled slightly. Sister Zhao's husband is the deputy director of the post office. "It's no big deal for them." Li Guoyun smiled and said, "Good, then we'll wait for tomorrow's news." After dinner, Zhou Yanxiu stayed at her grandmother's house for a while, looking at the basic traditional Chinese medicine books she had borrowed from Cui Lao. Then she went to sleep. The next day, since she had arranged to call the post office at 2 p.m., she didn't go up the mountain. She had prepared plenty of monkey head mushrooms, matsutake, pine nuts, and hazelnuts, so the post office's order was enough. In the morning, she focused on reading at home. When she didn't understand something, she took notes to ask her master about it next time she visited. At lunch, Zhou Jianjun returned from the town and said the house had been rented. It was quite nice, and a female colleague from the police station was in the same yard. Li Guoyun felt relieved. After lunch, Zhou Yanxiu read for a while. Soon it was almost 2 p.m. "Uncle, I'll go to the village office and call the post office to see if everything is settled." Zhou Jianjun was eager to know the result too. "I'll go with you." They quickly arrived at the village office. Zhou Yanxiu dialed the post office's number. After 2 rings, the call was answered immediately. It seemed Sister Zhao was also waiting for the call. "Hello, is this Sister Zhao? This is Yanxiu. Did you try the mountain goods? How do you think?" Facing Zhao's enthusiastic response, she said, "Yanxiu, we tried the mountain products yesterday and they are very tasty. Our family all love them. Just prepare for 60 people. We will also send some to the higher-ups to try. Once everything is ready, send it over as soon as possible. The new year is about a month away." Zhou Yanxiu smiled and replied, "Got it, Zhao. I can deliver it to you in 5 or 6 days." After hanging up, Zhou Jianjun happily said, "Uncle, it's a success." Back home, Zhou Yanxiu told Zhou Jianjun, "Uncle, I told you. Our mountain products are good quality, so there's no problem. Originally, it was for 50 people, but now it's for 60. They also want to send some to their leaders. So, these things are really worth showing off." Zhou Jianjun was moved. 60 servings amount to 1,980 yuan. That's almost 2,000 yuan. He sighed, remembering that the 3 big brick houses he built a couple of years ago only cost about 1,000 yuan. He never expected that after Yanxiu came, they could earn nearly 2,000 yuan in just a few days. All these things were gathered from the mountains, picked without much cost. So, This 2,000 yuan was pure profit. If others knew, they would be so jealous. Zhou Jianjun, Li Guiyun, and Grandma all agreed that this must stay a secret from the villagers to avoid future trouble. Once the postal order was confirmed, Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun quickly started drying the monkey head mushrooms and matsutake. They had been using the village drying shed these days, and the remaining dried goods would be ready in a few days. They planned to work quickly, taking turns to watch over the drying shed so they could finish drying the monkey head mushrooms and matsutake early. Yanxiu wanted to help, but they told her to stay at home and study medicine carefully. That night, Zhou Lanfang came back home. Although they rented a house in town, they hadn't moved their bedding or belongings yet, so they couldn't sleep there. In the evening, everyone discussed Zhou Lanfang moving out. Yanxiu asked, "Sister, if you live in town, how will you stay warm?" Zhou Lanfang shook her head. "It's not very convenient to burn a pit in that house. We only have a stove that burns coal ash." Li Guiyun looked worried. "That stove doesn't keep us very warm, and it can cause headaches." Zhou Yanxiu thought for a moment. "When you burn the stove, you can open the window a little." "Auntie, is the wolf skin ready?" "Send a wolf skin mattress to sister, so she can sleep warmly at night." Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up. "That sounds good. A wolf skin mattress will definitely keep her warm." Li Guiyun glared at Zhou Lanfang, but then thought it was indeed cold outside. She didn't say anything. "You always want to take the good stuff outside. That wolfskin mattress is very expensive. Don't lose it." Seeing that Li Guiyun didn't object, Zhou Lanfang happily grinned. Now she didn't have to worry about the cold outside. She had tried the wolfskin mattress at Grandma's house. Lying on it during this cold winter, it quickly warmed up, making her feel cozy and comfortable. She immediately promised, "Mom, don't worry. I'll keep it safe like a treasure and definitely won't lose it." Li Guiyun said, "Tomorrow, I'll sew it up for you and have your father deliver it." Zhou Yanxiu raised her hand. "Auntie, I can also go deliver it." Li Guiyun smiled. "That's fine with me." The next day, Zhou Yanxiu took the sewn wolfskin mattress to Zhou Lanfang. It took over 2 hours for the round trip. In the past few days, Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun had been busy with the monkey head mushrooms and matsutake. The 5 or 6 medical books combined weren't even half as thick as Compendium of Materia Medica. She had read through all of them in her free time. For the parts she didn't understand, she marked them to ask her master when she went to the county in a few days. Holding the book in her hand, Zhou Yanxiu thought about the colorful sky python her master mentioned. She was inspired. Tomorrow, she planned to go back up the mountain to see if she could find that colorful sky python. It had been a few days since she last visited the mountain to see Fat Tiger. This time, she also brought Little White to see its mother. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Zhou Yanxiu told her grandmother, put Little White in the backpack, took Tianping along, and hurried up the mountain. She walked quickly and first went to find the lair of the big tiger. When the tiger saw Zhou Yanxiu coming, it happily circled around her and even rolled a few times. It had been several days since she last came, so she took out the tiger's feeding bowl and poured fresh spiritual spring water into it. The tiger happily trotted over to drink the spring water. Little Yellow and Little White also squeezed over, making 3 tigers, 1 big and 2 small, crowding into the bowl to drink. "Don't fight, don't fight. There's more after you finish." Zhou Yanxiu kept adding 3 more bowls of water to the bowl before she was done. After handing Little White over to the tiger, she told Tianping to go find the 7-colored sky python. Zhou Yanxiu has a good memory. Soon, she arrived at the place where she last saw the 7-colored sky python. She prepared the antidote her master gave her, just in case. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound in the bushes. Zhou Yanxiu moved her earphones slightly, and a small stone appeared in her hand. She aimed and threw it toward the sound. With a plop, a rabbit's cry came from the bushes. It struggled a few times and then stopped moving. Zhou Yanxiu went forward, picked up the rabbit, and threw it into her space. She was almost losing interest in these things now. Lately, she had been eating delicious food every day, with plenty of meat. After about 10 days, her weight had increased nearly 10 jin, about 5 kilograms, now around 100 jin, about 50 kilograms. But for a woman who is 1.72 meters tall, that's still not enough. About 120 jin, around 60 kilograms, would be a good weight. However, if she could keep eating like this every day, reaching 120 jin wouldn't be difficult. She searched near the place where she last saw the seven-colored sky python for a whole day, but didn't find the beautiful snake. That made sense. Such a rare and precious snake wouldn't be easy to spot. Not seeing the snake didn't disappoint her. Today, she collected dozens of old mountain ginseng plants from the mountain. Although they weren't very old, she didn't mind. As long as she found them, she put all of them into her spiritual spring space, where they could grow faster. Today, she caught 2 wild chickens, 2 rabbits, and a wild boar piglet weighing about 50 or 60 jin. This piglet was probably only 4 or 5 months old and had gotten separated from its herd. Coincidentally, it ran into Zhou Yanqiu. Seeing how pink and cute the piglet was, she wondered if it could escape. 2 small stones easily took care of the piglet's resistance. Although I didn't find the colorful rainbow snake, today's harvest was still good. The prey was secondary. The main achievement was that I added dozens of ginseng plants to the fields in the spirit spring space today. Finally, I looked at the pine and cypress tree where I first found the rainbow snake. I patted it gently. Since I didn't see any trace of the rainbow snake today, I'll come back another day. I turned around with Tianfeng and headed to Fat Tiger's den to pick up Little White and take him home. What I didn't see was that shortly after I left, a beautiful, colorful little snake crawled out of a hidden hole in the tree. Its colorful eyes looked in the direction I left. It flicked its tongue, then slipped back into the hole. When I returned to Fat Tiger's den, I took Little White out, played with Fat Tiger for a while, then went down the mountain. At home, I handed over the prey to Aunt Li Guiyun to handle. When Zhou Jianjun saw this little piglet, he became interested. That night, he killed the little wild pig and divided half of it to send to Zhou Xingbang's family. After killing it, he removed the internal organs. The meat with bones weighed about 20 jin. But this kind of wild pig meat is very tender and fresh. Zhou Xingbang is the village chief. They use the drying shed every day, so someone needs to take care of it. Although he's my uncle, giving him some good things might make him appreciate it more. In the next 2 days, I went back up the mountain to look for the rainbow snake again, but I still didn't find it. However, the number of mountain resources in the spirit spring space increased a lot. There are nearly 300 ginseng plants now, including over 1,000-year-old ginseng and 2 or 3 nearly 200-year-old ones. These are the results of my recent searches for the rainbow snake. Even though I was busy searching for the rainbow snake these days, I didn't neglect my books. I read those few books twice more and gained new insights from them. My memory is excellent now. My thinking is quick, and I read faster than before. At dinner that night, Zhou Jianjun mentioned the drying of the monkey head mushrooms and matsutake. Yanxiu, those mushrooms will be ready tomorrow. Do you want to contact the county post office to see when they can send them? Yanxiu thought for a moment. Uncle, I'll call them tomorrow to confirm first, Zhou Jianjun asked. Do you need to make any extra arrangements with the person you'll contact later? Zhou Yanqiu shook his head. Uncle, no need. Just send them an extra gift, nothing too fancy. The quality of what we made is so good that others can't find anything similar. Even my master praised it. Zhou Jianjun nodded. All right, I trust you. The next morning, Zhou Yanqiu called Sister Zhao at the post office. Sister Zhao, everything is ready. When do you think you can deliver it? Sister Zhao happily replied, Oh, I was just thinking about that. The sooner, the better. I gave some of the dried goods you left last time to the leader, and they still remember it fondly. Please send it soon. Zhou Yanqiu smiled with narrowed eyes. Okay, Sister Zhao. Tomorrow, my uncle and I will deliver everything. After hanging up, Zhou Yanqiu turned to Zhou Jianjun and said, Uncle, I told you there wouldn't be any problem. Zhou Jianjun felt relieved. All these days of work were just for this news. Now that the message is confirmed, the order is almost secure. There are no more complicated issues, so if they say there's no problem, it really means there isn't. Back home, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Jianjun discussed how to transport the items to the county post office. The dried monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms weighed over 200 jin and took up a lot of space. There were also over 300 jin of pine nuts and hazelnuts. 2 bicycles couldn't carry all of it. Let's borrow a donkey cart, Zhou Jianjun thought for a while. Using a donkey cart was the best way, even if it took longer on the road. It wasn't a big problem. They could leave early in the morning. A donkey cart could carry quite a lot, and hauling 500 or 600 jin was no issue. Zhou Yanqiu considered it and smiled. All right, let's take the donkey cart to the town tomorrow. Zhou Jianjun went to prepare the donkey cart. Borrowing one required informing the owner in advance. It cost a yuan, and they also needed to buy donkey feed. Soon, Zhou Jianjun had the donkey cart ready. Seeing that there was nothing else to do today, Zhou Yanqiu went back to the mountain. By the afternoon, he still hadn't seen any sign of the colorful snake-like creature. Finally, feeling helpless, I patted the pine and cypress tree and sighed. I haven't seen the colorful rainbow snake for several days, so it's probably hard to find now. Tree, oh tree, do you know where that pretty little snake went? Next time it comes, help me keep it as a guest. After saying this, Zhou Yanqiu couldn't help but laugh herself. Thinking for a moment, it seems she has a special connection with this tree. She had been wandering around this tree for several days. Suddenly, she had an idea and poured a sip of spring water onto the tree's roots. She looked at the big tree again, then turned and headed down the mountain. After she left, a beautiful, colorful little snake crawled out from a hole in one of the tree's branches. The snake stared blankly in the direction Zhou Yanqiu had gone. It sniffed the air with its tongue, then quickly slithered toward the tree's roots. The spring water there was still moist. The colorful snake licked the damp spot with its tongue, and its bright, colorful eyes shone with a strange light. Back home, Zhou Jianjun had already prepared everything for tomorrow: monkey head mushrooms, matsutake, pine nuts, and hazelnuts, all packed separately. He weighed the packages twice to make sure nothing was missing. Since they had to wake up early tomorrow, everyone went to bed early. At around 4 a.m., Zhou Yanqiu got up. She washed her face with cold water, which made her feel much more awake. After tidying up, she quietly told her grandmother and then carried Tianping. Under the moonlight, she headed to her uncle's house. Xiaobai stayed at home, so Grandma could take care of him. But if Tianping couldn't see Zhou Yanqiu, he might get upset. The moonlight was like a hook, giving a faint glow to the dark night. She ran all the way to her uncle's house. Before entering the yard, she heard the donkey neighing loudly. She pushed open the gate and saw Zhou Jianjun had already harnessed the donkey. He was loading pine nuts and hazelnuts. The dried monkey head mushrooms and matsutake were placed on top of the nuts to prevent them from being crushed. All these things weighed over 600 grams. Even on the cart, it was a full load. The distance from here to the county town is less than 40 kilometers. Even if the donkey hurried slowly, it would take about 4 or 5 hours to get there. Zhou Yanqiu also came to help. Soon everything was packed onto the cart, and they were ready to leave. Li Guoyan woke up early and made a few fried pancakes for them to eat on the way. Each person also packed a pot of water. She was worried they might get hungry on the road. She also brought some snacks for Zhou Hongbing. Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Jianjun took the pancakes while they were still hot and started eating. The pancakes tasted best when warm. Zhou Jianjun held 2 pancakes in his hand, eating while he said vaguely to Zhou Yanqiu, "Yanqiu, I'll go ahead on the donkey cart. You finish eating and catch up on your bike." Zhou Yanqiu nodded while eating and promised, "Uncle, I understand." They had planned this last night. Zhou Jianjun was driving the donkey cart, and Zhou Yanqiu was riding his bike. Because after Zhou Jianjun finished delivering the goods, he planned to go with Zhou Yanqiu to visit Old Chui. Since Old Chui was Zhou Yanqiu's teacher, as a family member, he needed to pay a visit. It wouldn't be polite not to. Then he would go to the county middle school to see Zhou Hongbing, bring him some things, and probably head back home afterward. Zhou Yanqiu mainly planned to stay longer at Old Chui's place because he wanted to learn traditional Chinese medicine from him. so he might be a little late returning home from the county. About 5 minutes after Zhou Jianjun set off with the donkey cart, Zhou Yanqiu finished eating the 2 pancakes. Now she was full for breakfast. She put on rabbit fur gloves and a rabbit fur hat, pushed her new women's bicycle, and rode out under the moonlight. 5 minutes later, she caught up with Zhou Jianjun's donkey cart. The donkey's hooves made a dada sound as they hit the road. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the cart and smiled. "Uncle, do you think we can reach the county in 5 hours?" Zhou Jianjun grinned confidently. "Yes, definitely. Don't worry about how slow it is now. Once we get going, it'll be faster." Zhou Yanqiu took a deep breath. The cold air outside turned into white mist, drifting away in the wind. Zhou Jianjun confidently said they could reach the county in 5 hours, but it actually took 5.5 hours. The cart carried over 600 jin of goods plus a person, nearly 800 jin in total. It was quite heavy, so the trip was a bit slower. Zhou Yanqiu rode his bicycle slowly behind, carrying a lot of goods. He was worried that someone on the road might have bad intentions, so it was safer for the two of them to travel together. At 10:30 in the morning, they arrived at the post office with a donkey cart. Zhou Jianjun was outside watching the goods on the cart. Zhou Yanqiu went inside to find Sister Zhao. The post office was very crowded, packed with people. Every time Zhou Yanqiu came here, he never saw it less busy. This shows how busy their work is. Zhou Yanqiu looked around but didn't see Sister Zhao. He thought for a moment and headed to the small office they used last time. He knocked on the door, knock, knock, knock. When he pushed the door open, Sister Zhao was resting inside. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu come in, Sister Zhao was happy and quickly got up. "Yanqiu, have the things we ordered arrived?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded and smiled at her. "Yes, we found a cart in the village and started heading to the city before dawn." Sister Zhao looked grateful and took Zhou Yanqiu's hand. "You've worked hard, but your goods are really good. I've been waiting anxiously. Last time, I gave some of the samples you left me to our leaders. They praised them highly. They even asked me to place a few more orders. You've really helped me a lot. Come on, where are the goods? Let's go see." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "As long as you're satisfied. The goods are outside on the cart. You can come and take a look. They're about the same quality as last time." Zhou Yanqiu took Sister Zhao to the cart outside, pointing to Zhou Jianjun. "Sister Zhao, this is my uncle, Zhou Jianjun. These dried goods are made by my uncle and aunt." Sister Zhao's eyes lit up. She reached out and shook Zhou Jianjun's hand, not judging him because he wore a worn military coat. She smiled and said, "Comrade Zhou, hello. The quality of your mountain products is very good. If you can keep producing such quality in the future, we'll buy our New Year supplies from you." Zhou Jianjun looked proud and quickly said, "Comrade Zhao, don't worry. We can definitely guarantee the quality." Then he untied the rope on the cart. Zhou Jianjun took a bag, opened it, and showed Sister Zhao. "Comrade Zhao, look, these are all the same quality. They must be the best." Sister Zhao looked at the items in the bag. They were the same as what she had received last time. She trusted the young girl, Zhou Yanqiu. "I'll call a few colleagues to help move the items. Once they're moved, we'll tie the donkey cart to the backyard. That's the only place to store things." Soon, Sister Zhao called some colleagues to help carry the items. Knowing these were their New Year benefits, the postal workers moved eagerly. Even people who aren't experts could see these were good quality items. They smelled fresh and fragrant, and they probably tasted just as good. They used postal scales to weigh the items carefully. To be safe, they even emptied the bags to check for small bits, but found almost nothing. All the items were high quality and genuine. Each item's weight was increased by 1 jin, a Chinese weight unit. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said to Sister Zhao, "My uncle is honest. He's afraid the weight might be less, so at home, he uses a high weight on the scale. The extra isn't counted. If it's less, we'll make up for it." "Sister Zhao, is that okay?" Sister Zhao patted her thigh. "Your uncle is really honest. We shouldn't take advantage of you. Let's just stick to the actual weight." In the end, the total was exactly 2,000 yuan worth of goods. "Yanqiu, wait here a moment. I'll go get the money for you. At this time, Zhou Jianjun also the donkey cart and came over. Seeing what was happening, he smiled and asked, "Have you finished weighing everything?" Zhou Yanqiu turned to look at Zhou Jianjun. "Yes, everything is weighed and fine." Soon, Sister Zhao brought over 2 stacks of money, placed them on the table, and handed them to Zhou Yanqiu. She smiled and said, "Here's 2,000 yuan. I counted to make sure it's right." Zhou Yanqiu pushed the money to Zhou Jianjun. "Uncle, you count it and keep it." Zhou Jianjun took the money and quickly counted it, tapping and clicking for about 2 minutes. "It's exactly 2,000 yuan." Sister Zhao paid the money so straightforwardly, making both Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Yanqiu feel very happy. Doing business with such a large organization is not that difficult. Sister Zhao was busy here too, so after it seemed enough, the two of them stood up to say goodbye to Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao saw them to the door. "Comrade Yanqiu, if we need anything in the future, we'll call you." Zhou Yanqiu nodded and agreed. "That's good, Sister Zhao. You could just call our village or find my uncle." Then Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Yanqiu left the post office on a donkey cart and a bicycle, heading to Chui's home. Zhou Jianjun said, "Yanqiu, do you think we should bring something when we visit your master? Let's buy some snacks or canned food first." Yanqiu thought for a moment. "Let's buy some snacks or cakes and canned food." She knew Cui Lao didn't lack money, so he wouldn't need food. But since her uncle was visiting officially, she couldn't go empty-handed. At least, proper manners should be observed. And if they really wanted to give something, nothing in her space was better than what she could bring. Now that she had the century-old ginseng, she wasn't even worried about it. But this matter could wait until later, since she had just become his apprentice. They went to the Oriental Red store and bought some things quickly. After shopping, they hurried to Cui Lao's house. When they arrived, Zhou Yanqiu knocked on the door and called out, "Master, I'm here." Soon, Cui Lao came out of the house. When he saw Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Jianjun, he smiled and welcomed them inside. Yanqiu closed the door. Since they were now his apprentices, it was natural for him to ask them to do some chores. Yanqiu smiled. "Okay, Master." Zhou Jianjun followed Cui Lao into the house. This time, Cui Lao's attitude was different. Before, he was just a seller of ginseng, but now he was like an elder to his apprentice. Cui Lao was much more polite to Zhou Jianjun. They chatted happily for a while, and Zhou Yanqiu sat nearby listening. The main topic was Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Jianjun shared funny stories from her childhood, and Cui Lao couldn't help but smile knowingly. Yanqiu blushed deeply and kept signaling to Zhou Jianjun with her eyes. Seeing her shy expression, Cui Lao and Zhou Jianjun couldn't help but laugh happily. Zhou Jianjun waited for about half an hour before saying goodbye to old Cui. Before leaving, he told Zhou Yanqiu to stay here and learn medicine properly from old Cui. It was getting late, and he needed to go to the county high school to deliver something to his son. After Zhou Jianjun left, old Cui began asking Zhou Yanqiu how she was doing with the books she had taken last time. Zhou Yanqiu asked old Cui about parts she didn't understand or found confusing in the books. Last time, old Cui saw that Zhou Yanqiu quickly memorized most of the thick book, Compendium of Materia Medica, and he believed she had a talent for medicine. He decided to teach her carefully. Sure enough, Zhou Yanqiu did not disappoint him. Most of her questions were about important points. Without talent or understanding, she wouldn't have thought of these questions. Old Cui became more dedicated to teaching Zhou Yanqiu. He answered all her questions step by step. After hearing his explanations, her doubts gradually cleared, and her understanding of traditional Chinese medicine improved. They both listened carefully. More than 2 hours passed quickly. Old Cui answered all the questions Zhou Yanqiu had written in her notebook a few days ago. When it was time to leave, Old Cui gave Zhou Yanqiu a few more books on Chinese medicine. Then he thought for a moment and went into a room to bring out a wooden doll about a foot tall. "Yanqiu, take this wooden doll and look at it," he said. Zhou Yanqiu reached out and took the wooden doll. She looked at it closely. The doll was covered with many lines and dots drawn all over it. She looked up suddenly. "Master, are these lines and dots on the doll the acupoints mentioned in Chinese medicine?" Old Chui stroked his goat beard and nodded with a smile. Yes, these lines represent the meridians in the human body, and the many dots are the acupoints. You need to study this carefully. Don't get it wrong. This is one of the most important parts of Chinese medicine. Once you understand and memorize it, I will teach you how to do acupuncture. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up with excitement. Needle technique? That's real medicine. She was so happy she could learn it so soon. Old Chui saw her curiosity and smiled. Basic acupuncture isn't very complicated, but it requires practice. The more you practice, the better you get. I started learning medicine at age 10, and by 12, I was practicing acupuncture. I only began treating patients with acupuncture at 16. 4 years of practice. Traditional Chinese medicine usually requires starting from a young age. The teacher teaches step by step, and it takes many years to become skilled. You have already begun your training, so you need to speed up your progress. Luckily, you have a good memory, which can make up for this shortcoming. So, you should work harder in the future. Zhou Yanqiu nodded and said, Master, I understand. Old Chui smiled and nodded. All right, take this home and study hard. Zhou Yanqiu said goodbye to her master and went to the hospital to visit He Jing. He Jing's health was a bit better. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu come over, He Jing was very happy and said, Yanqiu, yesterday the police leaders came and gave me my compensation. I heard that Zhang Yuanbiao's family has about 7 or 8,000 yuan in cash. This time, the police compensated the victims' families with that money. Also, the police said that in a week, Zhang Yuanbiao will be executed. I will be discharged then. I want to see that criminal get his punishment. Do you want to go? Zhou Yanqiu was surprised to hear this news and felt a shock in her heart. She immediately nodded. I will pick you up when you're discharged, and we will go together to see Zhang Yuanbiao, that villain, be executed. After visiting He Jing, Zhou Yanqiu rode her bicycle back home from the county town. On the way, she found a place to sit and rest for 10 minutes, digesting the news that Zhang Yuanbiao was going to be executed. 10 minutes later, Zhou Yanqiu got up and rode her bike home. In a week, she would see Zhang Yuanbiao be executed with her own eyes. At a military district in Yanjing, a tall, handsome soldier came out. When passing the gate, he asked as usual, Comrade, do I have any mail? The soldier at the gate saluted him and said, Report, Commander Gu, no mail for you. Commander Gu was not disappointed. He seemed used to it. Just as he was about to leave, the soldier spoke again. However, there is a package for you. P.S. The mail lead is about to appear. Please leave comments and reviews. Gu Qinghe turned his head, his eyebrows slightly raised, and a bright light flashed in his deep eyes. He quickly walked over, and his usually stern face softened a lot. He slightly smiled and said to the soldier, You dare to joke with me? Huh? Looks like I need to train you better next time. The soldier on guard was actually Gu Qinghe's subordinate. Hearing this, he became a bit nervous.
No, Commander.
I was just joking, just kidding. Although Captain Gu usually appears friendly and gets along well with his soldiers, he is very strict during training. He is not only strict with his soldiers but also with himself. If Captain Gu were to watch over his soldiers during training, he might scare them all. The soldier on duty wanted to cry because he was just trying to make a joke. Gu Qinghe ignored him. No more nonsense. Where is the package? Bring it out. His voice carried a sense of eager anticipation he didn't even realize he had. The soldier brought out the package, making a funny face. Captain Gu, this package is quite big. It was sent from the northeast. Hey, Captain Gu, who sent this? Is it your special someone? The soldier kept asking questions, eager for news. Gu Qinghe shouted, Wang or Mao, stand at ease. Attention, hold your position for half an hour. With these commands, Gu Qinghe successfully made the talkative Wang or Mao shut up. He picked up the package, looking puzzled. What could be inside? He saw that the shipping label was filled out by Zhou Yanqiu herself, which made him even more curious. Knowing her family situation, she was always busy at home, helping with chores and earning work points. Gu Qinghe felt a pang of sympathy for this sweet, simple girl. Usually, she could only send him a letter when she had a little free time. Sometimes, He wouldn't hear from her for 2 or 3 months. Now, she suddenly sent a package weighing about 20 pounds. Gu Qinghe was full of questions. But this wasn't the place to look. He quickly took the package from Zhou Yanqiu and headed home. Gu Qinghe lived in a family housing area next to the military district. His father, Gu Yuanchao, was the chief of staff of the military district. His mother, Zhao Lingwei, was an associate director at the military hospital and a chief physician. Gu Qinghe had a sister, Gu Qingling, who was 2 years older. She was often weak and sick as a child, but recently her health improved. She had just returned from out of town. He also had a younger brother, Gu Qingshan, who was 2 years younger. He just graduated from high school this year. Finding a good job was difficult, and he didn't want to join the army because it was too hard. So now he was just staying at home every day. Because Gu Yuanchao's rank is here, the military district assigned them a 2-story small villa with 4 bedrooms upstairs. Downstairs, besides the kitchen and living room, there are 2 guest rooms. Upstairs, there are 4 rooms. 1 large bedroom for his parents, and the other 3 bedrooms for the 3 siblings, each one for each. When Gu Qinghe returned home, his mother Zhao Lingwei had just arrived. Seeing the package in his hand, she asked curiously, "Wow, son, someone sent you a package? Could it be from your little friend you met when you went to the countryside? What's inside?" "Let me see." Gu Qinghe definitely wouldn't let Zhao Lingwei see his package. He hadn't even looked at it yet. He quickly moved, holding the package high, and said, "Mom, I haven't opened it yet. I'll show you after I open it." He opened the door and hurried inside. In the living room, Gu Yuanchao was sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper with a cup of steaming tea beside him. His sister, Gu Qingling, sat nearby, holding a glass of plain water and sipping it slowly. After Gu Qinghe entered, he tiptoed a little, changed his shoes, and softly called out, "Dad, sister." Gu Yuanchao nodded without looking away from the newspaper, and "Wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Gu Qingling smiled slightly at Gu Qinghe. "Qinghe, you must be tired today." At this moment, Gu Qinghe was eager to open the package. He responded, "Dad, sister, you eat first. I have something to do upstairs." He hurried upstairs to his room. Downstairs, the two looked at each other in confusion. "Where do you think your brother is going now?" "I don't know. It seems he's taking a package upstairs," Gu Qingling said, also puzzled. Just then, Zhao Lingwei came in smiling and said, "What else could he be doing? It's probably from his little friend from the countryside, sending him something. He's probably upstairs opening the package to read the letter." Hearing this, Gu Yuanchao snorted heavily, shaking the newspaper vigorously. 2 years in the countryside, and he's already involved with a girl from there. Even we, as parents, can't get through to him. I really don't understand what that countryside girl has that makes him so infatuated. Is there no suitable match in our large military district? If he wants someone pretty, there are plenty in the cultural troop, and the niece of Commander Wang from the military district is also good. Why doesn't he like any of them? Zhao Lingwei glared at him. Enough, stop acting like a traditional parent. What era are we in now? If Qinghe doesn't like someone, she just doesn't like them. So what? Can you really arrange a marriage for her? Gu Yuanchao saw that Zhao Lingwei didn't agree with him and got annoyed. "I told you, I won't listen to you." Gu Qingling's face turned a little pale, and she forced a smile. "Dad, Mom, Qinghe is still young and not in a rush to get married. Besides, even if she's from the countryside, she can be outstanding. Whether she's suitable or not, we'll see when they meet. It's too early to talk about this now." Zhao Lingwei sat next to Gu Qingling. Qingling is so understanding, unlike someone stubborn. After saying that, she looked at Qingling with concern. "Sweetheart, how do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Gu Qingling smiled.
"Mom, I'm fine."
"I feel much better than before. Grandpa Chui said I need to rest and take care of myself." Zhao Lingwei hugged her tenderly. "Good girl." Gu Yuanchao also sighed softly, without showing it. His daughter's health worried the whole family. Gu Qinghe returned to his room and found a pair of scissors. He carefully unwrapped the package. Inside, he could smell a fresh mushroom aroma and the rich scent of pine nuts and hazelnuts. He gently took out each item. Finally, he saw a piece of dried wild meat. Both the wild meat and dried goods looked very good, rare treasures even in Yanjing City. Gu Qinghe's beautiful eyes flickered with concern. He thought sadly, silly girl, you have good things, but you don't know to keep them for yourself. At this moment, he was even more confused. Her father definitely wouldn't let her send these things to him. Did something happen? In the end, he found the envelope. His eyes lit up as he picked it up. He gently opened the envelope with anticipation and began to read. Otherwise, based on Gu Qinghe's understanding of Zhou Yanqiu, she is a person who values family very much. Now, she has left home and changed her surname. I believe she must have suffered a great injustice to make such a decision. Gu Qinghe's eyes dimmed for a moment, but leaving that family might actually be a good thing. The family was exploiting her. He felt sad for her, but also helpless. If she weren't a relative, he would have wanted to scold those people harshly. Now, he felt relieved for Zhou Yanqiu. In his eyes, she has been through too much. Seeing her return to her grandmother's house, where everyone treats her well, Gu Qinghe's eyes brightened again. Then, seeing her catch several enemy agents alone in the mountains, his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. That girl is too brave. If he were with her now, he would definitely give her a good spanking. He wondered if that would worry her. Even professional soldiers need to be very careful when dealing with enemy agents. Seeing her dream of becoming a doctor, Gu Qinghe also supported her. At worst, after they get married, his mother can teach her gradually. It's a pity she can't go to university now. With her intelligence, passing a university entrance exam should be easy for her. Gu Qinghe read Zhou Yanqiu's letter twice carefully before putting it away. It had the village's phone number on it. He planned to find time to call her tomorrow. He hadn't heard her voice in a long time. He wondered if it was still the same as before. He took a moment to calm down. There's a lot of information in this letter, and he needed to digest it slowly. He took the snacks Zhou Yanqiu sent and brought them downstairs to the living room. Gu Qinghe proudly said, "Mom, come here, I have something good to show you." Zhao Lingwei carried a bowl and came over. "Is this from my daughter-in-law?" Gu Qinghe's face turned red instantly. "Daughter-in-law?" "Not yet," Zhao Lingwei teased. "Not yet, but it will be sooner or later." "What did she send?" "Mountain produce." Gu Qinghe proudly showed Zhao Lingwei the items sent by Zhou Yanqiu one by one. "This is monkey head mushroom, this is matsutake, and this one is a famous delicacy from the mountains called filong. It will be perfect for stew tomorrow. Also, here are roasted pine nuts and hazelnuts. You and Dad can try them." Zhao Lingwei came over, put her bowl aside, and looked at the mountain goods with surprise. "These are really good things. They are hard to find in Beijing. Sai, my daughter-in-law, really spent a lot on these. They are quite valuable." Zhao Lingwei knew her stuff. Both the monkey head mushroom and matsutake are rare mountain treasures. Even fresh, they are more expensive than meat per pound, not to mention these are several pounds of dried goods. Even in Beijing, they are not easy to buy. She looked at the dried goods with shining eyes. "Tomorrow I'll cook that wild chicken. It's called filong, right? I've heard it's very tasty. I've never tried it myself." After saying that, she looked at Gu Qinghe again. "Qinghe, we shouldn't just take advantage of others for free. You should prepare some local specialties from Beijing in the next few days. See what they need and send more to them, okay?" Gu Qinghe nodded with a smile. "Mom, I understand. Don't worry, I have a plan." Zhao Lingwei looked a bit annoyed. "You have a plan? What plan?" "A few years ago, that young girl was so young, and you already had your eyes on her." Gu Qinghe's face darkened slightly. All right, I won't say more. These monkey head mushrooms and matsutake, share some with your grandfather and the other family. You can send them over later." "Okay, I'll find time to send them tomorrow. By the way, that young girl we haven't met yet, ask her to send a couple of photos. Send her some money so she can go to a photo studio. I'm really curious about what this girl who's been on your mind looks like. Just thinking about it makes me feel excited." Gu Qinghe's eyes lit up and he nodded.
He had already thought about this.
Before, when she was in her old home, she didn't have a chance to go to a photo studio in the city. But now, maybe he could. His eyes sparkled with hope. He was eager to see his little girl soon. Zhou Yanqiu was riding his bicycle back from the county town. When he was near Qingyang town, he caught up with Zhou Jianjun's donkey cart. She is now carrying a bag, and the wooden doll given to her by her master is inside it. She didn't place it in her space. Some things still need to have a clear trail to follow. Otherwise, even if people see she didn't bring anything back and then suddenly see a wooden doll, her uncle and aunt would definitely find it strange. After eating some pine nuts in her space, Tompum quietly took out the space again when no one was around and held it in her arms as she continued her journey. "Uncle!" Zhou Yanqiu shouted loudly, almost startling Zhou Jianjun. Zhou Jianjun turned around and smiled. "You're back pretty quickly. Come on, let's go see your sister and find out if she's coming home today." "Okay, uncle. I'll go to the police station first to find my sister." "Go ahead." Zhou Yanqiu rode her bike and soon arrived at the police station, where she quickly found Zhou Lanfang. "Sister, are you coming home today?" Seeing Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Lanfang hurried over and took her hand. "Did you come back from the county town?" Zhou Yanqiu said. "Yes, uncle is behind me." "Do you want to come home today?" Zhou Lanfang thought for a moment. She hadn't gone home yesterday, and she was really craving her mother's home-cooked meals. She said, "Yes, let's go back together today." At this moment, a male police officer approached with a smile and said, "Comrade Lanfang, how about letting your sister sit in the meeting room first?" Zhou Yanqiu glanced at the male police officer. He was about 1.75 meters tall and looked decent. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Lanfang, and there was a hint of admiration in his expression. Zhou Yanqiu tugged at Zhou Lanfang and asked, "Sister, who is this?" When she heard Zhou Yanqiu ask, Zhou Lanfang's face showed a slight, awkward blush, mixed with a bit of annoyance. She wanted to ignore the male police officer, but didn't want to lose face in front of others. Another male police officer nearby came over and joked with a smile. "His name is Zhao Wei. He's interested in Lanfang and is currently pursuing her." "Really, sister? Is that true?" Zhou Yanqiu didn't expect such an answer. She secretly looked at the man named Zhao Wei. He was about her height and looked decent, but she felt that Zhao Wei didn't quite match her sister. However, she definitely wouldn't say this out loud because it might offend people easily. She also wanted to subtly ask Zhou Lanfang what she thought. Although Zhao Wei didn't seem impressive to her, she wasn't the one involved. What if her cousin liked Zhao Wei? Plus, Zhao Wei's job was quite good, and he worked in the same department as Zhou Lanfang. It was a good opportunity for her. Zhou Lanfang's face turned red. She glared sharply at Zhao Wei and another man nearby, saying, "That's not true. Don't talk nonsense." Then she pulled her to the meeting room. "Yanqiu, sit here for a while. When we finish work, we'll go home together." "Okay, sister. You go ahead and do your work. I'll wait here for a bit." Half an hour later, it was time to leave. Zhou Lanfang hurried over. "Yanqiu, let's go home." The two pushed their bikes out of the police station. On the other side of the road, a donkey cart was coming. Zhou Yanqiu waved at the donkey cart. "Uncle." Zhou Lanfang looked carefully and realized that the person driving the donkey cart was her own father. "Dad, are you heading to the county town in the donkey cart?" Zhou Jianjun smiled proudly. "What's wrong with the donkey cart?" "It's a bit slow, but it's not tiring, and I can sit comfortably. Plus, it can carry a lot of things." Zhou Yanqiu explained, "Sister, we had a lot of stuff to take to the county this morning. We couldn't fit everything on 2 bikes, so Uncle borrowed the donkey cart." Zhou Lanfang asked, "Did everything go smoothly to the county?" Zhou Jianjun nodded confidently. "Very smooth. It was done in less than half an hour. Didn't you see the cart was empty? You two rode your bikes fast, and I was behind, slowly following in the donkey cart." They looked at each other. "All right, Dad. Yanqiu and I will go back first. Uncle, we're heading back now. Go ahead, go ahead. Be careful on the way." On the road, Zhou Yanqiu and Zhou Lanfang rode their bikes side by side. Zhou Yanqiu asked curiously, "Sister, what's the real story with Zhao Wei?" Zhou Lanfang looked a bit troubled. "He just started working recently. Now he's working with me on patrols. But a few days ago, he suddenly said he liked me. It's so annoying." Yanqiu wanted to know her opinion. "And you? What do you think?" Do you like him? He is now pursuing you, and everyone in the police station knows about it. Would you consider accepting his proposal and dating him? Zhou Lanfang thought for a moment.
He's not my type.
Besides, I just started working, so I don't want to think about these things now. Zhou Yanqiu let out a sigh of relief. She still wanted to help Zhou Lanfang prepare for college. If Zhou Lanfang started dating someone now, she probably wouldn't have time to study. Zhou Yanqiu advised, "Sister, if you don't want to date him, just tell him clearly. Otherwise, everyone in the police station will think you're dating, and then it will be hard to explain later." Zhou Lanfang was silent for a moment. "You're right. I'll tell him clearly in front of everyone tomorrow." Zhou Yanqiu smiled. "Sister, if the college entrance exam is restored, we can go to college together. There will be many better young people for you to choose from then." Zhou Lanfang smiled. "Who knows when the college entrance exam will be restored? But I haven't thought about marriage yet. It's okay to wait a year or two to find someone." Zhou Yanqiu chuckled happily. It's great that Zhou Lanfang has this idea. This year could completely change her life path. Even if her dream job is to be a police officer, she can finish college first and then return to her job. The opportunities for promotion will be much better, and she can reach higher positions. If she climbs the ranks step by step from her current position, she might only reach the county bureau. But after going to college and returning as a university graduate, she could be promoted to the city or provincial police departments. This is the value of the first batch of college students after the college entrance exam was restored. Zhou Yanqiu didn't want her cousin to miss out because of dating. Fortunately, Zhou Lanfang didn't have that idea, or she might have tried to break them up. Zhou Jianjun came home an hour later than they did, but today he was really happy. When he got home, he took out 2,000 yuan from the money he earned. He counted the money in front of Grandma and Li Guiyun, smiling happily. "Mom, Guiyun Yanqiu, this is the 2,000 yuan we earned from the mountain goods a few days ago. It's all here. All the money was earned by Yanqiu with our help. She found the way and the raw materials from the mountain. So I thought about it and suggested we split the 2,000 yuan, giving Yanqiu the larger share of 1,500 yuan and us 500 yuan. Is that okay?" No one else spoke, and Li Guiyun clapped her thigh and said, "Yes, that's fine. We only worked a few days and earned a few hundred yuan, which is enough." Grandma also nodded with a smile. "That's a fair way to split. We shouldn't be too greedy." Grandma is very happy with her daughter-in-law, Li Guiyun. She is reasonable and not greedy or selfish. However, Yanqiu didn't agree with this split. "Uncle, I don't agree. You're giving me too little. I don't need much money now. Just 500 yuan is enough. You can keep the rest." Both sides argued a bit, but didn't want more money. Finally, Grandma made the decision. Yanqiu takes 1,000 yuan, Jianjun takes 1,000 yuan. "When Yanqiu gets married, you should prepare more dowry." Jianjun smiled and said, "That's right, it's proper." Yanqiu giggled and told Jianjun, "Uncle, even when I get married, my sister should marry first. When that happens, you should prepare more dowry for her." Hearing this, Zhou Lanfang reached out and tickled Yanqiu, saying, "You little Yanqiu, now you dare to tease me. Watch me tickle you back. Ha ha."
"Sister, stop."
"I won't say anything anymore." The two sisters played around happily. Grandma and the others watched this warm scene and felt their hearts warm. The next afternoon, Yanqiu was at home studying the wooden doll her master gave her. The meridians and acupoints on the doll are much harder to remember than the words in a book, and she must be very careful not to make mistakes. She planned to spend more time on this. Just as she was deeply focused, she heard Jianjun's voice outside the door. "Yanqiu, go to the brigade office quickly. Your great-uncle just said there's a call for you. It will ring again in about 10 minutes. It seems to be from Yanjing." Yanqiu was stunned and her heart trembled. She almost dropped the wooden doll on the ground. Her voice trembled as she asked, "From Yanjing?" Zhou Yanqiu excitedly said, "Uncle, he's a good friend I knew before. I'll go answer the phone first. We can talk about everything when I come back." After saying that, she quickly put down the wooden doll in her hand and ran outside to answer the call. Zhou Jianjun saw Zhou Yanqiu run away so quickly, like a little rabbit, and couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, The person on the phone must be very important to her, or she wouldn't be so excited. He wasn't sure if it was a man or a woman. When Zhou Jianjun thought it might be a man, his smile disappeared. He felt a bit worried, like someone was trying to take away his precious little vegetable. Oh, he just remembered he forgot to ask whether the person on the phone was a man or a woman. He decided to find a time later to ask. Gu Qinghe had been thinking about calling Zhou Yanqiu all day. Last night, he looked at that letter several times until he was so sleepy he had to go to bed. Today, after finishing his training at the army, he went home early. Seeing that his parents hadn't come back yet and his sister was resting in her room, he finally dialed the number he remembered. It was the village phone. After dialing, Gu Qinghe asked to speak to Zhou Yanqiu. The person on the other end told him to call back in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Gu Qinghe waited anxiously for the time to pass. He was so nervous that even though he was known for being cold and tough during training, his palms were sweating with tension. Watching the clock on the wall slowly move, Gu Qinghe felt for the first time that time was moving too slowly. Zhou Yanqiu ran all the way to the brigade office and saw Zhou Xingbang. She asked, "Second uncle, do you have my phone call?" Zhou Xingbang looked at her and smiled. "Yes, there was a call for you just now." It was from the Yanjing military district. The voice sounded like a young man. "I told him to call back in 20 minutes. He looked at his watch and said with a smile, 10 minutes left. You came pretty quickly." Zhou Yanqiu felt a little embarrassed and blushed. Zhou Xingbang stood up. "I'll go for a walk outside. You can just stay here and answer the phone." Zhou Yanqiu nodded quickly. "Okay, thank you, second uncle." After Zhou Xingbang left, she felt relieved. Otherwise, when Brother Qinghe called later, with the second grandfather listening nearby, it would have been awkward to say certain things. Now the second grandfather wisely left, and she understood it was to give her space. Zhou Xingbang is very clever, otherwise, he wouldn't have been village chief for so many years. On the other side of the phone was a young man, a girl's family member. She was probably shy and felt it was not suitable to stay here. Meanwhile, Gu Qinghe kept checking the time, and Zhou Yanqiu did the same. Both sides were anxiously waiting. Gu Qinghe saw that the time was almost up, so he eagerly picked up the phone and dialed. He didn't notice that his hand was slightly trembling. The phone rang twice. Zhou Yanqiu swallowed hard but quickly picked up the phone like a swift snake. She held the phone to her ear and heard a cold, tense voice on the other end. "Hello, Yanqiu?" Hearing this voice, Zhou Yanqiu momentarily lost focus. Her eyes reddened, almost shedding tears. "It's me. Is this Brother Qinghe?" A clear, melodious voice like a nightingale responded. Gu Qinghe clenched the phone tightly. That was her voice, the voice of the girl he thought about day and night. His throat tightened, and his thin lips moved slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Listening to the breathing on the other end, Zhou Yanqiu felt an unprecedented sense of peace. After a wave of strange emotions, she chuckled softly. Luckily, no one was around now, or her smile might have enchanted everyone. Her eyes now looked as gentle as spring water, her eyebrows slightly raised like willow leaves, and her fair face flushed with a hint of spring red, so attractive. Finally, the girl connected with her long-lost loved one after many years. After a brief rush of emotion, she started talking non-stop. "Brother Qinghe, you've been gone for more than 2 years. You don't know how much I've missed you during these years. I am now living with my grandmother. Blah, blah, blah. I am taking care of a little white tiger and a chubby squirrel. Blah, blah, blah. A few days ago, I caught some enemies on the mountain. I am so brave. Blah, blah, blah. By the way, you don't know, last time I sent you some mountain goods, and the postal workers immediately noticed. They have a special holiday benefit at the post office, which includes 4 items. I just delivered them yesterday. Have you eaten them? Are they tasty?" Yuan Xiu kept talking non-stop. On the phone, Gu Qinghe smiled and responded now and then. He was thinking about how happy the girl sounded, and gradually, he formed a clear image of her in his mind. After talking for a while, Yuan Xiu stopped and carefully asked, "Brother Qinghe, are you listening?" Gu Qinghe quickly answered. Yes, yes, I'm listening. Yuan Xiao, I miss you very much. I'm glad you're having such a good and happy time at your grandmother's house. It makes me feel at ease. It sounds so fun where you are. I've been thinking about visiting to see the little white tiger, the sky pavilion, and of course you. After saying this, he felt something was a bit off and added seriously, Yuan Xiao, next time you face danger, don't go alone. Remember to call the police or ask for help. Yuan Xiao wanted to say she was very capable, that wild boars and wolves in the mountain weren't her match, but she swallowed her words and obediently said, Brother Qinghe, I understand. Gu Qinghe continued, I just received the things you sent yesterday. Your future mother-in-law immediately recognized they were good stuff. Today, she plans to cook that flying dragon for dinner. She also wants to share some monkey head mushrooms and matsutake with my grandpa and grandpa. I'll deliver them to them later. Yuan Xiao quickly asked, That's not enough, right? I'll send more to the county tomorrow. There are still many at home. Gu Qinghe hurriedly said, No. Keep them for yourself or sell them for money. Yes, the usually straightforward Captain Gu was starting to feel a bit shy. Yuan Xiao was anxious. What do you mean, Brother Qinghe? Just say it directly. Can you go to the county and take 2 photos to send to me? My mom wants to see you. When Yuan Xiao heard the word photo, she was momentarily stunned. She had truly forgotten that she could take pictures. After hearing Gu Qinghe's words, she blushed a little. Just your mom wants to see? Don't you want to see too? Gu Qinghe touched his nose, feeling a bit guilty for being caught out. All right, I admit it. I really want to see you, so Zhou Yanqiu chuckled. Okay, I understand. The day after tomorrow, I'll go to the photo studio in the city to take some pictures. Once they're developed, I'll give them to you. Is that okay? Gu Qinghe's eyes lit up. Sure, of course. She didn't see that after she agreed. Gu Qinghe on the other side broke into a big, silly smile, as if he was a simpleton. If his subordinates saw him, they wouldn't believe their eyes. The usually cold and serious Captain Gu was smiling so foolishly. Zhou Yanqiu's lively eyes twinkled as she playfully said, But I have a condition. Gu Qinghe immediately became serious. What condition? Yanqiu, just tell me. As long as I can do it, I'll agree. Zhou Yanqiu giggled.
It's
to exchange your photo for something. Gu Qinghe relaxed, thinking it was nothing serious. He had already taken the photos a few days ago, and they should be ready to develop soon. He was planning to find time to send them to her. He quickly agreed. No problem. I took the photos a few days ago, and they're almost developed. I plan to send them to you soon. Zhou Yanqiu was happy inside. Once you get the photos, send them to me right away. Absolutely. As soon as I get the photos, I'll send them out the same day. They chatted for a while longer, then reluctantly ended the call. After hanging up, Zhou Yanqiu felt a little disappointed. When she got home, she didn't feel like studying anymore. At dinner, Zhou Jianjun casually asked, Yanqiu, who is it that called you this afternoon? Zhou Yanqiu almost choked. Her grandma quickly patted her back and glared at Zhou Jianjun. Why ask during dinner? Can't you wait until after we finish eating? You've made Yanqiu cough. Li Guiyun also rolled her eyes at him. Zhou Jianjun felt wronged. Who did he offend? After a while, Zhou Yanqiu calmed down. She thought it over and realized that since her uncle had already guessed, it was better to be honest and give the family a heads up in advance. Cough, grandma, uncle, auntie, the person who called me this afternoon is a very good friend of mine. We met when he came to Wangjia village as a young worker. Now he is in the military. Zhou Yanqiu looked up and saw her grandma, uncle, and aunt all putting down their bowls and looking at her. She smiled and said, What's wrong with you all? Come on, eat your food. The 3 exchanged glances. Zhou Yanqiu couldn't hold back any longer. Oh, grandma, auntie, uncle, please don't beat around the bush. Just ask directly if you have questions. I'm not a kid anymore. Li Guiyun cleared her throat. All right, I'll ask then. Yanqiu, are you seeing this person? Are you dating him? Zhou Yanqiu explained. Annie, his name is Gu Qinghe. We're kind of dating now, but it's not official yet. Still, I don't think there's a big problem. Uncle Zhou Jianjun asked, Is Gu Qinghe from Yanjing?
How old is he? How tall?
Do you have a photo? What does his family do? Zhou Yanqiu honestly answered. He's from Yanjing, 3 years older than me. He's over 1.8 meters tall. I don't have a photo right now, but I will soon. His family seems to be in the military too. Grandma asked, "What do you think of this Gu? Is he good to you?" A gentle look appeared in Zhou Yanqiu's eyes. "Grandma, he treats me very well. If we really decide to be serious, I'll bring him to meet you first." "I want you, Uncle, and Auntie to help me check him out," the three replied together. "Good, good. Bring him home so we can meet him." They were worried that Zhou Yanqiu might be tricked by sweet words. Although she was smart and capable, people's hearts are hard to read. Over the years, many girls in the village had been deceived by young workers' sweet talk and ended up in sad situations. They also worried that Zhou Yanqiu might meet someone like that, but they didn't dare say it directly. Because people in love often can't tell who's genuine and who's not. But it seemed that their Yanqiu was clear-headed. She knew to bring Gu Qinghe home for them to see first. Otherwise, they might stay awake worrying all night. In fact, tonight Zhou Jianjun didn't sleep well. He kept worrying if Zhou Yanqiu had been tricked and what kind of person Gu Qinghe really was. He wondered if Gu was just a smooth-talking scammer. He didn't fall asleep until almost 2 a.m., when the rooster was about to crow. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Zhou Yanqiu told her grandmother she was going up the mountain with Xiaobai and Tianfeng. She also carried a basket on her back. She planned to go up the mountain to see if she could find a herd of deer. She knew that deer antler was a good thing, so she wanted to see if she could find some. The Compendium of Materia Medica says that deer antler can strengthen the kidneys, improve blood, and make muscles and bones stronger. Even her grandmother could eat it, and her uncle, and Gu Qinghe, as well as her grandfather and maternal grandfather. She wanted to try her luck on the mountain. It would be great if she could find a few male deer with antlers. That way, she would have enough deer antler. Zhou Yanqiu carried her basket and passed along the village road. She met some village women she didn't know well. She just nodded and kept walking toward the mountain. Behind her, she heard the women whispering, "Oh, wow. Jianjun's niece is getting more and more beautiful. She really looks like a fairy. Don't just look at her looks. She's very capable too. I heard she often catches wild chickens and rabbits from the mountain. Have you seen how good Jianjun's meals are lately? They smell so delicious. I can't help but drool. This girl must be quite grown up now. I wonder if anyone has said anything. If someone could marry her, they'd be dreaming happily. Yeah, I wonder who would be so lucky. My nephew is about her age and looks pretty decent. Maybe I should talk to him. Dream on. Your nephew is a lazy good-for-nothing. He doesn't stand a chance. What's so funny about that? Whether it works or not, we should ask first. Unlike you, who wouldn't even dare to ask. Ugh, this old woman dares to talk like that to me. Just wait. I'll tear your mouth apart." Zhou Yanqiu faintly heard their conversation but didn't pay much attention. As long as she didn't want to be bothered, no one could control her. Zhou Yanqiu ignored her aunt's gossip behind her. They only liked to gossip about this, and without it, they might not even enjoy their meals. She led Xiaobai and Tianfeng up the mountain. These little animals are quite hardy. Even in winter, they aren't afraid of the cold because of their thick fur. Humans, however, are different. Even she is now wearing a thick cotton coat. Such thick clothing makes climbing trees a bit harder, but she still moves faster than most people. She headed straight into the deep forest, where no deer herds would be found around here. Soon, she arrived at the tree where she had previously encountered the seven-colored heavenly python. She paused out of habit to look around but didn't see the little creature. It seemed to have been frightened away earlier, possibly moved to a different place. Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit annoyed with herself. Such a rare little thing. Why didn't she secretly put it into her space and tame it slowly? She sighed, wishing she had thought of that at the time. Looking at the pine and cypress trees, she remembered that she had poured spiritual spring water on them a few days ago. Today, they looked even greener and taller, showing stronger vitality. She couldn't help but marvel at the power of the spiritual spring water. It worked wonders on these animals and plants. She took out another handful of the spring water and sprinkled it at the roots of the tree. A breeze blew, causing the pine and cypress to sway gently, as if thanking her. After finishing, Zhou Yanqiu waved at Tianpeng on the tree. Tianpeng, let's go. Suddenly, Tianpeng almost exploded with alarm, letting out a loud cry and jumping from the tree directly onto Zhou Yanqiu. She was startled and immediately became alert. Tianpeng's reaction clearly indicated it had sensed a great threat. She squinted, then her eyes lit up. A rainbow-colored ribbon appeared before her eyes, right on this pine and cypress tree. It was the seven-colored heavenly python. What a surprise! She had searched everywhere and finally found it without much effort. She kept her eyes fixed on the rainbow-colored python. Her master's instructions could finally be fulfilled. She took out a pill from her space, the antidote her master had prepared for the seven-colored heavenly python, and swallowed it. Now she wouldn't have to worry about the snake venom. This colorful sky serpent crawled down from the tree, eagerly heading toward the spot where she had just sprinkled spiritual spring water. There was a small puddle at the tree's roots that hadn't soaked into the ground. The serpent quickly reached the puddle and dipped its entire head into the water. It opened its mouth wide and drank the remaining spiritual spring water eagerly. Soon, the shallow puddle seeped into the ground, but the colorful serpent still seemed a bit reluctant to leave. It lifted its head and looked at Zhou Yanqiu. Its belly moved, and it suddenly made a sound. Wow, the sound was high-pitched and childish, like a baby crying just after birth. Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu was stunned. Then she felt a shiver run down her spine. She had never heard of a snake making sounds before. She carefully looked at the colorful sky serpent. Its small eyes shone with rainbow colors, like a beautiful gemstone, gorgeous and noble. She had never seen any animal with such beautiful eyes, nor had she heard of such a thing. Moreover, she saw affection in the serpent's eyes. Zhou Yanqiu doubted herself. She and this colorful serpent were not familiar, and last time she almost heard it. Normally, when they met again, they should be enemies. Could it be the spiritual spring water in the space? That was possible. The spring water has a strong attraction for intelligent creatures. Even if this colorful serpent was rare, it was just a strange snake. The temptation of the spring water was too strong to resist. Zhou Yanqiu had an idea. This colorful serpent was precious and beautiful. If she could keep it as a pet, that would be great. She made up her mind and decided to try. She had taken antidote in advance, and with the spring water present, even if she got bitten, it probably wouldn't be a big problem. Plus, with her skills, as long as she was careful, the snake's speed shouldn't be able to bite her. She slowly crouched down, watching the serpent carefully, so as not to scare it away. She took a small bowl from her space, poured half a bowl of spring water into it, and placed it on the ground. Then she stepped back 2 steps. Now it was up to the serpent whether to take the bait. Anyway, Zhou Yanqiu was determined not to let this colorful serpent go today. Otherwise, who knew when she would see it again? The colorful sky python saw the water in the bowl and widened its eyes. It looked at Zhou Yanqiu blankly, then crawled toward the bowl of spiritual spring water in a snake-like slithering motion. Then its belly moved again and it made a wow sound. This time, Zhou Yanqiu felt she actually understood what the colorful sky python was saying. It was thanking her. After finishing its call, the python slowly stuck its head into the bowl and started drinking. It showed no sign of being cautious. Zhou Yanqiu watched it drink, while the Tianpeng on her shoulder looked at the python as if facing a great danger. If she weren't here, the Tianpeng probably would have run away long ago. The python drank slowly, taking about 5 minutes to finish half a bowl of spiritual spring water. It drank every drop, and its belly slightly bulged afterward. Once done, the python paused briefly, then slowly crawled toward Zhou Yanqiu. She tensed up, unsure what the python's movement meant, but it was exactly what she hoped for. She kept her eyes very alert, watching the colorful python carefully. Luckily, it didn't show any signs of attacking. Instead, she saw a gentle affection in its eyes. After hesitating a moment, she slowly reached out her hand and softly said, "Little snake, come onto my hand." This was a very bold move, considering that the colorful sky python was extremely venomous. Most people wouldn't dare approach such a beautiful yet dangerous creature, even with an antidote. The python hesitated briefly, then slowly moved onto Zhou Yanqiu's hand. She remained completely still, her muscles tense. If the python opened its fangs or showed signs of biting, she was ready to strike at its vital points immediately. The python crawled across her palm without stopping. Zhou Yanqiu felt that the spot where the python moved was as comfortable as the finest warm jade in her hand, especially in this cold winter, an incredibly pleasant feeling. The python reached her wrist, wrapped around it twice, crossing its body, and then bit its own tail, fixing itself in place. Zhou Yanqiu was surprised to see the beautiful little snake coiled around her wrist. The snake was as thick as a little finger and wrapped around her wrist twice. From afar, it looked like a rare, colorful jade bracelet. Zhou Yanqiu didn't expect the colorful heavenly python to treat her wrist as its territory and boldly occupy it. She stood there in silence for 5 minutes, not moving at all. Only after the snake showed no signs of action did she relax. The colorful heavenly python was on her wrist, making her feel like she was wearing a top-quality warm jade bracelet, comfortable and beautiful. She didn't know why, even though it was a snake, it felt so smooth. Its scales seemed to be seamlessly connected, as if one piece. Zhou Yanqiu gently lifted her right hand and stroked the colorful python on her left wrist. The feeling was wonderful. Since she sensed the snake was not hostile, she decided to let it stay coiled on her wrist for now, as if it were a precious warm jade bracelet. Finding this colorful python today was a happy surprise. Even if she didn't find deer antlers, it was worth it. Deer antlers can be found anytime, but this colorful python is extremely rare. After calming her mind, Zhou Yanqiu took Tianpeng and continued toward the tiger's den. She hadn't seen the tiger for several days. This time, she planned to give it a sip of spiritual spring water and then let it take Little White along. Little White was still learning hunting skills, so it needed the tiger's guidance. After leaving the tiger, she took Tianpeng to look for a herd of deer. Perhaps it was good luck today. Soon after leaving the tiger's den, she spotted a herd of about a dozen deer. Among them, 3 or 4 male deer had grown about a foot-long set of antlers, with fuzzy velvet still on them. Perfect for harvesting. The herd was peacefully grazing on dry grass and shrub branches, unaware that danger was approaching. Zhou Yanqiu took out 2 small stones, aimed carefully at 2 male deer with long antlers. Each of these males weighed over 100 jin, about 55 kilograms. They were young, with tender meat, and their yellow-brown antlers were over a foot long, with 4 or 5 tines. These were the ones. After aiming carefully, she flicked her wrist, and 2 stones shot out like bullets, hitting 2 male deer. As the deer fell with loud cries, the rest of the herd panicked and ran away in all directions. Zhou Yanqiu didn't stop them. She already had enough with these 2 deer. She took out her prepared knife and saw, holding the fallen deer's head. Ignoring the deer's screams, she quickly sawed off the antler from the root. A little blood flowed from the serrated part of the antler. Cutting antlers is best done while the deer is alive. After cutting, she threw the antler into the spirit spring space. Following the same method, she sawed off the other deer's antler as well. In total, she collected 4 antlers, each weighing about 5 pounds. These are rare and valuable items. As for the 2 deer, she thought about breaking their limbs and throwing them into the space. How to deal with them later could be decided another time. Her goal for this mountain trip was achieved. But since it was still early, she didn't plan to leave the mountain now. The mountain was quiet and a good place for studying. She looked at the 7-colored heavenly python on her wrist. The small commotion earlier didn't disturb it. It was quietly acting as a bracelet. Having it on her wrist was a good choice, as long as she trained it not to bite people randomly. Zhou Yanqiu suddenly moved and took Tianpeng into the space. She brought the 4 antlers into the courtyard of the space. She found a basin and soaked the antlers in spirit spring water to enhance their effectiveness. They would soak for a day, then dry them out tomorrow. Inside the space, Tianpeng found a place to play on its own. Zhou Yanqiu went straight to the study and sat at the large desk. Here, she felt more focused and learned more effectively. As she sat down, she felt her wrist loosen. She looked up and saw the seven-colored heavenly python had loosened from her left wrist and climbed onto the purple sandalwood table, curling up and curiously looking around. She looked at the colorful python and thought about giving it a name. She reached out her hand to the little snake. The seven-colored python understood and climbed from the table onto her hand, curling up in her palm. Zhou Yanqiu raised her hand. The snake lifted its head to look at her. The two of them just stared quietly at each other. Zhou Yanqiu tilted her head slightly and gently tapped her finger on the small, colorful snake. Let's give you a name. How about Tianlong? It sounds powerful, right? She smiled softly and called out twice. Tianlong, Tianlong. The colorful snake seemed to recognize its name. Its eyes brightened and its belly moved as if excited. From now on, you can't bite anyone without my permission, understand? Zhou Yanqiu gently tapped its small head again, giving a warning. The snake's colorful pupils blinked a few times, as if understanding, and it nodded lightly. She wasn't sure if it truly understood, but she decided to be more careful. After all, this snake was more dangerous than a tiger. Getting bitten by a tiger might not be fatal, but a bite from this snake could be deadly. There wouldn't be time to save her. Seeing that Tianlong seemed to understand her words, Zhou Yanqiu became interested and gave it a few commands. She stretched out her arm. Tianlong, come onto my wrist. The snake tilted its head, thought for a moment, then crawled onto her left wrist, forming a bracelet shape. Come onto my shoulder. Come onto my hand. Try calling out to it. After a series of simple commands, Zhou Yanqiu realized how clever Tianlong was, no less than a 10-year-old child. She repeatedly told it not to bite, and when she saw it seemed to understand, she relaxed. She wouldn't dare let it meet people otherwise. What if it suddenly bit someone? That would cause big trouble. Seeing how well-behaved Tianlong was, Zhou Yanqiu rewarded it with some spiritual spring water. Then she let it stay on the table while she took out her master's traditional Chinese medicine book to read. She quickly immersed herself in reading in her space. The study room was quiet, with only the occasional flipping of pages. Unconsciously, several hours passed. Zhou Yanqiu finished a book, rubbed her eyes, and stretched lazily. She took out her watch to check the time, almost time. She reached forward. Tianlong, come onto my wrist. Once Tianlong settled on her wrist, she called out to Tianpeng, who was outside playing happily, and then left the space. After leaving the space, Zhou Yanqiu led Tianpeng and Tianlong toward the lair of the fat tiger. Tianpeng still feels a bit afraid of Tianlong. Tianlong is coiled around her left wrist, while Tianpeng stands on her right shoulder, trying to stay as far away as possible. It seems she knows how fierce Tianlong can be, but Zhou Yanqiu doesn't interfere much. They're still getting used to each other. Once they are familiar, it will be fine. The little animals following her are very smart. Even if they're slow at first, the spiritual spring water helps them gain wisdom quickly. Soon, they will become more intelligent and comfortable with each other. They soon arrive at the fat tiger's lair. Fat Tiger is teaching two small tiger cubs, Little White and Little Yellow, how to hunt.
Pounce. Bite.
Tail sweep. Fat Tiger teaches seriously. Little White and Little Yellow follow carefully. Compared to Fat Tiger's powerful moves, the two cubs are still very young and inexperienced. They only look the part, and their calls are still soft and childish, so they wouldn't scare prey. Thanks to the spiritual spring water, Fat Tiger's body is stronger and bigger. His presence is more intimidating, and he is still growing. It's clear he has benefited a lot from the spiritual spring water. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu arrive, Fat Tiger and the cubs quickly come over. Tianlong on her wrist twitches slightly and opens his eyes to look, then ignores her again. She pets Fat Tiger's head and pours another bowl of spiritual spring water for him. Little Yellow also knows it's good stuff and rushes to drink with Fat Tiger. Little White is held in her arms. She plans to give it some water when they get home, so it won't have to compete with Fat Tiger and the others here. Zhou Yanqiu carries Little White down the mountain. Fat Tiger and Little Yellow, one big and one small, watch her leave until she's out of sight, then return to their lair to continue drinking the spiritual spring water. Gu Qinghe, after finishing a call with Zhou Yanqiu yesterday, has been excited all day. Even while in the army, he kept a slight smile, as if good news had just arrived. His subordinates almost thought their commander Gu had been replaced. The next day, Gu Qinghe brought a pound of monkey head mushrooms and dried matsutake to his grandfather and grandmother. He didn't stop smiling the whole time he was delivering the gifts. His grandparents were curious and asked what was going on. Was he promoted? Did he get rich? Seeing her smile like this, I realize I've never seen my granddaughter or grandson so happy before. Just like when she first got married. She didn't say a word, just put down 2 things and ran back inside. After sending things off, Gu Qinghe returned home. By then, Zhao Lingwei had already come back and was cooking a flying dragon, adding monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. As Gu Qinghe pushed the door open, a delicious smell filled the air, and he couldn't help but say, "It smells so good." "What's that aroma?" Zhao Lingwei came out of the kitchen. "It's the wild game your little friend sent over, with some mountain herbs added. I didn't expect it to be so tasty. It's really fragrant." Zhao Lingwei clasped her hands in front of her chest and said happily, lost in the aroma. At this moment, Gu Qingling came out of her room. She was resting inside but couldn't resist the tempting smell and eagerly came down to see what delicious food it was. Gu Qinghe quickly went over to support his sister and sat down beside the sofa. "Sis, why not rest a little longer? Let's wait until the meal is ready." Gu Qingling smiled. "I was sleeping upstairs, but the smell woke me up. I couldn't sleep, so I came down. The aroma makes my mouth water." Gu Qinghe was surprised. His sister, who had been unwell and had no appetite for years, rarely ate much even of good food. If it weren't for the family watching her and encouraging her to eat more at every meal, she probably would only eat once a day, if that. And this was after her health had improved significantly. In the past, her condition was much worse. But Gu Qinghe didn't expect his usually picky sister to suddenly show such a strong desire to eat. It was a big surprise, but also a reason to be happy. His sister wanted to eat. That was a great sign. As long as she eats more, her health can slowly get better. Zhao Lingwei also came over, excitedly looking at Gu Qingling. "Good girl, do you want to eat something?" Gu Qingling didn't know why, but after smelling the aroma, she suddenly felt a strong desire to eat. She nodded honestly, knowing her health worried everyone, and she didn't want to cause trouble. She also wanted to eat a little more at each meal, not wanting everyone to worry about her, but her body was resisting the food. However, she didn't expect that this time the stew would actually make her hungry. Her mouth was watering quickly, and she was eager to eat. Gu Qingling said, "Mom, this stew smells so good." "I feel a little hungry," Zhao Lingwei quickly replied. "Qingling, wait a moment. I'll serve you some to try first." She then went into the kitchen, took a small bowl, and scooped out a piece of chicken leg from the hot pot. She poured half a bowl of soup, thought for a moment, and added 2 slices of mushroom and matsutake. Carefully, she brought it out and placed it in front of Gu Qingling with anticipation. "Qingling, try it carefully, it's hot." Seeing the fragrant meat soup with a chicken leg and slices of mushroom and matsutake inside, it looked very tempting. Her stomach reacted first, making a loud gurgling sound. "Mom, I'll eat now," Zhao Lingwei hurriedly said. "Eat first, eat first." "Be careful, it's hot," Gu Qinghe also said. "Sister, don't worry about us. You eat first." Gu Qingling lowered her head, picked up a small spoon, scooped some soup, blew on it twice, and slowly drank it. Zhao Lingwei and Gu Qinghe watched nervously, their mouths slightly open in anticipation. When Gu Qingling took a spoonful of soup, her eyes shone with a craving for the food. It was so delicious. Every pore on her body was eager for this tasty meal. Gu Qingling quickly scooped another spoonful, then another. In the stunned eyes of Gu Qinghe and Zhao Lingwei, she finished the entire bowl of meat, mushroom slices, and matsutake. "Mom, it's so delicious. I want more. After finishing, Gu Qingling pushed the bowl forward as if she had achieved something great. Zhao Lingwei's voice trembled. All right, all right. Mom will serve you more now. Let me do it, Gu Qinghe said first, grabbing the bowl and rushing to the kitchen. He added another chicken leg and a few more slices of mushroom and matsutake. After Gu Qingling took it, she immediately started eating again. After finishing that bowl, she was covered in sweat, but she felt much lighter and more energetic. After eating 3 bowls, Gu Qingling finally put down her bowl and stopped eating. She was already full. She sighed happily. That was so good. I feel so full. Gu Qingling ate until she was full, then set her bowl down and comfortably closed her eyes for a moment. Her hand rested on her stomach, which was a little swollen. Zhao Lingwei and Gu Qinghe were both very happy. This was such great news. Zhao Lingwei's eyes were a little red with joy. She had worried so much about her daughter. Although her life was saved this time after being brought back from another place, the problem of eating had been a big challenge. She didn't want to eat anything. Unexpectedly, the small gift from her son's rural girlfriend made her very hungry. At this moment, Zhao Lingwei's opinion of Gu Qinghe's rural girlfriend improved greatly, and she became very curious. Such delicious food must be hard to get even for hunters in the countryside. How did she manage to bring so much? But now wasn't the time to think about that. Zhao Lingwei stood up and said to Gu Qinghe, Son, you should thank that girl properly this time. Prepare some gifts to send her. Do you understand? Gu Qinghe nodded. Mom, I understand. I have it in mind. He planned to send all his secret savings to the girl. As a man, giving a salary to his fiancée shouldn't be a problem, right? Zhao Lingwei brought out a pot of hot soup. Its rich aroma spread out, making both of their mouths water. Mom, shall we each have a bowl to try? Zhao Lingwei hesitated for a moment, thinking about whether to keep all this for Gu Qingling. But looking at the remaining soup in the pot, she decided otherwise. All right, let's try this rare delicacy. Both of them served themselves a bowl of soup, which contained 2 slices of mushroom and matsutake. After finishing the bowl, they looked at the empty bowls silently. After a long while, Zhao Lingwei tentatively asked, Son, do you think we gave your grandfather and your uncle's family 2 jean of dried goods? Maybe it's too much. Should you go back and check if it was a mistake? Maybe bring back 1 jean? Gu Qinghe's forehead twitched with a dark line. Mom, I won't go. I can't speak up. You go, or Qing Shan can go. Just joking, the things I sent yesterday, and now I go to get them back. What's going on? At this moment, Gu Yuanchao returned. He sniffed twice and said, What's that smell? It smells so good. Then he saw the pot of soup on the table. What kind of soup is this? It smells so nice. Have you all tasted it? Serve me a bowl too. After saying that, he sat on the sofa. Zhao Lingwei immediately took the pot back to the kitchen. No eating. Seeing Zhao Lingwei's attitude, Gu Yuanchao was puzzled. He looked at Gu Qinghe. What's wrong with my mom? I didn't do anything to upset her. Gu Qinghe smiled secretly. My mom wants to keep this soup for my sister to eat. Looks like we won't get to enjoy it. Gu Yuanchao was surprised and sat up straight. Your sister likes to eat this. Gu Qinghe was about to answer when Gu Qingling, who was resting nearby, opened her eyes. She raised 3 fingers at Gu Yuanchao. Drank 3 bowls. Gu Yuanchao also took a deep breath. He knew his daughter's appetite, but he didn't expect her to drink 3 bowls at once. Could this soup really be some kind of magic potion? If Zhou Yanqiu knew about this, she would definitely praise him. Before slicing, the lion's mane mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms were washed thoroughly to remove dust and dirt. The water used for washing was taken from the household water tank, which contained spiritual spring water added by Zhou Yanqiu. The situation with the flying dragon was similar. That's why these ingredients are so delicious and effective. No one knows where this spiritual spring water comes from, but it has such great benefits for the body. Even Grandma's wrinkles on her face have reduced significantly in recent days. Her hair is gradually turning black again, and she's walking much more lightly. The tired, old look she had when Zhou Yanqiu first saw her is gone. Gu Gu Qingling's body was severely lacking in vitality, but this spiritual spring water just happened to nourish and fill in the gaps. It was a perfect remedy. And this was just after washing with diluted spiritual spring water. The effects were already visible. If Gu Qingling drank the spring water directly, the results would be even more obvious. Gu Yuanchao looked at Gu Qingling. Her once pale face now had a touch of color, no longer looking so sickly pale. He felt relieved, thinking there was no problem with the soup. Where did you buy the ingredients for the soup? Buy more next time. Gu Yuanchao thought the ingredients in the soup were bought outside. Zhao Lingwei walked over and rolled her eyes at him. I gave you money, so you go buy it. This was sent by your son's rural little friend. Do you have a place to buy it? You didn't even like her before. From now on, don't eat things sent by her. Gu Yuanchao looked embarrassed. He really didn't know. Gu Qinghe watched his father get scolded and felt secretly happy. Serves him right for trying to introduce a girl to him earlier.
Haha, he deserved it.
But the soup was really delicious. After drinking it, his whole body felt warm and cozy. He even felt a little sleepy. Looking over, he saw Gu Qingling already lying on the sofa, asleep. Dad, sister is asleep. I'll carry her upstairs to sleep. Okay, be careful. Don't wake her up. Gu Qinghe carefully carried Gu Qingling back to her room. Zhao Lingwei quietly followed. After Gu Qinghe placed her on the bed, she gently took off her shoes and covered her with a blanket. Downstairs, Gu Yuanchao sat in the living room, staring eagerly at the soup pot. Feeling a bit shy, he said to Gu Qinghe, Qinghe, since your sister likes this, can you ask your rural little friend from the northeast to send some more? Don't worry, we'll pay a high price. Gu Qinghe wanted to refuse. He thought it wasn't easy for Yan Qiu to get such wild ingredients, but seeing his sister happily eating earlier, he softened his heart. We still have some now. Let's wait a few days. He planned to mention it in a letter when he sent something to Yan Qiu in a few days. He looked at the dried goods at home, morel mushrooms and matsutake. She had said in her last letter that she sold a lot to the post office, so there should still be some at home. But before he could send the letter, his grandparents and his maternal grandparents came over one after another. They had tasted the morel mushrooms and matsutake his grandson-in-law, had sent last time. Seeing that there wasn't much left, they hurried over to ask where they bought them. They wanted to buy some too. From now on, this would be a family staple dish. After Gu Qinghe's grandparents arrived home, they asked about the monkey head mushrooms and matsutake. They learned these were sent from Gu Qinghe's rural hometown. No wonder I've never tasted such delicious mushrooms in this city. There's simply nothing like this in Yanjing City. Feeling a bit disappointed, I still hoped Gu Qinghe could buy more if possible. The next day, after Zhou Yanqiu returned from the mountain, she took out 2 pieces of deer antlers soaked in spiritual spring water all day. She handed them to Zhou Jianjun with a smile, saying, Uncle, I met a herd of deer on the mountain yesterday and got these deer antlers. You can dry them. One for you and Andy and one for Grandma. They can help improve health. Zhou Jianjun was surprised as he took the antlers. These are good stuff and can sell for a good price. Just keep one for Grandma and sell the other. We don't need this kind of thing. Zhou Yanqiu pretended to be angry. No, we can't sell them. These are my way of showing respect to you and Andy. Our family isn't short of money now, so why sell?
Keep them for yourselves.
Zhou Jianjun was touched and smiled happily. All right, I'll listen to you, Yanqiu. We won't sell them. We'll keep them to eat. Yanqiu has grown up and cares about her uncle. He joked a bit, then hung the antlers in a cool, ventilated place in the room to dry naturally. The remaining 2 pieces she had were also hung up. Uncle, these 2 too. When they dry, I'll have use for them. Zhou Jianjun didn't ask what they were for, but happily agreed. Since the weather is cold, drying will take a bit longer, at least 10 days. She was planning to go to the county the day after tomorrow to take photos, pick up He Jing from the hospital, and then go see Zhang Yuanbiao, who was executed. Once the photos are developed, it will take a few days. By then, the deer antlers will be almost dry, just in time to send them together. Additionally, her master had given her a task. Over the past few days, Zhou Yanqiu spent a lot of effort on making wooden dolls. Because acupuncture points must be precise, she couldn't afford to be careless. She reviewed everything multiple times, and next, she would practice. I don't know how my master will have me practice, but just thinking about it makes me very excited. This is really the start of learning traditional Chinese medicine skills. Legend says that skilled Chinese doctors can stop bleeding with a silver needle, revive people with acupuncture, and some can treat most common illnesses with just a few silver needles. It's truly amazing. Yanqing thought if she could master acupuncture, she would be so happy. She also wants to become a doctor as talented as that. The next day, she was free and didn't go up the mountain. She stayed at home reading books and studying a wooden doll. Now, she has memorized all the meridians and acupoints on the wooden doll very well, keeping them firmly in her mind. At dinner, Yanqing mentioned her plans to go to the county town tomorrow. Zhou Jianjun agreed right away. Since Yanqing is learning medicine from Old Chui, she often needs to go to the county town. Before bed, she took care of Little White and Tianping. These two little creatures now sleep cuddled together at night, which is very cute. As for the colorful heavenly python and Tianlong, she was worried her uncles might be concerned, so she temporarily kept them in the Lingquan space. So, her uncles still don't know that the rare colorful heavenly python has become her little pet. Later, she lay in bed talking with her grandma for a while before falling asleep. Her grandma's health has improved a lot, and she feels very energetic. Grandma said she now feels as good as she did when she was young, even able to earn 10 work points outside. Because of this, after drinking Lingquan water at night, Grandma didn't fall asleep as quickly as before. Her body has almost fully recovered and feels a bit younger. After Grandma fell asleep, Yanqing thought about her plans for tomorrow. After going to the county town, she plans to visit her master with Tianlong. Her master will definitely be happy. She also wants to ask her master about some questions she doesn't understand from the past few days and have him assign her study tasks for the coming days. Then she plans to go to the hospital to pick up He Jing after her discharge. Thinking of this, Yanqing frowned. Where will she go after He Jing is discharged? She isn't sure if everything is arranged properly. Oh well, she'll figure it out later. If necessary, she can help her find a place to stay in the county town first. Anyway, both He Jing and she have money in hand. Perhaps you could ask whether He Jing has attended high school before, or if she enjoys studying. Maybe studying together for college would be a good idea. I don't want to think anymore. I'm going to sleep. Wake up early tomorrow. At 5 a.m., she quietly got up but still ended up waking Grandma. Seeing Grandma wake up, Zhou Yanqiu said, "Grandma, I'm leaving for the county now. Please take care of Little White at home." Grandma rubbed her eyes. "You're leaving so early? Stay a little longer. I'll make you breakfast before you go." Zhou Yanqiu chuckled and gently pushed Grandma back.
No need, Grandma.
I'll just buy 2 buns in town. You can sleep a bit longer. Be careful on the way. I know, Grandma. Don't worry. Zhou Yanqiu slung a cloth bag over her shoulder, putting in a wooden doll and some books. Her teacher might test her on the contents of these books and questions about human body meridians, so it's better to bring them along. The two little creatures had already opened their eyes and were watching her. Zhou Yanqiu greeted Tianping, then patted Little White's head and poured some spiritual spring water into its bowl. Tianping suddenly jumped onto her shoulder. Seeing her push her bicycle and head out, it instinctively jumped into her arms, hiding inside her clothes. Tianlong was also taken out from her space and now rested on her wrist. Tianlong looked like a tiny snake. Besides being beautiful, its body strength was rare. Yesterday, Zhou Yanqiu accidentally saw this little snake get hit by a brick falling from above. She was startled and went to check, but Tianlong was completely fine, no injuries at all. If it had been another snake, it might have been seriously hurt. That's when she realized there was something special about Tianlong. Little White watched Zhou Yanqiu leave with Tianping, feeling envious as the bicycle disappeared. It returned to its food bowl and drank the spiritual spring water one sip at a time. With a hint of sadness in its eyes, it thought, My owner always leaves me behind when they go out. When Zhou Yanqiu left riding her bike, she looked at her watch. It was only 5 a.m. This was the coldest time of day, with temperatures around -20 degrees Celsius. But her rabbit fur gloves and hat kept her warm, and her newly made cotton coat kept her body cozy. Li Guiyun is very skilled with her hands. She made a rabbit fur hat that covers her neck and face completely, leaving only her eyes visible. Even in such cold weather, she feels warm and cozy. At high speed, Zhou Yanqiu rides her bike so fast that she reaches over 30 kilometers per hour when the road is good. When passing through Qingyang town, it's not even 6 o'clock yet and the town's restaurants are still closed. Zhou Yanqiu decides not to stop and plans to have breakfast in the county seat instead. With her speed, she'll reach the county around 7 o'clock, just in time for breakfast. On the way, she sees a jeep stopped on the road. One of its tires is stuck in a ditch more than a foot wide, and it can't move. Two people are pacing nervously nearby. The area is remote, with no shops or houses around, so they can't find anyone to help. One looks like the driver, a young man, and the other is a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Xiao Wang, think of a way quickly. We have a meeting in the city at 9 o'clock, and it's getting late, the middle-aged man says. Mayor Zhao, don't worry. I'll think of something, Xiao Wang replies. In the cold weather, Xiao Wang is sweating as he tries to fix the problem. He moves stones from the roadside to fill the ditch, but it doesn't work. The tires still won't grip, and the car can't get out. They are both anxious and worried. Just then, the sound of a bicycle bell rings out. They both brighten up, someone is coming. They prepare to stop the cyclist and ask for help. Do you need help? A clear, bright voice sounds, and both men feel disappointed. It's a woman. Zhou Yanqiu is riding her bike toward the county seat. She sees the jeep stuck and, out of kindness, asks if she can help. After all, it's not easy to be out and about. The middle-aged man looks at her and sighs. Our car's tire is stuck in the ditch. Miss, you can't help with that, but could you go to the nearby village and call some villagers to help us lift the car? We'll pay you. Zhou Yanqiu thinks to herself that it's not a big deal, just a little help. She pushes her bike to the roadside and walks over to the jeep. I'll try to lift it. Driver, please start the engine, she says. The middle-aged man wanted to stop her. Miss, thank you for your kindness, but this car is too heavy. You really can't lift it. Before he finished, Zhou Yanqiu raised her hands to the bottom edge of the car, tightened her legs, straightened her waist, and lifted her hands upward. Huh. The tire stuck in the mud was lifted off the ground, slightly higher than before. The middle-aged man was stunned. Both of them had tried earlier, two people lifting together, and the heavy jeep barely moved. He quickly called out to the driver. Xiao Wang, start the car quickly. We can get out now. Xiao Wang hurriedly opened the driver's door, started the engine, and with a humming sound, the vehicle slowly moved forward, leaving the deep ditch that had troubled them for so long. They both breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude. Miss, you really helped us a lot. Otherwise, I would have been late for my meeting. I am Zhao Guangming, the county head of Qingyang County. May I ask your name? Zhou Yanqiu didn't expect this unremarkable-looking middle-aged man to be the county head. She didn't have the habit of doing good deeds without recognition. If she could leave a good impression on Zhao Guangming, that would be nice. She replied, Oh, County Head Zhao, I am Zhou Yanqiu from Zhoujia Village, Qingyang Town. It was just a small favor, nothing special. You should go now. Zhao Guangming had urgent matters and didn't waste words. All right, Miss Zhou Yanqiu. If you ever need help, you can come to the county government to find me. As long as it's not against the rules, I will do my best to help. Zhou Yanqiu smiled. Okay, if I really need your help, I will come to the county government to find you. Because Zhao Guangming was in a hurry to attend a meeting in the city, he and Zhou Yanqiu exchanged a few words before getting into the car and leaving quickly. If they didn't hurry, they would be late. Zhou Yanqiu didn't expect that on the way. She would help the county head with a small favor. It only took 3 or 5 minutes from helping to part ways. She felt she hadn't done much, but she had helped Zhao Guangming a lot. This could be a small gain on the road. Who knows when this favor might come in handy? After watching Zhao Guangming and his team drive away, Zhou Yanqiu continued riding her bicycle toward the county town. She arrived in the town before 7 a.m., bought 2 steamed buns at a roadside restaurant for 3 mao, ate them, and then rode to her teacher's house. Looking at the dragon coiled on her wrist, it surprisingly wasn't afraid of the cold. Despite the chilly weather, Zhou Yanqiu gently touched its body and felt a warm, heat-like sensation. It felt completely different from the cold, icy touch of other snakes. After about 10 minutes, she arrived at her master's house. At this moment, old Chui had just finished breakfast outside and was about to make a cup of tea when the doorbell rang. Old Chui paused, wondering who could be knocking so early. He went to the yard and asked, "Who is it so early in the morning?" Zhou Yanqiu answered from outside, "Master, it's me." Hearing it was his young disciple. Old Chui quickly stepped forward and opened the door. "Yanqiu, why are you here so early? Have you eaten breakfast yet?" "Yes, Master, I already had breakfast," Zhou Yanqiu replied with a smile. "Come in quickly, let's warm up inside." "All right, thank you." She pushed her bicycle into the yard and followed Old Chui into the inner room. Old Chui looked at her and stroked his beard. "Do you remember the doll I gave you last time?" Zhou Yanqiu sat up straight. "Master, I remember it very well." Old Chui nodded with satisfaction. He knew his disciple had a good memory, so her answer was expected.
Good.
"Now I'll test you. What are the meridians in the human body?" Without hesitation, Zhou Yanqiu answered, "Master, there are 12 main meridians, 15 collateral meridians, and the 8 extraordinary meridians." Old Chui asked questions one by one, and Zhou Yanqiu responded smoothly. After more than half an hour, Old Chui chuckled. "Not bad. Now I will teach you how to do acupuncture. The technique involves inserting, lifting, twisting, and turning the needle. Different methods produce different effects. Pay close attention and learn carefully." Zhou Yanqiu nodded excitedly. "Master, I will learn seriously and watch carefully." Old Chui took out a box of silver acupuncture needles. Zhou Yanqiu opened her eyes wide and saw that there were at least 20 or 30 needles of various lengths and thicknesses. Old Chui took out a needle and said, "Today, I will teach you the basic techniques of inserting, lifting, twisting, and turning the needle." After that, he demonstrated. Zhou Yanqiu watched closely, her eyes not daring to blink. After half an hour, Old Chui asked, "Do you understand?" Yanking hesitated for a moment, feeling like she had remembered everything. "I think I understand it all." Old Chui chuckled and handed her a silver needle, then rolled up his pant leg. "Come on, try it. Insert the needle into Zasanli, 1 inch into the flesh." Yanking was stunned. "Master, you want me to needle your Zasanli point?" Old Chui said, "Just do it. No need to worry too much. I trust you." She took the silver needle, squatted down, and found the Zasanli point on the outside of Old Chui's lower leg. She placed the needle there, looked up at him. Old Chui nodded slightly. "Yes, that's Zasanli." Yanking clenched her teeth, thought about how Old Chui had just inserted the needle, and then quickly stabbed the silver needle into his Zasanli point. Old Chui's face showed a slight frown as a stabbing pain shot through his leg. He didn't expect his young apprentice to be able to insert the needle on her first try. The silver needle was soft and thin. Most people couldn't push it into the flesh easily. It seemed his apprentice had a real talent for this. However, the needle was a bit too deep. She had inserted it about 1.5 inches, instead of just 1 inch. Yanking looked up nervously at him. "Master, I think I might have inserted it a little too deep." Old Chui nodded and pulled out the silver needle. "You're right. You understand the technique, but you still need more practice. When you go back, keep practicing." He then explained how to practice inserting the needle, suggesting she buy a piece of pigskin for training. He also told her what she would be learning in the next few days and gave her a few more medical books to take home and study. After finishing, Yanking extended her left wrist and smiled. "Master, guess what this is?" Yanking held her wrist out in front of Old Chui, revealing 2 beautiful, colorful bracelets that shimmered like jade but looked even more luxurious. Old Chui looked at the pretty bracelets on his young apprentice's wrist, puzzled. They looked like jade but more exquisite. He asked, Are these jade bracelets? Seeing that her master didn't recognize the colorful, divine serpent pattern on the bracelets, she smiled proudly. Master, don't be too surprised just yet. Old Chui grew more curious. Could there be some special story behind these? While he was feeling confused, he saw Zhou Yanqiu gently tap her colorful jade bracelet on her right wrist. Tianlong, then he noticed a part of the bracelet move slightly. Suddenly, a small pair of eyes opened, shining with rainbow colors. Old Chui was first surprised, then seemed to remember something. He quickly rubbed his eyes. His hands trembled with excitement, and his voice shook as he said, This is the seven-colored heavenly python. Yanqiu, have you found this rainbow python? Zhou Yanqiu reached out her hand, and Tianlong climbed onto her palm, curling up inside her hand and occasionally flicking its tongue. Chirp, chirp. Tianpeng jumped onto her shoulder. Although he had been with Tianlong for 2 days and was less afraid of it, he still didn't dare get too close. Master, I found this by chance a few days ago when I went up the mountain. It started following me afterward, Zhou Yanqiu said simply, not giving many details. Old Chui's eyes reddened slightly. His voice trembled as he said, Yanqiu, you've helped me a lot. Zhou Yanqiu asked curiously, Master, what do you want to do with the rainbow python's venom? Old Chui sighed and turned toward the backyard. Come with me. They went to a house in the backyard. Old Chui opened the door and called, Yanqiu, come here. Zhou Yanqiu followed inside. It was a bedroom with a charcoal fire burning, making the room warm. On the bed was an elderly woman sleeping lightly.
Zhou Yanqiu was surprised.
Master, who is this? Old Chui said, This is your stepmother. A few years ago, she was hit on the head with a brick during exercise and has been unconscious ever since. I've tried many methods and finally, I thought of a solution. I have all the ingredients except for this one, rainbow python venom. He paused. The venom of the rainbow python is extremely toxic, but everything in nature has a balance. When combined with other herbs, the poison is neutralized and can turn into a life-saving medicine. Old Chui explained that he came here because he heard that a rainbow python had been seen in the mountains nearby. He had been bringing people into the mountains several times a year to find it, but had never succeeded. He chuckled. Who would have thought that my little apprentice would become my lucky star in the end? Old Chui smiled as he spoke, tears streaming down his face. Yin Xiu felt a tightness in his heart. Why was his master crying? Master, isn't this a good thing? Old Chui wiped his tears. Sorry to make you laugh. This can be said to have saved your mother-in-law's life, and mine as well. My wife and I grew up together, like childhood sweethearts. We've never argued in our lives. When she was in danger, I felt like the sky was falling. If there was no hope left, I would have gone with her. Yin Xiu didn't expect his master and mother-in-law to have such a deep bond. He hurried to comfort him. Master, the seven-colored sky python has been found, which means your wife-in-law has a chance to be saved. That's good news, and we should be happy. Old Chui smiled again.
It was hope beyond despair.
It seemed this young disciple was truly worth training. This was a sign from heaven. From now on, he would teach Yin Xiu all his skills. Yin Xiu urged, Let's go, master. Don't you need the snake venom from the heavenly dragon? Let's get some out so we can prepare the medicine and wake your wife-in-law sooner. Old Chui's spirit lifted. Let's go to the front hall. In the front hall, Old Chui found a clean small glass test tube and handed it to Yin Xiu. Does it listen to you now? Yin Xiu said, Don't worry, master. The heavenly dragon is very intelligent and has a good spirit. Old Chui finally relaxed, knowing his disciple was capable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let the seven-colored sky python coil around her wrist. That thing was extremely dangerous. Even he didn't dare let the python sit openly on his wrist. Old Chui showed her how to squeeze the venom. First, take the antidote. Then put this glass tube into its mouth and hold its fangs. The venom will be squeezed out. Or, you can hold the snake and I'll do the squeezing. Yin Xiu said, Master, maybe we don't need to be so complicated. Old Chui asked, He saw his young disciple wave the glass tube in front of the seven-colored sky python. Heavenly dragon, I need your venom now. Can you squeeze some into this? Old Chui smiled. In Xiao, you're saying that, but it probably doesn't understand a word of it. After hearing Zhou Yanqiu's words, Tianlong tilted its head and thought for a moment. Then it crawled forward to the glass test tube and bit it. A dark, ink-like venom was squeezed out from its fangs. Unlike the foul smell of ordinary snake venom, Tianlong's venom emitted a strange, refreshing fragrance. Old Chui looked at the venom Tianlong had squeezed out and excitedly patted his thigh. Yes, that's right. According to ancient books, the seven-colored heavenly python is a rare beast. It is highly toxic, intelligent, as tough as forged iron, and its venom has a special fragrance. Hearing Old Chui's explanation, Zhou Yanqiu looked at Tianlong. This little guy is so powerful. Old Chui's excitement didn't fade. The records in the ancient texts are correct. It seems this little fellow has accepted you as its master. You must take good care of it in the future. Curious, Zhou Yanqiu asked, it accepts me as its master? Master, do you mean this seven-colored heavenly python will follow me forever? Old Chui nodded with envy. Yanqiu, you are truly lucky. This seven-colored heavenly python rarely accepts a master. Not many in the ancient texts could make it do so. But once it recognizes its master, it will be loyal and never abandon them. That's how it is. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes shone with wonder, and he liked Tianlong even more. By then, Tianlong had finished squeezing the venom. The small glass tube was about a quarter full, containing about 5 milliliters. She showed the tube to Old Chui. Master, do you think this is enough? If not, we can save it for next time. It seems Tianlong has squeezed out all the venom. They looked up and saw Tianlong curled up in Zhou Yanqiu's palm, looking somewhat exhausted. Zhou Yanqiu felt a pang of sympathy. This little creature was so honest. Old Chui took the venom and said, "This is enough. It squeezed out too much venom this time. It needs to rest for a few days, and it will be fine." Zhou Yanqiu nodded. Master, I understand. Old Chui was in a hurry to prepare medicine for his wife, so Zhou Yanqiu was about to leave. Wait, take this box of silver needles with you. Otherwise, what will you use to practice when you get back? Old Chui called her back and pointed to the box of silver needles on the table. Master, I will take this. But what should I use it for? Old Chui said, I still have a few sets of these. This one is from when I first started practicing medicine. Take it and practice well. Next time you come, I will test you. Zhou Yanqiu was not polite. She reached out and took the box of silver needles, placing it in her bag and smiled, saying, Thank you, Master. Just as she was about to push her cart toward the door, she suddenly seemed to remember something and turned to ask, Master, do you know where I can rent a house in the city? Old Chui asked curiously, Are you going to live here? If so, just stay here. No need to rent somewhere else. Zhou Yanqiu quickly shook her head.
No, Master.
It's not for me. It's for a friend. She then explained what happened with He Jing. Old Chui sighed and said, That's a sad child. If you really can't find a place to stay, you can live here with me. But I have one condition. Old Chui looked at her with a smile. She asked curiously, Master, what's the condition? After the spring festival, you stay here for 3 months and focus on learning medicine seriously with me. Old Chui stroked his beard, looked at Zhou Yanqiu, and felt more and more satisfied with his young apprentice. He thought it was a pity if his wife woke up, and he had to leave here next year when it got warmer. Before leaving, he wanted to teach her everything he could. Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment. This was a good thing. Her grandma and uncle would definitely agree. She immediately patted her chest and said, Master, no problem. After the spring festival, I will move here and learn from you properly. Old Chui smiled and said, Good.
It's settled then.
You can have your friend come over anytime this afternoon. Everything here is ready. She just needs to bring some clothes for daily washing. Zhou Yanqiu said goodbye to her master, then rode her bicycle to the photography studio. On the way, she found a place, entered a space, and put the exhausted Tianlong into the study room of the space. She poured a bowl of spiritual spring water and placed it beside him, letting Tianlong rest well inside the space. Zhou Yanqiu arrived at the county town's photography studio to take 2 photos. Now, taking photos is very expensive, but this studio had few customers in a day. There was no need to queue. Zhou Yanqiu paid 10 yuan for 2 photos, 1 half-length portrait and 1 full-body shot. Normally, taking a photo takes 10 days. Zhou Yanqiu chose to rush it, and it only took about 6 days. These 2 photos cost an extra 4 yuan, so in total, she spent 14 yuan. It's clear that these photos are expensive. Just these 2 photos cost almost 10 days or half a month's wages for an ordinary worker. No wonder so few people come to this photo studio. In the whole county, how many can afford it? After taking the photos, Zhou Yanqiu rode her bike to the hospital. When she arrived at Jing's ward, she opened the door and saw that Jing had already packed her things and changed out of her hospital gown. Now she was wearing a brand new set of cotton clothes and pants. The cotton clothes and pants looked a bit big on Jing, mainly because she is still very thin. She is about 1.65 meters tall and weighs just over 70 jin, about 35 kilograms. But she was very happy now. Compared to when she first arrived at the hospital, she had gained about 10 jin, 5 kilograms. Her legs and arms were getting stronger, and she could walk continuously for half an hour without problems. She no longer needed to stay in the hospital. She mainly wanted to go home to rest and eat properly. Jing's good recovery was partly thanks to the spiritual spring water Zhou Yanqiu had given her twice. Jing turned her head and saw Zhou Yanqiu, her face full of joy. She stood up and took Zhou Yanqiu's hand. "Yanqiu, you're here. Come sit for a while." Zhou Yanqiu sat on the bed and asked, "Are everything ready? Did you find a house?" Jing shook her head. "Not yet. I'll stay at the guest house these days. The police station gave me a referral letter. Anyway, I don't want to go back to that house. The police consider my situation and help me get a new household registration. Now I have my own household registration." Zhou Yanqiu was happy. "That's good. Your own household registration makes everything easier in the future. Let's go get your discharge papers, then we'll go eat. It's about time for lunch." Jing nodded in agreement. She also wanted to leave the hospital. She had stayed there for more than 10 days, smelling the strong disinfectant every day. She had been eager to go out for a long time. Jing's hospital expenses were charged to the police bureau, so the paperwork was quick. She doesn't have much on her now, just some identification documents and the 2,000 yuan compensation. After completing all the procedures, Zhou Yanqiu took Jing and headed toward the nearby cafeteria. Since it wasn't far, they walked there in just a few minutes. They didn't ride bikes. Zhou Yanqiu pushed her bike while chatting with Jing as they walked. Jing said, "You know, Yanqiu, I didn't tell my family about the compensation from the police, so they don't know I have so much money. If they did, they would have come to get me long ago. Not for anything else, but because of the money. They would take care of me temporarily, but then slowly try to take my money and abandon me." Zhou Yanqiu thought about her own situation and felt it wasn't much better than Jing's. She empathized and said, "You're right. Money is something you should keep safe for yourself." She then smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so decisive." Jing said seriously, "In that cellar, every day felt like a year. I kept wondering why my parents hadn't come to rescue me. Later, I thought about the days at home. The more I thought, the clearer it became. At that time, I had almost no status at home. Even if nothing had happened, I would have ended up as a sacrifice. Maybe someone would pay a high bride price and marry me off just to get money for their son." Jing took a deep breath and smiled, "But at last, the hard times are over, and I've met a friend like you. All that suffering wasn't in vain." Zhou Yanqiu encouraged her. "That's right. You've suffered so much. You've paid your dues. Things will go smoothly from now on, and good days are ahead." Jing nodded heavily, her eyes full of hope for a better future. "Yanqiu, you're right." After saying that, she quietly slipped a roll of banknotes into Zhou Yanqiu's hand. Zhou Yanqiu was surprised and asked, "What's this for?" Jing said earnestly, "Yanqiu, this is 1,000 yuan. I want to thank you for saving me from the cellar. A little gratitude for a life-saving favor. These money aren't much, but they are my small token of thanks." Zhou Yanqiu was momentarily stunned and pushed the money back. He Jing, I can't take this money. This is your future savings, and you still need to take care of your health. You should keep this money. Besides, I helped you not for money. He Jing hurriedly said, I know, but Zhou Yanqiu stopped her. No buts. The most important thing now is for you to recover fully. After saying that, she took out 100 yuan from the stack of money, which was the amount she had advanced to He Jing. Just pay me back this amount. Seeing that she couldn't argue with Zhou Yanqiu, He Jing had no choice but to accept the remaining money back. All right, but I'll treat you to a meal later. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, Sure, you treat. He Jing finally smiled too. They went to a restaurant and ordered 2 vegetarian dishes, a small stir-fried meat, 2 buns, and 2 bowls of porridge. He Jing paid for the meal, but Zhou Yanqiu paid for the tickets. He Jing felt a bit embarrassed. The police station had reimbursed her, but she forgot to keep the receipts. After finishing the meal, it was almost 2 p.m. Zhou Yanqiu asked He Jing, Do you know where De Biao was executed? He Jing nodded. Yes, I do. She then gave an address. Zhou Yanqiu looked it over. Since they would be riding bikes, it would take about half an hour, so they could leave now. Let's go now. Otherwise, we might miss a good spot later. Okay, let's go. I can't wait to see the scene, haha. Zhou Yanqiu rode her bike with He Jing and arrived at the execution site. It was called a court, but it was really just an empty field outside the city. When they arrived, the area on both sides was already crowded with people, all there to watch the event. No matter the era, people's natural curiosity to watch a spectacle never changes. Even before the scheduled time, many people had already gathered, finding good spots. The crowd looked dense, with at least 1,000 spectators there to watch the execution. Zhou Yanqiu and He Jing found a suitable place to stop their bike, where they could clearly see the scene. There were police officers nearby maintaining order and setting up a safety line. Currently, I estimate that Zhang Yuanbiao is walking around the town. After finishing his walk, he will be brought here, then sentenced and executed by shooting. There is half an hour before the announcement of the execution, and the place is already crowded with people, bustling like a big market. Men, women, old and young, all are here. Everyone is wearing thick cotton coats, braving the cold wind, watching the event in weather below freezing. Among these people, Zhou Yanqiu and another girl are the most noticeable. He Jing is okay, but Zhou Yanqiu looks especially beautiful. Her skin is very white, her eyebrows are delicate, her eyes are large and charming, her pupils are dark, her nose is high, and her lips are red and tender. She catches the attention of a young man nearby, who is stunned by her beauty. Zhou Yanqiu notices many eyes on her, frowning slightly. She pulls down her hat to cover her face tightly, leaving only her eyes visible. But it's too late. Several young men are already looking at her eagerly, and 3 men are walking through the crowd toward her. Zhou Yanqiu also notices the commotion. She frowns, feeling that trouble is coming. Although she is not afraid of trouble, this feeling is uncomfortable. The 3 men look to be in their 20s, acting carefree and looking like troublemakers. The first man is not tall, about 1.7 meters, shorter than Zhou Yanqiu. He is thin, proud-looking, with a floating step, as if drained by alcohol, and the 2 men behind him seem to be his followers, closely following him. Some people see the man approaching Zhou Yanqiu, apparently planning something bad, and want to step in to help her, but someone stops them. What are you going to do? Nothing, I just want to go see. I don't know what you mean. You just think she's pretty and want to show off a bit, maybe be a hero. But do you know who those 3 are? You're just asking for trouble. I don't know who are those 3. The one in front is the son of Director Zhou from our county's GW Association. The other 2 are probably his followers. Director Zhou only has this one child. Very precious. Think carefully about your own position. Wow, they're so powerful. Are you still going to go? Zhou Yanqiu overheard from nearby people's conversations that this person's identity was known. She sighed, not expecting that coming to see a public execution would cause trouble. While she was thinking, the 3 men approached them. The man in front raised his chin and looked at her with a teasing tone. Girl, wanna be friends? Zhou Yanqiu looked at him with a frown and said coldly, Sorry, I'm not interested.
Ah,
You little girl, you're giving me attitude, huh? Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe I can make you leave Qing'an County? Zhou Yanqiu glanced at this foolish young man.
who are you?
Asking me? Are you sick? Ask your mother who you are and who gave you the right to tell me what to do. The leader of the men was furious. In all his life, few people dared to speak to him like this. He pointed at Zhou Yanqiu, trembling with anger. You. He couldn't say anything for a long time, then suddenly turned to his two followers and said, You too, tell her who I am. The two men stepped forward, greedily eyeing Zhou Yanqiu. They had been drooling over her stunning face just moments ago. The man on the left said, I don't want to scare you, but listen carefully. I am the son of Director Zhou of the Qing'an County GW Association. The man on the right added, the only precious son, Zhou Xiaotian, young Master Zhou. Now you should be scared, right? The man on the left continued, It's not too late to apologize to young Master Zhou. If you do, this will be over. Maybe in the future, young Master Zhou will like you and marry you. Then you can enjoy a good life every day. Zhou Yanqiu's face darkened. Anger rose in her heart. She almost wanted to fight these trash. She shouted, Get lost. There were too many people around. It wasn't the right place to fight. After thinking for a moment, she held back. If she made a move, she might seriously hurt these three. When Zhou Xiaotian heard his two followers introduce his name, he was furious. The top beauty before him, who made his eyes light up, was showing no respect. He couldn't help but become very angry. He wanted his two followers to take the beautiful woman away, but he was smart enough not to do something shameful in broad daylight with many people watching. Especially since there were many police officers present, he knew he couldn't cause trouble without risking his father's anger, which could lead to serious consequences. He angrily shouted at Zhou Yanqiu, You wait and see. Hio Jing rushed out from beside Zhou Yanqiu and stood in front of her, looking angry. What are you trying to do? Do you think you can get away with violence in broad daylight? Although Hio Jing was a little scared, she was more worried about Zhou Yanqiu's safety. She decided that if these three men dared to make a move, she would shout for help loudly. There were many police nearby, and she didn't believe they would just watch these men bully them. Zhou Xiaotian saw that these two men didn't listen to him. His face darkened, and he said, Let's go. After saying that, he turned and walked away. The two men, like followers, also left. After a few steps, they looked back at them with wicked smiles. Hio Jing was very frightened and grabbed Zhou Yanqiu's sleeve, worried. Yanqiu, maybe we shouldn't watch anymore. Let's go back now. Zhou Yanqiu comforted her. It's okay. We're not afraid of them.
Don't worry.
They can't beat me. Hearing this, Hio Jing still felt a little nervous, but she trusted Zhou Yanqiu completely. They ignored Zhou Xiaotian and the others. After this disturbance, those who were eager to cause trouble lost their courage. Zhou Yanqiu glanced casually at Zhou Xiaotian. She saw him talking to the two men, and one of them looked at them, nodded, and hurriedly left. She thought he probably sent someone to watch them, maybe waiting for the evening party to trap them. A cold smile appeared on her face. These people really were asking for trouble. At that moment, a truck arrived at the scene. It was a military-style truck carrying over a dozen heavily armed police officers escorting a criminal. The scene was very lively. Everyone wanted to get closer to see clearly, pushing forward eagerly. The police on both sides quickly shouted to stop them. The police on the scene pulled the criminal off the vehicle, and Zhou Yanqiu saw everything clearly from a distance. He Jing, filled with hatred and familiarity with Zhang Yuanbiao, also believed that this man was Zhang Yuanbiao. By this time, Zhang Yuanbiao was in a terrible state. He had paralysis in both legs and couldn't stand. His pelvis was shattered in half by stones that Zhou Yanqiu had thrown. Now, fully awake, he was dragged from the car, sweating in pain. The police showed no mercy. They knew his crimes and seemed eager to make him suffer more. Soon, the sentencing began. A police officer, standing in front of a table, announced, Criminal Zhang Yuanbiao, convicted of intentional murder, causing multiple deaths. His crimes are extremely serious. Based on higher authorities' decision, he will be executed by shooting. Confirmed identity, now proceed. Two officers led Zhang Yuanbiao forward. Soon after, a police officer with a gun, holding a semi-automatic rifle, approached from behind him. Zhou Yanqiu felt a surge of excitement. From afar, she saw Zhang Yuanbiao trembling with fear, sweat soaking his hair. She thought to herself, "So, even you are afraid? You scoundrel, your punishment has come." A gunshot rang out. Blood splattered from Zhang Yuanbiao's head, and he collapsed to the ground. The crowd around gasped and murmured. Zhou Yanqiu quietly looked at Zhang Yuanbiao, then let out a breath of relief. This evil man finally faced his punishment. She turned to look at He Jing, who was crying uncontrollably. Patting He Jing on the shoulder, she said, "It's all over now. The wicked have been punished. Don't be sad anymore." He Jing nodded repeatedly, wiping her eyes, her face red with tears. "Yanqiu, you're right. I feel much lighter now. I have no more regrets." Zhou Yanqiu pushed her bicycle and said, "Let's go home." She looked back and saw that Zhou Xiaotian's men had called 3 more people over. Like them, they didn't seem like good people. She got on her bike and rode into the city, with He Jing. "Cover your face." He Jing nodded without asking why. Whatever Yanqiu said, she would do. "Okay, I'll cover it." Zhou Yanqiu and He Jing rode their bikes toward the town. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaotian and 5 of his followers followed behind them on 4 or 5 bikes. Since there were many people around, they didn't dare to do anything yet. But if they reached a quiet place or figured out her situation, these reckless people might do anything. Zhou Yanqiu knew they were tailing her. She stayed calm and rode her bike, looking for a good spot to deal with them. Both Zhou Xiaotian and Zhou Yanqiu wanted to find a quiet place, so they coincidentally aimed for the same spot. Soon, Zhou Yanqiu passed by a small forest. She looked around and saw no one nearby. "Perfect, this place is just right." She stopped her bike there. He Jing grabbed her clothes nervously. "Yanqiu, they're catching up." Zhou Yanqiu spoke coldly. "It's okay. Push your bike ahead and wait for me. I'll be there soon." He Jing shook her head, refusing. Though she was a little scared, she was determined. "No, I want to stay and help you." Zhou Yanqiu smiled slightly. "If you're not afraid, just stand to the side and wait for me." He Jing agreed, put her bike aside, and looked around for something useful. She found a small stone about the size of her fist. She planned to rush in with the stone if Yanqiu was in danger, smashing and hitting their heads. She wasn't afraid. She had been saved by Yanqiu when she was about to die. Now, Yanqiu was more important to her than her own life. Even if she died, she wouldn't let anything happen to Yanqiu. Seeing He Jing's actions, Zhou Yanqiu felt touched. She thought to herself, this friend really isn't wasted. Although He Jing might not be able to help much, her heart was enough. She didn't expect He Jing to fight these thugs. Honestly, even though there were several men in front of her, she didn't see them as a threat. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't kill anyone easily, these people would only be worth a few small stones in her eyes. Over there, Zhou Xiaotian and his men still didn't realize they had angered someone they couldn't afford to offend, and they were still showing off. Seeing the beautiful woman ahead had stopped her bike, Zhou Xiaotian shouted excitedly, "Brothers, look! That beauty is waiting for us up front." Haha, a younger follower warned him, "Brother Tian, be careful. Something's off. There might be a trap." Zhou Xiaotian slapped him on the head and said, "A trap? Nonsense. Neither of these two has taken their eyes off us. Could they have contacted someone to set an ambush in this little forest?" "You're such an idiot." The young follower, slapped, dared not complain but nodded and smiled. "You're right, Brother Tian. You're so wise. I was just confused." After saying that, he slapped himself in the face. Zhou Xiaotian rode his bike up to Zhou Yanqiu and He Jing, got off, and looked proud. He brought 5 followers and, with a sinister smile, stopped about a meter in front of Zhou Yanqiu, saying, "Run." "Why aren't you running? You little brat, just now you disrespected me. Do you think I won't punish you?" This Qing'an County, you're the first to talk to me like that, and still be alive. The last person who was so arrogant in front of me is now buried under 3 feet of grass. Zhou Yanqiu's eyes flashed with coldness. You must be very powerful then, daring to kill? Zhou Xiaotian didn't catch the hidden meaning in her words and boasted. Just some unruly troublemakers. Kill them? What can they do to me? I'm still here, safe and sound. But you're different. You're pretty, so as long as you serve me well and make me comfortable, I'll let you go. How about that? Zhou Yanqiu looked at Zhou Xiaotian as if she were looking at a dead person, making Zhou Xiaotian feel a chill. Not really. But are you worried about causing trouble for your family? Zhou Xiaotian was stunned, looked at her and confirmed he had no impression of her. Huh, trying to trick me? I tell you, I know all the important people in Qing'an City. You're definitely not among them, a follower behind reminded him. Brother Tian, why talk so much here? Just take her back and do whatever you want. Zhou Xiaotian suddenly realized, with a mischievous smile, as if he had made up his mind about Zhou Yanqiu and her companion. So, little girl, are you coming with us voluntarily, or should we knock you out and take you? Zhou Yanqiu chuckled softly. Do you think you've got us all figured out? Zhou Xiaotian glanced around, seeing no one nearby, and relaxed a little. So, young ladies, you 2 fragile girls, think you can outrun 6 grown men? Zhou Yanqiu narrowed her eyes. I don't want to run. I just want to hit you all.
Climb.
Down. As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked out with lightning speed toward Zhou Xiaotian's arm. To avoid causing serious harm, she used only half her strength. Suddenly, there was a loud. Zhou Xiaotian's arm was broken by her kick, and he was knocked 2 meters away. He rolled on the ground, clutching his arm and groaning. Brothers, this girl kicked my arm. Everyone, come on. Catch her. I want to teach her a lesson. Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu's anger flared fiercely. Seeing the remaining 5 men rushing toward her with fierce looks, she no longer held back. For like them, sparing their lives would be too kind. These men, following Zhou Xiaotian, must have done many bad things. Some of them might even have taken lives. Bang, 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 with a few quick kicks, all 5 men had their legs broken before they could react. Her strength and reflexes were incredibly powerful now. This was just her gentle attack. Otherwise, the damage would have been much worse. That day on the mountain, she had punched a wolf's head to explode. Now, she felt her strength had increased even more. The men, clutching their legs, fell to the ground screaming, lying next to Zhou Xiaotian. Zhou Yanqiu slowly walked over, crouched down, and gently patted Zhou Xiaotian's face. Do you still want to take me back? Zhou Xiaotian looked at her with a face full of fear, as if he saw a demon. He almost peed his pants. He never expected to encounter such a tough opponent. Otherwise, even with 3 more lives, he wouldn't dare to provoke Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Xiaotian looked at Zhou Yanqiu, who was wearing a mask. The desire that had arisen from seeing her stunning face had completely vanished. His mind cleared, and he became sober. At this moment, Zhou Yanqiu asked him, and Zhou Xiaotian dared not delay. He quickly replied, I won't dare anymore, I won't dare anymore, your ladyship. I won't dare again. Zhou Yanqiu looked at him and was surprised that he admitted defeat so quickly. Should I call the police to handle this? Zhou Xiaotian showed a hint of fear. No need to call the police. We're fine. Seeing their resistance to the idea of calling the police, Zhou Yanqiu's heart sank. He guessed these people had done many bad things, and their lives might really be at risk. These spoiled brats often act recklessly and don't care about human life. He looked at them deeply, then stood up and walked to the bicycle nearby. He quietly told He Jing, who was standing there stunned, Let's go. He Jing seemed to just wake up. Oh, okay. She threw the stone on the ground and hurriedly sat on the back of the bicycle. A mix of fear, excitement, and adrenaline flooded her heart. It turned out Yanqiu was so powerful. He Jing tightly held onto Zhou Yanqiu's coat, feeling very proud. Zhou Yanqiu rode the bike with He Jing and went about 100 meters away. He then spoke to Tianping, who was hiding in her arms. Tianping chirped twice and jumped out of her embrace. He Jing looked at the chubby squirrel that had jumped out and exclaimed, Yanxiu, what is that? Only then did Zhou Yanxiu remember that He Jing hadn't seen Tianping before. He smiled and said, "Its name is Tianping. It's a very smart little squirrel." Earlier, Zhou Yanxiu had given Tianping a task to watch Zhou Xiaotian and others, to see where they go or find their home. He wasn't planning to let these people go easily, since they had become enemies. But he also didn't want to openly kill them. That would cause a big mess. If they investigated carefully, it would be easy to find evidence against them. After all, many people saw the conflict during the court session. It was better to gather evidence and hand it over to the authorities, letting them handle these internal troublemakers. He was just a director of the GW Society. A few years ago, he might have been more intimidating, and no one dared to provoke him. But now, the situation has changed. Even if Zhou Xiaotian's father was the director of the GW Society, what could he do? Having committed some shameful acts, they would soon face justice. Zhou Yanxiu took He Jing to her master's courtyard. Today, she offended Zhou Xiaotian. So, He Jing couldn't stay at the guest house anymore because it wasn't safe. It was better to bring He Jing directly to her master's home. After tonight, Zhou Xiaotian might be so frightened that he wouldn't cause trouble anymore. That's right, Zhou Yanxiu didn't plan to go back today. She wanted to find out more about Zhou Xiaotian's family. She didn't believe that, with such arrogance from his son, his father, the director of GW, wouldn't know what was happening. Back in the county town, she found a phone booth and called her village. Her second granduncle, Zhou Xingbang, answered. She asked him to tell her uncle that she wouldn't be coming back tonight and would stay in the county town instead. After hanging up, Zhou Yanxiu rode her bike, with He Jing toward her master's courtyard. Halfway there, He Jing asked nervously, "Yanxiu, I think we're going the wrong way. This isn't the road to the guest house." Zhou Yanxiu covered her mouth with her hat and whispered, "Not going to the guest house. I'm taking you somewhere else." He Jing replied, "Oh, okay." In her heart, He Jing believed Zhou Yanxiu wouldn't harm her. She trusted Yanxiu completely. Meanwhile, Tianfeng, after hearing Zhou Yanxiu's instructions, quietly approached Zhou Xiaotian and his men, watching their every move with sharp eyes. After Zhou Xiaotian saw Zhou Yanxiu walk away, he slowly stood up, glaring fiercely in her direction with a wicked look. "Bah, you little brat. You dare hit me? You haven't even been born yet. Just wait and see," he spat. He turned his head, eyes red, looking at the 5 men lying on the ground. "How are you all? Can you get up? You're all useless. 5 grown men, and you can't even handle a woman. What's the point of me taking care of you?" One of the 5 men, enduring severe pain, said, "Brother Tian, that woman was too strong. She's not an ordinary person. We're no match for her." Zhou Xiaotian cursed angrily. "Useless. Useless. You're all a bunch of waste." Then, despite the pain from his broken arm, he pushed a bicycle and said, "Wait here. I'll go find someone to help you." His arm was broken, but his legs still worked, and he could ride a bike. The 5 men, however, had broken legs and couldn't walk. Now he had to go get help. His little followers also cannot fall into the hands of the police, or else they might give statements that could be harmful to him. He is not afraid of being investigated for the things he has done. Zhou Xiaotian rode his bike away. He plans to go home first to discuss a plan with his father, then find someone to deal with the woman who hurt him, to vent his anger. After that, he needs to go to the hospital quickly to get his arm fixed. Riding the bike was very painful, making his forehead sweat. He had never suffered like this before. The bumps of the bike made the pain at his broken arm worse. What he didn't see was a lively gray shadow following him from afar, watching him closely. It jumped from tree to roof, always within its line of sight. Yes, that gray shadow is Tianpeng, the chubby and clever squirrel. Tianpeng followed Zhou Xiaotian all the way until he saw him enter Building 1 and then go into a certain room. Only then did it leave, bouncing and jumping as it ran back to Chui's house from above. Tianpeng has a very good memory. Even in such a big forest, it can find its way home accurately. After drinking so much spiritual spring water, its small brain became even sharper. It had been to Chui's house several times with Zhou Yanxiu, so it remembered everything very well. It's true that animals are better at remembering routes than humans. After Zhou Xiaotian got home, he saw his mother. The tears she had been holding back finally fell. He had never suffered like this before. It hurt so much. Mom, where's Dad? A woman in her 40s, dressed a bit showily, saw him and exclaimed, Xiaotian, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Did something happen? Then she saw his injured arm and hurried over. What happened to your arm? Ooh, I got hit and broken. Soon after, Zhou Xiaotian's father, Director Zhou Mingrui from Qing'an County GW Association, hurried back. Seeing Zhou Xiaotian's arm, his face darkened immediately. Without saying a word, he took him and left quickly. Let's go to the hospital first. I want to go too. The middle-aged woman also hurriedly followed. In the car, Zhou Mingrui looked very angry and stern. He shouted loudly, "What exactly happened? Be honest." Zhou Xiaotian's mother was worried about her son's injury and was about to cry. When she heard her husband shouting at their son, she suddenly became upset. "Why are you scolding our son? Can't you see his arm is broken? Old Zhou, hurry and call the police to catch the person who did this. Put them in jail or even give them the death penalty." Zhou Mingrui looked helpless. This foolish woman didn't understand anything. She thought he still had the same power as before in Qing'an County and could do whatever he wanted. Call the police? Ask your son if he wants to call the police. Does he dare to call the police? The police are actually looking for an excuse to find your son. If they call the police, isn't that just inviting trouble? Zhou Xiaotian knew some of what he had done, and some incidents were even arranged by him and his team. He endured the pain and said, "Mom, we can't call the police." Although the middle-aged woman didn't understand why they couldn't call the police, she listened to her husband and son. Okay, no police. But Xiaotian's arm can't be broken for nothing. Old Zhou, you have to find a way to get it back. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaotian remembered something. He quickly said, "Right, Dad, Xiaoer, and the others also had their legs broken. They're still on the way to get help. After you take me to the hospital, go and pick them up. Their legs are broken, so they can't come back on their own." Zhou Mingrui slammed the steering wheel hard. "What is going on? Who did this? Tell me, so I can contact them and see who dares to bully my family like this." Zhou Mingrui still thought they had been attacked by a group. After all, there were 6 of them and they were beaten so badly. The other side must have been many people. But this time, Zhou Mingrui was wrong. Zhou Xiaotian mumbled, "It was a woman who attacked us. She's very strong. We were knocked down easily." Zhou Mingrui understood immediately. "So, you liked her and wanted to show off? And then you got beaten?" Zhou Xiaotian didn't reply, and Zhou Mingrui also stayed silent. His mind was racing. A woman who could defeat 6 grown men was rare. She must have had professional training. Zhou Mingrui felt a shiver and a sudden wave of panic. He almost wanted to run away. But, having been the director of the GW Association for many years, he quickly calmed himself. He decided to find out more about the situation first. Unaware that she had nearly scared away the GW Association director of the county, Yanqiu quickly arrived at Chui's house with Jing. Jing asked curiously, "Yanqiu, where are we?" Yanqiu smiled. "This is my master's house. I told him this morning that if it's not safe, you can stay here. Don't worry, my master is a very kind person." Jing was deeply touched. "Yanqiu, I didn't expect you to arrange a place for me to stay." She was so excited she didn't know what to say. Yanqiu patted her. "My master is also a very skilled doctor. Staying here will be more convenient, and he can help you recover your health." Yanqiu went to the gate and knocked, calling out, "Master, I'm back." Today, after getting the venom from the heavenly dragon, Cui Lao immediately started making medicine for his wife. Whether she would wake up depended on this. With the venom from the colorful heavenly python, Cui Lao was about 80% sure his wife would wake up this time. After feeding her the medicine, he saw her face turn rosy, indicating the medicine was working. He sat beside her, checking her pulse for a long time before feeling reassured. They would know the results by tomorrow, or at the latest in 3 days. His wife would wake up then. Chui Lao was so happy he hummed a little tune. Their little apprentice was truly a blessing for both of them. At that moment, the door outside was knocked again. Chui Lao heard the voice of his little apprentice. He quickly went to open the door and saw his little apprentice standing outside with a thin girl. It was clear she was the friend He Jing had mentioned. Old Chui chuckled happily. "Come in quickly, come in." Zhou Yanqiu pulled He Jing into the yard. Facing old Chui, Zhou Yanqiu's master, He Jing felt a bit nervous, worried about leaving a bad impression. But Zhou Yanqiu had no such worries. He gently took old Chui's arm and asked, "Master, how is my wife now?" Old Chui laughed sincerely. "The medicine has been given to her. In the best case, you'll see the effects tomorrow. In the worst, in 3 days." "Zhou Yanqiu, this is all thanks to you." Zhou Yanqiu grinned. "Master, you shouldn't say that. You're making me feel shy. It should be that you and mistress are blessed and evil spirits stay away." Old Chui laughed heartily. "You little rascal," seizing the moment, Zhou Yanqiu said, "Master, this is my friend He Jing. I told you about her this morning. She will be staying with us from now on." Old Chui nodded and stroked his beard with a smile. "Of course, my word is reliable." Zhou Yanqiu, feeling bolder, took advantage of old Chui's happiness and asked, "Master, how is He Jing's recovery? Are there any aftereffects?" Old Chui, who was eager to help Zhou Yanqiu, looked at He Jing and understood. "Stretch out your hand. Let me check your pulse." After 3 minutes, old Chui withdrew his hand, sighed, and looked at He Jing, startling both of them. Zhou Yanqiu hurriedly asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Old Chui said, "She was close to death, but she survived. She has good luck. Right now, her body is just a bit weak from blood deficiency. With proper rest and care for half a year, she will recover well. I will prescribe some medicine for her, and she just needs to follow the prescription daily. Nothing serious." He Jing and Zhou Yanqiu felt relieved and were about to speak when suddenly, squeak, squeak, it was Tianpeng returning. Yanking gently touched the head of the little creature. "Yes, these little ones are very smart. They can help me a lot." He Jing looked at the curious expression on the creature's face. Yanking simply placed the creature in He Jing's hands. "Hold it and play with it for a while. All right, since it's the owner's good friend, it will cooperate happily." He Jing looked at the creature in her arms, touching its body. "Wow, Yanking, it feels so soft and comfortable. It's so adorable." Old Chui led both of them to the backyard. Inside, there were 2 rows of houses, 2 main houses and 2 side houses. One main house was for old Chui and his wife, and the other was a pharmacy. The 2 side houses served as a living room and were still empty. Old Chui pointed to the 2 side rooms. "These 2 rooms are suitable for staying. The bedding is ready-made. Each of you can have one." The 2 side rooms were a bit smaller than the main house, but they looked very clean. Yanking and He Jing looked around and each chose a room. This would be their temporary home in the county town from now on. After putting away their few belongings, Yanking found old Chui. "Master, where is the kitchen? I'll cook a couple of dishes tonight." Old Chui became interested. "Good. You'll be the chef tonight. I want to see how good your cooking skills are." Yanking smiled. "I promise you'll be satisfied. Once you try it, you'll want more." Old Chui chuckled. "If you say so, I'll be looking forward to it. The flying dragon you brought last time is still untouched, and those dried ingredients can be used too." Yanking was not polite. "All right, Master, I'll wait for your instructions." She took the flying dragon, washed it thoroughly, and prepared to make a simple soup with it, adding monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. With just a few seasonings, it became a delicious dish. Soaking the mushrooms longer, they could also be stir-fried with meat for another meal. In the kitchen, a piece of pork belly was hanging. There were also 2 large cabbages. She decided to stir-fry half a cabbage. That made 2 dishes and a soup, enough for 3 people. She boiled some warm water and soaked the mushrooms for about half an hour. Then, Yanking started cooking. He Jing also came to help. Yanking asked her to help with the fire. By then, the flying dragon was already simmering in a clay pot, seasoned with scallions, salt, and simple spices. After half an hour, She would add the mushrooms and continue simmering on low heat for another half-hour. I steamed enough rice for 3 people, rinsing it slightly with spiritual spring water. This makes the rice tastier and more nutritious. The rice was steamed in a large pot, and it took about half an hour to finish. I transferred the cooked rice into a small wooden bucket and placed it on the stove to keep warm. Next, I started cooking the dishes. I heated oil in a pan, and when it almost started to smoke, I added chopped green onions and then I added 2 red chili peppers. Immediately after, I put in sliced meat to stir-fry. When the meat was about 3/4 cooked, I added sliced monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. The aroma immediately filled the air. After stir-frying for another 3 to 5 minutes, a fragrant dish was ready. He-jing watched eagerly and said, "Yan-xiu, your cooking skills are amazing. This dish smells so delicious." Zhou Yanqiu smiled and replied, "It's mainly because of the good ingredients." Then I cooked some bok choy, which only took about 5 minutes to stir-fry. Looking at the finished dishes, I nodded with satisfaction. They looked and smelled perfect, with great taste. He-jing, wait here for a moment. I'll call the master to come and eat. When Zhou Yanqiu led Old Chui to the dining table beside the kitchen, Old Chui was already attracted by the tempting aroma. Old Chui has seen a lot in his life. He has attended many state banquets in Yanjing City. But even at those high-level banquets, the dishes prepared didn't taste as good as the simple dishes cooked by my apprentice. Just looking at these dishes, Old Chui couldn't wait to start eating. "Master, please sit down." The table was already set with bowls and chopsticks. Old Chui sat in the main seat, while Zhou Yanqiu and He-jing sat on either side. Zhou Yanqiu picked up chopsticks and served some food into Old Chui's bowl, looking eager. "Master, try this dish and see how it tastes." Old Chui took a bite, and his eyes lit up immediately. He looked delighted. "Excellent. The colors and flavors are perfect, and the taste is unforgettable. Yanqiu, your cooking skills are truly outstanding, better than some chefs at national banquets." Zhou Yanqiu chuckled. "Master, if you like it, eat more." Then she turned to He-jing. "He-jing, don't just watch, eat. And that soup, drink a little more. It's nourishing and good for your health. The ingredients processed with spiritual spring water are top quality in the culinary world. Most people can't even taste such ingredients. As long as the cooking skills are not too poor, any dish made can be a top-quality delicacy, especially since Zhou Yanqiu is very good at cooking." "Yes, okay." He-jing looked at the dishes with shining eyes. She picked up a spoon, scooped 2 spoonfuls of soup into her rice, stirred it, and then started eating with her rice. While eating, He-jing thought to herself, "Wow, this is so delicious. What kind of heavenly flavor is this?" Following Yanqiu, she felt extremely happy. He-jing didn't even finish her own dishes. She was already conquered by the 2 spoonfuls of delicious soup. By the end, not a single bit was left. Even Old Chui ate an extra bowl of rice. He-jing's face was glowing with a healthy blush. Zhou Yanqiu smiled proudly. "Master, I was right, wasn't I? Actually, it's mainly because the ingredients are good, so it tastes so amazing." Old Chui sighed. "This truly lives up to being one of the mountain delicacies. It's well-deserved reputation, and these dishes are top tier. They are fit for a state banquet." He-jing didn't expect Old Chui to praise these dishes so highly. She thought they were all very tasty. Zhou Yanqiu understood in his heart that this was all thanks to the spiritual spring water. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such effects. After dinner, Old Chui handed Zhou Yanqiu 2 medical books. "You can read these before bed. Keep them by your bedside." Zhou Yanqiu took the books.
Okay, master.
"I'll read them in my room later." He chatted with He-jing for a while, then returned to his room. He opened the books and found they were travel diaries of ancient doctors describing many interesting cases. He read eagerly. At 11 p.m., he turned off the lights and went to sleep. At 2 a.m., Zhou Yanqiu suddenly opened her eyes. It was time to leave. She dressed quickly, called the Tianpeng, and quietly left the courtyard. Under Tianpeng's guidance, she hurried toward Zhou Xiaotian's house. Tianpeng was sitting on Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder, occasionally guiding her. The roads at night had few lamps, and the entire county was shrouded in darkness, which actually became her protection. To make less noise, Zhou Yanqiu didn't even ride a bicycle. Her running speed was faster than a bike. Deep into the night, cold and quiet, with hardly anyone on the road. Occasionally, a few passers-by saw her fleeting shadow and thought they were just imagining things. It only took about 10 minutes for Tianpeng to bring her to the building outside Zhou Xiaotian's house. Chirp, chirp. Tianpeng pointed at a window, indicating that the person from earlier was inside that room. Zhou Yanqiu nodded to show she understood. She lightly jumped onto the balcony on the second floor. She took out the hypnotic incense used last time, lit it carefully, and placed it inside the room to smoke for 5 minutes. After a while, she heard loud snoring from inside, so she put the incense back into her space. The balcony was surrounded by iron bars, so unless the bars were broken, it was impossible to enter the room from there. Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment, then threw Tianpeng inside and said, "Tianpeng, open the door from the inside. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Got it." After Tianpeng entered the room, it jumped happily toward the door. Seeing this, Zhou Yanqiu jumped down from the balcony and quickly walked to the door on the second floor. Suddenly, there was a click, and a door on the second floor opened. Zhou Yanqiu slipped inside and closed the door behind her. She picked up Tianpeng, rubbed its head, and said, "Good job, Tianpeng." Tianpeng was so happy that it jumped around on her shoulder, glad to have helped its owner. Zhou Yanqiu looked around the room and took out a flashlight. It was a 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout, about 100 square meters in size. This was considered a top-quality house in Qing'an County. She casually opened the door of one room and found it was a bedroom. 2 people were sleeping soundly on the bed. They were probably Zhou Xiaotian's parents. Under the effect of the hypnotic incense, they didn't react at all to anyone entering. Zhou Yanqiu stepped out and opened another room. This was also a bedroom, slightly smaller, likely Zhou Xiaotian's. No one was on the bed. He was probably still in the hospital recovering from his broken arm. She entered the room, holding her flashlight and searching around. People like them often kept some hidden, secret things at home.
Next to the bed was a desk.
Zhou Yanqiu opened the drawer and saw 5 neat stacks of cash. Each stack had 10 yuan bills, totaling 5,000 yuan. All of it is the people's hard-earned money. Without hesitation, she threw all of it into her space storage. Besides the money, there were a few jade ornaments in the drawer and many large yellow fish. She threw everything into her space without leaving anything behind. The second drawer was actually locked. She frowned slightly, extended her slender hand, and forcefully twisted it open. With a cracking sound, the lock was broken by her. Since this drawer was locked, it seemed the contents inside were quite important. She pulled out the drawer and saw that it contained a diary. Zhou Yanqiu frowned. Why was this diary kept in a separate locked drawer? What was written inside? She reached out and took the diary, shining her flashlight on it. She gasped in shock. The diary recorded Zhou Xiaotian's illegal activities over the years. Bullying others, harming people, stealing property. He was truly wicked. There were more than 10 entries related to murders in the diary. Zhou Yanqiu felt a chill down her spine. She wondered how many other crimes had not been recorded. She didn't expect Zhou Xiaotian and his followers to be so daring. They committed so many terrible deeds and even recorded them in a diary. But since she had this diary in her hands, Zhou Xiaotian's good days were over. She thought fiercely. Today, Zhou Xiaotian went to see Zhang Yuanbiao get executed. Next time, everyone will come to see him get executed. She casually placed the diary into her space storage. This was important evidence of Zhou Xiaotian's crimes. By tomorrow, it would be in the right place. She looked around again but found nothing else. She then went to the study room. She didn't believe it. Her son was such a bad seed. How good could he be? She pushed open the door to the study. Zhou Yanqiu saw 2 bookshelves filled with various books, especially a prominent red book placed in the most noticeable spot. There was a desk against the wall with writing tools on it. If someone didn't know the situation, they would think this was a scholarly family. Zhou Yanqiu found the light switch and turned on the light. The study room was surrounded by walls on 3 sides, with a door on one side. The light was on inside, but from outside, nothing could be seen. So, she was not worried about anyone outside seeing the commotion here. Since Zhou Xiaoyan's room is near the window, she didn't turn on the light when she was in that room earlier, to avoid being seen. She confidently paced around the room and sat down on a chair behind the desk, facing the wall where a portrait of a great leader hung, looking serious and respectful. There were some files on the desk. She flipped through a few, all normal documents with nothing special. She also checked the drawer in the desk but found nothing unusual. Getting up, she looked through the 2 rows of bookshelves nearby, hoping to find something. After 10 minutes, Zhou Yanqiu searched both shelves thoroughly but found nothing, not even a hint of anything suspicious. Could it be that Zhou Xiaoyan's father and son are different, perhaps a good leader? She didn't believe that at all. Frowning, she searched again but still found nothing. This room should be where he keeps important things, but where could they be hidden? She sat in the chair behind the desk, thinking for a few minutes, but couldn't figure out where the items might be hidden. Clear water has no fish, she thought. As the director of GW, his family probably has some illicit possessions. But there was nothing valuable in this study, which was suspicious. She looked up and saw the portrait of the great leader on the wall smiling at her. Her heart trembled, and suddenly, she had an idea. Quickly, she stood up and moved toward the wall with the portrait. Something was wrong with this wall. Its thickness seemed abnormal. There had to be something hidden here. Her heart leapt with excitement. After feeling around the wall, she discovered a secret compartment behind it. Gently pushing, the hidden door opened. Inside was a small space about 1/2 meter wide and 2 meters long. There were 10 small boxes and a wooden shelf. On the shelf were tiny boxes and 2 stacks of thick letters. She didn't pay attention to the boxes for now, focusing instead on the letters. They were packed tightly, so they must contain secrets. She casually picked up one letter and looked at it, and her eyes widened in shock. It was in Japanese. Shocked, she took out another stack of letters and looked at one. It was in Chinese, but the content was wrong. The letter was from the island side. The director of the GW Association, Zhou, was actually a spy for Zaireizi and the island. Zhou Yanqiu was stunned and looked through the 2 stacks of letters again. Without exception, all the letters were exchanges between Zaireizi and the island side. This director Zhou has serious problems. She couldn't understand some of Zaireizi's letters, but she could understand the ones from the island. They were asking for important information and some secret matters. Seeing the thick stacks of letters, it was clear that Director Zhou had done many things that harmed the country's interests. Zhou Yanqiu looked at these stacks of letters with anger in her heart. Her son was a bandit, and her father was a traitor. No one in this family was good. She casually took a beautiful box from the shelf. When she opened it, she saw a jade bracelet. It looked pretty good, but although she didn't understand much, she felt it wasn't as beautiful as the jade bracelets in her space. She opened another box, which contained 2 gold bracelets carved with dragon and phoenix patterns. They looked quite nice too. There were about 100 small boxes on this shelf. She looked through them all and decided to put them into her space without hesitation. The other 10 boxes she opened were filled with large and small yellow croakers and similar fish. Zhou Yanqiu remained calm, with no emotional reaction. The treasure she found on the mountain last time, the jade artifacts in those boxes, seemed much better than these. But it didn't matter. She wasn't picky and put everything into her space. One box contained a whole chest of banknotes, all in 10 yuan bills. This box held about 100,000 yuan, along with various industrial tickets, grain tickets, and meat coupons. She was surprised to see so much cash for the first time. She also stored all of it in her space. As for the letters, a cold light flashed in Zhou Yanqiu's eyes. They would go where they should. She walked into the master bedroom. The 2 people on the bed were sleeping soundly. Under the effect of the hypnotic incense, they were in a deep sleep. She confidently rummaged through the room. Even if they woke up, they wouldn't notice. In this house, she casually looked around, only seeing some jewelry and a few hundred yuan in change. She didn't touch anything, first because she didn't want it, and second because it had been used by others and she thought it was dirty. Especially items belonging to corrupt officials. They were too dirty. She lit a calming incense to help them sleep longer. This time, they didn't sleep for the full 12 hours. She didn't believe they would wake up, unless someone poured cold water on their faces. After finishing, Zhou Yanqiu took Tianpeng and left the place. Then she visited several places in Qing'an County, the Public Security Bureau, the Armed Forces Department, and the county government. She left some letters revealing that Director Zhou of the GW Association was colluding with enemies, especially at the Public Security Bureau, where Zhou Yanqiu even placed Zhou Xiaotian's diary. It's easy to imagine what kind of political shakeup would happen in the county after dawn. After completing these tasks, Zhou Yanqiu took Tianpeng back to Chui's old house. Once in the room, she immediately went to sleep. The next morning, Zhou Yanqiu made an excuse to ride her bike out for a while. Soon, she arrived near Zhou Mingrui's house. From afar, she saw several cars parked below the building and dozens of soldiers with guns guarding the area. A few police officers were maintaining order. Not far away, a crowd was gathered, talking about what had happened. I heard something big happened. Zhou Mingrui from the GW Association was arrested. Why was he arrested? He's the director of the WG Association. Must have made a serious mistake. Exactly, otherwise they wouldn't send so many people. The Armed Forces Department and the police are both here, probably because he did a lot of bad things. Now he's getting his punishment. He used to be so arrogant, causing so much destruction. Serves him right. His crimes are so bad, even a death sentence wouldn't be enough. Zhou Yanqiu relaxed. She had handed over Zhou Mingrui's collusion letters to several departments, worried someone might cover for him or his accomplices might suppress the evidence. Now that everything was safe, the worst-case scenario hadn't happened. That meant Zhou Xiaotian at the hospital probably wouldn't escape either. She rode her bike around the hospital entrance and saw 2 police jeeps. Several officers were loading Zhou Xiaotian and his men into the vehicles, ignoring their injuries. But she found it quite satisfying to watch. Now that her worries are resolved, she feels relieved. Otherwise, she was afraid that if she left the county, Zhou Xiaotian's powerful methods might find He Jing, leading to greater danger. This also solves a major problem for Qing'an County. She has no intention of returning the money she received at Zhou Mingrui's house. She considers it her reward for helping. This time, she earned over 100,000 yuan in cash, bills, and some gold jewelry. It was worth her hard work all night. Back at Cui Lao's house, He Jing had already prepared breakfast. There was fragrant millet porridge, 2 plates of pickled vegetables, and 3 boiled eggs. After eating, He Jing pulled Zhou Yanqiu aside and said, "Yanqiu, I stay and eat at your master's place. I want to pay rent and food expenses. Cui Lao doesn't charge anything. Maybe you can talk to him." When Zhou Yanqiu heard this, she realized what it was about. She hadn't thought much when she brought He Jing over. Her master said it was fine, so she just brought He Jing along, forgetting about this matter. It's okay for her to stay here without paying since Cui Lao is her master, but He Jing might feel uncomfortable. She thought for a moment and said, "I'll ask my master about it later." He Jing nodded repeatedly. "Okay." Later, when Zhou Yanqiu mentioned this to Cui Lao, he chuckled. "That's easy. Ask her if she can help with cooking at home every day. I'll provide food and accommodation and give her 20 yuan a month." Zhou Yanqiu was surprised. "Is that okay?" "She wanted to pay you." Cui Lao smiled. "Why not? Her health isn't good, doing light work is fine, and it can help her recover faster. It's a win-win. Otherwise, when your wife wakes up, I plan to hire someone to help with cooking." Zhou Yanqiu thought about it and agreed. Her master wasn't short of money anyway. She decided to let He Jing stay here and help out. It's just cooking after all. It's not tiring, and she'll get paid. She told He Jing her master's idea, and He Jing was stunned. "You mean I can stay here, cook, and get 20 yuan a month? And they'll provide meals?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded and said, "My master means it like this. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not." He Jing smiled and replied, "All right, I definitely want to do it as long as you don't mind if my cooking isn't as good as yours." Zhou Yanqiu smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't worry, your cooking will be delicious too, because the matron might wake up at any time these days." Old Shui moved the place where Zhou Yanqiu was taught this morning into their room. This morning, Old Shui planned to teach her some basic knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, like taking the pulse, understanding pulse signs and their connection to the body, and the methods of observing, listening, questioning, and feeling. These are the fundamental ways to diagnose illnesses in traditional Chinese medicine. Of course, this requires a lot of medical experience, and the master needs to teach her step by step. No matter how smart someone is, they can't learn it all at once. It's not just about reading books and memorizing. Practice is necessary. He Jing, free and easy, was boiling water and making tea for them. Occasionally, she would listen quietly but found it as confusing as listening to a foreign language. She couldn't understand it all. Zhou Yanqiu was carefully studying a medical book, comparing it with what his master had explained, and gaining some insights. Suddenly, he looked up and was startled. "Master!" The matron's hand moved. Zhou Yanqiu's words shocked Old Shui, making him almost drop his teacup. He hurriedly placed the cup on the table and quickly went to the bed. He took his wife's hand and checked her pulse above her wrist, feeling carefully. His eyes were full of excitement. Old Shui felt that his wife's pulse was becoming steadier and stronger, an indication she was about to wake up. His hands trembled slightly with excitement. "Good, good." He held his wife's hand tightly with both hands, staring at her lying on the bed without blinking. Zhou Yanqiu asked curiously, "Master, is the matron about to wake up?" Old Shui's eyes reddened, and 2 tears fell. He realized he was losing composure and quickly wiped his tears with his sleeve. He said excitedly, "She's waking up. She's about to wake up." "Child, this is all thanks to you," Zhou Yanqiu modestly replied. "It's because of your good medical skills and the good fortune of the matron." Old Shui smiled but said nothing, knowing in his heart that he understood everything. Zhou Yanqiu quietly and carefully led He Jing out of the room. The teacher's wife was about to wake up soon, and the master probably had many things to talk to her about. They decided it was better not to stay and be a burden. Inside the room, Old Shui held his wife's hand tightly and softly called her name, "Shufin, Shufin." His wife's name was Li Shufin, his childhood sweetheart. As Old Shui gently called her, Li Shufin slowly opened her eyes. It was like she had just had a long nightmare. Seeing Old Shui so excited, she managed a small smile and said, "Stop calling me. It sounds like calling for a soul, and it's annoying me." Old Shui's face was full of tears and smiles, overwhelmed with happiness. "All right, I won't call anymore. Shufin, how do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable? You must tell me." He kept talking softly for a while. Li Shufin squinted her eyes with a smile and listened for a bit, then fell back asleep. The first time she woke up, she was alert for half an hour but then couldn't hold on and drifted back into sleep. Even Old Shui's gentle words beside her didn't help. Finally, Old Shui stopped and carefully placed her hand back into the blanket, covering her up again. When his wife woke up for the first time, he didn't blame her for being so quiet. He wanted her to stay awake a little longer so she would recover faster next time. It was good for her health. He sat by the bed for a while, checked her carefully, and saw that her face looked much better than before. Her pulse was normal, and he felt relieved. Today, after the rain stopped, the heavy burden in Old Shui's heart was finally lifted. His wife waking up was the biggest happiness of the year for him. Old Shui fought back the urge to smile widely. He knew he couldn't drink alcohol now. If he did, it would have to wait until Li Shufin was fully recovered. Drinking now might cause trouble. Outside, Zhou Yanqiu took the opportunity to add a bit of spiritual spring water to the water jar. The effects of this water were obvious. Used for washing vegetables and cooking, it made the food tastier and was very good for health. He Jing and the teacher's wife should drink more of this diluted spiritual spring water. It would help them recover faster. At this moment, Old Shui came out of the room with a smile. Zhou Yanqiu quickly went to greet him and asked with concern, "Master, how is my teacher's wife now?" Old Chui's smile was tight, like a blooming flower. "Your teacher's wife is fine. She just woke up, still a bit weak, but she's fallen asleep again. She'll be better in a few days." After hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu also felt happy for his master. "Master, it's good that Madam has woken up. You must be tired these days, so you should take care of your health and not overwork yourself. If you get too exhausted, Madam will be very worried when she sees you recover." Next to them, He Jing also spoke up. "Old Chui, if you have anything to do these days, just tell me. I can handle all the household chores." Zhou Yanqiu saw that his master looked visibly tired, probably because Madam had woken up and the long-standing tension in his spirit suddenly eased. Old Chui understood this and felt comforted. "I understand. Don't worry, I will prepare some medicine to rest and recover." After saying that, he looked at He Jing and smiled. "By the way, Miss Xiao Jing can also take some time to rest and recover." Old Chui was very happy today and took the initiative to suggest helping He Jing with her health. Usually, with his status, he wouldn't bring up such personal matters himself. Zhou Yanqiu was happy for his master and He Jing. "Master, do you need any medicinal herbs from the mountains? I can go and try to pick some later." After thinking for a moment, he tilted his head. With so many ginsengs in his space, maybe he could take out 1 or 2 for his master to use. Although those ginsengs might be very precious to others, for him, they were easy to get. And since they were for his master, he didn't feel bad about using them. "Master, can ginseng be used?" Old Chui looked at her and smiled. "Oh, you still have ginseng?" Zhou Yanqiu half-jokingly said, "Last time, I found a ginseng nest with 3 ginsengs. I only dug out 1, and there are 2 more on the mountain." Old Chui, who was stroking his beard, almost pulled it out in shock. "Is that the place where you found the 50-year-old ginseng?" Zhou Yanqiu nodded. "Yes, master. I think the remaining 2 ginsengs might be even older. Can they be used?" Old Chui took a deep breath. Of course, they could be used. If there was older ginseng, it would make it easier to improve his wife's health, and maybe there wouldn't be any after effects. Even he could use it, and for He Jing, it would be the best medicine to help her recover. Regarding her old husband, Old Chui was not polite. "Yanqiu, if your master's wife uses aged ginseng to improve her health, she will recover even better. Of course, your master definitely won't let you suffer any loss." Old Chui didn't know that Zhou Yanqiu planned to take 200-year-old ginseng plants from her space in a few days. If he knew, he would be very surprised. That 100-year-old ginseng is also called treasure ginseng. It can be life-saving in critical moments. You can't find it easily in the market, and even with money, it's not guaranteed you can buy such aged ginseng. But Zhou Yanqiu has a spiritual spring space. She has a spiritual spring space and a resource radar. These things are nothing special to her. When Zhou Yanqiu heard Old Chui say that the ginseng could help her master's wife recover, she planned to take 200-year-old ginseng plants in a few days for her master. But today, she couldn't do it because she told her master that the ginseng was on the mountain. If she took it out now, it would cause trouble. Also, she called home yesterday and talked to her uncle. She didn't go back last night, so she needed to go back today. Otherwise, her grandma and uncle would worry. So today, she had to go home first. She would come back tomorrow or the day after. After lunch, her master's wife, Li Shufan, was still not awake. Zhou Yanqiu told Old Chui she needed to go home first. "Master, I'll go home first. Tomorrow, I'll go to the mountain to dig out the ginseng. At the latest, I'll come back the day after tomorrow." Old Chui said, "It's not very urgent. Be careful on the mountain. Have your uncle go with you. The mountain is dangerous. Don't go alone." She smiled, not knowing that her master didn't realize her fighting ability was almost at the highest level. The mountain wasn't very dangerous for her. If she thought it was dangerous, then having her uncle go wouldn't help much. But she didn't tell her master about this. She smiled and didn't explain, just nodded. "Okay, master, I understand." Before leaving, she added some spiritual spring water to her master's kitchen water jar. She didn't add much, but it was enough to change the water quality. After talking with He Jing, Zhou Yanqiu was ready to leave. On her way back, she rode her bike to near Zhou Mingrui's house, but it was already empty and deserted. However, outside, a few older women still gathered and talked about the situation. It must be said that the people are very quick to get news. In just one day, the details about Zhou Mingrui's arrest had been guessed and discussed by many, and people had figured out quite a lot. I heard he was caught for spying on Zaireizi's side, revealing a lot of information here. I heard he was an informant on that island over there. Anyway, whether he was working for one side or the other, he's not a good person. I also heard that his son, Zhou Xiaodian, was caught too. That kid with the sky-high eyes has caused many deaths. The whole family deserves what they get. Just wait and see. Soon someone by the river outside the city will be shot again. Doing things like this, they deserve to be executed more than once. Zhou Yanqiu was listening nearby for a couple of minutes. After learning some of the details, she stopped paying attention. She didn't care about what happened afterward. She only knew that as long as Zhou Mingrui was inside, with their crimes, he definitely wouldn't come out. Being shot would be a light punishment. Once the matter was settled, Zhou Yanqiu felt a little more relaxed. She went back to the Dongfanghong store this time to buy some fabric to take home. The Spring Festival is coming in about half a month. She planned to buy more fabric for her grandmother, uncle, and aunt, as well as for herself, Zhou Hongbing and her cousin Zhou Lanfang, so they could each make 2 sets of clothes. Yesterday, at Zhou Mingrui's house, she not only received 100,000 yuan but also found many receipts, including 2,000 yards of fabric. That much fabric would be enough for her family's clothes for 10 years. At the Dongfanghong store, Zhou Yanqiu went straight to the fabric section. She bought 28 yards of navy blue fabric for her uncle and several other colors suitable for women's clothes, totaling 75 yards. She also bought a set of sky blue fabric for Zhou Hongbing to make clothes. In total, she bought over 100 yards of fabric, a thick bundle weighing more than 10 jin. After buying the fabric, she didn't buy anything else. Her family didn't lack anything at home now. Even if something is missing, just come back in a few days to buy it again. Zhou Yanqiu packed the fabrics into bags, tied them to the back of her bicycle, and then rode home. On the way, she summoned Tianfeng and Tianlong from her space. Tianlong drank from the spirit spring bowl and rested for a night, so he fully recovered. After coming out of the space, he naturally settled on her wrist. Zhou Yanqiu's left wrist is almost completely taken over by Tianlong. After Tianfeng came out of the space, he blew a breeze on her shoulder. But because she was riding too fast and the wind was strong, he got a bit cold and eventually snuggled into her arms. It took over 2 hours to ride from the county town to home. At this moment, the county police station was holding a meeting led by Director Xue. A letter revealing the traitorous activities of Director Zhou from the GW Society was delivered to the police station entrance, the armed forces, and even the government office, along with evidence. The entire political scene in Qing'an County was shaken. The GW Society had been dominant in Qing'an for years, and even now, despite some changes, it still held significant power. No one expected that the leader of such an important organization was actually a spy planted on the island and living a normal life. It was a huge joke. After this happened, no one dared to hide anything, and no one could take responsibility for it. Once the letter was received, the police, armed forces, and government departments immediately reported to their superiors. They quickly received orders to work together to control Director Zhou Mingrui of the GW Society. When they broke into Zhou Mingrui's house, he and his wife were still sleeping soundly in bed, unaware of what was happening. This shows how powerful the hypnotic incense was. With solid evidence, Zhou Mingrui knew the situation was hopeless and admitted his crimes willingly. It wasn't because he was weak, but because he knew that with such strong evidence, staying silent wouldn't help and would only lead to more punishment. No department would be lenient with a spy like him. They had ways to make him confess. Under Zhou Mingrui's testimony, 2 other deputy directors of the GW Society were also arrested. Under Zhou Mingrui's guidance, they somewhat participated in betraying some confidential domestic documents and cooperating with foreign enemy agents' actions. However, such a major traitor was only discovered when someone delivered evidence to his workplace. They had no idea about this happening, which shows they were somewhat negligent. Director Xue said seriously at the meeting, based on Zhou Mingrui's confession and on-site investigation, last night someone sneaked into his home and accidentally found these letters. They then sent the letters to the police station, the armed forces, and the county government. Some cash and gold were also stolen from Zhou Mingrui's home, likely taken by the person who sent the letters. We need to find this person. Additionally, Zhou Mingrui's son Zhou Xiaotian's criminal gang has been quickly organized and arrested. No names on the diary list should be missed. At Director Xue's command, the police quickly took action. Zhou Yanxiu was unaware of this, and even if she knew, she wouldn't care because her actions yesterday were brilliant and would not be discovered. When she got home, her aunt Li Guiyun was preparing to cook. Zhou Yanxiu rang her bicycle bell. Ding ding ding. Andy, I'm back. Zhou Yanxiu's clear voice startled Li Guiyun, who was about to go to the kitchen. Oh, Yanxiu, you're back. You called yesterday and said you wouldn't come home. We thought something happened to you. If your uncle hadn't said you were safe at your teacher's place, your grandma would have gone to find you. Hearing this, Zhou Yanxiu felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't explain clearly on the phone, Auntie. Where's my grandma? She went to the old house to feed Little White. She'll be here soon. Zhou Yanxiu took the fabric from the back of her bicycle. Auntie, I might trouble you again these days. I bought some fabric. What do you think about making clothes? She handed the fabric to Li Guiyun. Li Guiyun was surprised and took it with both hands. Wow, all these fabrics are bought. Yes, our family has 6 people. During the new year, each person wears a new outfit. I bought the clothes myself. Auntie, please check if they are enough. Buying so much fabric must require a lot of cloth coupons. Yanxiu, tell Auntie honestly, where did you get these coupons? You didn't go to the black market, did you? Li Guiyun asked Zhou Yanxiu seriously. It's understandable, she asked. Cloth coupons are rare in the village. A household can't get enough coupons in a year to buy 2 sets of clothes. Yanxiu originally didn't have so many coupons. Li Guiyun was worried she might buy them from the black market. If she got caught, she would definitely face criticism or even jail.
Yanku understood Li Guiyun's worries.
She blamed everything on her master. Auntie, I would never go to the black market. These coupons were given to me by my master. He has many, and he can't use them all. Since the new year is coming soon, my master gave me some coupons to buy fabric for new clothes. When Li Guiyun heard this, she clapped her hands happily. Wow, your master is so kind, giving us so many coupons. What should we give in return? I need to think carefully. How about giving that deer leg to your master as a treat? Yanxiu couldn't help but laugh and cry. Auntie, no need. I have some things in mind. Later, I'll go to the mountain to find something my master likes. Don't worry, I've already discussed everything with him. Li Guiyun thought for a moment. That's fine. You do as you see fit. Just don't forget your manners. Auntie, don't worry. Let's go inside and see the fabric. I bought real silk fabric. Real silk? That's good fabric, but it's a bit expensive. Andy, aren't we earning some extra money now? It's okay if it's a little costly. You're right. We're going to indulge a bit this new year. Wearing new clothes, haha. Inside the house, Li Guiyun thought for a moment, then put down the fabric and took out 100 yuan from the inner room. Here, Yanxiu. This money for buying fabric shouldn't be on you. I don't have any coupons, so I won't give you any. But I'll pay for this. Yanxiu couldn't help but laugh and politely refused. Auntie, it's not necessary.
I didn't spend much.
Besides, I have some clothes here. You don't need to go through so much trouble making clothes for me. Li Guiyun insisted. Auntie, it's right for you to buy fabric for clothes. You're the older one, and I shouldn't ask you to buy these things for us. After saying that, she smiled again. If you really want to buy them, wait until you're married and have a family. Then you can buy these things to show respect to us. Zhou Yanxiu looked at her aunt's firm expression and had no choice but to accept the 100 yuan. She couldn't tell her aunt that she had a lot of money, more than 100,000 yuan. Most of that money was hidden and not meant to be seen, and she was afraid it might scare her family members or make them worry all the time. but there will be many chances to earn money in the future. At worst, she could find some ways for her uncle to make money. She knew that in a few years, the country would open up more. If she was brave and had foresight, she could take advantage of this rare opportunity to get a good share. Just then, Grandma came in. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw Zhou Yanxio's bicycle parked outside. "Has Yanxio come back from the county?" Grandma called out before even entering the house. Zhou Yanxio quickly came out, smiling happily. "Grandma, I'm back." Grandma looked at her granddaughter, safe and sound, and felt relieved. This was the first night Yanxio stayed away from home since she arrived. The old lady was worried, afraid her granddaughter was having a hard time outside. Zhou Yanxio helped Grandma by holding her arm and led her inside, explaining, "Something came up yesterday. My friend was discharged from a hospital and had nowhere to stay, so I introduced her to my teacher's place. It took a while, so I stayed there overnight. My teacher has 2 spare rooms, so if I don't go back to the county, I'll have a place to stay. Don't worry, Grandma. If you ask my uncle, he'll tell you I'm quite capable now. No one can bully me." Grandma finally relaxed but still muttered, "No matter how capable you are, you're still a girl. I worry when you're out at night." Zhou Yanxio chuckled and hugged her grandma. "I knew Grandma cares about me." They also looked at the fabric they bought, planning to make clothes for everyone for the new year. Grandma smiled and patted her arm. "I knew you'd spend money recklessly." However, it was clear that Grandma's eyes showed a hint of affection. Zhou Yanxio looked around the house and didn't see Zhou Jianjun's shadow. Curious, she asked, "Auntie, where did Uncle go?" Li Guoyin replied, "He went to a village meeting. It's a regular meeting held once or twice a month." "Oh, I see." Speaking of which, Zhou Yanxio also wants to join the party. In high school, if she hadn't been under 18, her teachers would have recommended her to join already. Now, she can only wait for future opportunities. Next year, after she gets into university, she plans to apply to join the party. Before dinner, Zhou Jianjun returned from the meeting. Seeing Zhou Yanxio at home didn't surprise him. Right now, Zhou Jianjun thought Yanxio was so capable that as long as she didn't do anything illegal, she would be safe. At the dinner table, Zhou Yanxio told her grandma, uncle, and aunt about her teacher asking her to stay somewhere for a while after the spring festival to focus on learning medical skills for a few months. Her uncle thought for a moment and nodded. "All right, when the time comes, you can focus on studying there." Grandma moved her mouth, wanting to say something, but then closed it. "By the way, uncle, I need to visit my teacher the day after tomorrow. My teacher's wife was sick, but she just woke up today. Tomorrow, I plan to go to the mountain to pick some things to send to my teacher." Zhou Jianjun nodded. "That's fine. Do you need me to go with you to the mountain tomorrow?" "No need, uncle. I can go alone." "By the way, when does Hongbing have his holiday?" Zhou Hongbing's winter vacation starts this week, in about 3 or 4 days. If the timing works out, she can go back to the county tomorrow and pick up Zhou Hongbing along the way. During the holiday, she has more luggage, and it's hard to carry alone. The next day, after breakfast, she told her grandma and then took a basket and went to the mountain. Tianpeng was on her shoulder, and Xiaobai was in her arms. They quickly reached the mountain, and she put Xiaobai down, letting it run freely. Xiaobai now acts like a small dog. As long as the trail isn't too steep, it can run all over the mountain. She reminded him gently, and the lively little white quickly came over. Zhou Yanxio smiled and sighed softly, bending down to pick up Little White. "You little tiger, when will you be able to keep up with my speed?" Little White is still very small, with short limbs, not much bigger than a chubby big cat, so it's normal that it can't keep up with her. After picking up Little White, she stretched out her long legs and quickly ran up the mountain. The excuse about ginseng and such is just that, an excuse. The ginseng is still safe and sound in her space. Whenever she wants to dig it up, it's just a matter of a thought. So there's no rush. Today, she plans to take advantage of these few free days to hunt some wild game on the mountain. With the new year approaching, she needs to prepare more food. And looking at the weather, heavy snow is expected in a couple of days, which might block the mountain roads, making it hard to go up later. Plus, she also needs to visit her master in the county town. After the new year, She will spend most of her time at her master's house, learning medical skills. So, in the near future, she won't be able to go up the mountain often. While she has the chance now, she plans to hunt more wild game today, some for her family's New Year celebration and a few to take to her master's house. Or maybe she can send some to Brother Qinghe in Yanjing. She knows how delicious her ingredients are. Last time, she only sent one flying dragon, which wasn't very big, so it wasn't enough. There are about 20 days left before the new year. If she hunts enough wild game today, she can preserve it for a few days and send it over, so it can be on their table in time for the celebration. Zhou Yanxiu took Little White to Fat Tiger. Fat Tiger hadn't seen her for several days, and he was so happy to see her come. Even Little Yellow came over to act cute at her feet for a while before going off to play and wrestle with Little White. Fat Tiger stood beside Zhou Yanxiu, looking at the two little tigers with loving eyes. Now, Fat Tiger has grown almost as big as a typical male tiger. Usually, female tigers are noticeably smaller than males, but thanks to the spiritual spring water, Fat Tiger has grown again. The gunshot wound on its leg from a few days ago has fully healed, and it's now perfectly capable of hunting. The tiger's presence had grown even stronger. It seemed its hunting skills had improved again. Its aura was now almost as powerful as that of a tiger king. She poured a basin of spirit spring water for Fat Tiger. Its eyes lit up, and it hurried over to drink. Little Yellow, catching the scent, instinctively knew it was something good. It happily ran over and began drinking with Fat Tiger. Zhou Yanxiu watched Fat Tiger, Little Yellow, and Little White, feeling excited. She wondered how strong these tigers would become after being nourished by the spirit spring water. After Fat Tiger and Little Yellow finished one basin, she poured another. It wasn't much, only about 2 or 3 liters, and Fat Tiger finished it in just a few gulps. Little White stood quietly to the side. It didn't join in, since it had already drunk some earlier and wasn't as interested now. Little White no longer looked weak or sickly. It seemed it wouldn't have any health problems in the future. In fact, because it drank the spirit spring water every day, it had become very strong, stronger even than Little Yellow, who stayed by Fat Tiger's side. She rubbed Fat Tiger's head. Fat Tiger, Little White will stay with you. You need to teach it how to hunt. Fat Tiger let out a low roar and rubbed its head against her, showing it understood. Tianping, let's go. Tianping squeaked, jumped from Little White's back, and landed on her shoulder. Zhou Yanxiu said a few words to Fat Tiger, then headed toward the deep mountains with Tianping. Fat Tiger stood with Little White and Little Yellow, watching her disappear into the distance. Then Fat Tiger roared loudly. Little White and Little Yellow were startled and quickly lined up in front of it. Training time had begun. Hearing the roar and the sounds of movement behind her, Zhou Yanxiu knew Fat Tiger had started teaching the two young tigers how to hunt. She continued deeper into the mountains with Tianpeng. The farther they went, the more wild animals appeared. The mountain was full of resources, and this time she adjusted her direction slightly. Before long, her resource radar gave a signal. 5 or 6 red dots appeared on the screen. Wild ginseng, 20 years old, high medicinal value. Wild ginseng, 18 years old, with high medicinal value. Another batch of ginseng. She showed no emotion on her face and had already transplanted these ginseng plants into her spirit spring space. To her, the age of these ginseng plants no longer mattered. Even young ginseng seedlings in her spirit spring space can grow into 100-year-old ginseng in just over 3 months. Just after receiving these few ginseng plants, a few bird calls came from nearby. Zhou Yanxiu's heart lit up with joy as she quietly moved closer to look. About 20 meters away, a group of colorful finches was searching for food on the ground. These finches are also called flying dragons by the locals. People say, dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground, which shows how delicious they are. Because of their tasty flavor, flying dragons are hunted heavily, and now, around the Changbai Mountains, these birds are rarely seen. A single flying dragon can easily sell for around 10 yuan. And here, a whole group of over 10 flying dragons is gathered together. Zhou Yanxiu held her breath. thinking about how many she could catch with this strike. She quietly took out a handful of small stones from her space. She originally had 9 flying knives, taken from the leader of a spy group which would be more convenient to use. But she hadn't practiced much with them, so these round little stones felt easier to handle. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yanqiu swung her hand, throwing 5 small stones at the foraging flying dragons. Plop, plop, a few light sounds, 4 of the stones hit the birds, 1 missed. The group of flying dragons was startled and immediately screeched, trying to flap away. Quick as a flash, Zhou Yanqiu threw another small stone, knocking down 2 more birds that were about to take off. This method is not something an ordinary person can have. Tingpeng happily jumps on her shoulder. Zhou Yanqiu goes to pick up the 6 flying dragon birds on the ground and casually puts them into her space. Then she remembers there are 2 male deer she cut off last time for their antlers still inside the space. Now those 2 male deer are in the space, with broken limbs, barely alive. She thinks for a moment and decides to deal with these 2 deer in the next couple of days. If she doesn't, they won't last many more days. She considers whether to give them to her uncle and the village or sell them at the town restaurant where Aunt Zhou's husband works. She'll decide later. Not long after coming up the mountain, she already has 6 flying dragons. That's a good sign. Sure enough, within half an hour, she hits a fat rabbit and 2 colorful pheasants with small stones. The pheasants are much bigger than the flying dragons. 1 pheasant can match 3 dragons. Although their meat isn't as good as the dragons, it's still a rare delicacy. Zhou Yanqiu quietly feels grateful for nature's gifts. She throws all these prey into her space, planning to take them out when she goes down the mountain. But it's not enough yet. She plans to gather more this time. With Tingpeng on the tree helping to scout for prey, she continues hunting. Half a day later, her space has 5 more rabbits, 10 more pheasants, and 5 more flying dragons. Even silly Bowsy has caught one. She thinks these are enough for now. Right now, her space contains 2 male deer, 2 silly roe deer, 6 rabbits, 12 pheasants, 11 flying dragons. It's a full harvest. She plans to keep half at home, send some to her master, and send the rest to Brother Qinghe. Sending things to Brother Qinghe doesn't make her feel much burdened. After all, her space was given to her by the mysterious token from Brother Qinghe. Although her space now recognizes her as the owner and can't be given to anyone else, she decides to keep this secret and not let anyone know about the spiritual spring space. But that doesn't stop her from giving Brother Qinghe some good things. Brother Qinghe is someone she trusts. After finishing, she planned to visit other places to see if she could find something good. Suddenly, she heard a noise nearby, and Tianpeng started squeaking and jumping on her shoulder. It seemed like a large animal was making the sound. She gently patted Tianpeng and said, "Tianpeng, stay on the tree." Once Tianpeng jumped onto the tree, she slowly moved toward the source of the noise. In this deep mountain forest, being cautious was very important. Although she hadn't encountered many wild animals here, it was because she hadn't come often. Also, Fat Tiger was a fierce animal, and the first time she went up the mountain alone, she met Fat Tiger. Fortunately, Fat Tiger didn't seem to be hostile, or else they might have fought, and she wasn't sure who would win. Most people would find it hard to get along with such animals. The wolf packs she met last time were also dangerous, but with her and Fat Tiger's help, they managed to survive. If hunters came up the mountain, they would probably run away in fear, and their lives could be at risk. There were also many venomous snakes everywhere. She had already cut several snakes with her machete during her previous trips, especially in cold weather. In summer, when snakes are more active, there could be even more. Carefully, she moved closer to see what it was. With her skills and strength, there weren't many things in the mountain that could scare her, not even Fat Tiger. Her sharp instincts told her that the scent from the animal ahead was even stronger than Fat Tiger's. This made her curious. What kind of animal could it be? Behind a large tree about 2 meters in diameter, a brown-black furry shadow was writhing constantly. She was startled and immediately thought of a certain animal. In this mountain, the most well-known fierce animals are bears, pigs, and tigers. The bear here refers to the brown bear, not the black bear. Putting the brown bear in first place was not without reason. They are incredibly strong, have tough skin and thick flesh, plus a layer of fat. Even hunters with guns often feel powerless when facing such mountain bears. Because the shotgun bullets couldn't do much damage to this brown bear, even if the bullet passed through its thick fur, it wouldn't have much force left. Behind the fur, there is at least a 10-centimeter layer of fat protecting its internal organs. A typical adult brown bear can weigh around 1,000 jin, about 500 kilograms. What does this mean? Pang, whose weight is only about 500 to 600 jin, around 250 to 300 kilograms. This brown bear weighs roughly twice as much as a tiger. So, even Pang, who, the king of beasts, might not stand a chance against this bear. If an ordinary person encountered it, a single slap from this bear could split their head from their body. Zhou Yanqiu quietly moved to the other side. Sure enough, about 30 meters ahead, a huge creature was sitting there eating. Her eyes sharpened. She didn't want to confront this difficult bear. She slowly stepped back, intending to leave this place. But things didn't go as planned. She accidentally stepped on a dry branch on the ground, making a crisp sound. Zhou Yanqiu thought to herself, "What bad luck." Looking up, she saw that the bear, which was eating, was indeed startled. It stood up suddenly, its massive body reaching at least 2.5 meters tall. It looked down at Zhou Yanqiu from above, opened its mouth to show sharp teeth, and let out a roar. Then it started chasing her. The bear looked a bit clumsy, but in reality, it was quite fast and agile, truly a nimble big creature. Zhou Yanqiu was only about 30 meters away from the bear. With its speed, it could reach her in the blink of an eye. She initially planned to quietly retreat, not wanting to anger the bear while it was eating. But unexpectedly, the bear took the initiative to attack her. Zhou Yanqiu was instantly amused and annoyed. Her plan to sneak away had failed. Now she had 3 options. First, run down the mountain as fast as possible to escape the bear. Second, immediately enter the spirit spring space, which would make her safe, and wait until the bear left before coming out. Third, fight the bear directly, and if she couldn't win, then retreat into the spirit spring space. After a moment of thought, she chose the third option. She had been wanting to test her strength against Pang, who, for a few days now. I didn't expect to have a fight with Fat Tiger before, but I met this brown bear that came right to me. So I decided to challenge it. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the charging brown bear, her eyes sharp, a cold glint flashing from them. Her muscles tensed up. She stood firm with her feet apart, fists clenched, one in front of her chest, the other behind her waist. She kept her eyes fixed on the charging bear, clearly seeing the fur on its neck and smelling the foul odor from its mouth. The bear looked at this small human, puzzled why she didn't run away. But it didn't lessen its grip at all. It raised its strong paw high and swung it down hard at Zhou Yanqiu. She saw the thick paw coming at her, clenched her teeth tightly, and suddenly punched out with her right fist from behind her waist, striking like lightning against the falling paw. Zhou Yanqiu let out a sharp, angry shout. In the next moment, her small fist and the bear's thick paw collided with a loud bang. Zhou Yanqiu's small, delicate fist collided forcefully with the thick bear paw coming at her. A deep, loud crash echoed. The stones beneath her feet shattered from the impact. Her face flushed with effort as she stepped back 3 paces. Her right arm went numb. The bear's strength was too great. It pushed her back 3 steps. After all, the bear's arm was thicker than her waist. When it slapped her, it must have delivered over 1,000 pounds of force. Yet, Zhou Yanqiu could stand against this bear, showing her punch's power was at least over 1,000 pounds. She retreated 3 steps, and the big bear also wobbled and took a step back. The bear's small eyes looked at Zhou Yanqiu with surprise and doubt, then at its own paw, as if unable to believe that this small human was unharmed after its. After her strike, Zhou Yanqiu understood the bear's strength. It was indeed powerful, but she wasn't far behind. Her heart eased, and she became more interested in this bear. Maybe she could use it to practice? Thinking this, she already made her move with her hands. She moved forward quickly and, while the brown bear was still dazed and unresponsive, she delivered a heavy punch to its belly. Although she is 1.72 meters tall, she is still much smaller than the bear. The bear looked at her as if she were a 4 or 5-year-old child. They are not on the same level. Her punch landed on the bear's stomach, and she tried to aim for its chest but couldn't reach. She would have to jump to do that. With a strong punch, she made the bear stumble and fall to the ground. Angered by her hit, the bear roared but didn't stand up again. Instead, it got on all fours and lunged at her again. This kind of bear is harder to fight because it's now in attack mode and more stable. It's very difficult for her to knock it down again like before. She focused intently on the charging bear, squinting her eyes to watch carefully. Soon, the bear took a few quick steps and was right in front of her, raising its paw to strike again. The sharp claws on its paw flashed with a cold light, aiming at her neck. She quickly shifted to the side with a slight force, dodging the attack. The bear's paw missed her. While the bear was off balance, she swiftly punched its thick neck. The bear felt a sharp pain, shook its head, and leaned to one side, almost falling over. Her punch made it feel a serious threat. She looked at the bear with narrowed eyes, having used about 90% of her strength, almost giving her all. Could she really not knock this bear out? The bear was truly formidable, worthy of being the ruler of these mountains. While she was thinking, the bear turned and lunged at her again, moving even faster and hitting harder with its paws.
The bear was really angry now.
She concentrated and met the attack head-on, determined to see how far she could go. Bang, bang, bang. Her small fists clashed with the bear's huge paws, making muffled sounds. When the bear opened its mouth to bite, she quickly dodged to the side. She wasn't about to let herself be bitten by that bear. Once again, they clashed. Zhou Yanqiu felt a sharp pain in her hand, but it was just her fist accidentally touched by the bear's paw. The sharp claws cut her fist. She frowned and quickly pulled back her hand. There was a 2 or 3 centimeter cut on her fist caused by the bear's claws. Fortunately, it wasn't deep and didn't hit the bone. After a little blood came out, it stopped bleeding, and the wound was healing visibly right before her eyes. With this speed of healing, it would take less than 2 minutes for the wound to heal completely. Zhou Yanqiu felt very confident. This was the first time she was injured since her rebirth. With her current body, getting hurt was already very rare. But she also felt that her current defense was not much worse than the bear's. The bear's claws could threaten her, but its strength was no longer a big danger to her. Because her strength was not much less than the bear's, and she was more agile. As long as she was careful, it was hard for the bear's attacks to hit her. Anyway, her fists kept landing on the bear, rarely missing. Timpum was chattering excitedly in the tree, cheering her on. Heavy punches kept hitting the bear, and gradually, the bear also started to feel overwhelmed. Looking at this small human, the bear's eyes finally showed fear. It was almost unrecognizable as a bear. Finally, after Zhou Yanqiu's punch hit the bear spat out a mouthful of bear blood. Then it turned around and scrambled into the dense forest to escape. Its internal organs had unknowingly been injured by Zhou Yanqiu. If she kept fighting, she might kill it here. Seeing the bear run away, Zhou Yanqiu was momentarily stunned. She hadn't finished her fun yet, and it ran off. She was so angry that she took out 2 small stones and threw them at the bear. The stones hit the fleeing bear, causing it to shudder in pain. It let out a strange cry and ran even faster. Humph. Next time she saw this human, she would stay far away. Seeing the bear escape, Zhou Yanqiu felt very excited. She never thought she could face and defeat such a mountain king. She still has a hidden card she hasn't used, otherwise that brown bear wouldn't have run away just now. Now she understands her strength. She can probably go anywhere in these mountains freely. She isn't afraid of this brown bear, so what other wild animals in these mountains could be stronger than it? At least, she can't think of any right now. After a fierce fight, Zhou Yanqiu's excitement faded, and she felt her arm ache. It took her several minutes to recover. She lost about half an hour dealing with the brown bear. Now she plans to go deeper into the mountain to explore. It's still early. She checked her watch. It's not even 11 o'clock, so it's not time for lunch yet. She plans to look around other areas to see if she can find more prey, like flying dragons. Although she already gained a lot today, more is better. After all, she has to share quite a bit of her loot. Ti-Prung, follow me. She called out to Ti-Prung in the tree and then changed direction to continue exploring the mountain. Zhou Yanxiu took Ti-Prung to look for new prey. After fighting the brown bear, she was covered in sweat. She felt a bit uncomfortable and thought about going into her space to take a shower and change clothes, but she held back. There's plenty of time for a shower later. No rush now.
She can do it tonight.
The most important thing is to make the most of her time in the mountain. At this moment, Zhou Yanxiu patted her thigh. Unfortunately, the brown bear escaped just now. If it hadn't, she might have gotten 4 bear paws, bear bile, and bear skin. Even if she couldn't skin it herself, she could have gone down the mountain to ask her uncle to help. Oh well, a missed opportunity. But there will be other chances. This time, luck was not on her side. She and Ti-Prung wandered for over 2 hours, catching 2 foolish wild boars, 5 colorful pheasants, and 3 flying dragons. They also found many ginseng roots using the resource radar. In her spiritual spring space's spiritual field, over 30 ginseng plants had grown, some as young as 3 or 5 years, and one had reached 78 years old. Now she has more than 300 ginseng plants. She also saw a herd of wild boars in the distance. She initially wanted to hunt too, but after some thought, she decided to give up for now. Next time, let's talk about it. She has already gathered enough things for today. Moreover, if she needs to go up the mountain again in the future, she can do so whenever necessary. If she were hunting wild boar to sell, it wouldn't be needed because her cash in her space is already enough, so much that she has nowhere to spend it all. She simply can't use it all. Yes, at this time, even though she doesn't earn much money, she also doesn't spend much. The money she has now makes it hard to spend in Qing'an County. So, there's no need to hunt just for a little money. It's mainly a waste of time. With that time, wouldn't it be better to read a book? She already has enough supplies, so she didn't keep hunting in the mountains. She can't be too greedy. If people knew what she caught today, many would be jealous. 2 male deer, 4 foolish roe deer, 6 rabbits, 17 golden pheasants, and 14 flying dragons. There are so many small animals in these deep mountains. If she took all of them down, her uncle and aunt would probably be shocked. Since she doesn't plan to hunt anymore and it's still early, only past 2 in the afternoon, she thought for a moment and took Ti-Prung into the spirit spring space. She plans to take a shower first before going down the mountain. Since rebirth, she's been very diligent about bathing, at least every 2 days, because bathing in the spirit spring space is very convenient. Otherwise, with the conditions here, bathing once a month would be considered a luxury. Many people wait until near the new year to change into new clothes and take a hot shower in advance. In the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the spirit spring space, she happily took a shower. All the toiletries there are complete. She washed herself thoroughly from head to toe and then dried her hair. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked at her figure from side to side. Her skin is fair and tender, with the right size in the right places, and a slim waist that can be held with both hands. Her figure is truly excellent. Even she couldn't help but glance at herself a few more times. After changing into clean clothes, she felt refreshed and invigorated. She took Ti-Prung and quickly stepped out of the space. Let's go, little Ti-Prung. Let's find Little Bai together. When they arrived at the fat tiger's den, Little Bai and Little Yellow were playing and learning hunting skills under Fat Tiger's guidance. Seeing Zhou Yanxiu come over, Pang Hu wagged his tail happily. Once a mighty king of the mountain beasts, he now looked like a small, adorable dog. Since there wouldn't be many chances to go up the mountain before the new year, she took out the basin again and poured some spiritual spring water for Pang Hu to drink. She wanted to help him stay healthy and become stronger. She played with him and Xiao Huang for a while. When she saw that it was almost time, she reluctantly said goodbye to Pang Hu and Xiao Huang, carrying Xiao Bai and Ti-Prung down the mountain. Near the foot of the mountain, she put about a dozen flying dragons and golden pheasants into her backpack, along with 2 rabbits, which she couldn't fit anymore. Her backpack was packed full. As for the 2 male deer, she thought for a moment and decided to give them to her uncle. The villagers could share them, and she was waiting for her aunt to prepare the deer meat. When she reached the bottom of the mountain, it was just about the right time, and it was getting dark. She carried 1 male deer in each hand, with a big backpack on her back. Tian Peng was sitting on her shoulder, and Xiao Bai happily followed behind her like a little dog. Since it was late and winter, with few people on the road, she hurried quickly toward her uncle's house. When she arrived at the door, she was holding 2 deer and couldn't open the door easily, so she pushed it open with her bottom. "Uncle, Auntie, come see," she called out as soon as she entered. Suddenly, she saw a woman's bicycle in the yard and brightened her eyes. "Is my sister back?" Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun heard her voice and quickly came out of the house. Grandma and her grandmother followed behind. Seeing the 2 big animals in her hands, they were surprised. "Are these spotted deer?" Zhou Yanxiu threw the 2 deer, each weighing over 100 jin, onto the ground as if they were light. "Uncle, I caught these spotted deer on the mountain. How should we handle them?" After saying that, she took off the basket and set it aside, smiling. "Auntie, and this small basket of things, I found them easily on the mountain." Then she looked at Zhou Lanfang and chuckled. "Sister, your nose is really sharp. When I came home for dinner today, there was something delicious waiting for us." Zhou Lanfang asked curiously, "Such a good harvest today. Let me see what nice things you brought back." After speaking, she walked to the basket, which Li Guiyun had already opened. Seeing the basket full of items, Li Guiyun and Zhou Lanfang both took a deep breath in surprise. Grandma also looked on with curiosity, and Zhou Jianjun put down the 2 spotted deer to take a look. Li Guiyun carefully took out each small item from the basket one by one. First, 2 fat rabbits, then flying dragons. 1, 2, 3. 14 flying dragons. Everyone was stunned. When did these flying dragons become so numerous? Usually, it's hard to catch even one, but this was only half of what was in the basket. It was really amazing how much it could hold. Next, there were golden pheasants. She took them out one by one. After counting, there were 17 golden pheasants, and the basket was finally empty. Everyone was amazed. Even Zhou Jianjun was stunned. Li Guiyun paused for a moment, then softly said, "Oh my dear, did you go up the mountain to gather supplies?" Hearing her surprised question, Zhou Yanxiu chuckled. "Today, I was lucky. The small animals I found were in big groups." Zhou Jianjun listened to her simple words, but knew that even if he carried a hunting gun, he wouldn't have such a big harvest when encountering these groups of flying dragons and golden pheasants. It must be Zhou Yanxiu's skill with throwing stones that made the difference again. Although he already knew Zhou Yanxiu was very talented, each time she surprised him and expanded his understanding. Zhou Jianjun didn't say anything outwardly, but inwardly he was impressed. Zhou Yanxiu was getting more and more capable. Zhou Lanfang looked at Zhou Yanxiu with admiration in her eyes and happily hugged her arm. "My sister is amazing. If only I had half your talent." Zhou Yanxiu remembered her fight with the brown bear on the mountain today. She thought to herself that her cousin's goal might be a bit difficult to achieve. Grandma's face also lit up with a smile. "My granddaughter is truly impressive. With this skill, she won't go hungry anywhere." That's right. A few days ago, when Zhou Yanxiu went up the mountain, Grandma was worried every day about something going wrong. Even though Zhou Jianjun said she was very capable and didn't need to worry, Grandma still couldn't relax. But now, everything is fine. She can go play on the mountain, but must come down before dark. Zhou Yanxiu smiled and said to Li Guiyun, "Auntie, I will prepare dinner. These small animals are still here, so I need your help to handle them. We will keep half at home, and I plan to give some to others. I will send a few to my master and also send some to friends. My sister will give 2 to Uncle Zhang Ligua and 2 to Grandpa Er's family. With the new year coming, your family should also send some over. Uncle, do you think this plan is okay?" Li Guoyin was very touched when she heard this. This good child even thought of her family. Zhou Jianjun nodded and patted her head. Of course, that's fine. You just arrange everything. These are your things, so you can handle them however you want. Don't worry about the family. Zhou Yanqiu nodded and looked at the two spotted deer. She sighed regretfully. It's a pity we can't split these today. Otherwise, we might have been able to process some of the venison. Zhou Jianjun chuckled. Who said we can't split them? Just wait, I'll call Uncle Jianhua to come over and help us kill these deer. Yanqiu's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Who would dare to say otherwise? People in the village usually don't offend hunters because they want to eat more meat. If they do, the animals caught would be fewer, and they'd get less meat. The rabbits, flying dragons, and golden pheasants can be kept for themselves after hunting, but large animals are shared with the village. They are public property. Every month, a certain amount must be handed over to the village. You don't have to work in the fields, and you can earn full work points. Experienced hunters can go up the mountain once and earn enough points for several days. That's why Zhou Jianjun used to live so comfortably. His family rarely ran out of meat. Compared to others in the village, they were doing quite well. But they were still far from Yanqiu's level. Since the first time she went up the mountain with Yanqiu, he saw her carry a wild boar weighing 200 or 300 jin, moving effortlessly through the air, and kill a wild boar with her bare hands. He knew then that no animal in the mountain could threaten her. Sure enough, Yanqiu brought back more and more game from the mountain, and her family's life improved steadily. They had meat to eat every day and no longer needed to trade the animals they caught for money. Previously, even when they caught rabbits and chickens, most of them were sold at the town's state-run restaurant, and they could only eat a small part themselves. A few days ago, they earned 1,000 yuan from those monkey head mushrooms and other things. In the past, it would take at least 2 years for their family to earn that much. Now, they can comfortably eat meat at home every day, and they never run out of it. Any other family in the village wouldn't even dare to imagine this. Zhou Yanqiu and Li Guoyun took the rabbits and golden pheasants into the kitchen and put them away. Outside, they only left 2 birds, a flying dragon and a golden pheasant. Later, Zhou Jianhua would kill these 2 birds after finishing the plum blossom deer and take them away. Soon after, Zhou Jianjun called Zhou Jianhua over. Seeing the 2 plum blossom deer, Zhou Jianhua also looked happy. The meat from these deer is very good, tastes better than wild boar meat, and is more nutritious, which is good for men. Some people would trade 2 jin of wild boar meat for 1 jin of deer meat, but they might not even get that much. Zhou Jianjun told him that these 2 deer were hunted from the mountains by Yanqiu. Zhou Jianhua wasn't surprised. He knew Yanqiu's skills well and understood some of her abilities. They turned on the lights in the yard and, that night, killed and divided the 2 deer. There were many good things on the deer, including antlers, but Zhou Jianhua saw that the antlers had been cut off. He didn't say anything because they were sharing the meat, bones, and edible parts. Although the antlers are valuable, they didn't have the right to ask for them. The blood from the deer was also good. Li Guoyun took a clean basin and collected a large bowl of deer blood. Deer blood can be eaten, prepared the same way as pig blood, but it tastes much better and is more nourishing. Some elderly people with poor teeth can't eat meat easily, so drinking this blood is also a good option. It's a rare and valuable food. The deer heart, liver, and lungs are all edible. Finally, there was cough cough, deer whip. Both Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Jianhua each took one. Seeing their sneaky smiles, I wonder what they are thinking. It took about an hour to divide everything. After finishing, they washed their hands and each lit a cigarette. Brother Jun, just leave the divided items here in the yard. We can take them to be divided tomorrow. No rush today. Okay, I'll start dividing my share first. Cut 2 back legs and a set of tenderloin. Those are really tasty. Haha, got it. Brother Jun, I'm going back now. Wait, take these 2 things with you too. Zhou Jianjun took a prepared golden pheasant and a flying dragon and handed them over. Brother Jun, you can't take this. Keep it for yourselves to eat. I've already got enough of these deer hearts and such. At this moment, Zhou Yanqiu came out. Uncle Jianhua, just take it. We still have some at home. Zhou Jianjun chuckled and pushed the items into his hands. Yan Xiu went up the mountain to hunt several today. Don't worry, take it. Jianhua looked gratefully at Yan Xiu. These days, such good things are only given by close friends. All right, thank you, Brother Jun, and thank you, Yan Xiu. After Jianhua left, Jianjun took out 2 large, fat thighs and a set of deer tenderloin from the divided meat. Altogether, these items account for more than 30 pieces. But no one would fuss over such small amounts. There's still about 100 jin of meat left, plus dozens of jin of bones. This deer meat is enough for dozens of households in the village, plus fewer than 10 educated youths. Each person can get about half a jin of meat. That's quite good. Most people wouldn't dare to complain. Jianjun took the 2 deer legs and a set of deer tenderloin to the kitchen. Seeing the flying dragons, rabbits, and golden pheasants on the ground, he chuckled. Guiyun, tonight we'll be busy. We need to kill and marinate everything tonight. Li Guiyun smiled and said, Sure, no problem. With so much, it looks exciting. After dinner, we'll start. When you skin and gut them, these chickens' gizzards and hearts alone can last several days. For dinner, they first killed a golden pheasant, cooked half of it, and then stir-fried some radishes. It was a simple meal. After eating, there was still a lot to do. At the table, Zhou Lanfang mysteriously said, Yan Xiu, guess what I came back for this time? Yan Xiu looked at her with a happy expression and thought for a moment. Sister, are you getting a promotion? Zhou Lanfang shook her head. I only worked here for a few days and I got promoted. It doesn't happen that fast. Guess again. Did you solve a case and make a big contribution? Amid everyone's curiosity, Zhou Lanfang explained, last time, Yan Xiu caught 5 enemy agents in the mountains. This time, the reward came through. Yan Xiu made the first major contribution. Although he's not in the police system, so he couldn't get other rewards, he still received a cash reward of 1,000 yuan. Zhou Lanfang chuckled proudly. Even I was awarded a 3rd-class merit again. I haven't been here long, and I already have 2 3rd-class merits. With these achievements, I'll get promoted faster than others. It's all thanks to Yan Xiu. After saying that, she hugged Yan Xiu. It's so nice to have a sister like him. Everyone was surprised and happy to hear this. Li Guiyun clapped her hands and smiled brightly. Oh, our little Qiu is amazing. It's only been a short time, and he's already made 2 big contributions for the country, plus so many rewards. Grandma also smiled with her eyes squinting happily. She felt proud and joyful for her granddaughter. Zhou Jianjun took a moment to calm down and asked, Do they say when you can go to pick up the award? Zhou Lanfang replied, Anytime after tomorrow. We need to go to the county police station to get it. Yan Xiu knows about it.
Just go see Sister Yulin.
She's handling this. Yan Xiu thought for a moment. Then I'll go the day after tomorrow. I happen to be going to the county that day too. I'll stop by the police station. Zhou Lanfang said, All right, depends on your schedule. Hee, Yan Xiu is getting rich again. Yan Xiu smiled. Sister, I'll share some with you then. Zhou Lanfang shook her head repeatedly.
No.
Your uncle and aunt will be mad at me. Haha, I'm happy enough with these 2 3rd-class merits. Yan Xiu smiled but didn't say anything more. There's nothing urgent at home now, and they aren't lacking food or drink. The money isn't as important anymore. After dinner, they cleaned up the dishes. Li Guiyun started calling Zhou Jianjun to help process the flying dragon birds, golden pheasants, and rabbits. They first boiled a pot of water to pluck the feathers later. Grandma saw this and went to help. Now, she's quick and nimble, not much slower than Li Guiyun when working. They worked and talked happily. In just over an hour, they had finished processing everything. After finishing, soak the chicken, rabbit, and flying dragon meat in strong salty water for 2 hours. Before going to bed, take them out and hang them outside to dry. This way of preparing the meat allows it to last a long time, especially in cold weather. Several months is no problem. Right now, there are 4 rabbits and 3 deer in the storage room.
It's not easy to take them out now.
She thought about it and decided to sell them at the town restaurant when she had free time. She planned to sell them when passing by, so she wouldn't need to go out of her way. The next morning, Zhou Jianhua came over and took the deer meat away. In the morning, villagers and the young people who hadn't returned to the city divided the meat among themselves. The sudden news of the meat sharing made everyone very happy. In the afternoon, Zhou Yanqiu was at home reading medical books. Grandma sat nearby, busy with Li Guiyun, making clothes for the new year from fabric she bought in the county. They talked softly and laughed happily, very harmonious. Not long after, Grandpa Zhou Xingbang came to call Zhou Yanqiu away because there was a call from Beijing. Hearing it was from Beijing, Zhou Yanqiu put down her book and ran outside. Grandma, Andy, I'll answer the phone. Grandma and Li Guiyun looked at each other in surprise. As Zhou Yanqiu ran, she wondered in her mind, what could Brother Qinghe want? It must be something important. What is it? Meanwhile, Gu Qinghe sent his photo and bankbook to Zhou Yanqiu today. It was a way to show his feelings. The bankbook had 5,000 yuan, earned from his military salary and mission allowances over the past 2 years. After sending it, he only had about 100 yuan left. He also bought some local special pastries from Beijing to send. Unfortunately, the famous roast duck from the old brand couldn't be shipped. It would spoil. He had wanted to send a few to let his girl taste Beijing's delicacies. Now, it seems she will have to wait until she visits to enjoy them. But he bought quite a few pastries. Knowing she lives at Grandma's, he also sent gifts to Grandma, her uncle, and aunt. Even her cousin and younger brother received presents. Beijing has many different types of fabrics. He specifically bought some good fabrics suitable for making clothes and sent them over. When buying these items, he also brought Zhao Lingwei along to help choose. After all, he doesn't know much about fabrics, so he needs his mom's advice. Besides that, he called to ask about another matter. He wanted to know if there were still some of the things Zhou Yanqiu sent last time. Since Gu Qingling's appetite has been improving after eating the flying dragon meat, monkey head mushrooms, and matsutake mushrooms, this is a big happiness for the whole family. However, besides what Zhou Yanqiu sent, there are still some things he can't eat yet. So he wanted to call and ask if Zhou Yanqiu still has some of those items. Of course, he wouldn't want his beloved girl to be troubled. He just wanted to ask subtly. At the agreed time, Gu Qinghe made the call. Zhou Yanqiu was already waiting by the phone. When it rang, she eagerly answered, "Hello, I am Zhou Yanqiu. Is this Brother Qinghe?" Zhou Yanqiu's cheerful and clear voice came through the phone to Gu Qinghe, who was far away in Yanjing, making his heart flutter. "Yanqiu, it's me." His voice carried hidden feelings deep inside. Before Gu Qinghe could speak, Zhou Yanqiu smiled brightly and said, "Qinghe, why are you calling me again today? Did you eat the things I sent last time? Were they good? The items I sent last time weren't many, just a flying dragon bird. It probably wasn't enough, right? But that's okay. I went to the mountain yesterday and caught some more. This time I have quite a few. Besides the flying dragon bird, I also caught wild chickens. When I go to the county town tomorrow, I will send some to you." Gu Qinghe was about to ask her about this, but the girl spoke all at once. He was deeply touched, feeling a warm current in his heart. This relationship wasn't just one-sided. His girl was also thinking of him. Although he wanted Yanqiu to keep some of the items for herself, he didn't say it, considering his sister's hard-earned recovery. He said emotionally, "Yanqiu, thank you. I ate the things you sent last time. They were very delicious. You know my sister, right? I told you about her before. She has been in poor health since she was young, but after eating the things you sent last time, her appetite has improved a lot. My parents want me to ask you to buy some more. I didn't expect you to be so prepared." Yanqiu smiled shyly and said, "There's no need to thank me. I remember your sister, and you told me about her. You also have a younger brother, right? I know everything. No need to buy anything. I can send it to you. The things from the mountain are not worth much." Gu Qinghe cleared his throat and said, "Oh, by the way, I sent you some things, some snacks from Yanjing, and I also took my mom to buy some fabric. When you receive them, you can use them to make clothes. I also sent you some photos of me. When you get them, you can show them to Grandma and your uncles." At this point, Yanqiu heard Gu Qinghe seem to laugh a little. Yanqiu's face turned red. "I won't let them see those. Then keep them for yourself. When I visit, I'll bring them over and Grandma can help you check them. Yuanqiu felt her face flush even more.
Let's not talk about this.
I'll go to the county town tomorrow to send these foods. Do you still want those mushrooms? Gu Qinghe didn't hesitate and replied immediately. Yes, those mushrooms are delicious. You don't know, I haven't eaten many of them myself. My parents have kept them like treasures, and even my grandpa and granduncle didn't get any. Gu Qinghe wasn't the type to care about saving face. In front of the girl he loved, what was there to hide? After all, in his heart, they would be a family someday. Plus, he had already sent all his savings. He didn't mention it over the phone. He wanted to surprise Yuanqiu. What he didn't know was that the girl now had more wealth than he did. Yuanqiu's cash alone was close to 110,000 yuan. In this era, that was a huge amount of money for an ordinary person. And tomorrow, when she goes to the county police station, she can also get 1,000 yuan. She was earning more than Gu Qinghe. If he found out, he would probably be very surprised again. And thinking about the delicious flying dragon meat and mushrooms, he was still craving them. They were just too tasty. Although her sister strongly asked him to eat together, he still wanted to leave more food for her sister, seeing that there wasn't much left of the mountain delicacies. Even his parents could only watch and drool. When Gu Qinghe said this, Zhou Yanqiu understood that it was because those mountain foods and flying dragon birds had been treated with spiritual spring water, making their nutrition and taste much better than usual. And they were indeed good for health. All right, I'll send more this time. There's still some at home anyway. In the future, if you need anything from over there, just tell me. Don't be shy. Gu Qinghe patted his chest to promise. Don't worry, I have no secrets from you. If I need anything, I'll tell you. He was thinking to himself that since he had handed over the financial power, he would definitely need to ask for things later. But he also thought that Yanqiu would only turn 18 in a few months, and by the time she was of marriage age, he felt time was passing so slowly. He wished he could marry her tomorrow and see her every day. If Zhou Yanqiu knew about Gu Qinghe's thoughts, she would definitely blush with embarrassment. After exchanging a few more words, he was about to hang up, since phone calls were expensive and they usually kept it brief. Before hanging up, Gu Qinghe suddenly remembered something. Oh, Yanqiu, did you take that photo? Can you send it over this time? Zhou Yanqiu replied shyly. Yes, I took it. I can send it tomorrow. After hanging up, Zhou Yanqiu's face was still flushed, like a blooming beautiful rose. When she got home, she was still lost in her thoughts. Grandma and Li Guiyun carefully looked at her expression. Grandma asked softly, Xiao Yanqiu, was the person on the phone still the same young man from Yanjing? Zhou Yanqiu came back to herself, nodded and smiled confidently. Yes, it was him. He sent some things this time. Grandma, Andy, don't you want to know what kind of person he is? He also sent a photo this time, so I can show you. When he has a holiday, he'll come to see you. She spoke openly and honestly, with no hesitation. They hadn't been together in their previous life. She thought of him for 20 years, and he waited for her his whole life. In this life, no obstacle could keep them apart. After that, Grandma and Uncle would definitely not oppose seeing Gu Qinghe. Her judgment is good. She really doesn't look down on ordinary people. Seeing her say this, Grandma and Auntie felt relieved. With this, the young man from Yanjing is somewhat reliable. But they don't know what he looks like, or if he can match their Yanchun. In Grandma, Uncle, and Annie's eyes, Yanchun isn't the best girl in the world, but she's close enough. After a while, Zhou Yanchun's mood calmed down. She watched her auntie and grandma sewing clothes for a while, but then felt bored and couldn't understand it. Maybe she just doesn't have a talent for making clothes. She told Grandma and picked up the lively Little White at her feet, saying, Grandma, Auntie, I'll go over there to feed Little White. At Grandma's yard, she gave Little White another bowl of goat milk, mixed with some spiritual spring water, and let it drink. Timpeng also ran to the side and munched on some dried fruits. After the spring festival, Little White will be almost ready to eat meat. Then, should she leave Little White with Fat Tiger or go hunting in the mountains now and then? Watching Little White drink milk happily, Zhou Yanchun had an idea. 200-year-old ginsengs appeared in her hand from the spirit spring space. Their roots were intact, with no damage at all. They looked better than the best ginsengs dug up by expert harvesters. The ginsengs were plump all over, with thick, sturdy main roots, round and marked heads, thin and long roots spreading out like silver threads, topped with tiny pearl-like bumps. They looked like top-quality ginseng. She planned to give one to her master and send the other to Brother Chingha tomorrow. As for her family, with her around, they can use it any time. But she thought it might be good to leave 100-year-old ginseng for Uncle when the right time comes. Anyway, she has plenty of these in her space now. Just one a day is enough for her. Ginseng grows very quickly, after all. But if she really did that, it would be too shocking. She found 2 pieces of cloth, laid moss and bark fragments on them, then carefully placed each ginseng on top and wrapped them up carefully. In the evening, Zhou Yanqiu and Li Guiyun prepared the items together. They took 2 pieces of deer antler, 6 golden pheasants, 6 flying dragons, and 7 jin each of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. They also took 1 deer leg. Among these, 1 golden pheasant, 1 flying dragon, and 2 jin each of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms were for their master. Since the master's house was nearby, they didn't need to carry so much at once. Li Guiyun didn't mind carrying so much and asked if she should take 2 more birds, since there was still plenty at home. At home, there were 2 rabbits left, and 4 more were still in her space. They had caught 17 golden pheasants in total. She took 6, gave away 2, ate 1 herself, and still had 8 left. There were 6 flying dragons remaining, and over 30 jin each of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. The items she took weren't considered much. In her spiritual spring space, there were 4 rabbits and 3 silly roe deer. She planned to sell all these at the town restaurant because they had so much meat at home that they couldn't eat it all at once. She could also go up the mountain any time to buy more supplies. The next day, before dawn, Zhou Yanqiu got up, mounted her bicycle, and set off. She carried a large bundle on the back of her bike, containing items to send to Brother Chingha. After arriving in the county, she first went to the photo studio to pick up the photos, then went to the post office to send the package, and finally visited her master's house. In the afternoon, she planned to go to the police station to collect her 1,000 yuan bonus. She would stay overnight at her master's house and return the next day. Braving the cold wind, Zhou Yanqiu dressed warmly with gloves, a hat, and her clothes, then set off riding her bike under the starry sky. She also carried a large cloth bag on her shoulder, which moved slightly and made occasional growling sounds. It was Xiaobai. This time, Zhou Yanqiu brought Xiaobai along. Xiaobai was still small and could be taken outside. When Xiaobai grew bigger, it would be less convenient to bring him out. Peng Peng was also with Xiaobai, both small creatures kept together in the cloth bag. After more than 2 hours, Zhou Yanqiu arrived in the county. She didn't stop for breakfast, but went straight to the photo studio. The studio opened at 8 a.m. Zhou Yanqiu walked in confidently. "Comrade, are my photos ready?" she asked, taking out the payment slip for the photos and handing it to the person in charge. She needed this slip to pick up her photos. The photo studio was state-run. When the staff saw Zhou Yanqiu, they immediately recognized her. After all, in their small town, there weren't many people as good-looking as her. At least, she had never seen anyone like her before. The person in charge blushed slightly when she looked at Zhou Yanqiu. "Let me see. They should be ready," she said. Within 2 minutes, she found Zhou Yanqiu's photos. They were kept in a small paper bag. When she took them out, there was a half-body photo and a full-body photo. Both were black and white. In the photos, Zhou Yanqiu was smiling happily, looking as cheerful as a flower. However, these photos were not in color, so they couldn't show her true beauty. In reality, she looked much better than in the photos. But now, this was enough, just being clear was good enough. She put the photos away. Under the eager gaze of the photo studio staff, Zhou Yanqiu rode her bicycle to the post office. She was sending quite a few things this time. 1 deer leg weighed over 10 pounds, and there were 10 pounds of dried goods. The 5 colorful chickens and 4 flying dragons also weighed over 10 pounds. The most expensive items, 2 pieces of deer antler and 100-year-old ginseng, were the lightest. She had carefully packed the ginseng and deer antler in a wooden box to prevent damage during transport, adding some cotton inside for protection. All these items weighed nearly 40 pounds in total, a big package. At the post office, she met Sister Zhao. Sister Zhao was happy to see Zhou Yanqiu. Last time, she bought dried goods from her as a New Year gift. The staff hadn't distributed these yet. They would be given out before the new year. Zhou Yanqiu had already tasted the gift she gave her, and the leaders had also received theirs. Not only did she think it was delicious, but the leaders also called to praise the good quality of the gifts. Because of this, Sister Zhao decided to buy similar items again next year. When she saw Zhou Yanqiu come to send her package, she waved to her and personally helped her with the mailing process. Having friends made things easier. Her big package wasn't even opened for inspection. Sister Zhao asked what was inside the package. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, "It's just some mountain goods. I sent some over earlier because they didn't have enough to eat, so I sent more, including some meat." When weighed, 42 jin. Sending 1 jin of goods to Yanjing costs 2.5 yuan, so just the shipping for 42 jin is 105 yuan. Sister Zhao cheerfully said to Zhou Yanqiu, "Girl, it was supposed to be 105 yuan, but since it's you, I'll give you our employee discount, 20% off, so 84 yuan. Of course, saving some money is good." Zhou Yanqiu appreciated Sister Zhao's kindness. From her attitude, she guessed that next year's employee benefits would probably come from them again. Zhou Yanqiu had no objections. This was a good thing. And if she didn't buy, it was okay too. What she could buy was already lucky. Once she tried it, she wouldn't hesitate to buy again if she liked it. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said to Sister Zhao, "Thank you, Sister Zhao." After leaving the post office, she felt relieved. If the package's delivery speed was similar to last time, Brother Qinghe would receive it in 10 days. Although it had already been processed, she recognized it at a glance because she grew up at the foot of this mountain. She still knew the famous delicious food from this mountain. He Jing took the things she brought to the kitchen, while Zhou Yanqiu carried the wrapped ginseng to the backyard to find the master. She also took the little white and Tianpeng out of the cloth bag. The two little guys had been inside the bag for a long time and were almost bored to tears. Now that they were out, they ran around happily in the yard for a while. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu walk to another place, she quickly ran after him on her short legs, while Tianpeng lazily stood on Little White's back. When they reached the master's door in the backyard, Zhou Yanqiu clearly heard the voices inside, old Chui and a gentlewoman talking happily and cheerfully. Zhou Yanqiu felt a bit reluctant to disturb this warm scene. She stood outside for a while, then gently knocked on the door. "Master, I'm back." The voices inside paused, then old Chui's warm voice came out. "Yanqiu, you're here."
Come in.
The door creaked open from inside by old Chui. "Come in quickly, it's cold outside." She hurried inside and casually closed the door behind her. The room was warm and cozy. She smiled and rubbed her hands, waiting a minute by the door until the cold air on her body dissipated before stepping inside. First, she went to the bed of the master's wife, bent down, and looked at her. "Madam, my name is Zhou Yanqiu. I'm the new apprentice the master took in. You can call me Yanqiu from now on." Madame Li Shufin's eyes curved into a gentle smile, and she grinned kindly. "I know you, little Yanqiu. Your master has mentioned you a lot these past few days. I didn't expect you to be such a beautiful girl, like a little fairy." Zhou Yanqiu also thought her mother-in-law was very easy to talk to and felt very close. She smiled and said, "Oh, not at all. I think Madam looks even better. You look very beautiful, especially when you were young. You must have been a rare beauty. My master is so lucky to marry you." Hearing this, Madame Li Shufin chuckled happily. "You're such a good talker, child. But when I was young, I was indeed very pretty. Though I can't compare to you. Many people said your master didn't deserve me. Huh." Their first meeting was unexpectedly very harmonious. As they talked, they gradually forgot about old Chui. After a while, Zhou Yanqiu realized she was about to take out the ginseng from her arms, but suddenly heard the sound of claws scratching the door. She remembered that when she entered earlier, The door closed quickly, trapping Xiaobai and Tianping outside. Now, those two little pets were probably waiting outside and getting impatient. She immediately stood up and asked, "Master, my two little pets are outside. Can I bring them in?" Old Chui said, "Is that little squirrel Tianping? Bring him in, it's fine." Old Chui had seen Tianping before and knew it was a clever little squirrel. She liked it very much. She went over and opened the door. When the two little pets saw her, they started making chirping sounds. They looked upset, feeling abandoned by their owner going inside and leaving them outside for so long. Zhou Yanqiu opened the door, and the two little pets quickly ran into the house. She quickly called out, "Tianping, Xiaobai, don't run around. Stay there and be good." Xiaobai and Tianping obediently ran to the spot she pointed to and sat on the ground without moving. Old Chui and her mother-in-law saw these adorable little pets and were very surprised. Old Chui had seen Tianping before, but this was her first time seeing Xiaobai. Seeing Xiaobai, which looked just like a cute puppy, Old Chui immediately stood up. "What is this little white one?" Zhou Yanqiu went over and picked up Xiaobai. "Master, look. This little white is a small tiger. It's about a month old. So cute, right?" After saying that, she explained Xiaobai's background. Old Chui and her mother-in-law listened with amazement. Especially her mother-in-law, Li Shufan, who seemed to love small animals very much. She looked at Xiaobai and Tianping with eyes full of affection. If she weren't sick in bed right now, she probably would have already hugged Xiaobai and Tianping in her arms. At this moment, Zhou Yanqiu took out the ginseng from her arms. "Master, look. This is the ginseng I dug up from the mountain yesterday." "Oh, let me see." Old Chui stood up seriously, her face also becoming serious. She reached out and took the wrapped ginseng from Zhou Yanqiu's hands, slowly unwrapping it. At first glance, I could tell this ginseng was not ordinary. Its stem was about the size of a small carrot. When I looked closer, I saw long roots stretching out, about half a meter long, and there were dozens of these roots. Old Chui was excited. "This is a 100-year-old treasure ginseng. A rare and valuable treasure ginseng that is hard to find." He suddenly stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. "Yanqiu, did you find this on the mountain? Is this a 100-year-old treasure ginseng?" Zhou Yanqiu pretended to be surprised. "Master, is this really a 100-year-old ginseng? Then, wouldn't my mother-in-law be able to use it?" Old Chui took a moment to calm down, looking at Zhou Yanqiu with a complicated expression. "This ginseng is very precious. I probably can't afford to buy it. It's worth at least 50,000 yuan. Zhou Yanqiu pretended to be angry. "Master, 50,000 yuan is nothing. It's no big deal. Besides, I haven't even given you my apprentice gift yet. This ginseng can count as my gift. Do you think that's okay?" Old Chui looked at Zhou Yanqiu, lost in thought. "Yanqiu, I do need this ginseng. It's very useful, but it's too valuable. I'd rather trade it for something else." Zhou Yanqiu saw her master's reaction and quickly shook her head, waving her hand. "Master, really, I don't need anything. I found this on the mountain with no cost involved. I don't want you to spend money on me." Honestly, she never thought about asking her master for money. She was truly surprised that this 100-year-old ginseng was worth so much. Her master said it could sell for over 50,000 yuan. That's 50,000 in 1977. And just think about the nearly 300 ginseng plants in her space soon. They will all grow into 100-year-old ginseng. Zhou Yanqiu hadn't even carefully calculated this before. The thought made her gasp in shock. "Oh my gosh, do I really have this much money now?" Compared to that, the 10,000 yuan she got from Zhou Mingrui's family a few days ago from the GW meeting seemed small. And her ginseng is even more valuable. A treasure ginseng like hers, over 100 years old, can even save lives at critical moments. The two argued back and forth. Old Chui insisted on giving her the ginseng, but Zhou Yanqiu didn't want it. Plus, Old Chui didn't have 50,000 yuan in cash either. Finally, Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment and said, "Master, how about this? Half of this ginseng is my way of showing respect to you. How about you give me 10,000 yuan? This was her compromise. In the end, old Shui gave her 15,000 yuan. Currently, old Shui only had 5,000 yuan left, and he needed to keep some for future use. As for the debt owed to Yanxiu, there would be plenty of opportunities to repay it later. Zhou Yanxiu mentioned a formal apprentice ceremony, but old Shui didn't take it seriously, especially since it involved such valuable items. Moreover, although it was important for Yanxiu to become his apprentice, the inheritance of his skills was even more crucial. It's said that famous teachers are easy to find, but good students are hard to come by. Having a good apprentice like Zhou Yanxiu was more important to old Shui than anything else. After handing over the ginseng to old Shui, he eagerly took a root of the ginseng stem. He wanted to use this 100-year-old ginseng stem to prepare some medicine to help his wife strengthen her health. This way, his wife would recover faster. While old Shui was out boiling medicine, Zhou Yanxiu sat by her mother-in-law's bed and chatted with her for a while. Her mother-in-law was about the same age as her grandmother, so Zhou Yanxiu could talk comfortably with her. At one point, when her mother-in-law was thirsty, Zhou Yanxiu poured her a glass of plain boiled water. When her mother-in-law wasn't paying attention, she added a little spiritual spring water to it. She didn't add too much, worried it might affect her master's judgment of her mother-in-law's health. But since this spiritual spring water was beneficial and harmless to the body, she felt safe adding a little. At noon, He-Jing cooked 2 dishes. She stir-fried half a brocade chicken, soaked monkey head mushrooms with 2 chili peppers, and stir-fried them with meat. Delicious beyond words. It had to be said that He-Jing's cooking skills were quite good. After lunch, Zhou Yanxiu told old Shui that she was going to the police station to collect her bonus. Old Shui was puzzled and asked about it. Zhou Yanxiu didn't hide anything and told him about catching the enemy agents in the mountains. Old Shui was so shocked, he almost pulled out his beard. He-Jing also looked at Zhou Yanxiu with admiration and respect. Later, Zhou Yanxiu went to the police station to collect her bonus. Although the 1,000 yuan wasn't a lot to her, she still went. But money is not the main point. What really matters is the honor behind that 1,000 yuan. Zhou Yanxiu pushed her bicycle and greeted Tianping. The chubby Tianping jumped a few times on her, finally landing on her shoulder. As for Little White, you can play here for a while. I'll come back after I finish my work. Zhou Yanxiu patted Little White's head. It's not easy to take Little White to the police station. After all, Little White is still a tiger. She's worried about scaring others, and bringing Little White will definitely attract a lot of attention. It's better to avoid trouble, so bringing Little White might cause problems. What she doesn't know is that now this tiger is a protected animal. If she takes Little White there, it might be kept and raised in some zoo someday. As for Tianping, it's not so complicated. Little White looked at Zhou Yanxiu with sad eyes. Humph, the owner left me here again. He-Jing AI loved animals, so because Little White was brought by Zhou Yanxiu and was so smart and cute, she liked it at first sight. Seeing that Zhou Yanxiu wasn't planning to take Little White out, she went over and picked it up. Yanxiu, you go ahead. I'll watch Little White. After Zhou Yanxiu left, old Shui started preparing a medicinal soup with 100-year-old ginseng root. The medicine was mainly for his wife, but because of Zhou Yanxiu's connection, He-Jing AI could also drink some. The small county of Qing'an isn't big. Zhou Yanxiu rode her bicycle and arrived at the county police station in just over 10 minutes from old Shui's house. After registering at the police station, Zhou Yanxiu went to find Zhang Yulin in the office. Seeing Zhou Yanxiu arrive, Zhang Yulin was very happy. She stood up and pulled Zhou Yanxiu to sit down, then brewed her a cup of tea. Yanxiu, you're here. I was thinking about when you would come this morning, Zhou Yanxiu smiled. Yesterday, my sister came home and told me. She said if I had time, I should come to the county to see you. I thought if you called me, I'd definitely come. I also needed to send some things by mail. Zhang Yulin chuckled. That's right. Last time, you helped our police department a lot. Now you've been rewarded with 1,000 yuan. That's why we called you here. Also, our bureau chief Shui wants to see you again. Zhou Yanxiu became curious. What does Director Shui want with me? Is there something going on? Zhang Yulin spread her hands helplessly. I guess it's because I didn't do my job well. You're so talented, and it's a pity you didn't join our police team.
Sigh.
Who made me look bad? Now Director Xue is coming personally to recruit you as a key member. Zhou Yanqiu was surprised. She thought her work with the police was over, but she didn't expect they hadn't given up. She quickly said, No, Sister Yulin, I have other things to do. It's not that I don't want to join the police. Think about it. What kind of organization is the police? If I really had other plans, I wouldn't refuse such a good opportunity. Zhang Yulin chuckled mischievously. Just joking. But Director Xue really wants to meet you. Come on, I'll take you to handle the paperwork first. The paperwork at the police station was already done. After confirming Zhou Yanqiu's identity several times in the finance office, the staff handed her the 1,000 yuan cash reward. After they left the finance office, everyone inside was surprised and started talking. They knew the story behind the cash reward. They didn't expect that the person who caught the enemy spies alive was this delicate-looking, beautiful woman. After receiving the reward, Zhang Yulin took Zhou Yanqiu's arm. Let's go, Yanqiu. I'll take you to see Director Xue. Zhang Yulin knocked on Director Xue's office door with Zhou Yanqiu. The little creature had been placed in her bag. It seemed to know her business and lay quietly inside without moving. A deep voice of a middle-aged man came from inside the office. Zhang Yulin pushed the door open. Director Xue, Comrade Zhou Yanqiu is here. I brought her to see you. Oh, please come in. Director Xue was very interested in Zhou Yanqiu. After all, she single-handedly captured 5 nearly fully armed enemy spies in the mountains, despite having no weapons. She didn't look like a typical spy. There was a strong contrast. If someone like her worked in the police system, she would be a powerful weapon. Although she repeatedly said she didn't want to join the police, Director Xue still admired her talent. Zhou Yanqiu followed Zhang Yulin into Director Xue's office. As soon as they entered, they saw Director Xue, whom they had met a few days ago. Back then, they had talked while riding in the same car. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu, Director Xue reached out his hand and said, We meet again, Comrade Zhou Yanqiu. He didn't dare underestimate this young woman. After all, her fighting skills are impressive. Just a few days ago, she captured 5 enemy agents in the mountains. Probably, not many people in the entire police system could do that. For someone like her, Zhang Yulin was right. Director Xue really wanted to recruit her. Any ambitious leader would want to bring such talent into their team. Zhou Yanqiu quickly reached out and shook hands with Director Xue. He was the boss of the entire Qing'an County police system, with a high position and great power. Plus, her sister also worked in the police system, so she couldn't afford to offend him. She smiled and said, You're so busy. We wouldn't dare bother you when we have nothing urgent. Director Xue laughed heartily and then said, I heard from Comrade Yulin that you don't want to join our police system. Why is that? Do you think our police department isn't good enough? Zhou Yanqiu quickly shook her head. Director Xue, how could you say that? Our police system is one of the best. It's not that it's not good. Director Xue smiled again. Then I guess you're not interested in joining us? Her face turned red and she honestly replied, Director Xue, it's not that I don't want to join. I plan to study medicine in the future, so I have to decline. Director Xue paused, understanding her reason. But he didn't want to give up. He thought of a compromise. The police station sometimes invites people with special skills to be honorary consultants. These people usually don't have official duties, aren't paid, and the police can't control them. They just have a name in the system. When needed, they are called upon to help, and after completing tasks, they might receive bonuses or rewards. These people are usually called consultants. Maybe they could invite Zhou Yanqiu as an honorary consultant? After thinking it over, Director Xue spoke. Comrade Zhou Yanqiu, how about coming to our police station as a part-time consultant? Zhou Yanqiu was a bit confused. Does the police station have a position for such a consultant? She asked. Director Xue, what exactly is this consultant position? Is it possible to hold a part-time position? Director Xue explained, this advisory role is basically just a title at the police station. These advisors are usually experienced people. For example, There are some elderly detectives who have worked in criminal investigations for many years. Although they are retired, their valuable experience is still useful. When special situations arise, they are called upon to help. Usually, they can do whatever they want, and this is what we call advisors. Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu roughly understood what an advisor meant. She thought to herself, since she doesn't have to come to work every day, as long as it doesn't interfere with her and her mentor learning medical skills. Can I also be listed as an advisor for our police department? Director Xue smiled. Of course. With your ability, I can just make a report. It's just an honorary title, and the department doesn't need to pay you a salary. I have the authority for that. And don't underestimate the title of advisor. Even if they don't have real power, at least they carry the police department's name, which makes doing things easier sometimes. Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu had no reason to refuse. She agreed immediately. Director Xue, thank you for your trust. I accept. Director Xue chuckled. Good, it's settled then. Once I submit the report, the City Bureau needs to approve it. The advisor certificate should be issued before the new year. When that happens, I'll send someone to deliver it to you. Zhou Yanqiu quickly said, Thank you, Director Xue. My sister works in our town's police station. When the time comes, just have someone deliver it to her. She took the opportunity to mention her sister, Zhou Lanfang, in front of the leader. Director Xue didn't mind and asked with interest, Are you talking about the young woman who just joined the Qingyang Town Police Station a few days ago? The one who recently received a third-class merit? Zhou Yanqiu nodded and smiled. Yes, that's her. She's my sister, Zhou Lanfang. Director Xue smiled. Got it. She just started working there and already earned 2 third-class merits. She's quite famous in our county bureau. Don't worry, she'll be promoted soon. Zhou Yanqiu was happy to hear that and immediately said, Thank you, Director Xue. After leaving Director Xue's office, Zhou Yanqiu greeted Zhang Yulin and then left. I went to the police station today and didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Director Xue was right. Having the status of a police officer will bring many advantages in the future. For example, a few days ago, I met Zhou Xiaotian. If I had the police identity then, even though he is the son of Director Zhou from the GW Association, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Instead of having to secretly break into Zhou Mingrui's house late at night, as I did later. After leaving the police station, I took Tianping out of my cloth bag. It stayed inside for a while, almost bursting with energy. Once outside, it jumped onto my shoulder and chirped happily for a while to show its displeasure. Zhou Yanqiu comforted it for a while until Tianping calmed down. From then on, Tianping never went back into the cloth bag again. Seeing Tianping looking unhappy, I found it quite amusing and decided to let it be. Today, I am in a good mood. I now have a respectable identity, an advisor at the police station. This title alone can impress many people. Soon, I plan to ask my cousin to call me Police Advisor Zhou. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. After leaving the police station and seeing that it was still early, I decided to turn the car around and visit my younger cousin at County High School. I wanted to ask if he was going home tomorrow for the holiday and whether he had brought a lot of things. When I arrived at County High School, I registered easily, greeted the security guard, and went inside. I was also waiting outside Zhou Hongbing's classroom, looking at this familiar school. I couldn't help but feel that Zhou Hongbing students are really lucky. Once the college entrance exam resumes next year, they will be able to participate. As the first batch of college students after the exam's revival, their future is definitely bright. With me guiding him, Zhou Hongbing's future path will be very promising, unless he chooses to go astray himself. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. I snapped back to reality as students rushed out of the classroom. Zhou Hongbing was among the first, running toward me with a happy look on his face. Sister, why are you here? I crossed my arms and smiled. I came to the county for some business. I'll go back tomorrow. I just wanted to ask when you'll be going home, and if you've brought a lot of things. I am riding my bicycle. If you have a lot of things, I can help carry some of them back. She couldn't bring Zhou Hongbing back on her bike because he would definitely have many things to carry. With just one bike, if she was carrying a person, she wouldn't be able to bring any luggage. Zhou Hongbing shook his head. Sister, you don't need to worry about me. I can take the bus home myself. All right then. Tomorrow, I will come to take you to the station. Zhou Hongbing hesitated. Okay, sister. After our class at noon, we are on holiday, Zhou Yanxi said. In that case, after class at noon, can I treat you to a meal before you go back? Zhou Hongbing nodded. Sure. Then, looking a bit shy, he said, Sister, can I bring a classmate to eat with me tomorrow? Zhou Yanxi got interested. A classmate? Is it a boy or a girl? Zhou Hongbing's face turned red. Embarrassed, he said, Sister, it's a girl classmate. We don't have anything special, just study together sometimes, and we get along okay. Zhou Yanxi teased him. Oh, I see. Just a regular girl classmate, huh? I understand. Haha. Come along, let me meet her too. She never expected that her honest little cousin was secretly dating someone at school. She wondered if her uncle and aunt knew about it. It was quite interesting. Suddenly, she looked forward to tomorrow's lunch. Hongbing, do you still have money on you? Zhou Hongbing shyly said. Yes, I do. I have a few yuan left. Zhou Yanxi looked at him, seeming to notice his embarrassment. She took out 2 large bills from her pocket. Here, take this money and spend it slowly. When you're out, you shouldn't run out of money. Zhou Hongbing fidgeted a little and took the money. Thank you, sister. Zhou Yanxi patted his arm. What are you thanking me for? I'm your sister. They agreed on a time to meet tomorrow, and Zhou Yanxi rode her bike away from the school. It was clear that Hongbing's money was running low, but usually, her uncle gave him enough money and tickets to cover his expenses. She wondered where all that money had gone. Thinking about the girl classmate he mentioned, her eyes subtly flickered. She hoped it wasn't what she was imagining. After riding back to her master's house, He Jing smiled and asked, Yan Xiao, is the police matter settled? She casually replied, Yes, it's almost done. I also went to the high school in the county. My cousin studies there, and the holiday starts tomorrow. I want to go see him. Then she suddenly remembered something and asked, He Jing, did you go to high school? He Jing sighed. Yes, I did, but only for a year. My family couldn't support me anymore. What were your grades like back then? He Jing proudly said, My grades were always in the top 3 in my class. Zhou Yanxiu understood. Next time she visits, she plans to bring her old high school textbooks to give He Jing another chance to change her future. It seems He Jing is a smart girl. With some effort in studying, she should be able to pass next year's college entrance exam. It all depends on what she decides. As a friend, Zhou Yanxiu hopes He Jing can get into university too, so she can set new goals in life. This way, they might also stay friends for a longer time. Otherwise, once she goes to university, their differences in status and knowledge will grow bigger. Plus, if they are in different cities, they will lose contact more and more. So Zhou Yanxiu also hopes He Jing can get into university with her. She thinks He Jing is a good friend and doesn't want her to fall behind. She wants her to have a better future. When Zhou Yanxiu returned, Old Chui called her into the room and started teaching her about medical books again. Traditional Chinese medicine is different from Western medicine. Just reading books isn't enough to understand it. The same illness can be treated differently depending on the person and the situation. Most people take 10 years just to learn how to take a pulse. That's why there's a saying in Chinese medicine, 3 years to understand herbs, 10 years to master pulse diagnosis. Today, Old Chui was explaining the theory of pulse diagnosis to Zhou Yanxiu. At this time, Old Chui's wife, Li Shufan, had a pot of herbal medicine simmering, made with ginseng roots that had been passed down for 100 years. With Chui Lao's help, after feeding Li Shufan, her complexion quickly improved. It was clear that this 100-year-old ginseng was truly extraordinary. He Jing also drank a small bowl. At this moment, she felt warm inside, starting from her lower abdomen. In such cold weather, she even felt like she was about to sweat. Chui Lao's face was filled with happiness all night. The effects of the 100-year-old ginseng were even better than he expected. Based on the current situation, it wouldn't be long before Shufan could walk on her own. At this moment, Chui Lao felt even more fond of Zhou Yanxiu. If it weren't for her, Shufan would still be lying unconscious in bed. As a reward, he promised to pass on his best medical skills to Yanxiu. The next morning, Zhou Yanxiu learned some traditional Chinese medicine from Chui Lao. When she found out she was going to pick up her cousin, Cui Lao gave her a few more books to read when she had free time. Cui Lao now knew that Zhou Yanxiu had a good memory, almost like she could remember everything after just a glance. She was learning things quickly. Overall, he was very pleased with her. After saying goodbye to her master and He Jing, she took Xiaobai and Tianfeng and went to County High School to find Zhou Hongbing. Today at noon, she was also going to meet Hongbing's female classmate. She didn't know what kind of person this girl was, but she felt a sense of anticipation. Not far outside County High School, there was a state-run restaurant. Yesterday, she had arranged to have dinner there with her cousin. Now, it was about the right time. She decided to go inside and reserve a table, order 2 dishes, and wait for them there. It was her first time treating her cousin to a meal, especially since her cousin was bringing a female classmate. She didn't know their relationship yet, but since they were eating out together, their connection must be special. She wanted to make this meal good and not hold back, to give her cousin face. Besides, she didn't mind spending a little money. She ordered braised pork, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, 2 vegetarian dishes, and 8 ounces of rice. It cost her 2.80 yuan, plus half a jean of meat coupons and 8 ounces of grain coupons. But these coupons were nothing to her now, just a tiny drop in the bucket of her current savings. For ordinary people, it is too luxurious. Especially for these students, they might not get to eat there even once a month. After placing the order, Zhou Yanqiu sat in a chair waiting for his cousin. At this moment, at the entrance of a county high school, Zhou Hongbing was walking towards the restaurant with a female classmate. The girl was about 1.65 meters tall, not short, but still much shorter than Zhou Yanqiu. She looked small next to Zhou Hongbing, who is 1.80 meters tall. The girl was following behind Zhou Hongbing, looking a bit shy. Zhou Hongbing, maybe I shouldn't come. Your sister invited you to eat, and if I go, it might be rude. Xiaohi, it's okay. My sister is very kind. I already told her you would come. If you don't go, it would be breaking a promise. Come on, trust me. When talking to Xiaohi, Zhou Hongbing showed a bit of confidence, even some strength like a man. Xiaohi's family is not well off. Her clothes have a few patches, and her face looks a bit dull. But she still looks nice. She's a little thin, with slightly yellowish skin, big bright eyes, and long braids hanging in front of her chest. She looks like a girl next door. Hearing Zhou Hongbing, Xiaohi clenched her teeth and blushed. Okay, let's go. They entered the restaurant one after the other. Inside, Zhou Yanqiu sat at a table. The dishes he ordered were ready and steaming hot. Just as he looked up, he saw Zhou Hongbing walk into the restaurant. He recognized him immediately and hurried over. Big brother, I'm here. Zhou Yanqiu greeted him with a smile. You're here. Sit down quickly and get ready to eat. He looked outside and asked, Hey, where is your female classmate? Zhou Hongbing turned his head and saw Xiaohi hiding behind him. Hey, why are you hiding? This is my sister. Come say hello. Zhou Yanqiu chuckled. So, his classmate was hiding behind him. It seems she is a shy girl. Zhou Hongbing is tall and strong. Xiaohi was hiding behind him, completely covered, so Zhou Yanqiu didn't see her earlier. Zhou Hongbing suddenly pulled Xiaohi out, making her face turn even redder. She gently struggled with her hand, took a step forward, and shyly lowered her head, calling out, Big sister, hello. Zhou Yanqiu also started to smile happily. She now felt like she was a mother-in-law. Hello, sit down quickly and have some food, Zhou Yanqiu warmly invited. Her first impression of Zhou Hongbing's female classmate was quite good. After both of them sat down, she softly asked, What is your name? Xiaohi felt nervous when facing Zhou Hongbing's sister. Oh my, she had never seen such a beautiful woman before. She looked like a fairy from a traditional painting. Standing in front of her, Xiaohi felt ashamed of herself. She thought she was like a clumsy duck next to a graceful swan. Big sister, my name is Xiaohi. I am Zhou Hongbing's classmate. Seeing that Xiaohi was a little nervous, Zhou Yanqiu didn't ask further. Oh, so you're classmates. Come, sit down and eat. Check if there's enough food, or if you want something else, I can order more, Xiaohe looked at the dishes on the table and swallowed nervously. She quickly waved her hand. Big sister, no need. These dishes are already very good, Zhou Yanqiu chuckled and said, then sit down and eat. Hongbing, take good care of your classmate. Don't be shy. Zhou Hongbing's face also turned slightly red. He whispered, sister, I got it. After saying that, he quietly glanced at Xiaohe. Zhou Yanqiu watched their small interaction and felt it was quite interesting. The meal seemed even more delicious. Xiaohe, at first glance, was a very nice girl. Now, both of them seemed to have some vague, good feelings for each other. They probably hadn't said anything yet, and who knew if they would end up together in the future. After dinner, the three of them left the restaurant together. Following the meal, Xiaohe became a bit more familiar with Zhou Yanqiu and was less nervous than at first. However, she still felt a little reserved around Zhou Yanqiu, perhaps because Zhou Yanqiu's presence was a bit overwhelming. Zhou Hongbing walked ahead, and Zhou Yanqiu wanted to talk more with Xiaohe to learn about her family situation, so she stayed behind with Xiaohe. Just as she was about to speak, Xiaohe gathered her courage, tugged at her sleeve, and handed her something. When Zhou Yanqiu looked down, she saw it was a 10 yuan bill, a large denomination note. She was surprised immediately. Xiaohe, what is this? Xiaohe glanced at Zhou Hongbing walking ahead. Seeing he wasn't paying attention, she relaxed a little and whispered, sister, please help me pay Zhou Hongbing back. This is what he gave me yesterday. He helps me a lot normally, and I can't borrow more money from him. I want to pay him back, but he doesn't want to take it. So that's what it was. But she didn't want to get involved in this. She quickly put the money back into Xiaohe's hand and joked, I don't care about this. What if Hongbing gets mad at me? If you want to pay him back, do it yourself. She didn't expect Zhou Hongbing to be so devoted. Could his sincere feelings be misplaced at such a young age? But she wouldn't interfere with their feelings. Let nature take its course. If they end up together, that's great. If they part ways, it just means they weren't meant to be. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu refuse to accept the money, Xiaohe blushed with worry. After all, 10 yuan wasn't a small amount for them. At school, their monthly allowance was only 5 yuan, enough for their needs. This was her 2 months' worth of living expenses. Zhou Yanqiu gently patted Xiaohe's shoulder. You don't need to rush to pay him back. He has enough money. It can wait until later. When Zhou Hongbing saw Zhou Yanqiu also didn't take the money, Xiaohe had no choice but to put it away. Zhou Hongbing quickly took his prepared luggage out of the dorm and tied it to the back of her bike with a rope. He was also carrying 2 backpacks filled with books and daily necessities. After finishing, Zhou Hongbing took a deep breath. Sister, wait for me. I'll go help Xiaohe. She's also going to the station. Oh, so he's going to help his little sweetheart carry her things. Zhou Yanqiu wouldn't stop him. She waved her hand. Go ahead, go ahead. I'll wait for you both at the school gate. Zhou Hongbing responded with a sound and ran toward the girls' dormitory. Zhou Yanqiu pushed her cart and waited at the school gate for a while. She didn't know how many intense eyes were on her, but she ignored them all. Soon, Zhou Hongbing came out of the school carrying a large bag. Xiaohe followed closely with her head bowed, looking like a obedient little wife. Zhou Hongbing reached Zhou Yanqiu and grinned. Sister, let's go. Zhou Yanqiu looked at him. Do you want me to carry your bag? Zhou Hongbing pretended to be relaxed. No need, it's not heavy. I can carry it. Zhou Yanqiu didn't say anything more. She was just being polite. He had other thoughts about Xiaohe, so he had to handle those himself. No one else could do it for him. She casually said, if you're tired, you can put your bag on the back seat and rest for a while. Okay, sister, I got it. The distance from the school to the station was not very far, about 2 miles. Along the way, Zhou Yanqiu pushed her bike, with Zhou Hongbing and Xiaohe following behind. Seeing Zhou Hongbing look a bit tired, he helped carry some of his luggage to lighten his load. Zhou Yanqiu watched quietly and found it amusing. In less than half an hour, they reached the station. Xiaohe's home was not in the same direction as Qingyang town. They also didn't take the same bus. Zhou Hongbing first helped Xiaohe buy her ticket, then saw her onto the bus. After giving a few more instructions, He nodded repeatedly. Only then did he leave reluctantly. Such a thoughtful cousin. Zhou Yanqiu had never seen this side of him before. It seemed Hongbing really had grown up. He waved goodbye from the bus window. Zhou Yanqiu also smiled and waved back. After Zhou Hongbing returned, she teased him. Hongbing, not bad. I didn't expect you to find a little girlfriend at school. Dear uncle and aunt no. Zhou Hongbing quickly begged for mercy. Sister, she's not really my girlfriend. Please don't tell my parents. Zhou Yanqiu chuckled with a mischievous smile. It's okay if you don't tell uncle and aunt. But when we get back, you have to tell me what your relationship with He really is. Zhou Hongbing blushed and hesitated. All right, I'll tell you when we get back. Buying tickets and getting on the bus, his luggage was too full to fit inside, so the driver put it on the roof. After the bus left, Zhou Yanqiu rode her bike home slowly. Her uncle would come to town today to pick up Hongbing. So she wasn't worried about Hongbing not being able to get home, especially since her sister was at the local police station. When there was no one around on the road, she released Xiaobai and Tianpeng from her space. In the morning, she knew she would be busy today, so she put Xiaobai and Tianpeng into her space. The spiritual spring space is quite safe, and now that it's empty, she took out these two little guys. She rode her bike and arrived in Qingyang town about half an hour after the bus. She didn't see Hongbing, so he must have already been picked up by her uncle and taken home. Then she went to the town police station to ask about Zhou Lanfang, and it was confirmed. Big sister, are you coming home today? Zhou Yanqiu asked. Lanfang didn't hesitate and said, Yes, I will go home today. Hongbing is back, so there will be a good dinner tonight. We're going to have a feast. I haven't been home for 2 days, and I miss my mom's cooking. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, All right, sister. I have some things to do, so I'll come back later to see you. Okay, go ahead and do your work. After leaving the police station, Zhou Yanqiu rode her bike to a quiet, deserted place and took out 4 rabbits and 3 silly roe deer from her space. These prey are still very fresh, not much different from when they just died. She planned to find Aunt Zhou at the supply and marketing cooperative. Riding her bike, with a big bag hanging behind her filled with rabbits and roe deer. The bag weighed nearly 200 jin. When she arrived at the cooperative's entrance, she hadn't entered, yet when she heard Aunt Zhou talking. She didn't plan to go inside, just called out, Aunt Zhou. Inside, her voice paused. Who's calling me? Then footsteps approached. Chubby Aunt Zhou came to the door, saw Zhou Yanqiu, and her face lit up with a big smile. My girl, I haven't seen you in days. You've become more beautiful. Why are you in town today? Is there something you need? Zhou Yanqiu patted the bag behind her. Aunt Zhou, I went up the mountain to hunt some rabbits and roe deer, and I'm bringing them to town to sell. Aunt Zhou waved her hand. What are you waiting for? Let's go. I'll take you, and make sure you get a good price, Yanking smiled. Don't worry, Aunt Zhou. She then took a rabbit out of her bag and happily handed it to Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou, this is a gift for you. Aunt Zhou was surprised and felt very touched. She quickly refused. Silly child. Why would I want this? You went up the mountain to hunt. That's not easy. Just sell it for some money. Yanking pushed the rabbit into her hand. Aunt Zhou, I'm really good at hunting now. This rabbit isn't worth much. Just keep it. As someone who had been reborn and was the first to show her kindness, she still felt very fond of her. Giving a rabbit wasn't much, and it wasn't worth much money to her. Ignoring Aunt Zhou's refusal, she rode her bike and left. Aunt Zhou, you should go to work. I'll go to the restaurant by myself. When she arrived at the restaurant, her husband recognized her immediately. The price was definitely based on the best rate. They sold 3 silly deer and 3 rabbits for a total of 120 yuan. That was quite good. After finishing everything and handling it, Yanking went to the police station to wait for Zhou Lanfang to finish work. She didn't wait long. Zhou Lanfang pushed out her bicycle, also wearing gloves and a hat, dressed very warmly. Yanking, let's go home. On the way, Yanking suddenly remembered something. Sister, has Zhang Wei bothered you again? Hearing Yanking's question, Zhou Lanfang hesitated for a moment. I told him clearly. He didn't say anything, and he hasn't come to bother me these past few days. Yanking teased her. When you get promoted to the county police station or the city police station, there will be better opportunities waiting for you. Just don't let anyone trick you. Zhou Lanfang blushed and showed her sisterly authority. Oh, Yanking, you're teasing me now. When I get home, I'll tickle you. Ha ha. By the way, Yanking, when you went to the county town this time, did you go to the police station to claim your bonus? Yanking nodded. Yes, I did. Sister Yulin took me to handle the paperwork. It was quick, and I even met Director Shui. Zhou Lanfang looked puzzled. Director Shui? What did he want from you? Yanking gave a mysterious smile and said, This, you'll find out in a few days. Oh, now you're teasing me, huh? With cheerful laughter, the two quickly rode their bikes home. Once home, sure enough, Zhou Hongbing was sitting by the fireplace warming himself. Grandma was also there, smiling and chatting with Hongbing. When they returned, Zhou Hongbing quickly signaled to Zhou Yanking. Yanking smiled knowingly and pretended not to notice, asking, Hongbing, what's wrong with your eyes? Why are you blinking so much? Knowing her brother's habits, Grandma shouted, All right, Hongbing, tell me, have you done something wrong? Don't hide it from me. Facing Grandma's firm tone, Hongbing didn't dare argue. She pinched his neck and stubbornly said, Sister, I really haven't done anything. They played around for a while. Grandma watched happily and didn't stop them. She loved this lively atmosphere. With one more person, dinner that night was even more lively. They made an extra dish. Hongbing's holiday would last about a month. With more family members, things got more fun. After dinner, Hongbing quietly pulled Yanking aside. Sister, can you please not tell my parents about Xia He? Yanking's eyes twinkled.
Why?
You don't want uncle and aunt to know about your little crush? You want to keep it a secret? Hongbing scratched his head. Not yet. Yanking's eyes flashed with mischief. You don't have to tell uncle and aunt, but you have to promise me one thing. Hongbing sighed in relief and patted his chest. No problem. If I can do it, I promise not just one, but 3 things. Yanking nodded, covering her mouth with a smile. All right, then 3 things. Hongbing slapped his forehead. Oh no, I was tricked. After dinner, they went outside to check the weather. The stars and moon, which were usually clear, were no longer visible. Although it was night, the sky clearly looked darker. Grandma looked up and said, Looks like it's going to snow heavily. Zhou Lanfang anxiously said, Oh no, I need to leave early tomorrow. If it snows heavily on the way, it will be hard to travel. Mother, please prepare some food for me tonight. Make extra. If I can't come back in the next few days, I can cook at the town. Food bought outside isn't as good as homemade. Li Guilin looked out and said, Really? Just wait, I'll prepare things for you now. I'll give you a pound of venison, half a cooked rooster, and some dried monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. Should I bring some radishes and cabbage too? Yes, bring everything. The snow here falls for days without stopping. In some places, it's over a person's calf. Going out will be difficult, and Zhou Lanfang feels a bit worried. Zhou Jianjun lit a cigarette and said, Lanfang, don't worry. If it snows heavily, I'll borrow a donkey cart to take you to work. Zhou Lanfang sighed. No need for that. I can ride slowly. Yanxi was planning to go to the mountain tomorrow, but it looks like she can't go now. In the middle of the night, big snowflakes fell from the sky. It didn't take long before the ground was covered in white snow. The entire landscape was wrapped in silver, and everything looked different. By dawn, the snow on the road was thick. Lanfang wanted to ride her bike slowly to the town, but Zhou Jianjun disagreed. If she fell on such a day, it wouldn't be funny. Early in the morning, he brought a donkey cart. Put your bike on top and you sit inside too. They hadn't eaten breakfast yet. When they got to the town, they could buy some buns or steamed bread. Both of them wore military coats. Zhou Lanfang put on her hat and gloves, dressing very warmly. Zhou Jianjun sat in front, watching the road, also wearing a wool hat. Lanfang sat on the cart. She placed her bike on top and added a woven bag filled with her food from last night. Besides the venison and half a rooster, she had a pound each of dried monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms, soaked and ready to eat for several days. There were also vegetables and restaurants in the town. She had enough money and meal tickets, so she wouldn't go hungry for 10 or 15 days. Zhou Yanqiu rarely slept in late. On such a snowy day, sleeping warmly on the Kong, a traditional heated bed, was the best comfort. Grandma saw her sleeping soundly and didn't wake her up. Recently, she had been waking up very early every day, busy with chores and going to the mountains to hunt. Grandma felt sorry for her. Heavy snow made everything difficult. The plan to go to the mountain was canceled, and now she had to stay at home. But she still had many things to do. She read the medical book her master gave her several times. When she had free time, she practiced acupuncture techniques. She used the wild boar skin she had cut off at home. The frozen wild boar skin was soaked in water and became soft again. When she was tired from reading, she would poke at the skin with acupuncture needles to practice her skills. She didn't waste the used wild boar skin. Li Guiyan took it back to cook it in a stew. Usually, Zhou Hongbing came over to read with her and was curious about her acupuncture practice. Several days passed, and the heavy snow outside showed no signs of stopping. It even grew heavier. Meanwhile, her acupuncture skills became more and more skilled. Zhou Yanqiu wanted to find someone to try her skills on. She thought for a moment and called Zhou Hongbing, who was reading nearby. "Hongbing, come sit here." Zhou Hongbing looked confused. "Sister, what's the matter?" Zhou Yanqiu chuckled. "Good news. You've been reading so hard these days. I'll give you some acupuncture to help you relax." Zhou Hongbing was startled. A few days ago, he saw Yanqiu holding pieces of pigskin and practicing with silver needles. Now, she wanted to experiment on him? He jumped up quickly. "Sister, I'm not tired at all. You don't need to needle me." Zhou Yanqiu wouldn't let him run away. She reached out quickly and grabbed his arm, gently pulling. "Just sit still. I'll only do your leg." "It's fine." Zhou Hongbing felt a strong force he couldn't resist and sat back down on the stool. "Sister, no." Just as Zhou Yanqiu was about to roll up his pant leg and find the right acupuncture point on his foot, she took a deep breath, ready to insert the needle. Zhou Hongbing closed his eyes and clenched his teeth, prepared to endure the pain. Suddenly, outside the door, a voice called out loudly, "Zhou Yanqiu, is this the house?" Zhou Yanqiu stopped her movements. Zhou Hongbing quickly rolled down his pant leg and ran to the side. Finally, she escaped danger. Zhou Yanqiu hesitated and then walked toward the door. Who could be outside in this heavy snow? Through the thick snow, she saw a figure pushing a bicycle outside the gate. "I'm from the town post office. A package sent from Yanjing for Zhou Yanqiu has arrived. I'm here to deliver the notice." Zhou Yanqiu's breath paused for a moment, then quickened again. Her mind went blank. She had almost forgotten about the package these past few days. She didn't expect the delivery to come so suddenly. A blush appeared on her fair face. Ignoring the heavy snow outside, she ran out. She approached the postal worker and took a deep breath. "I am Zhou Yanqiu." Then she calmly took out her ID from her pocket. She always carried her identification with her. The postal worker, wearing thick gloves, a military coat, a heavy cotton hat, and covered in snow from head to toe, looked at her. It was quite tough, delivering letters in such heavy snow, going from village to village. After checking her ID, the worker handed her the delivery slip. "Keep this slip safe. Take it to the town post office to get your package." Zhou Yanqiu nodded.
Got it.
"Thank you. Would you like some hot water before you go?" The worker waved his hand. "No need." She took the slip and returned home, her face full of joy. She couldn't help but jump a few times on the spot. Zhou Hongbing watched his cousin happily and asked, "Sister, what's this? Why are you so happy?" Zhou Yanqiu, rarely showing pride, snorted. If you want to know, I won't tell you." Hee hee. After saying that, she grabbed her slip, found her gloves and hat, and ran outside. "Help me take care of little white. Tengu, we're going out." "Hongbing, put away my silver needle and books. Today I'll give you a break." Squeak squeak. Tengu ran out of the house and jumped onto Zhou Yanqiu's shoulder. The tianlong on her wrist sensed her excitement and opened its eyes to look, then closed them again. Zhou Hongbing looked at the small white dog sitting in front of him and felt speechless for a moment. He reached out to pat the dog's head and said, "Little White, right now, it's just the two of us left in this house." Sigh. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanqiu ignored the heavy snow outside. She ran to her uncle's house with a package slip, excitedly saying, "Uncle, Annie." Li Guoyan asked, "Yanqiu, what's wrong?" Zhou Jianjun also came out and asked, "What's going on?" Yanqiu looked very excited. She said, "Uncle, Annie, I need to go to the town post office to pick up some things. Is there anything I should bring for Sister Lanfang? Get ready quickly, I'll go now." Li Guolan was surprised. She said, "Going to the town post office?" "Yanqiu, it's snowing so heavily outside. Can't we wait until the snow stops?" Yanqiu refused to wait. She was eager to get to the post office and pick up the package right away. She shook her head and said, "Auntie, it's okay. The postmen are working in the snow." "I'm fine too." Zhou Jianjun put out a cigarette and threw it into the snow. The burning tip made a hissing sound as it touched the snow, and the red tip quickly went out. He gently exhaled a smoke ring and said, "Yanqiu, let me borrow the donkey cart to go with you." Yanqiu shook her head. "Uncle, no need. I can go alone. The snow doesn't bother me. I can ride my bike there quickly." Seeing she insisted, Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment. "Then, be careful on the road. Don't ride the bike too fast." Yanqiu made an okay sign with her hand. "Don't worry, uncle. I know what to do." Li Guoyan took 10 minutes to prepare some clean clothes and cut some wild boar meat for Yanqiu. She packed them into 2 bags and handed them to her. "Here, these are for your sister." Yanqiu took the bags, smiling. "Thanks, Auntie. I understand. I'll go now." She pushed her bicycle eagerly and headed out the door. The roof over her shoulders seemed to enjoy the snow too, as it didn't crawl into her clothes. Once outside, she rode her bike toward the town. The bicycle tires crunched over the thick snow on the road, making a squeaking sound. It was definitely harder to ride than usual. The resistance on the tires was much greater. Most people in this weather could only push their bikes forward. The staff at the post office in front was pushing a bicycle forward. But Zhou Yanqiu rode her bike quickly. The resistance on the road was nothing to her. Her strong, long legs pedaled the bike so fast that she wasn't much slower than usual. She wore gloves and a hat, keeping herself warm, and couldn't hear the wind outside. The weather was below -30 degrees, but her heart was full of warmth. Although there was a lot of snow and sometimes her bike slipped, she controlled it well and stayed steady. She looked like a snow fairy, riding her bike on the snowy road, racing along. In less than an hour, she reached the town. She was even a few minutes faster than usual. First, she didn't go to the police station to find Zhou Lanfang. Her urgent mood made her skip that and go straight to the town post office. It was snowing heavily, and there weren't many people at the post office. She stopped her bike at the door, stood on the steps, stomped her feet, shivered, and snowflakes fell around her. Then she took the canopy off her shoulder and put it in her bag. Her cloth bag had almost become a temporary nest for the canopy. She went inside the post office, took out the parcel slip, and hurried to the counter. "Comrade, I'm here to pick up a package." Zhou Yanqiu placed the parcel slip on the counter and looked eagerly at the clerk inside. The clerk casually took the slip and looked at it. "Oh, sent from Yanjing. The handwriting is quite nice." Zhou Yanqiu proudly puffed out her chest, smiling a little more. Gu Qinghe's handwriting was very good with a fountain pen, strong and bold, like a tall pine tree. Her own handwriting was also unique. The clerk took the slip and went to the back warehouse. After about 5 minutes, Zhou Yanqiu was starting to get impatient. Finally, she saw a large package being brought out. She placed it on the counter with a bang. "This package weighs at least 50 pounds. It must be from someone important, or they wouldn't come out in this heavy snow to pick it up," the clerk joked. Zhou Yanqiu's face turned red. She smiled and replied, "Yes, that's right."
Thank you, ma'am.
After signing her name, she took the package and placed it on the back of her bicycle. Then she covered it with a plastic sheet she had prepared earlier, so the package wouldn't get wet from the snow. In just a short time, the bicycle was covered with a layer of snow. She patted the seat to clear off the snow and then rode her bike toward the town police station. When she arrived, she easily found Zhou Lanfang. Because of the heavy snow in recent days, her colleagues at the station didn't send her outside to work. Instead, she stayed on duty inside. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu, Zhou Lanfang happily came over and took her hand. Yanqiu, with such heavy snow, what are you doing in town? The roads are quite dangerous. Zhou Yanqiu smiled.
Sister, it's fine.
I came to the post office to pick up a package and to bring you some things. She handed some items to Zhou Lanfang. Sister, this is from your uncle's wife. Some wild pig meat and a few change of clothes. Do you need anything else? I'll bring it next time. Zhou Lanfang said. No need. I have everything I need here. I have money and tickets, so no need to send anything. I'll wait until the snow stops and then go back. Zhou Yanqiu replied. All right, sister. I'll head back now, Zhou Lanfang said. Why rush back? The snow is heavy, and the roads are cold. Stay here and eat first. Zhou Yanqiu was eager to go home and open her package. She didn't want to stay for a meal. Sister, I'm not cold or hungry. I'll go now. Zhou Lanfang called her several times but couldn't stop her eager heart. She could only let her go. Be careful on the road. Don't ride too fast. Okay, sister. I understand. After saying that, she rode her bike quickly away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Zhou Lanfang was so angry, she stomped her feet. This girl. Ride slowly, slow down. Why is she riding so fast? On her way back, Zhou Yanqiu felt so happy, she almost wanted to fly. Fortunately, her bike was good quality. Otherwise, it might have fallen apart. On the road, Zhou Yanqiu suddenly saw a rabbit hopping out of the field by the roadside to look for food. It had been snowing for several days, and many rabbits had used up most of their stored food. Even in the snow, they still came out to find something to eat. Zhou Yanqiu became interested. She stopped her bike to the side. The rabbit was about 30 meters away from her. She had never tried to hit a target at such a long distance before. If she succeeded, she planned to ask her aunt to come tonight and cook braised rabbit meat. Feeling a sudden urge, she picked up a small stone. Holding her breath, she aimed at a rabbit from over 30 meters away. Hitting a rabbit from that distance was much harder than from 20 meters. Even she wasn't sure she could hit it. Her pupils shrank as she saw the wild rabbit clearly in her eyes. Even the heavy snow didn't block her view. She swung her arm, and the small stone shot out like an arrow toward the rabbit.
Yay! She clenched her small fist.
She actually hit it. She was just trying to see if she could. She quickly walked over, and the rabbit was still kicking its legs. She grabbed the rabbit's long ears and lifted it up. Poor rabbit, just out looking for food, and now it was someone's dinner. Zhou Yanqiu didn't think about that. She tied the rabbit's ears with a string and hung it on her bike handlebar. Then she rode home happily, with another rabbit in her bag. Half an hour later, she arrived home. Covered in snow, her grandma saw her and was very worried. Such heavy snow. Can't you wait a couple of days to go again? What if you get cold? Zhou Yanqiu smiled and parked her bike in a shed where the snow wouldn't reach.
Grandma, Ivy fine.
I'm not cold. Didn't they say, snow isn't cold, but melting snow is cold? If it really stopped snowing, then it would get cold for sure. Grandma thought for a moment. That's true. What's in that package?
Such a big one.
Zhou Yanqiu found some scissors and said eagerly, let's open it now and see. She placed the package on the table and carefully cut open the woven bag with scissors. She took out the contents little by little. Wow, so many pastries. First, Zhou Yanqiu pulled out several small packages from the bundle. When she opened them, they revealed small wooden boxes filled with sweets. Each box had the name of a pastry written on it. Donkey roll, beef tongue cake, Beijing 8 treasure pastry, hawthorn pastry, sugar fire cake, and so on. There were about 7 or 8 boxes in total. Each box contained roughly 2 jin, about 1 kilogram, of pastries. Grandma exclaimed in amazement, look at all these pastries. How much did they cost? And so many different kinds. Truly, this is Yanjing City. Here, they really love to show off with their treats. Grandma had only ever eaten simple cakes like egg cakes. She had never seen these kinds of pastries that Gu Qinghe sent. Zhou Yanqiu smiled quietly, knowing these were all a token of Gu Qinghe's kindness. Her heart felt warm, even in the cold winter. She reached out and took a piece of pastry, but it was already a bit frozen and hard. She thought, no wonder the temperature here is below -30 degrees. These pastries wouldn't freeze otherwise. She took some of each kind and said, Grandma, let's wait until we get to Uncle's place by the stove to warm them up and defrost before tasting. Then she started taking things out of the package. Her eyes lit up when she saw the fabrics, several kinds, even more than she bought in the county town last time. The fabrics felt softer, and the patterns were more beautiful, making them perfect for making clothes. There were also dozens of yards of wool fabric, ideal for making warm coats. They looked cozy and comfortable. At the bottom was a large envelope. She quickly grabbed the envelope and put it in her pocket. Now wasn't the time to look at it. She held the fabrics in her arms. They weighed over 20 jin, about 22 pounds. She planned to give them to her aunt to make clothes. These fabrics were clearly much better than the good quality fabric she bought in the county town last time. She had never seen such fine material before. It must have been expensive. Grandma took some pastries and she, holding the fabrics, also took the rabbit from the bicycle handlebar. Grandma, let's go to Uncle's house. Grandma looked surprised at the rabbit she was holding. There's still a rabbit. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu carrying a rabbit in one hand and holding many pieces of cloth in the other, Li Guiyun was stunned. She quickly reached out to take the cloth. Yanqiu, where did these fabrics and the rabbit come from? Didn't you go to the town? How did you come back so quickly? Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, Annie, these fabrics were sent by a friend from Yanjing. I met the rabbit on the way back. I went to the town to pick up a package, delivered some things to my sister, and then came back. Li Guiyun patted her thigh. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll make you some noodles now. Zhou Yanqiu shook her head. She wasn't hungry right now. No need, Auntie. I'm not hungry now. I'll just eat some cake later. It's also sent by my friend from Yanjing. You should try some later. Grandma placed 2 boxes on the table in the main hall. One big package was sent over. Just these boxes are almost 10. Inside, there are all kinds of pastries, no repeats. How can they be so talented? And these fabrics, they feel very comfortable. They must have cost a lot of money and fabric tickets. I've rarely seen fabrics like these, Zhou Yanqiu continued. Annie, these pastries are frozen hard. First, take 2 plates and warm them by the stove to thaw before eating. Okay, wait a moment. I'll get 2 plates. Li Guiyun turned and brought over 2 plates. She opened the pastry boxes, and her eyes lit up. Wow, look at these designs. They look delicious. Most women love sweet pastries like these. She placed the frozen, hard pastries onto the plates and set them near the stove. With the temperature here, in about half an hour, they would slowly soften. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Hongbing, father and son, heard the noise and came out. Seeing the pastries on the table, they curiously gathered around. They had never seen these things before. What are these? Zhou Yanqiu, with a good memory, remembered the names on the boxes and explained to them one by one. This is donkey rolling, this is hawthorn cake, and this is beef tongue biscuit. Wow, they must all be delicious. Can we eat them now? Zhou Jianjun reached out, but Li Guiyun quickly slapped his hand away. Can't you see they're frozen solid? Wait until the evening to thaw and then eat. Then she pointed to the rabbit that Zhou Yanqiu had brought back. When Yanqiu came back, she caught a wild rabbit outside. You skinned and killed it, and we'll eat it tonight. Zhou Jianjun went over to pick up the rabbit and looked at it happily. Our Yanqiu never comes back empty-handed. Come on, Hongbing. Today we're going to kill this rabbit. Zhou Jianjun pulled Zhou Hongbing over to help kill the rabbit, leaving the 3 of them to study the fabric. Xiao Bai also sat at Zhou Yanqiu's feet, circling around. When Tianpeng saw Xiao Bai, it jumped down from her shoulder and played with Xiao Bai. The 3 of them discussed what kind of clothes to make from the fabric. Zhou Yanqiu remembered what she had said on the phone with Gu Qinghe, then smiled and said, Let's each make a set of clothes from this fabric. After that, we'll see how much is left. Since Grandma is the oldest, she should get hers first. Grandma shook her head quickly. I don't need it. I'll make yours first. That was bought for you by your partner. It wouldn't be right to make clothes for me first. Hearing this, Li Guiyun's eyes lit up, as if she had an idea. Yanxiu, didn't you say your partner would send you a photo? Did they send it this time? If they did, show us. Zhou Yanxiu touched the large envelope in her pocket, thinking there should be photos inside. Her heart beat faster. She said, Auntie, I haven't looked at it yet. Li Guiyun was very interested. Then hurry and look. We've been thinking about this too these days. Zhou Yanxiu felt a little shy. Let me see. She took the envelope out of her pocket, feeling the thick paper inside. She took a deep breath to calm herself, then carefully tore open the edge and took out what was inside. First, there were a few folded sheets of paper. She knew she shouldn't look at them here. She would find a quiet place later to look at them secretly. Blushing, she put the papers into her pocket. Li Guiyun watched her and smiled quietly without saying anything. Below that was a bank book. Zhou Yanxiu's eyes widened. Gu Qinghe hadn't mentioned anything about a bank book. Feeling curious, she opened the bank book to check. To her surprise, there was 5,000 yuan in the account. Li Guiyun leaned over curiously and looked, also surprised. Yanxiu, did he give you all his savings? This is a bank book with 5,000 yuan in it. Grandma was surprised when she heard Li Guiyun's words. A passbook with 5,000 yuan? What does that mean? Li Guiyun covered her mouth and smiled. Mom, what else could it mean? That young man probably handed over all his savings to Yanxiu's family. In the future, his salary will probably be handed over too. That's good, but they aren't married yet. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Grandma said, whether it's appropriate or not depends on Yanxiu. As long as Yanxiu agrees, it's fine. Li Guiyun thought for a moment. That's true. Yanxiu, where's the photo? Hurry up and show us. Zhou Yanxiu bit her lip, trying to control her pounding heart like a little deer. Slowly, she took out the photos. There were 3 photos. 2 of Gu Qinghe, one a half-body shot and the other a full-body shot, both taken in the military camp. The third was taken at home, showing him with his parents. Gu Qinghe in the photos looked tall and handsome, dressed in a military uniform, looking brave and confident. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose, and thin lips pressed together. His whole figure was as firm and upright as a pine tree. When Zhou Yanxiu saw Gu Qinghe's photos, she suddenly felt a bit dazed. Gu Qinghe in the photos looked just as handsome as Zhou Yanxiu remembered, but taller and more imposing. He looked stronger too. He had a more mature and masculine aura, and his military uniform made him look even more grown-up, no longer the shy and inexperienced boy she once knew. Seeing Zhou Yanxiu staring at the photos in a daze, Grandma and Li Guiyun couldn't sit still. Yanxiu, show us the photos too. Okay. Zhou Yanxiu handed the photos of Gu Qinghe over. Grandma eagerly took them, and they looked at them together. Their eyes widened instantly. Wow, this young man looks really good, so spirited. Li Guiyun chimed in. He's tall too. Look at his eyes, his eyebrows, his nose. Oh my, this young man is really nice. Grandma also smiled widely. Yes, he's good. With this kind of spirit in our town, he would definitely be the best. Li Guiyun nodded in agreement. I've never seen such a good young man in our town. Oh, I think Yanxiu has good taste. This young man is quite suitable for Yanxiu. Grandma nodded in agreement, saying, it looks pretty good, but we should see the real person before making a judgment. We'll need to see him face to face. Li Guiyun smiled and said, Mother is right, but it should be fine. If it's not, he wouldn't catch Yanxiu's eye anyway. Zhou Yanxiu, sitting nearby, listened to her grandma and aunt praise Gu Qinghe, feeling both happy and shy. Usually calm and steady, after hearing about Gu Qinghe, she almost felt her heart get confused. She was holding a photo of Gu Qinghe with his parents, probably taken at his home. Looking at the photo, she saw that his mother looked kind and cheerful, smiling happily with 2 small dimples on her cheeks, making her look very friendly. His father looked serious, sitting on the sofa with a stern face. Gu Qinghe's face resembled his parents', but his expression was softer, as if combining their good qualities. After looking at the photo for a long time, Zhou Yanqiu's excited feelings finally calmed down. She put the photo aside and said with a smile, "I'll show this to Uncle later. See if he likes it." Li Guoyan laughed and said, "He probably won't be happy." In his mind, there are probably only a few people in the world who are good enough for Yanqiu. His opinion doesn't count. Zhou Yanqiu pouted playfully. "Auntie." It was rare to see Yanqiu act cute, and Li Guoyan felt her body soften at her words, saying, "Oh, my Yanqiu, you've made my heart melt." After looking at the photo, the snacks nearby were almost ready to eat. Zhou Yanqiu picked up a piece, which had softened, and said, "Grandma, you try first." Grandma squinted happily, but didn't refuse her granddaughter's kindness. "All right, Grandma will try." She took a big bite with a smile, then squinted her eyes and said, "It's delicious, sweet and soft, better than egg cakes." Zhou Yanqiu smiled even more happily. "Andy, you try too." Li Guoyan laughed and said, "Okay, Andy will try a piece." This time, it's thanks to Yanqiu. Not many people in our village have tasted these snacks from Yanjing. Grandma nodded, saying, "That's right. These are good things, and not everyone can afford them." Meanwhile, Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Hongbing finished preparing the rabbit, removing the skin. "Come inside and take a look." "Oh, are these pastries all edible?" He picked one up, put it in his mouth, and nodded as he ate. "Really good, very tasty." Li Guthian glanced at him and nudged him. "Yanxiu's photo, take a look. Does it catch your eye? Has the photo been sent over?" Zhou Jianjun picked up the picture. He looks quite energetic and he's an officer too." Zhou Jianjun also started to like Gu Qinghe. After all, he had served in the army, so he felt differently about soldiers. Zhou Yanxiu smiled slightly. "He's now a battalion commander in the Yanjing military district." Zhou Jianjun gasped. "No way. He's already a battalion commander. Such a bright future. When I retired, I was only a company commander." Zhou Hongbing also came over curiously. "Is he my brother-in-law? Is he? Wow, he's so handsome." Zhou Yanxiu blushed and shook his head. "Not yet." Li Guoyan smiled and added, "It's only a matter of time. Otherwise, why would he give you his bankbook?" Zhou Jianjun didn't know about the bankbook yet. Yanxiu took out the bankbook for him to see. After looking, Zhou Jianjun mumbled, "This kid is really impressive." But inside, he grew more respect for Gu Qinghe. For Yanxiu, the 5,000 yuan didn't mean much. But since Gu Qinghe gave her the money, it meant something different. It was a sign of trust. She carefully stored the bankbook in her space. Li Guoyan chimed in, "Not just the bankbook and food. They also sent fabric for making clothes for our family. Everyone has some. Thoughtful, right?" Zhou Jianjun was convinced. "Zhou Dao, you're really thoughtful. Such a clever kid." Now, Gu Qinghe had the family's full approval. Yanxiu smiled and said, "Auntie, the old clothes can be made later. Let's use this fabric to make new clothes. We'll wear better clothes for the new year." "It'll be you, Auntie." Li Guoyan happily replied, "I can make a few sets in a few days. It's not hard at all, really. Not hard at all, haha." In a good mood, she even found the braised rabbit meat dinner more delicious, and her smile never faded. Grandma looked at Yanqiu, thinking about how her granddaughter had come crying over more than 20 days ago, and now she was so happy. She had completely changed. Since Yanqiu came back, the whole family has been getting better and better. Thinking of this, Grandma's eyes almost welled up with tears. She quietly reached up and wiped her eyes gently, making sure no one noticed. Before going to bed that night, Yanqiu looked at Gu Qinghe's photo for a long time before finally sleeping. The next day, the snow still hadn't stopped. Zhou Hongbing was complaining about how it snowed heavily as soon as they went home, and he had been bored staying inside for several days. Yanqiu also got interested. "Hongbing, how about I take you to the fields to catch rabbits?" Hongbing's eyes lit up.
"Sure.
"Sister, I want to go." They quickly changed into their snowshoes, told Grandma and Uncle, and then went out. They weren't young anymore, and with Yanqiu there, they felt very safe. Hongbing, being the younger brother, didn't have much fighting ability, so he carried a small bag and followed Yanqiu from behind. Hanbing had stayed at home for several days without going out and was almost going crazy. Today, he was thrilled to go out with his cousin. Despite the heavy snow outside, he couldn't wait to get out, run around, and have fun. He also wanted to see his cousin's skills again. Last time he saw his cousin fight, she faced dozens of wild wolves on the mountain without showing any fear. She punched one wolf so hard that she shattered its skull. He was amazed and saw her as a hero in his heart. But this time, Yanxiu didn't plan to go up the mountain. She wanted to explore the nearby fields instead. Since it was snowing, the mountain paths were slippery and easy to fall. She was fine, and if something went wrong, she could go into the spirit spring space. But Hanbing couldn't do that. So they decided to stay nearby. There was actually a good reason for this. During snow, more rabbits and other animals come into the fields to eat crops because food on the mountain is scarce. Sometimes wild boars are also seen. Finding rabbits isn't dangerous, but encountering a wild boar herd can be very risky. Wild boars are not afraid of people, and sometimes villagers have been attacked by them when they come down from the mountain. But these things don't scare Zhou Yanxiu. If she really encounters a wild boar, it's a good chance to stretch her muscles. Snow was falling all around. The two of them left home, and within half an hour, they were covered in a thick layer of snow. Zhou Hanbing, a young man in his prime, was full of energy and not afraid of the cold. Zhou Yanxiu was also not afraid. Her physical strength was much better than an average person, so this cold weather didn't bother her. In this weather, catching a rabbit depends on luck and skill. Without luck, you might not see a rabbit even after searching for a long time. Without skill, even if a rabbit is in front of you, you might not notice it, and even if you do, you might not be able to catch it. Clearly, Zhou Yanxiu had both luck and skill. Walking behind, Zhou Hanbing hadn't seen anything yet. Zhou Yanxiu, walking ahead, suddenly twitched her ears and looked around carefully. Then she swung her arm, and a small stone shot out quickly like lightning. Zhou Hanbing only saw his cousin's hand move, then heard a feint in the air. Before he knew what was happening, his cousin pointed in one direction and said, "Hanbing, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and pick up the rabbit." Did his cousin just hit a rabbit? Zhou Hanbing looked around in front, behind, left, and right, but couldn't find the rabbit anywhere. Seeing how clueless he looked, Zhou Yanxiu chuckled softly and said through gritted teeth, "It's about 20 meters ahead." "Oh, okay." Zhou Hanbing blushed and hurried forward to look. He opened his eyes wide and saw a rabbit lying on the ground about 20 meters ahead. It wasn't surprising he hadn't seen it before. The rabbit's fur was gray and white, and with the heavy snow falling, the snow on the rabbit was also white. It was hard to spot in this snowy landscape. It was all because Zhou Yanxiu's eyesight was so sharp. Even from that distance, as soon as the rabbit moved slightly, she noticed it. Zhou Hanbing picked up the rabbit and put it into his basket, smiling broadly. "Sister, you're amazing. Let's go and catch some more." Zhou Yanxiu rolled her eyes at him. "That takes talent. If you can't find any, what's the point of catching? We'll just walk around for another half hour and then head back." Zhou Hanbing felt a bit disappointed. He wasn't done having fun yet, but since his cousin had spoken, he could only obey. Otherwise, if she got angry, it would be bad. His cousin was so strong that even with one arm and two legs, he was no match for her. I took another walk outside the village at the foot of the mountain. This time, I didn't find anything and was about to head back with Zhou Hanbing. Hanbing looked a little disappointed, with hopeful eyes. "Sister, can we stay for another half hour?" Just as I was about to refuse, I heard a soft snorting sound in my ears. It was a wild boar. "Quiet," I signaled Hanbing with a hand gesture. He understood I had spotted something and nodded quickly, closing his mouth obediently. Within a minute, a large wild boar appeared in front of us. It weighed over 300 pounds and was walking towards us, swaying side to side. Behind it, two piglets followed, each about 50 or 60 pounds. Both of us were surprised. Hanbing looked nervous and whispered, "Sister, can you handle this big boar? Maybe we should go back now." Wild boars are hard to deal with. Hanbing didn't know my true strength, but He knew that even if this boar met a wolf pack, it could probably escape. Its tough skin, thick flesh, and strength made it difficult to fight. I saw that I was getting excited. I looked at the approaching boar and softly said, "It's okay. Step back a little so I can do my thing." Hongbing nodded excitedly and quietly moved back. Before leaving, he reminded me to be very careful. There were 3 boars, 1 big and 2 small. The smaller ones were easy to handle, so I planned to take care of them first. This would prevent the piglets from running away in fear, but it might also anger the big boar and make it attack me. That was exactly what I wanted. I watched the boar quietly as it got closer, standing still like a stone or a dead tree. When it was about 10 meters away from me, the boar seemed to sense something was wrong. It stopped in place and refused to move forward. Hongbing was over 20 meters behind me, watching the boar stop just 10 meters ahead of his sister. He was so nervous he didn't dare breathe loudly. I looked at the big boar not moving forward. I thought, this boar's senses are really sharp. It's already noticed something is off. I no longer hesitated. Now it was within my best attack range. 4 small stones appeared in her hand. She looked at the 2 little wild boars and decided to attack them first. The meat of these small boars is much tastier than that of the big boar. She didn't want to hurt the big boar, but she had to keep the small one alive. She couldn't let these 2 piglets escape. Snowflakes fell gently, covering Zhou Yanqiu in white, blending her with the surrounding scenery. Her eyes sharpened. Now was the time. She suddenly swung her right hand, and the stones in her hand shot out instantly toward the front legs of the 2 little boars. At this distance of about 10 meters, her stones were more powerful than a gun. The squeals of the piglets echoed as their front legs were smashed by Zhou Yanqiu's stones. As soon as Zhou Yanqiu made her move, she broke the front legs of the 2 piglets she cared about most. Now, those 2 little boars were definitely caught. The big boar also noticed Zhou Yanqiu at this moment. It looked at her angrily, digging its front hooves into the snow, then charged quickly toward her. The big boar's eyes were red, showing how furious it was. It was just coming down the mountain when it saw its piglets injured here. No matter which pig it was, it would be hard to accept. Zhou Yanqiu focused intently on the approaching boar. She was calm because she had faced mountain bears before, and this small wild boar was no threat. The boar rushed up to her quickly. She tiptoed and dodged to the side, avoiding its attack. Then, she swiftly punched her right fist toward the boar's neck. "Ah," she shouted softly. This big boar, weighing over 300 pounds, was knocked into the air by her punch. It spun 3 or 4 times in the air before falling about 4 or 5 meters away. Nearby, Zhou Hongbing watched the scene with his mouth wide open, speechless. Amazing! Too powerful. My sister is like a female overlord reborn. The boar, falling to the ground, rolled twice before standing up. It shook its head, feeling dizzy, almost falling again. Its once proud attitude was gone. A flicker of fear appeared in its small eyes, and even its tail curled up. This punch from Zhou Yanqiu had taken away its temper. It knew this person was not easy to mess with. Ignoring the 2 injured piglets, it staggered and tried to run back up the mountain. Zhou Yanqiu was also surprised. Her punch was very strong, with about 1,000 pounds of force. She didn't expect that she wouldn't kill the wild boar instantly. Its neck was too tough. Although her punch didn't kill the boar, it couldn't run away now. The boar looked like it was drunk, staggering as it tried to escape, but unable to run properly. Zhou Yanqiu took 2 quick steps forward and reached the boar's side. She punched it again on the neck. The boar let out a loud squeal and fell to the ground with a thud, unable to get up again. Its thick neck was broken by her 2 punches. Only 4 legs were still moving unconsciously. Zhou Yanqiu proudly clapped her hands. "Not bad. Today, I didn't come out for nothing." Zhou Hongbing came from behind, looking at the big boar on the ground. He was speechless for a long time. Although he had seen his cousin's bravery on the mountain before, seeing her now easily handle such a fierce wild boar still shocked him deeply. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Zhou Yanqiu. "Sister, you're amazing." You're the strongest person I've ever seen in my life. Zhou Yanqiu rolled her eyes at him. How old are you? How many people have you seen in your life? Stop talking nonsense. Let's carry this boar back, Zhou Hongbing asked. Huh? How are we going to carry it? Should I go call my dad? Zhou Yanqiu said, no need.
We can handle it ourselves.
Calling uncle would be too much trouble. After that, she walked over to the two little wild boars still squealing. She punched one, making both little pigs shut up. She looked at Zhou Hongbing. Can you carry one of these little pigs? Zhou Hongbing patted his chest. Sister, don't underestimate me. This little pig isn't heavy. I can definitely carry it. All right, just carry one. I'll take care of the other. We're not far from home, so we'll be back soon. The small boar weighed about 50 or 60 pounds. Zhou Hongbing picked it up and stuffed it into the basket, filling it completely. Then he carried it on his back and said to Zhou Yanqiu, Sister, can you also give me the other little pig? Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment and handed him the piglet she was holding. If you can't carry it, just tell me. Zhou Hongbing grinned and said, Don't worry, sister. I can handle this weight. The two little wild boars had already been knocked out by Zhou Yanqiu's punch. Whether they would wake up or not was uncertain. Zhou Hongbing grabbed the hind legs of the small pigs and dragged them toward home. Zhou Yanqiu looked fine and used one hand to lift one hind leg of the big wild boar. He carried it easily and walked home with it. Zhou Hongbing was a bit slow. The two of them walked about 600 to 700 meters, which took around 10 minutes. Zhou Yanqiu almost couldn't resist trying to take the wild boar from him. It was snowing heavily, and besides them, there was no one else on the road. The wild boars they dragged along the ground left deep marks in the snow. Finally, they reached their home gate. Zhou Hongbing took a deep breath, tired from the walk. In contrast, Zhou Yanqiu, walking behind, looked fresh and unbothered, as if he had just gone for a casual walk. Zhou Hongbing pushed open the gate and called out, Dad, Dad. Zhou Jianjun's voice came from inside. What's the matter? They dropped the wild boars on the ground in the yard. Dad, come out quickly. We caught some wild boars outside. Zhou Jianjun's voice rose in surprise. What? Wild boars. When he opened the door, he saw 3 wild boars, 1 large and 2 small, in the yard. Zhou Yanqiu asked, Uncle, where should we put these? Oh, put them in the kitchen. Zhou Jianjun stared at the wild boars on the ground, surprised. He thought his 2 kids had just been staying at home for days, eager to play in the snow. He didn't expect them to come back with 3 wild boars. Besides his son Yanqiu, no one else could do that. His Yanqiu was truly a lucky child bringing wealth from the heavens. Zhou Yanqiu looked at the 3 wild boars and said to Zhou Jianjun, Uncle, keep the 2 small ones. The meat is tender and delicious. Zhou Jianjun nodded and took a quick look. All right, I trust you. Keep the 2 small wild boars and also save 1 pig's hind leg. Li Guiyun and Grandma hurried out. Seeing the wild boars on the ground, they were surprised and happy. Li Guiyun said, Oh my, our meat is increasing more and more. What if we can't finish it all? Haha, but despite the talk, they still had to deal with the animals. Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun knew they wouldn't be resting today. Originally, Li Guiyun was still making clothes, but now she also has to come and handle the pork. Zhou Jianjun took the wild boar outside, and after 2 hours, he returned with a large pig leg. There are still 2 smaller wild pigs at home that need to be slaughtered and processed. Zhou Yanqiu didn't go to help. These bloody tasks are not allowed for her by Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun. Zhou Hongbing was pulled over to help out. As a young man, how can he not do some work? In the afternoon, the family was busy. Grandma was boiling water. Zhou Jianjun was slaughtering the pig, and Zhou Hongbing was helping out. Handling the 2 small wild pigs was quite easy. Seeing they were busy, Li Guiyun didn't help and went back to her room to continue making clothes. Meanwhile, Zhou Yanqiu was comfortably reading inside the house. As for slaughtering the pigs, no one allowed her to get involved. This rough work is not suitable for a pretty girl like her. She should just focus on reading. All the dishes for the evening were related to pork. Spicy stir-fried pig liver.
Plus tire fried cabbage.
and pig stomach and large intestines, but those hadn't been cooked yet. They probably wouldn't finish eating them for several days. Fortunately, even though there was no refrigerator now, keeping the meat outside was safer than inside. It wouldn't spoil. With temperatures below -30 degrees Celsius, it was much colder than a fridge. Warm pork hanging from the kitchen beams started freezing within minutes. Time slowly passed, and the new year was getting closer. The snow gradually stopped falling. Zhou Lanfang hadn't returned for 5 or 6 days. Such heavy snow made it difficult to come back from the town. Li Guiying had been working overtime these days. Using the fabric Gu Qinghe sent, she made a set of clothes for each person. Once worn, they looked and felt much better than the cloth bought in the county. Except for Zhou Lanfang not being home, everyone tried on their new clothes. They didn't want to take them off, as if the new year had already arrived early. The family was very happy these days. They ate meat every day, almost to the point of getting tired of it. Zhou Jianjun and Zhou Hongbing hadn't even thought they would get tired of eating meat in their lives. But these days, they started to feel it. They gained several pounds, and even looking at meat no longer made them crave it. They kept shouting for radish and cabbage to eat. Grandma and Li Guoyan heard this and laughed for a long time. In the morning, Zhou Yanqiu practiced acupuncture with a wild boar hide for a while. Suddenly, she remembered the package she sent. Brother Qinghe should have received it by now. Gu Qinghe received Zhou Yanqiu's package today. He had been looking forward to it for several days. He really wanted to see Yanqiu's photo soon. He didn't know if she was still the same as before. Today, Wang Ermao was on duty again. This time, he didn't dare to talk back to Captain Gu. Last time, when Captain Gu had a package, he couldn't help but talk a little too much. As a result, for the next 3 days, dear Captain Gu trained with him. They trained for 3 full days before he was finally let off. According to Wang Ermao, those 3 days felt like living in. Although Captain Gu's training was quite intense, with his strong body, few in the entire Yanjing military district could compare. How could he dare to compare himself to the famous Captain Gu? Captain Gu thought that normal training almost exhausted Wang Ermao. Fortunately, it was only 3 days. Otherwise, Wang Ermao might have cried. This time, Gu Qinghe went to the door. Before he could speak, Wang Ermao took the initiative to report. "Report, Commander. You have a package today." Gu Qinghe's heart was filled with great joy, but he kept a calm face. Bring the package to me." Wang Ermao returned to the guard post and brought out a large package. "Commander, it's this one." Gu Qinghe eagerly took the package. It felt heavy, probably around 40 or 50 pounds. Just as he was about to head back with the package, Wang Ermao suddenly asked, "Commander, is this the package sent by your wife?" Hearing this, Gu Qinghe's lips curled up. "Wang Ermao, I will train with you for another day tomorrow." Wang Ermao let out a miserable cry. "Commander, please. I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time." Gu Qinghe ignored him and quickened his steps. He was eager to go home and open the package, hoping to see a photo of his little girl. When he reached the door, he tiptoed to open it gently, then quietly closed it again. His sister, Gu Qingling, might be sleeping in her room at this time. Over the past few days, they had been entering and leaving the room very quietly. There are 2 people sitting on the sofa in the living room, his father, Gu Yuanchao, and his younger brother, Gu Qingshan. Gu Yuanchao is sitting on the sofa, drinking water and reading the newspaper, just like before. Gu Qingshan is lying lazily on the sofa, looking very bored. When Gu Qingshan sees Gu Qinghe walk into the room, he immediately sits up straight. He is not afraid of anyone in the family, not even his father, Gu Yuanchao, who can hardly control him. But he is afraid of Gu Qinghe. Gu Qinghe is 4 years older than him. Since childhood, his sister was often sick, and because their parents were busy with work, Gu Qinghe mostly took care of him. As a mischievous child, Gu Qingshan had received many slaps from Gu Qinghe. Seeing Gu Qinghe carrying a package toward the dining room, Gu Qingshan also follows. "Brother, such a big package. Is this from my sister-in-law?" Everyone in the family knows that Gu Qinghe has a girl he likes in the countryside. Gu Qingshan supports him the most because he thinks his brother is so capable. The girl he likes must be good too. Among the whole family, Gu Qingshan knows Gu Qinghe best. A smile appears at the corner of Gu Qinghe's eye. Yes. Quick, open it and see what's inside. Is there that delicious flying dragon from last time? Last time, when they cooked the flying dragon, Gu Qingshan was not at home. Others drank some soup, but he didn't even get to taste it. Later, he heard from the family how tasty the flying dragon soup was. It really made him curious. Was it really that good? Although he didn't get to taste the flying dragon soup, he did try some of the stir-fried monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms later. The flavor was incredible, so fresh and delicious, he wouldn't trade it even for meat. So, he was even more curious about how the flying dragon soup would taste. Gu Yuanchao also put down his newspaper and came over, watching Gu Qinghe open the package. Gu Qinghe pursed his lips, but didn't care about the others. He just watched. He roughly knew what was inside. When the package was opened, there were 2 bags of dried monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. He smiled slightly. There was enough dried food for them to eat for a long time. Below that, there were tightly wrapped flying dragons and golden pheasants. The flying dragons and golden pheasants were wrapped in several layers, so no smell was coming out. Gu Qinghe pursed his lips and took them out. 1, 2, for flying dragons. This is something I ate last time, and it was truly a delicious treat. This time, they sent me 4 of them. There are more below. 1, 2. They even sent 5 colorful pheasants. These well-prepared pheasants are more than 3 times larger than flying dragons. I haven't tasted them yet, but they look very good. I won't mention the monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms, but these 4 flying dragons and 5 pheasants are quite valuable. And their meat. If someone hasn't tried monkey head mushrooms and matsutake, these meats are worth more in the eyes of ordinary people than those mushrooms. But that's not all. Gu Qinghe noticed there was something else under the package and reached out to take it out. This time, it was an entire leg of meat. Gu Yuanchao and Gu Qingshan both gasped. Are these from a rural area? Are rural areas already this wealthy? Such good food? Sending so much meat at once? Even their relatively well-off family wouldn't usually send so many good things to other relatives at once, right? Or did they send everything to them? Gu Qinghe stared blankly at the items he had taken out, his lips pressed tightly together, speechless. At the very bottom, there was a box. Gu Qinghe reached out and took it out. There was nothing else. It was a wooden box. The photo must be inside this box. With anticipation and a strange feeling, Gu Qinghe slowly opened the box. When he saw what was inside, his pupils suddenly shrank. This time, my sister-in-law sent a lot of things again. I should be able to eat a bit more now. Gu Qingshan already accepted his sister-in-law in his heart. For the sake of this food, he had to accept it. Without her, where could he find such delicious food to eat? Gu Yuanchao nodded. Let your mom make more tonight, so everyone can eat together. While they were discussing food here, they didn't notice Gu Qinghe's surprised and shocked expression. The box was about the size of an A4 sheet of paper. On top, there was an envelope with fluffy white cotton filling underneath. Inside was a cloth bag, and there were also 2 pieces of deer antler. The deer antlers were split into 2 branches and looked quite large. Each one weighed at least over a pound. Deer antlers are rare and valuable supplements. In China, they have been famous for thousands of years, just like ginseng, well known to everyone. Just these 2 pieces of deer antler could not be cheap. Gu Yanqiu surprisingly sent 2 pieces of deer antler to him. A faint smile appeared in Gu Qinghe's eyes. These 2 pieces of deer antler were quite useful. He had received his little girl's heartfelt gift. It must have taken a lot of effort to get these 2 pieces. If Zhou Yanqiu knew what Gu Qinghe was thinking, she would definitely nod repeatedly and say, yes, yes, it took a lot of effort. He carefully put away the letter, resisting the urge to open it now. He decided to read it slowly in his room later. Gently, he took out the deer antler and set it aside. Then he took out the cloth bag. The deer antler wasn't wrapped in cloth, so what was inside the cloth bag? When he was on the phone, Yanqiu didn't tell him either. Gu Qinghe carefully took out what was wrapped in the cloth. Just as he was about to open it, his attention was caught by the deer antler on the side. Gu Qingshan suddenly shouted, "Dad, Dad, look, look." Gu Yuanchao glared at him. "What are you looking at? Don't make a fuss. Deer antler, deer antler." Gu Yuanchao's eyes widened. "Deer antler? Where is it?" Gu Qingshan pointed to the deer antler placed aside by Gu Qinghe. "Here. Isn't this deer antler?" "Two of them. Oh, it really is deer antler." "Good, good. This deer antler looks fresh. We still have some good wine at home. We can soak it in wine." Gu Yuanchao looked at the two pieces of deer antler with shining eyes. Deer antler is a good thing, especially for middle-aged and older men like him. It's a great tonic to boost energy. These two pieces of deer antler velvet are worth at least 200 yuan in the city of Yanjing. At this moment, he has a much better impression of Gu Qinghe's rural young partner. Being willing to send such valuable items to Gu Qinghe shows she is also very focused on her son. Gu Yuanchao has already thought about how to use this deer antler velvet. Gu Qinghe didn't pay attention to their actions. He gently opened the cloth bag. The first thing he saw was some moss and small pieces of bark. When he saw what was beneath the moss and debris, his heart was filled with shock. It was ginseng. Although he couldn't tell how old the ginseng was, any ginseng is very valuable. Older ginseng is especially rare and expensive. Gu Qinghe hadn't yet read the letter Zhou Yanqiu sent him, so he didn't know this was a 100-year-old treasure ginseng, worth at least 50,000 yuan. He would be even more shocked if he knew. Zhou Yanqiu didn't mention the age of the ginseng in her letter, only that it was an old ginseng. He had given her his bank book, which showed 5,000 yuan, already a large sum for him, saved from many small tasks. But compared to the value of this ginseng, it was nothing. While he carefully examined the ginseng, Gu Yuanchao came over. Seeing the ginseng in his older brother's hands, his eyes lit up immediately. He took off his glasses and wiped the lenses. "Qinghe, is this ginseng?" Gu Qinghe nodded and sighed. "Yes, this is ginseng. Yanqiu is so smart. She must know how valuable this ginseng is."
But she still sent it to him.
Gu Qinghe's eyes were full of tenderness. "That silly girl. Put it on the table quickly and open it to see," Gu Yuanchao urged. Gu Qinghe nodded with a small smile and placed the ginseng on the table. He slowly opened the cloth bag. The three of them held their breath, their eyes widening with some disbelief. They knew more about ginseng than most people. Because Gu Qingling was sick, they needed aged ginseng for treatment. They had helped find ginseng many times and knew roughly how valuable it was. At this moment, 3 pairs of eyes stared intently at the ginseng on the table, as if afraid it might grow wings and fly away. After a long while, Gu Yuanchao swallowed hard and kept his eyes fixed on the ginseng without looking away. Qinghe, am I seeing things? I feel like this might be a 100-year-old ginseng." Qinghe blinked. "I think so too. Even if it's not a 100-year-old ginseng, it's at least several decades old," Gushin said. "What are we waiting for? If we can't tell, let's find someone who knows about this to take a look." Gu Yuanchao, coming to his senses, said, Yes. I'll ask Grandpa to find someone to check." "Don't move the ginseng from the table." He quickly made a phone call. Qinghe looked at the ginseng on the table for a moment, then said to Gushin, "Gushin, stay here and watch the ginseng. Don't let it leave your sight, understand?" Gushin nodded. "Brother, don't worry. I won't leave your side." "Where are you going?" Qinghe headed upstairs to his room. "You don't need to worry. I'll be down soon." He was eager to open the letter sent by the young girl this time. The package had brought him too many surprises and shocks. Did she even know how much this ginseng was worth? Qinghe entered his room and locked the door behind him. He took out the envelope, took a deep breath, and carefully tore open the edge. At this moment, he could clearly hear his heart pounding wildly. It had been a long time since he felt this nervous. From the envelope, he took out the letter paper first, then 2 photographs. His heart skipped a beat as he paused for a moment, then gently set the letter aside. He took out the 2 photos. Usually calm and steady, Commander Gu was now visibly excited. He picked up the photos, and his eyes lit up with a sudden burst of strange light. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although the photos were black and white, Zhou Yanxiu's genuine smile in the pictures made him feel a sense of closeness. He gently touched Zhou Yanxiu's face in the photo, almost laughing out loud. Good, very good. You've gained a little weight, your face looks fuller, and you look even better. Yanxiu, I miss you so much. What should I do? No one knows that Captain Gu is actually a person who loves deeply. When he falls for someone, he never changes his feelings. He keeps looking at 2 photos, never getting tired of them. Each one is so beautiful that he can't put them down. After a long time, he is reluctant to put the photos on the table. Before doing so, he wipes the table clean, then takes out a letter. Smiling, he reads it carefully, word by word. In the letter, Zhou Yanxiu tells him about recent events. She mentions 2 pieces of deer antler, suggesting he share them with the elders to help their health. She also talks about flying dragons, golden pheasants, and deer legs, asking them not to be stingy with eating. She mentions monkey head mushrooms and matsutake, saying they are almost finished, but can be sent again. She talks about many small things, and Gu Qinghe feels no boredom, only happiness. At the end, she mentions a ginseng root. The letter says it's at least several decades old, but she advises not to hold back using it. It can be used for making soup or infused in wine. Gu Qinghe reads the letter several times, feeling distressed. Silly girl. Does she even know how much this ginseng is worth? It's a waste to make soup with it. He feels worried for her, but Zhou Yanxiu doesn't know. In her space, she has plenty of ginseng like this, and more will come in the future. There's no way they can use it all. He puts the letter away carefully, then picks up the photos again and looks at them for a while. He can't get enough of them, he's hopelessly in love. Gu Qinghe sighs softly, thinking that Yanxiu probably knows the value of the ginseng, but still sent it. How lucky he is to have such a perfect girl's affection. He secretly decides to treat Yanxiu even better in the future. He carefully puts the photos away. Getting up, Gu Qinghe leaves the room and goes downstairs to the living room. He sees his mother, Zhao Lingwei, has also returned. Zhao Lingwei is sitting with Gu Qingshan near the ginseng. They're looking at the ginseng, then at the flying dragons, golden pheasants, deer legs, and 2 big bags of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake. She just came back from work, and now the house has so many things. It's obvious these were sent by Qinghe's rural friend. No one else has such things. Seeing these things, she was first surprised. These items must be very expensive, especially the chickens and the flying dragon. In Beijing, you can't buy a flying dragon for 10 yuan, let alone the taste after cooking. What amazed her even more was the ginseng on the table. She looked at it closely. After straightening the roots, it was almost half a meter long. Although she is a Western doctor, she knows that such old ginseng is very valuable and cannot be bought with money. In the past, she searched for ginseng over 50 years old for her daughter's illness, but it was very hard to find. So she could imagine how precious it was. Zhao Lingwei felt like she was dreaming. She was shocked by her future daughter-in-law from the countryside, whom she had never met before. What kind of fairy-like daughter-in-law is this? She decided she must get Qinghe to marry her daughter-in-law soon. Such a good daughter-in-law must not run away. She already liked Zhou Yanxiu a little, and now she was even more curious about her. When she saw Gu Qinghe come down from the upstairs room, her eyes lit up, and she suddenly remembered something. She quickly waved to him. Son, when my daughter-in-law sent the things this time, did she send a photo too? Gu Qinghe was surprised. He had just looked at the photo and put it away, not planning to show it to the family yet. His face turned slightly red and he cleared his throat. Yes, she sent it. I put it in the room. Zhao Lingwei's eyes shone even brighter. Why did you hide it? Hurry up and take it out so we can see. I've been wanting to know what my daughter-in-law looks like. Gu Qinghe felt helpless. He went back to his room and took out Zhou Yanxiu's photo. He looked at the photo a few more times before reluctantly handing it to Zhao Lingwei. Mom, be careful not to damage it. Zhao Lingwei rolled her eyes at him and joked. Oh, just a photo, and you're so protective. If this daughter-in-law comes into the house, wouldn't my husband and I lose all our status? Gu Qinghe's face turned red. Mom, what are you talking about? Yanxiu and I are not that kind of people. Zhao Lingwei took the photo and looked down. She gasped. Could she be seeing a fairy descending from the sky? She originally thought her son was quite excellent, and that her daughter-in-law from the countryside was a bit of a stretch for her son. Although she still respected her son's opinion and believed that as long as Qinghe liked her, it was fine. But now, she suddenly felt that her son might not be quite suitable for the fairy-like girl in the photo. In the photo, Zhou Yanxiu has bright, beautiful peach blossom eyes, delicate eyebrows, and a gaze full of confidence. Her oval face and well-matched features made this middle-aged woman unable to look away. After a moment, Zhao Lingwei softly said, Son, why do I feel like you don't quite match up with her? Gu Qinghe's face darkened. Why do you say that? Only I can match her. Give me the photo. Gu Qingshan also leaned over, curious. Mom, let me see. Is she really that beautiful? Even my older brother might not be a match. Ignoring Gu Qinghe's dark expression, Zhao Lingwei handed Gu Qingshan one of the photos. Be careful. Don't damage it. If you do, your brother might scold you. I won't protect you. Gu Qingshan chuckled. Mom, I'll just take a quick look. I'll be careful. I won't break it. Oh wow, is this my future sister-in-law? She's so beautiful. Gu Qingshan exclaimed as soon as he saw the photo. Brother, I think Mom is right. You seem to be a little bit a match. Before Gu Qingshan could finish, he saw Gu Qinghe looking at him with a dark face. Gu Qingshan shivered unexpectedly and quickly changed the subject. Such a beautiful sister-in-law. Only my brother can match her. Gu Qinghe's expression finally softened. At that moment, the door opened again. Turning around, they saw Gu Yuanchao entering with an old man with some white in his beard. As soon as the old man entered, he said, Where's the ginseng? Let me see it. When Gu Qinghe saw the old man come in, he stood up and called out, Grandpa Lu. Zhao Lingwei also smiled and said, Uncle Lu, please come over. The old man's name was Lu Mingguang. He was a good friend of Gu Qinghe's grandfather and knew a lot about traditional medicine. This time, Gu Yuanchao had brought him over to look at the ginseng after seeing it. Fortunately, Lu Mingguang lived nearby and arrived quickly. Lu Mingguang waved his hand and said bluntly, Where is the ginseng? It's right on the table. Uncle Lu, please take a look. Gu Yuanchao led Lu Mingguang to the table. The moment Lu Mingguang saw the ginseng, he felt it was extraordinary. It looked very good, with almost no damage from being dug out. Every root was intact. Actually, this was just Zhou Yanxiu's thought. In her spiritual spring space, she is the ruler. The ginseng she dug from her spiritual field space is even more complete than the top-grade ginseng harvested by professional gatherers. Lu Mingguang's eyes lit up and he kept praising, Excellent, excellent. This ginseng looks top quality. Someone sent such a gift to your young one? Is it from a rural area? That's quite rare. After saying that, Lu bent down to carefully examine the ginseng. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. Finally, he said nothing, and his expression grew more serious. The others nearby also stared closely at Lu Mingguang. He kept looking for about 5 minutes, then sighed and stood up straight. Gu Qinghe was startled when he heard Lu Mingguang sigh. He quickly asked, Grandpa Lu, is there something wrong with this ginseng? Gu Yuanchao and Zhao Lingwei also became nervous. Lu Mingguang stroked his beard and smiled slightly, shaking his head. There's nothing wrong with this ginseng. It's just that I've rarely seen such a high-quality one in my life. I'm just feeling emotional. Gu Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief. Grandpa Lu, how old do you think this ginseng is? Lu Mingguang's eyes sharpened. Your family has found a treasure. This ginseng is at least over 100 years old. Everyone was surprised. Could it really be a 100-year-old ginseng? Gu Qinghe held back his excitement and pride. This was a gift from his little girl. Grandpa Lu, how much do you think a 100-year-old ginseng is worth? Lu Mingguang thought for a moment and made a gesture. If you want to sell it, I can offer this much. Gu Qinghe's eyes widened. 6,000? Lu Mingguang waved his hand. What are you thinking? 6,000 can't buy a 100-year treasure ginseng. That's just a dream. 60,000. So, do you want to sell it? If yes, I'll go back now to get the money. Everyone present was shocked by Lu Mingguang's words. 6,000 yuan is a big amount. Gu Qinghe is now a company commander earning over 100 yuan a month. At this time, that is considered a high income. But if he wanted to save up 6,000 yuan with his current salary, it would take almost 40 years without spending a single cent more. Of course, he often does extra tasks and earns bonuses that are more than his salary, but in a short time, he still can't gather that much money. To people, this amount of money is a huge sum. Gu Qinghe's family silently looked at the 100-year-old ginseng in front of them. They never expected it to be worth so much. In the past, when Gu Qingling was sick, it was Gu Qinghe's grandfather who took care of everything. They didn't need to worry about it. In the end, they only found ginseng over 50 years old, which helped her survive. If they had this 100-year-old ginseng back then, the treatment might have been even better. Lu Mingguang saw that Gu Qinghe and his family were all stunned. He smiled slightly and asked, "What do you think? Are you willing to sell it to me?" Gu Qinghe was surprised and quickly shook his head. "Grandpa Lu, we won't sell this ginseng." Lu Mingguang looked a little disappointed. "When you decide to sell, make sure to sell it to me first." Zhao Lingwei smiled and said, "Uncle Lu, don't worry. We won't sell it. If we do decide to sell, you'll be the first person we think of." Before leaving, Lu Mingguang reminded them, since this ginseng was just dug up, hang it up and let it dry a bit before storing it. After Lu Mingguang left, the family gathered around the table to look at the ginseng again and again, until Gu Qinghe decided to put the ginseng away. Gu Yuanchao reached out and stopped him. "Kid, what are you doing putting it away?" Gu Qinghe looked proud. "This was a gift from my future wife. Of course, I have to keep it. Not just the ginseng, but also the deer antler. I plan to give one to Grandpa and one to my grandfather." Gu Yuanchao frowned. "And what about your dad?" Gu Qinghe held back a smile. "You don't like my future wife from the countryside, do you? The things she gave me, and you still want to take them?" Gu Yuanchao's face turned red. "I didn't say I definitely disagree." Zhao Lingwei and Gu Qingshan watched them argue back and forth. Finally, they agreed that one of the two deer antlers would be kept for Gu Yuanchao, and the other would be split in half, giving one piece to Grandpa and the other to Grandfather. From now on, Gu Yuanchao could no longer oppose Gu Qinghe and his rural young partner. Gu Yuanchao secretly thought, "Great, I finally kept one deer antler. Later, I can make some good wine with it. As for that young man's marriage, I can't control it anymore. He doesn't listen to me. This is a win." Looking at the ginseng, Gu Yuanchao asked, "What do you plan to do with this ginseng?" Gu Qinghe thought for a moment. "Keep it for now. When we need it, we can take it out. We won't sell it. His little daughter's sincere feelings shouldn't be wasted like this." Gu Qinghe now understood that Zhou Yanqiu must have known the value of this ginseng, but still sent it to him. Such kindness was too great. He couldn't repay it. He could only treat her well for the rest of his life. Gu Yuanchao looked at the box holding the ginseng. "Qinghe, this box is a bit simple. For such a ginseng, we need a better box to match it. Coincidentally, I have a rosewood box in my study. It would be perfect to put it there. When the ginseng is almost dry, I will transfer it into the box. I'll go get the box for you now." Zhao Lingwei nodded in agreement. "Yes, we should change the box. Son, our family owes that young lady a lot, and we still can't repay her. Maybe you should marry her." Haha. Gu Yuanchao took out the beautiful box from the study. Indeed, it looked much more exquisite. Putting the ginseng inside would instantly elevate its status. Zhao Lingwei gave Gu Qinghe a teasing look. "Qinghe, show your dad a photo of your young partner. Let's see if he still refuses." Gu Qinghe handed Zhou Yanqiu's photo to Gu Yuanchao. Gu Yuanchao was stunned. Only men could understand men. "No wonder you only want this rural girl as your partner. Such a girl really isn't easy to find." After seeing the photo, Gu Yuanchao finally understood. Gu Yuanchao saw Zhou Yanqiu's photo and could no longer find any reason to oppose. Gu Qinghe found a safe, cool, and ventilated spot at home, hung up the ginseng, and let it dry for about half a month before storing it. The remaining item is deer antler velvet. Gu Yuanchao took one piece and hid it in his study. His good wine is also in the study. He plans to prepare a large jar of wine tomorrow to soak the deer antler velvet. Maybe he will secretly add a couple of ginseng stems too. After half a year, it should be ready to drink slowly. He looks forward to enjoying a little each day, feeling very happy. Gu Qinghe took the last piece of deer antler velvet and used a sharp knife to cut it into two roughly equal parts, one for his grandfather and one for his maternal grandfather. Later, he will deliver these, along with half a kilogram of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. There are 5 plump golden pheasants, so he will take 2, giving 1 to each family. He also brought a photo of Qianqiu to show his grandparents and maternal grandparents. He wants to show off how wonderful his little girl is. But his intention to deliver the gifts isn't entirely pure. Gu Qinghe prepared everything and packed them into 2 bags. He said, "Dad, Mom, I'm going to visit Grandpa, Grandma, and the maternal grandparents to bring some things. We have enough food at home." Zhao Lingwei waved her hand. "Go ahead. Will you come back for dinner tonight?" Gu Qinghe shook his head. "No, I'll eat at Grandpa's house." Gu Qinghe's grandfather and maternal grandfather live nearby, in the military district sanatorium. Most of the residents are senior leaders retired from the Beijing military district. When Gu Yuanchao retires, he will also move here. Gu Qinghe often visits this place. When the guards see him, they salute him first. Then they smile and ask, "Commander Gu, visiting the old leaders again?" Gu Qinghe returns the salute. "Yes, it's been a few days. I came to check on them today." After registering, Gu Qinghe heads to his maternal grandparents' house first, then to his paternal grandparents' house. He knocks on the door. A clear female voice answers. A familiar face flashes in his mind. "It's me, your brother." Click, the door swings open. A girl about 15 or 16 appears, excitedly saying, "Brother, why are you here?" Gu Qinghe pushes her gently, holding her forehead. "I came to see Grandpa and Grandma." "And you, what trouble have you caused now, hiding here?" The girl's head droops, looking like this isn't the first time. "I accidentally hit the little fat kid in our yard's head." Gu Qinghe felt a bit speechless. His younger cousin had always been a troublemaker, causing problems every few days. It was already good if she could stay quiet for a week without causing trouble. Gu Qinghe entered the house and cheerfully called out, "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm here." Grandpa, sitting on the sofa, looked up when he saw him. "Qinghe, you're here. Come, have a cup of tea with me." Grandma came out of the kitchen. "Qinghe, dinner is almost ready. We'll eat here later." Gu Qinghe said, "Grandma, I'll just eat at Grandpa's house later." Cousin Zhao Zixin sat down heavily across from him and picked up an apple from the table to bite into. While eating, she said, "It doesn't matter where we eat, brother. Let's eat here tonight. I haven't eaten with you in a long time." Grandpa also teased. "What? The food here isn't as good as at Grandpa's house." Gu Qinghe helplessly thought, "I should have gone to Grandpa's house first." "Grandpa, I brought some things with me. I need to deliver them to Grandpa's house later. You can deliver them after dinner." "Why do you need to send them now?" Gu Qinghe smiled mysteriously. "Grandpa, you and Grandma will definitely like it." Grandpa, Zhao Shijing, was a retired vice commander of the military district. Zhao Shijing became interested and put on his reading glasses. "Oh, what is it? Last time, you and Grandma asked about the monkey head mushroom and matsutake at my house, right?" "I brought some over this time," Zhao Shijing smiled. "Did your little friend send you more things again?" Gu Qinghe smiled happily. "Yes, she sent quite a few things again. I'll bring some over for you and Grandma to try soon." Zhao Shijing chuckled. "Most of what you brought last time is almost gone. Your grandma keeps mentioning it. If Qingling could eat all this, your grandpa and I would have divided it among ourselves." Gu Qinghe also smiled. "The things sent this time are really good. They have a unique taste. My sister can only eat these. Most of the previous stuff was left for her." Zhao Shijing sighed. "Your sister has had a tough time, but it's much better than before. At least she's no longer in constant danger of her life." Gu Qinghe nodded and said, "I'm feeling much better now. My health has improved each day, and my complexion looks better. I have some color in my face now. Unlike before when I looked very pale." Zhao Shijing chuckled and said, "If you keep getting better like this, maybe one day you'll see your sister get married and have children." Gu Qinghe nodded confidently and replied, That will definitely happen, Zhao Zixin asked curiously. Is Sister Qingling feeling better now? I'll visit her someday. By the way, what did you bring? My grandparents will also be curious about these snacks. Zhao Xijing smiled and said, You'll find out soon. When you came, your grandma specially made some for you. Don't tell anyone. Zhao Zixin widened her eyes and nodded eagerly, showing her excitement. Okay, Grandpa. Grandma loves me so much. I won't tell anyone. Gu Qinghe had planned to deliver the items and then go to his grandparents' house for dinner, but he was stopped by Zhao Zixin and his grandfather. So he had no choice but to stay and eat together. As for his grandparents, he decided to give them the gifts after dinner. He took the items out of the bag. Grandpa, I brought 1/2 kilogram of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms this time. There's also a wild chicken from the mountain over there. When you have time, ask Grandma to stew it for us to eat. Finally, Gu Qinghe took out a piece of deer antler. And here's a piece of deer antler. I split it in half. Each of you, Grandpa and you, get half. He also couldn't resist complaining. There were originally 2 pieces. I was going to give one to each of you, but my dad took one away. Zhao Xijing was happily looking at the deer antler, surprised that his grandson had brought such a valuable gift this time. Deer antler has been a health tonic in China for thousands of years. Its reputation is well known among people of all ages, from elders to children. However, good deer antler isn't cheap, and high-quality ones are rare. They usually seek out deer antler to boost their health. There are also specialized farms that raise sika deer to harvest deer antler. But the antler from farm-raised deer is generally of lower quality than that from wild deer. Zhao Xijing sometimes bought deer antler for health purposes, so he knew a bit about it. In his eyes, this deer antler was much better than the ones he had bought before. Initially, everyone was happy, but when Gu Qinghe said something, Zhao Xijing suddenly got angry. This little brat is getting bolder now. He dares to steal my things. Qinghe, let's go find him. We can't let him get away with it. Gu Yuanchao, who grew up under Zhao Xijing's watchful eye, was almost like his own son, so Zhao Xijing wasn't very polite to him. Gu Qinghe's eyes twitched. He didn't expect his grandfather to react so strongly. He quickly comforted Zhao Xijing. Grandpa, there's no need to rush, Zhao Xijing said anxiously. If we don't get it back, your dad will secretly use it. Gu Qinghe suggested. Grandpa, this time my dad plans to soak that deer antler in a jar of wine. It will take at least half a year. In 4 or 5 months, the wine will be ready. Why don't you take my grandpa and go get the wine back? Wouldn't that be better? Zhao Xijing stared at Gu Qinghe in shock, then asked cautiously, Your dad hasn't offended you recently, has he? Gu Qinghe patted his chest and looked innocent. Grandpa, I'm just standing up for you and Grandpa. Besides, that deer antler belongs to you and Grandpa. What's wrong with grabbing some wine? Zhao Xijing closed his eyes slightly, imagining the scene in his mind, and a smile spread across his face. Good, good. That plan works. I'll listen to you. In a few months, we'll go get the wine. Zhao Zixin looked at Gu Qinghe with wide eyes. Cousin, your idea is so sneaky. Won't my uncle beat you to death if he finds out? Gu Qinghe glared at her. If you dare tell anyone, I'll tell Uncle about all the things you've done that you shouldn't have. Zhao Zixin curled up on the sofa, covering her mouth with her hands. Cousin, don't worry. I promise I won't say a word. Zhao Xijing also put away the deer antler, planning to learn from Gu Yuanchao and soak some wine to drink later. Gu Qinghe went to hang the golden pheasant on the north balcony. It wouldn't get sunlight there, and it was well ventilated. Even in this cold weather, it wouldn't be harmed. Grandma soon finished cooking and called Zhao Zixin to bring the dishes. At the dining table, Gu Qinghe mentioned that Zhou Yanqiu had sent him these things, including 100-year-old ginseng. Zhao Xijing and Grandma were both stunned. Zhao Zixin didn't know the value of the 100-year-old ginseng. Seeing her grandparents look surprised, she curiously asked, Is this 100-year-old ginseng very valuable? Gu Qinghe looked at her and said, Let me tell you, today old Lu wants to spend 60,000 yuan to buy this ginseng, but we haven't sold it. Do you think it's worth that much? Zhao Zixin's mouth opened wide in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She quickly ran in front of Gu Qinghe and asked, Cousin, You mean 60,000 yuan? One ginseng root is worth 60,000. Gu Qinghe looked at her expression and secretly found it funny. This little money lover gets excited whenever money is mentioned. He seriously told her, yes, one ginseng root is worth 60,000 yuan. Zhao Zixin let out a loud cry. Oh my! 60,000 yuan. Why am I not a boy? If I were, I would definitely try to win over my sister-in-law. Gu Qinghe's face darkened. This little girl, it seems I need to be more careful with her in the future. I should keep Yanxiu to stay away from her. Zhao Shijing calmly said nearby, this 100-year-old ginseng can sell for 60,000 yuan, but that amount can't buy this ginseng. If needed, it can be sold for 80,000 or even 100,000 yuan. People are willing to buy. Zhao Zixin looked amazed. Why don't good things happen to me? Brother, my real brother, can you introduce me to your wife? Gu Qinghe tapped her forehead and said, don't even think about it. Zhao Zixin was so angry she rolled on the sofa. Brother, you're so stingy, Grandma carefully asked. Qinghe, do you have a photo of that girl? Gu Qinghe chuckled. If Grandma hadn't asked, he was about to show it. Grandma, I have a photo. Let me show you. He carefully took out the photo from his pocket and smiled proudly. Grandma, take a look and see if she catches your eye. Grandma looked at Gu Qinghe's proud expression and happily took the photo. Seeing how proud you are, I can tell this girl isn't bad. Zhao Zixin also curiously moved closer to her grandmother, wanting to see what her future sister-in-law looked like. But when she saw the photo, both of them were stunned. They looked at the photo silently, staring at it without saying a word. Zhao Shijing was waiting nearby and noticed his wife holding a photo for a couple of minutes without speaking. He said, Oh, wife, have you finished looking? Just give me a quick look. How does our granddaughter-in-law look? Grandma looked at the photo a few more times before handing it to him. Then she slowly said, Qinghe, you have good taste. Such a beautiful girl, and you found her. Zhao Zixin stared at Gu Qinghe. Brother, you need to be more careful. Such a lovely sister-in-law. If you lose her, you won't find another one. Hurry up and marry her, and keep her close. Gu Qinghe's forehead twitched. He reached out and playfully tapped her on the head. What are you talking about? Grandma also said, Zixin is right this time. Everyone likes such a beautiful girl. It's better to marry her early so everyone can rest easy. Gu Qinghe sighed and gently applied eye drops to his father. My dad is still a bit reluctant. Zhao Shijing looked at the photo and said, He dares. If he objects, I'll take Grandpa and go break his leg. Gu Qinghe's face lit up with a smile. That settled, he thought about bringing out his grandparents and parents to see if his dad would object again. After staying a little longer, Gu Qinghe left Grandpa's house and went straight to Grandpa's house next door. At Grandpa's house, Gu Qinghe took out the items from his bag, and Grandpa and Grandma were all smiles. Especially when he took out the deer antler, Grandpa's face lit up with a big smile showing his teeth. Gu Qinghe took the chance to complain to Grandpa again, telling him about the deer antler. Grandpa was so angry he almost grabbed his belt to scold Gu Yuanchao. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Gu Qinghe's mouth. Grandpa, that's your future granddaughter-in-law who asked me to bring this to you. And my dad took it away. I already told Grandpa that once my dad's wine is ready, you two can go and bring the wine over together. Gu Qinghe's grandfather, Gu Hongjun, was also a veteran revolutionary and a longtime comrade of Zhao Shijing. Later, they became in-laws, and their relationship grew even closer. Gu Hongjun heard Gu Qinghe's plan and laughed loudly. Good, you have many clever ideas. All right, let's do it that way. After Gu Hongjun and his grandmother looked at Zhou Yanqiu's photo, they were very pleased. They were especially surprised to learn that Zhou Yanqiu had sent a 100-year-old ginseng worth 60,000 yuan. Even if their family had the money, it would be a big expense. They didn't expect that a young girl from Qinghe would send such a valuable gift without asking for anything in return. However, they didn't want to take advantage of her kindness, so Gu Hongjun quietly thought about what kind of gift to prepare in return. After chatting with his grandparents for a while, the main topic was Zhou Yanqiu. His grandmother kept looking at the photo, reluctant to put it down. As soon as she saw the photo, she liked the young girl very much. Gu Hongjun said, This girl looks charming and pretty, but her eyes show a lot of spirit. You can tell she's very clever. Don't be too bossy around her. Gu Qinghe knew his grandfather was very good at judging people, so he promised, Grandpa, don't worry, I understand. Gu Hongjun said, as long as you understand, that's enough. She sent you so many gifts with sincerity. Remember not to let her down. If you do, even though you're my grandson, I won't forgive you. Gu Qinghe immediately sat up straight and said seriously, Grandpa, you can rest assured. I'm not that kind of person. Gu Hongjun knew his grandson's nature and believed he wouldn't do anything ungrateful. He was just giving a reminder. Gu Qinghe hung the brocade rooster on the ventilated balcony, then placed the monkey head mushroom and matsutake in a good spot. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm going back now. Seeing that it was getting late, Gu Qinghe decided to leave. Gu Yuanchao still didn't know that he was busy thinking about making wine. The wine hadn't even started fermenting, but someone had already made plans for him. And he couldn't afford to offend either of these two people. One was his father-in-law, and the other was his own father. If he found out that Gu Qinghe had sent something and that his winemaking plan was exposed, it might cause a big family fight. The day after Zhou Yanqiu shot the wild boar, the snow stopped. With the snow gone and the sun out, it became even less convenient to go out. As soon as she stepped outside, the heavy snow reached her knees, covering everything in a white blanket. Staying outside for too long can hurt the eyes. In the past, some people lost their eyesight after spending too much time in such snowy conditions. So, she decided not to go out and stayed at home reading books. She repeatedly studied the medical texts her master gave her. She practiced acupuncture over and over again. The pigskin from 2 small wild boars was kept for her use. Everyone in the family supported her decision to learn medicine. The many tiny needle marks on the pigskins were later used by Li Guiyun to make pigskin jelly. When ready, she would add green onions, soy sauce, salt, and other seasonings, another delicious dish. After heavy snow, the roads were impassable, and the snow on the streets needed clearing, at least enough to make space for one car. Each village and household had to work together. Young people from the countryside also had to help, and their efforts could be counted as work points. Most of the work was done by men. Women rarely participated. Zhou Yanqiu also wanted to help, but Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun stopped her. Yanqiu, leave the outside work to your uncle and Hongbing. We'll just clear the snow from the roof and the yard here, they said. She quickly agreed. Okay, I'll go clear the snow from the roof now. She climbed up the ladder onto the roof in a few quick moves. Grandma watched from below, worried, and reminded her, Yanqiu, take it slow and be careful. She responded from above, Grandma, I know. Don't worry. The snow on the roof was thick. With snow falling every day, she had to clear it regularly. Otherwise, the weight might collapse the house. Tianpeng also jumped onto the roof, while Xiaobai stayed in the yard with Grandma, watching them. As for Tianlong, she had put it into the spirit spring space these days. She fed its spirit spring water daily and gave it some meat to eat. Tianlong didn't like to move much in winter. The space was perfect for it. Every few days, she took it out for some fresh air. Resting on her wrist, it was a beautiful sight. With Tianlong around, she probably wouldn't need to wear gold or jade bracelets on her wrist anymore. I fear no bracelet is as beautiful as the dragon's claw wrapped around the wrist. Zhou Yanqiu was on the roof, slowly pushing the snow little by little into the yard. The snow fell to the ground with a dull thump sound. It looked light, but it was actually quite heavy. Otherwise, so many houses wouldn't collapse under the weight of snow every year. The snow on the roof was quickly shoveled all into the yard. Then she prepared to shovel the snow off her uncle's roof. First, she needed to clear the snow from the roof, then clean the yard. Thinking about this, she stepped outside. Today, the village was crowded with people on the road, spaced about 3 to 5 meters apart. Most of them were villagers clearing the snow from the streets, mostly men, mainly young villagers. Many people had never seen Zhou Yanqiu before, and quite a few were staring in amazement. When did their village have such a beautiful girl? They didn't know about her before. Not only villagers, but also a few young male educated youths from the city, who were here for rural work, were stunned. They had never seen such a pretty girl in the city either. It was because Zhou Yanqiu rarely went out. She was either climbing the mountain, going to the city, or leaving early and returning late. She didn't visit others' homes much, so few people had actually met her in person. This snowstorm caused everyone on the street to be busy clearing snow. When she stepped out, many people saw her. Many looked at her so intently that they forgot their work, and the street fell silent for a moment. A brave person asked aloud, "Miss, whose family are you from?" The question was asked by a young man about 20 years old, with a slightly red face, looking at Zhou Yanqiu. Next to him, someone teased, "Lu Xiaojiu, you probably like her just because she's pretty. Look at yourself. Do you think she would like you?" Everyone burst into laughter. Many secretly looked at Zhou Yanqiu, thinking that just a glance at such a girl was worth it. Just as Zhou Yanqiu was about to reply, Zhou Jianjun's voice rang out from ahead. "Yanqiu, go do your work. Don't pay attention to them." Yanqiu was surprised and unsure how to answer, so she simply said, "Okay, uncle." After that, she ignored the others and headed toward Zhou Jianjun's yard. Behind her, there were many whispers and comments. "Uncle Jianjun, this is your niece. Wow, she's so pretty. Uncle, look at me, healthy and honest looking.
You know me well.
How about introducing your niece to me?" Someone nearby cheered. "Wang Xiaobang, you still dare to say you have an honest face? Look at your big round face. It's a miracle anyone would like you. Don't call me by that nickname." Afraid that Zhou Yanqiu might hear, Wang Xiaobang quickly corrected himself. "My name is Wang Depeo, not Wang Xiaobang." Everyone burst into laughter. "Your name is even worse than Wang Xiaobang." People kept asking Zhou Jianjun about Zhou Yanqiu, hoping to see if they or their relatives might have a chance to marry such a beautiful girl. Zhou Jianjun's face darkened. "Stop dreaming. My niece already has a boyfriend. Keep your silly ideas to yourselves, or don't blame me for being rude. I tell you, her boyfriend is a soldier." As soon as he finished, a wave of disappointed sighs spread through the crowd. How could they compare to a promising soldier? Anyone with a bit of sense would know how to choose. Zhou Jianjun felt secretly proud. "You bunch of fools dreaming about my niece? Stay where it's cool." In his mind, not only was his niece already with a soldier from the Beijing military district, but even if she wasn't, they wouldn't be worthy of her. However, even though he clearly refused their requests and told them about her boyfriend, he knew many others might still be interested, since a girl as beautiful as her was rare. When she arrived at Zhou Jianjun's house, she went straight to the roof. She quickly swung her wooden and iron shovel, clearing the thick snow in less than 10 minutes, piling it into the yard. Then she shoveled the snow from the yard to the roadside, stacking it high. It looked like a wall of snow. Then she went back to clear the snow from her grandmother's yard. On the way home, she attracted many people's attention. Zhou Yanqiu ignored it all. After finishing clearing the snow at her grandmother's house, she stayed inside to read a book. There were so many people outside. If she went out, she didn't know how many eyes would be watching her, so she preferred to stay inside. It's more comfortable to read at home. With many people working together, the road outside the village was cleared enough for walking in just one day. At least the road to the town was cleared. What she didn't expect was that the next day, Zhou Lanfang rode her bike back from the police station in town. Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun were puzzled. Why did she come back so early? The weather outside was so cold. Li Guiyun kindly said, "Lanfang, it's so cold outside. You're back now. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Wait a few days until the road is better, then come back." "What if you fall?" Zhou Lanfang ignored Li Guiyun and excitedly asked, "Mom, where's Yanqiu? Did you come to see Yanqiu for something?" Zhou Yanqiu came out of the house. "Lanfang, why did you come back?" The weather outside was below -30 degrees, nearly -40. Although most of the snow on the road had been cleared, it was still very difficult to walk and it was easy to fall. Riding her bike back was not easy. Just look at the mud on her knees to know she must have fallen. When Zhou Lanfang saw her, her eyes lit up. She quickly ran over and took something out of her pocket. "Yanqiu, guess what this is?" She pulled out a small green notebook that looked like some kind of ID card. Zhou Yanqiu looked at it and asked, Is this mine? Zhou Lanfang's face was full of a smile, and her eyes sparkled. She looked at Zhou Yanqiu, who was her sister, but now she almost looked like her little fan. Zhou Yanqiu's heart moved as she remembered what the police chief, Xueju, had told her a few days ago about the consultant position. Could this be a police consultant badge? Zhou Lanfang nodded excitedly. Her sister had become a police consultant, and she was so happy and proud. Yanqiu's sister was truly amazing. Today at the police station, the station chief, Zhang Ligua, took out a badge he brought back from a meeting in the county and handed it to her, saying it was for her sister Zhou Yanqiu. She also invited her sister to come to the police station to visit when she was free. She curiously looked at it and found it was her advisor card from the County Public Security Bureau. After asking, she learned that this advisor card was held by an outside staff member of the police station. Being an outside staff member is fine, but not everyone qualifies for this role. Only very capable people can be outside advisors for the police station. After receiving the advisor card, she immediately rode her bike home after work. She wanted to show the card to Yanqiu and share the good news with her family. Although Yanqiu thought the advisor card was not very important, her family saw it as a symbol of status. Grandma held the small green booklet, happy even if she couldn't understand it. Everyone was proud and excited. Li Guiyun waved her hand and decided to cook a nice dinner to celebrate. It seemed that Officer Shui was quite efficient. In just a few days, she had obtained the advisor card. Yanqiu explained that the card isn't very useful day to day, and she doesn't need to go to work or have special privileges. It's mainly used when the police can't solve a problem, and in special cases, these advisors are called in to help. Whether they can really help depends on the situation, but if they do, they get a bonus. The main use of this advisor card is probably that no one dares to trouble her casually. But seeing her family so happy, she didn't say anything. It's good that her family is happy. Yanqiu's eyes showed a warm smile. That night, Li Guiyun cooked a dish with flying dragon and monkey head mushrooms. She also sliced some venison and stir-fried it. There was also half a rabbit that was quickly stir-fried, plus a bowl of peanuts, and Zhou Jianjun happily poured himself a little wine. The wine was plain white liquor. Unfortunately, only he was drinking, so the table lacked some flavor. It would have been better if Lan Fang or Yanqiu's partner were here to share a drink. Zhou Hongbing is still too young to drink. He'll have to wait at least 2 more years. Also, Zhou Jianjun has good wine at home. Last time, Yanqiu hunted 2 male deer and kept 2 deer antlers and a deer. The deer antler had already been taken out and soaked in wine. He prepared 2 tenjin, about 5 kilograms, jars of wine. 1 jar contained deer antler, and the other contained deer whip. After Zhou Yanqiu found out, he secretly added a few strands of century-old ginseng root into each jar when he wasn't looking. In total, there was about 20 jin, 10 kilograms, of high-quality white liquor, which cost him around 50 yuan. In half a year, these wines will be ready to drink. If Gu Yuanchao knew about this, he would definitely be very jealous. After dinner, Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Yanqiu shared a bed to sleep. Zhou Lanfang pulled Zhou Yanqiu close and insisted they sleep together that night. Zhou Yanqiu couldn't refuse and agreed. On the warm bed, the sisters whispered softly, "Yanqiu, your figure is so good. I never noticed before. Your waist is so slim, your skin is smooth, and your chest is much bigger than mine. How did you grow like that? Whoever marries you in the future will be very lucky." Zhou Lanfang reached out and playfully pinched Zhou Yanqiu, laughing. "If I were a man, I would definitely try everything to win you over." Zhou Yanqiu's face turned a little red. When did Sister Lanfang start talking such flirtatious words? She quickly held Lanfang's hand, making her unable to move. Lanfang looked at her sister with wide eyes, almost forgetting her own strength. Seeing her sister's dazed expression, Zhou Yanqiu chuckled softly. "Big sister, you also look very nice. When the time comes, you should find a tall, handsome guy too." Zhou Lanfang sighed. "I wish I could, but in our small town, where would I find someone like that?" Zhou Yanqiu whispered softly. "Sister, don't you remember? You have 2 third-class merits. With those, it's easier for you to get promoted." If there's no suitable job in our town, we can go to the county, and if not there, then to the city. And you can keep studying. Who knows? Maybe the college entrance exam will be restored someday, and you can go to university. Hearing this, Zhou Lanfang's spirits lifted. You're right. When I go back to the town tomorrow, I'll bring my high school textbooks too. If I study a bit during free time, maybe you're right. We could really make a big change. Now, Zhou Lanfang still trusts Zhou Yanqiu very much and values her words highly. She immediately decided to start learning slowly, thinking it would be a good way to pass the time when she was bored after work. The two of them whispered some secrets to each other and only went to sleep quite late. The next morning, after getting up and having breakfast, Zhou Lanfang hurried back to the town police station. Zhou Jianjun also asked her to bring a golden pheasant and a flying dragon to Zhang Ligua. He also gave her 2 jin of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms. These were things she could have brought a few days ago, but it snowed during those days and Zhou Lanfang didn't go home, so she waited until now. Since she was also carrying an important task, Zhou Lanfang wasn't in a rush to return to the police station. Her task this time was to deliver some documents to Zhou Yanqiu. The police bureau's special consultant was very important to them. They specifically asked Zhou Lanfang to deliver the documents. So, even if she returned a bit late, it didn't matter. In 3 days, it would be the new year. This year, the police station didn't schedule Zhou Lanfang for duty during the holiday, so she could go home to celebrate. This new year would definitely be more lively than before. Her family had already prepared everything for the celebration, and they didn't need to buy vegetables because they had plenty at home, better than what's in the market. They also bought new clothes. Once the house is cleaned in the next couple of days, her grandmother will cut some paper decorations and put them up. Zhou Jianjun bought firecrackers, the longest ones, along with many small fireworks and some sparklers. All of this cost quite a bit, about 50 yuan. But this year, he didn't mind spending money. Good news kept coming one after another, and he wanted to celebrate properly. Li Guyan saw him buy so much and didn't say anything. Let him enjoy it. He was unusually happy this year. They were happy, but some people weren't. At Wang Zhenjiang's house, the atmosphere was very heavy, with no hint of the New Year spirit. Ever since Zhou Yanqiu went over one evening and cleared out his house, Wang Zhenjiang was so angry he fainted and was taken to the hospital. At that time, all the money in the house disappeared without a trace. Later, even the police couldn't find any clues. In the end, the case was left unresolved. However, Wang Zhenjiang's hospital expenses were all borrowed from villagers. He borrowed 100 yuan, but the hospital stay cost him 70 or 80 yuan. He was quite lucky and didn't leave many after effects. But his right hand and right foot are a bit unsteady, and his reactions are half a beat slower than before. He is not as quick at work as he used to be, and this news hit their family like a thunderbolt. All their money is gone, and they still owe debts. What will they do in the future? Fortunately, the village distributed grain before the new year. Otherwise, they would have nothing to eat. Their family received a good amount of grain. Before Zhou Yanqiu left, she worked in the fields just as much as Wang Zhenjiang. In theory, part of the grain they received now should also belong to Zhou Yanqiu. But now, Zhou Yanqiu has left the family, yet her work credits are still recorded here, so she still received her share of the grain. Don't worry. After the grain was distributed, the villagers who lent them money came rushing to collect their debts. The new year is approaching, and no family is well off. It's unreasonable for your family to have received grain and still owe money to us. But their family only received about 1,000 jin of grain. The current price is just over 1 mao per jin. If they paid back all that money, they would have nothing left to eat. After some discussion, they decided to sell part of the grain to pay back 50 yuan. The remaining 50 yuan would be paid next year around this time. This situation turned their family, which was doing relatively well, into a household living at the level of the village's 5 guarantee households. Wang Fengjiao and Wang Feiping haven't had meat for many days. Wang Fengjiao is okay. She can endure it. She doesn't work much and eats little. But Wang Feiping, who is still growing, needs more food. Eating less and not well can upset his stomach. As the new year approaches, Wang Feiping keeps crying out for meat. Mom, I want to eat meat. I haven't had meat in a long time. Dad, buy some meat for us. Wang Zhenjiang's face turned pale. He had never scolded Wang Feiping loudly before, but now he was so angry he almost grabbed a stick to hit him. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. Besides eating, what do you know? Have you worked in the fields? How many work credits did you earn?
And you still want to eat meat?
Wang Fingjiao hid to the side, afraid to speak. She was wearing tattered cotton clothes, which other villagers had given them after nearly freezing to death. Lu Hongyun's face stiffened. She advised, All right, Zhenjiang, Feiping hasn't eaten meat in many days. Since it's the new year, he was just thinking about having some meat. Zhenjiang's face showed no smile. He asked, Do you think we can afford to eat meat now? Lu Hongyun also felt impatient. She had taken care of him in the hospital for 10 or 15 days, which she thought was enough. She spoke more sharply. We can't afford it. You should find a way. You're the main supporter of the family. If the kids want to eat meat, you need to find a way to buy some. Lu Hongyun suddenly had an idea. She suggested, I heard your daughter went to her uncle's house. She's doing pretty well there. Why don't you go find her and ask her for some money? After all, she's your daughter. She can't really ignore you, can she? Wang Zhendong listened to Lu Hongyun's suggestion. He hesitated for a moment but then rejected it. He shook his head and said, That's not a good idea. Yanqiu has no money right now. She's living with her uncle, wearing her uncle's clothes, eating her uncle's food. She doesn't have any money to give us. As for her uncle, Wang Zhendong thought he hated them. Seeing their situation, he was probably happy and wouldn't help them. Wang Zhenjiang now regretted forcing Zhou Yanqiu to get married. It would have been better to leave her at home to do chores, like before. Now, they had taken 500 yuan from her uncle, but not a single penny was left. Everything in the house was gone. Even the savings they had stored was gone too. If they hadn't made Yanqiu angry and driven her away, they believed that with her capable help, they could have overcome this hardship.
But now,
Wang Zhenjiang looked at Lu Hongyun, then thought of Wang Fingjiao and Wang Feiping. These few people together couldn't compare to even half of Yanqiu's abilities. If only there was a way to bring Yanqiu back. Then they wouldn't be so helpless now. Thinking of this, Wang Zhenjiang felt angry at himself for being impulsive and letting Zhou Yanqiu transfer her household registration. If not, they would have more ways to control her. Li Hongyun heard Wang Zhenjiang reject her idea and stopped caring. She said, Then you figure it out. We still have to live this year. We need to buy some meat and vegetables. Otherwise, what's the point? Wang Zhenjiang thought for a moment. How much money is left at home? Li Hongyun angrily took out the money and counted it. 18 yuan and 50 cents left. Just take 5 yuan to buy some meat or something. We can deal with other things after the new year. Zhou Yanqiu was happily preparing for the new year at her grandmother's house, unaware that Wang Zhenjiang and Li Hongyun almost had another idea to cause trouble for her. But even if she knew, she wouldn't mind. She is not so easy to bully now. Tomorrow is the new year, and today she received a call from Gu Qinghe again. Zhou Yanqiu ran to the brigade office to answer the phone. As soon as she answered, her cheerful voice reached Gu Qinghe's ears. Qinghe, I thought you might call me these days. Happy New Year. Did you receive the package I sent? It has my photo inside. Did you see it? Gu Qinghe was momentarily stunned by Zhou Yanqiu's voice, as if she was speaking right next to his ear. He clenched the phone tightly and smiled brightly. Yes, I received it. Everything is here and I saw the photo. Zhou Yanqiu was a little shy and asked softly, Is it pretty? Gu Qinghe's face showed a loving smile. Very pretty, especially pretty. I showed it to my parents, grandparents, and other elders. They are all very happy. They keep asking when they can see you. After saying this, his tone changed. By the way, Yanqiu, do you know how much that ginseng you sent me is worth? Zhou Yanqiu's eyes twinkled. Did you have someone check? No matter how much it's worth, it's a gift from me, representing my heartfelt feelings.
Just use it as you like.
Don't worry about the money. If it's gone, I can go back to the mountain and dig more. Gu Qinghe's heart moved. Did you already know that the ginseng I received is 100-year-old ginseng? Do you know how much 100-year-old ginseng can sell for? Zhou Yanqiu honestly replied, yes, this ginseng is 100 years old. I'm studying medicine now, and my master said that the price of 100-year-old ginseng is no less than 50,000 yuan. If you need money, you can sell it. If you don't need money, keep it for yourself. You can use it to make soup or infuse wine. Gu Qinghe took a deep breath and said, Yanqiu, you really know how much it's worth.
Why did you send it to me?
I had someone check, and someone is willing to pay 60,000 yuan. Yanqiu smiled softly. Oh, it's nothing. You already gave me your passbook, so it's the same. All the same. Gu Qinghe felt touched. Silly girl, there's only 5,000 yuan in my passbook. I can't even buy a small part of that ginseng you sent. Yanqiu gently replied, but what it represents is different. Ginseng is just a dead thing, worth only a few thousand yuan. But the passbook means something much more important. It's not something that ginseng can compare to. Oh, by the way, Brother Qinghe, did you try the golden pheasant and flying dragon I sent you? Are they tasty? The girl's voice was full of anticipation. Gu Qinghe's deep voice responded, they are delicious. I've never had anything this good. I drank 2 big bowls of soup and ate quite a bit of meat. I also sent one to my grandfather and grandfather on my mother's side. They liked it very much. They keep it safe like a treasure. Yanqiu giggled. I'll send more later. A few days ago, we had a big snowstorm here. I can't go up the mountain now. When the snow melts, I'll go back up, Gu Qinghe quickly advised. No, don't. Please don't. The things you sent are enough for us to eat for a long time. Don't risk going out just for some food. Gu Qinghe didn't want his little girl to risk her safety just to send them some food. He didn't know that now going up the mountain was as safe as walking in her own backyard. Even the most dangerous brown bears on the mountain couldn't hurt her. And those snakes and poisonous creatures wouldn't dare come near her because of Tianlong's protection. Plus, with Fat Tiger as her companion, as long as she's careful, there's almost no danger. However, she agreed to his advice, saying, okay, I understand. She would go up the mountain herself later, without telling him. After chatting happily on the phone for a while, she said she had finished making clothes out of all the fabric he sent her, planning to wear them for the new year. Gu Qinghe's smile grew even wider. After ending the call, Yanqiu happily headed home from the team office. Just a few steps away, she felt like someone was secretly watching her. She looked back, but saw nothing. Never mind, she decided not to care. Zhou Yanqiu also paid no attention to it. Anyway, no matter who they were, as long as someone dared to think about her, she wouldn't be polite with her fists. Receiving a call from Gu Qinghe made her feel happy all day. The next day at noon, Zhou Lanfang came back from work at the town police station. Today was New Year's Eve, and Zhou Lanfang was on holiday. I've had 5 days off. Uncle Zhang is taking care of me. My other colleagues don't get such a long break, Zhou Lanfang smiled. Although she liked working, she naturally wanted to rest a few more days during the new year. In the afternoon, the family started to get busy. Grandma was cutting paper decorations, sticking some corn paste she had prepared earlier onto the window. Then they put up couplets on the main door and the side door. Zhou Hongbing was in charge of putting up the decorations, sticking them on the front, while Zhou Yanqiu watched from behind to make sure they were straight. Uncle Zhou Jianjun was busy cleaning the house, tidying up all the messy things. Aunt Li Guiyun was making dough with Grandma, preparing to make dumplings. In northern rural areas, New Year's Eve dinner usually means eating dumplings. Their family did the same in previous years, but this year, besides making dumplings, they planned to cook a few more dishes. They called it a good meal, but actually they had been eating well lately. Today, they just wanted to make a few more dishes. Ding ding ding. Li Guiyun was chopping meat for the filling. They bought pork belly, which was fatty but tender. Wild boar meat wasn't suitable for dumplings because it didn't have enough fat and tasted different. They soaked half a kilogram of monkey head mushrooms, half for the dumplings, half for cooking in the next few days. They also added 7 or 8 green onions. The dumpling filling was pork, mushroom, and green onion. They seasoned it with salt, soy sauce, and some spices Uncle Zhou bought from others. After mixing, The smell alone made it seem very delicious. Zhou Lanfang took off her police uniform and changed into regular clothes to help with the fire. Not only their family but the whole village was busy. Every household's chimney was smoking, filling the air with the smell of cooking and celebration. By around 3 o'clock, the village started to hear firecrackers. This meant someone's dumplings were ready, and they would set off firecrackers before eating. Li Guiyun heard the firecrackers from another house. She moved faster, while Zhou Lanfang pumped the bellows loudly. Soon, several dishes were cooked. Then she started boiling the dumplings, which was quick. Once the water in the pot boiled on high heat, Li Guiyun carefully dropped the dumplings, which looked like gold ingots, into the boiling water. She gently stirred with a skimmer. After the water boiled again, she turned the heat down to low, added cold water 3 times, and waited for the water to boil once more. When it did, the dumplings were cooked. Li Guiyun said to Zhou Lanfang, "Lanfang, tell your dad to set off firecrackers. The dumplings are ready." Zhou Lanfang cheerfully replied, "Okay." She ran out of the kitchen. "Dad, the dumplings are ready. Mom said you can set off firecrackers now." Zhou Jianjun nodded and took out the prepared firecrackers. He pulled them from the yard to the gate, which was about 7 or 8 meters long. Seeing that the cooked dishes and dumplings were all on the table, Zhou Jianjun smiled outside. "Everything's ready. I've lit the firecrackers."
Cover your ears.
Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang quickly covered their ears, smiling as they watched Zhou Jianjun take out a match. With a flick, he lit the fuse of the firecrackers.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Crackle. A series of firecrackers exploded. This symbolized that the old year had passed, and the new year was about to begin. Zhou Yanxiu watched the firecrackers burst loudly, but his mind unconsciously thought of Gu Qinghe. He wondered if Gu Qinghe also set off firecrackers like this when celebrating the new year in Yanjing. The firecrackers lasted about a minute. Zhou Jianjun then took out some small firecrackers called Tiaojiao and said with interest, "Come on, Yanxiu, let's set off a few Tiaojiao during dinner." Yanxiu got excited and ran over. "Uncle, I want to do it. I want to do it." Zhou Jianjun lit a cigarette, smiled, and handed it to her. "Use this to light the fuse." Yanxiu happily agreed. "Okay." She placed the Tiaojiao on the ground in the yard, facing upward. She squatted down, stretched out her arm, and carefully lit the fuse with a glowing cigarette. With a loud bang, the Tiaojiao shot into the sky. A few seconds later, another loud bang echoed above. The second firecracker exploded in the sky again, shaking the dark clouds apart. At the dining table, Grandma sat happily at the head, Uncle Zhou Jianjun and Aunt Li Guiyun sat on the left, while Zhou Yanxiu and Zhou Lanfang and Zhou Hongbing sat on Grandma's right. Zhou Jianjun raised his glass, but the others didn't drink alcohol. They held glasses of sweetened red sugar water and looked at him. Zhou Jianjun cheerfully said, "It's a new year again. I wish everyone success and happiness in the new year." Zhou Yanxiu continued, wishing Grandma happiness as vast as the East Sea. Zhou Lanfang said, "May you live as long as the southern mountain." Zhou Hongbing added, "Stay healthy and live a long life." Ha ha. Amidst laughter and joy, everyone started eating. Zhou Yanxiu picked up a dumpling, dipped it in vinegar, and took a bite. His eyes lit up immediately. He gave Aunt Li Guiyun a thumbs up. "Auntie, these dumplings are delicious. So tasty." The pork belly with special monkey head mushrooms, combined with chopped green onions in the filling, created a unique flavor.
Ligi yung batshazou yang kushmila pili.
"Yanxiu, you've worked hard. Eat more." Grandma looked at her family around the table, feeling incredibly happy. This year, a lucky star had come to their home, and life would only get better. Since Zhou Yanxiu had come to their home just a month ago, he had helped Lanfang find a job, earned money for the family, and even caught many game on the mountain. Isn't that a lucky star? Life was getting smoother and smoother. Recently, every time Grandma thought of Yanxiu, she felt so happy. She truly felt younger and more lively. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. "Uncle Jianjun, is Hongbing home?" Is Hongbing here? Zhou Jianjun put down his bowl, looking puzzled. It's ergo. Coming so early during the new year? I'll go see. Zhou Hongbing also put down his bowl. It seems ergo called me too. I'll go see as well. Zhou Jianjun headed toward the front gate. Ergo, have you finished dinner? Come in and have some drinks with Uncle. Uncle, I won't come in. I met someone looking for Hongbing at the village entrance. I brought her here. You guys are busy, so I'll go back first. Zhou Hongbing looked confused. Was someone looking for him? Who could it be? Why now? Thinking about it, he became even more curious. He stepped forward and opened the gate. Seeing the familiar small figure outside the door, Zhou Hongbing's mind suddenly went blank, like a loud thunderclap. He looked shocked and asked, Xiaohe, why are you here? Xiaohe was wearing a thin cotton coat, shivering from the cold. She looked up at him with red eyes, her eyelids swollen from crying. Zhou Hongbing reacted quickly and instinctively took her hand. Come inside quickly to warm up. Zhou Jianjun was a bit confused. Watching Zhou Hongbing pull this unfamiliar girl into the house, he didn't have time to ask what was going on. Zhou Hongbing's mind was a mess. He didn't understand why Xiaohe had come to his house at this time. It wasn't until he was leading Xiaohe into the house that he realized what was happening. Seeing everyone staring at them, Zhou Hongbing quickly let go of her hand. His face turned red, and he stammered, unable to speak. During the New Year's Eve dinner, a young girl had come looking for Hongbing. Li Guiyun and Zhou Lanfang's eyes widened in surprise. Grandma sat on a stool, watching them but not knowing what to say. Could it be that Hongbing got into some trouble outside? Otherwise, why would the girl come to their home? And she even brought a bundle. The lively atmosphere inside suddenly cooled down. Zhou Yanxiu was surprised when he saw the girl. She actually knew Xiaohe. It was the same Xiaohe they had dinner with not long ago. Seeing her uncle and aunt still hadn't reacted, Xiaohe looked trembling and scared. She quickly stood up. Now wasn't the time to ask questions. Hongbing, go get another set of bowls and chopsticks. Then she took Xiaohe's hand and led her to the table. They moved a stool and sat her down. Xiaohe's hands were icy cold, already frostbitten, and her face was red from the cold. Even in the warm house, she couldn't stop trembling. Zhou Yanxiu briefly explained, Grandma, Uncle, Auntie, this is Hongbing's classmate. I saw her last time. She must have come to find Hongbing. She looks frozen. Let's give her some soup first. Everyone finally understood. Li Guiyun widened her eyes and said, Oh, okay. Then she shouted loudly, Zhou Hongbing, you little rascal, you're so slow even with a bowl. Hurry up, coming. Zhou Hongbing's hurried footsteps came from the kitchen. Zhou Yanxiu reached out and took the bowl, filled it with dragon meat soup, and handed it to Xiaohe. Don't talk, just drink the soup first. Xiaohe looked at the beautiful older sister she saw last time, feeling a bit calmer. She nodded. She was so cold now that she couldn't speak. With her red, swollen, and frozen hands, she took the warm bowl of meat soup. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything for almost a day, and she had walked so far. She was feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Not passing out on the road was already lucky for her. If she had collapsed by the roadside, in this weather below freezing, her body would have turned into a stiff, frozen corpse in less than half an hour. After drinking the meat soup, a warm feeling rose in her stomach, and she finally felt a bit better. It was so delicious. She had never tasted anything so good. Zhou Yanxiu saw her finish and took the bowl back. I'll get you another bowl of dumplings. Xiaohe quickly waved her hand. Sister, no need. I just drank a bowl of soup, that's enough. Zhou Yanxiu said, One bowl of soup isn't enough to fill you. Eat some dumplings to settle your stomach. After saying that, she filled a bowl with dumplings and handed it to Xiaohe. The dumplings were still hot and smelled so good that they made her hungry. Xiaohe held the bowl, swallowing her saliva. Li Guiyun watched her curiously from the side. It's okay, girl. Eat something first. Zhou Yanxiu also advised her softly. Eat up. We have plenty of food, enough for everyone. Xiaohe nodded and started eating slowly, little by little. Actually, she came here because she had no other choice. If she wasn't truly desperate, she wouldn't have come to find Zhou Hongbing during the new year. Now it seemed okay. Zhou Hongbing's family looked pretty good. They hadn't kicked her out. The beautiful older sister from last time was still here too. Li Guohyun pulled Zhou Hongbing aside to whisper. She gently pinched Zhou Hongbing's ear, making him grimace in pain, but he didn't dare to shout. "Mom, it hurts." "Be gentle," Li Guohyun also whispered. "Tell me what's going on." Zhou Hongbing also looked confused. "Mom, I don't know either. We are classmates, and we usually get along well." Li Guohyun looked skeptical. Just that, Zhou Hongbing nodded quickly, like a chicken pecking grains.
"Yes.
I've also seen Sister Yanqiu. If you don't believe me, ask my sister." He mentioned Zhou Yanqiu, and Li Guohyun's expression softened a little. "Later, I'll deal with you." Everyone hadn't finished eating yet. After a little chaos, they sat down again to eat. This time, everyone was quieter. With Xiaohe joining, the atmosphere at the table changed a bit. Zhou Jianjun and Li Guoyun kept glancing at Zhou Hongbing and Xiaohe. Grandma was also curious. Zhou Lanfang looked excited, clearly enjoying gossip about her younger brother. Zhou Hongbing and Xiaohe kept their heads down, eating quietly. After finishing their meal, Li Guoyun noticed Xiaohe's hands with frostbite and felt a little worried. It was very cold in winter, and frostbite was uncomfortable. She went to her room, took out a box of frostbite ointment, and gently applied it to Xiaohe's hands. Xiaohe was so touched she almost cried. Besides Zhou Hongbing, no one had cared for her like this in a long time. Grandma was watching TV too, but unfortunately, she had no sunflower seeds. She was a bit disappointed, but Zhou Yanqiu quickly brought over a plate of pumpkin seeds. Zhou Lanfang also joined in. The three of them started eating pumpkin seeds, and they didn't rush to clean up the dishes. Li Guoyun cleared her throat and looked at Zhou Hongbing, worried she might scare the girl. She softly asked, "Daughter, you're called Xiaohe, right? Where are you from?" Xiaohe bit her lip and softly said, "Annie, I'm from Anha village, Qinghe town." Zhou Jianjun, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow. "I know that place. It's not close to us, though. It's dozens of kilometers away." Just as he was about to ask more, Zhou Hongbing stood up. "Mom, she came to see me. Or should I talk to her?" Li Guoyun looked at both of them, then at Zhou Jianjun. "That's fine. They don't know what to ask either. Since this girl came to see Hongbing, let them talk. When the time comes, Hongbing can tell me what's going on. It'll also make Xiaohe feel more comfortable." "All right, go to the room and talk," she said. Seeing that her mother agreed, Zhou Hongbing stood up, pulled Xiaohe, and went to his room. Zhou Lanfang looked disappointed. No good show to watch now. Soon, soft voices came from inside Zhou Hongbing's room.
Li Guohyun siga.
"What is going on? Could this girl be someone Hongbing is interested in from school? Has she come to find him now?" Li Guohyun looked at Zhou Yanqiu with bright eyes. "Yanqiu, don't you know this girl? What is her relationship with Hongbing?" Zhou Lanfang and Grandma also perked up their ears, and Zhou Jianjun moved closer to listen. Zhou Yanqiu hesitated. "I only saw Hongbing once during his holiday. We had a meal together. It seems Hongbing likes her a little, but I don't know much else." Zhou Lanfang's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands. "I thought so. I didn't expect my honest little brother to be in a secret crush," Zhou Yanqiu said. "It's hard to say now. But Xiaohe coming over must mean she's facing some trouble. We should think about what to do later." Zhou Lanfang raised her eyebrows. "What trouble could there be?" "I can guess." Li Guoyun snorted. "You're so clever now. Tell me, what do you think it is?" Zhou Lanfang smiled proudly. "You might not believe it, but look at what I do. Public security. I've seen this kind of thing many times." Zhou Yanqiu poured her a cup of brown sugar water. "Sister, drink some. Take your time." Zhou Lanfang shot her a flirtatious look. "My sister really is good judgment." Li Guoyun raised her hand to stop Zhou Lanfang. Zhou Lanfang shrank back nervously. "Mom, I'm in the police." "You can't hit me now," Li Guoyun said. "If you're wearing a police uniform now, I promise I won't hit you. Otherwise, I will do whatever I need to." Zhou Yanqiu chuckled quietly nearby. No matter how old, She couldn't escape her mother's strong influence. Zhou Lanfang looked at Zhou Hongbing's room and whispered, "Let me tell you, I've seen many cases of runaways in these 2 weeks working as a police officer. I've also heard about it from colleagues. Usually they run away because their family life is too difficult." Zhou Yanqiu thought about himself a month ago and realized it was just like that. Zhou Lanfang continued, "I think this girl named Xiahe is a classmate of Hongbing. Maybe her family doesn't want her to go to school anymore, or they want her to get married. And the person she's supposed to marry isn't very reliable, or maybe they want a better bride price. Basically, nothing else could force a young girl to run away from home during the new year. I've seen this happen 2 or 3 times in the past month." Li Guiyun and Zhou Yanqiu listened to Zhou Lanfang's analysis, thought for a moment, and nodded. That's true. It seems Xiahe is a poor girl. Her parents don't love her, and her grandmother doesn't care about her either. At this moment, Zhou Hongbing came out of the house. Everyone's eyes immediately looked at him. Zhou Hongbing scratched his head and sat down on a stool. Li Guiyun motioned toward his room and asked, "Hongbing, what about that girl named Xiahe? What's going on?" Zhou Hongbing rubbed his hands together, hesitated, and seemed to find it hard to speak. Zhou Lanfang patted his head.
Just say it.
"Why are you hesitating?" Zhou Hongbing looked at her. "Mom, Xiahe is too tired. She's sleeping inside." Zhou Lanfang was surprised. "Oh, she's already in your bed," Zhou Hongbing said. "She's just too tired." She fell asleep while talking. Then he looked up at Li Guiyun. "Mom, I have a favor to ask." Li Guiyun and Zhou Jianjun looked at each other. "What is it?" "Just tell us." Zhou Hongbing lowered his head and said quietly, "Xiahe doesn't want to go home right now. Can she stay with us for a few days?" Li Guiyun thought for a moment and replied, "That's fine.
It's no problem to let her stay.
But you need to tell me what's going on. Why did she run away? Will her family come looking for her?" Zhou Hongbing wiped his face. "It's about the marriage. Her brother wants to get married. His fiancé's family doesn't want a bride price. They just want Xiahe to marry her brother. If Xiahe doesn't agree, she ran away secretly." Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder Xiahe ran away. No one would be willing to marry someone they didn't want to marry. And looking at her age, she's probably not very old, about 16, right? Same as Hongbing? She's still a child. Li Guiyun felt angry again. She thought, what kind of cruel parents would trade their daughter to another family? If you can't find a wife, then don't marry. Trading your daughter for a marriage match, what kind of thing is that? Just think, how many good men are there who marry through such exchanges? Li Guiyun thought for a moment. "Hongbing, it's okay for her to stay here. We all let her stay, but is this a long-term solution? What if her parents report her missing to the police? Have you thought about that?" Zhou Hongbing lowered his head and said nothing. Zhou Jianjun asked from the side, "Hongbing, do you like this girl classmate?" Zhou Hongbing lowered his head even more. "Dad, Xiahe is a really nice girl." Zhou Jianjun almost got angry but also laughed. "You're so young and you already know if someone is good or not." But given the current situation, he didn't know what to say. After all, the girl had already come over. Zhou Lanfang thought for a moment. "Let her stay here for now. After I go to work, I'll check whether the police station in Qinghe Town has received any reports about Xiahe going missing." Li Guiyun clapped her hands. "Then we'll listen to Lanfang. She's now with the police. We trust her." Zhou Jianjun thought for a moment and decided to go along with it. Zhou Yanqiu was relieved, without showing it, but Zhou Yanqiu saw it and blushed. Suddenly, there was an extra person at home. No one felt awkward. On this New Year's Eve, everyone just kept going as usual. On New Year's Eve, there's a tradition of staying up all night. When it's midnight, they set off firecrackers and then go to sleep. A few years ago, Grandma was not feeling well and went to bed early. But now, Grandma was still full of energy and had no sleepiness at all. She insisted on staying up with everyone, so they sat together, eating sunflower seeds and chatting. Around 10 p.m., Xiahe woke up. Zhou Hongbing brought a small stool for Xiahe to sit on, placing it right next to him. Seeing Xiahe look a bit shy, Li Guiyun patted her hand. "Child, don't worry. We're not afraid. Your situation, Hongbing already told us. You'll stay at Aunt's house for now. When Hongbing's sister goes to work, she'll help you find a way. She's also with the police in our town, working at the station. She'll definitely have a way. Xiaohe's eyes lit up as she looked at Zhou Yanxiu. She didn't expect that this beautiful sister was also a police officer. Zhou Hongbing tugged at her sleeve. This is my cousin. She's not a police officer. Then he pointed to Zhou Lanfang. This is my real sister. She's the police officer. Xiaohe blushed a little, nodded to Zhou Lanfang, and softly said, Hello, sister. Zhou Lanfang smiled at her. It's okay. After I start work, I will ask the local police station if your family has reported anything. We'll see what to do then. Tonight, you can sleep with me. Xiaohe nodded, a small smile on her face. Thank you, sister. They talked and chatted, and Xiaohe listened nearby. She felt this family was much warmer than her own. If only her family was like this. But sadly, it was just a wish. At midnight, Zhou Jianjun prepared firecrackers. Other villagers' firecrackers also started going off. Zhou Jianjun lit his own firecrackers.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
After the fireworks, he lit a few more small firecrackers.
Boom! Bang!
Zhou Yanxiu watched the fireworks in the sky, thinking, Brother Qinghe, I wish you a happy new year too. The old year was gone, and a new one had begun. After the fireworks, it was almost time to sleep. Xiaohe and Zhou Yanxiu went to their grandmother's yard to sleep. Because of Hongbing, it wasn't good for her to sleep at Zhou Jianjun's house. It might cause gossip. So she stayed at her grandmother's house. Luckily, her grandmother's bed was big enough for her to sleep comfortably. There were extra blankets at home, so they made a bed just for Xiaohe. For the past few days, this was the best they could do. It wouldn't be a long-term solution to keep her here. Once Zhou Lanfang went to work, she would leave it to her to handle. Lying on the warm bed, Xiaohe felt more at peace than she had in days. She chatted with Zhou Yanxiu for a while, then fell into a gentle sleep. The next day was the first day of the new year. Before dawn, the village was filled with the sound of firecrackers again. Grandmother had already gotten up early. The dumplings she made yesterday were brought out and placed in the outer room, and they were already cooked. On the first morning of the new year, breakfast had to be eaten before dawn. Grandma called Zhou Yanxiu and Xiaohe to wake up. Yanxiu, Xiaohe, get up quickly and eat. On the first day of the new year, you need to wake up early and not sleep in. Zhou Yanxiu opened his eyes and yawned. Okay, Grandma, I'll get up right away. Xiaohe also smiled sweetly. Yes, Grandma, I'll get up now. Today, they were all wearing new clothes made from fabric sent by Gu Qinghe. When Xiaohe came out, she only had a change of clothes, not new ones to wear. Li Guiyun had prepared clothes for Zhou Lanfang. These clothes were made from fabric bought by Zhou Yanxiu in the county. Xiaohe and Zhou Lanfang are about the same height, but Lanfang is a little heavier. The clothes fit well. After everyone ate a bowl of hot water dumplings in the morning, Zhou Yanxiu took Xiaohe to Uncle's house. They were all already awake. When Uncle Zhou Jianjun saw them, he smiled and said, You came just in time. We're about to set off firecrackers. Yanxiu, I'll leave the firecrackers to you. Zhou Yanxiu took the matches and said, Okay, I'll light them. Xiaohe ran to stand under the eaves with Zhou Lanfang and Li Guiyun. She didn't go near Zhou Hongbing, but kept looking over at him from time to time.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
After the firecrackers finished, Li Guiyun brought out the dumplings. Come on, Yanxiu, Xiaohe, come and eat some dumplings. Zhou Yanxiu waved his hand. Auntie, we already ate at Grandma's place. Zhou Hongbing softly asked Xiaohe, Do you want to eat some more? Xiaohe shook her head. I'm full from Grandma's house. I ate a big bowl. Hongbing, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. Zhou Hongbing scratched his head. It's nothing. No need to thank me. Our dumplings are really tasty, right? Hearing that, Xiaohe's eyes lit up. Yes, they're delicious. This is the first time I've had such good dumplings, much better than ours. Zhou Hongbing chuckled, and Xiaohe's face turned a little shy. In the countryside, many people at their age are already engaged, and quite a few are even married. Although they haven't reached the legal marriage age, In the countryside, people don't usually pay attention to that. Many couples get married first, live together, and then go to register their marriage when they are older. Some people are just old enough to get the marriage certificate, and their children are already old enough to buy soy sauce. Zhou Lanfang looked at the two of them and quietly said to Li Guiyun, "Mother, I think Hongbing is interested in Xiaohe. Xiaohe is pretty nice. Maybe we should arrange a marriage for them." Li Guiyun took it seriously and thought for a moment. "We should discuss this with your father later. Also, we don't know what the girl's family is like yet. Let's wait a few days before making any decisions." She also reminded her, "You need to contact the local police station when you go to work. Find out more about her family. If they are difficult people, we should think carefully." Zhou Lanfang agreed and kept this in mind. "Okay, I understand. I'll find out more before making any decisions." After Zhou Yanxiu was done setting off firecrackers, he still wasn't satisfied. "Uncle, do you have more firecrackers? I want to set off a few more." Zhou Jianjun pointed behind the door. "There are plenty in that box. Take some, just leave 5 or 6. Zhou Yanxiu looked inside and saw there were still 30 or 40 firecrackers in the box. She got excited. Firecrackers are really fun. "Uncle, I'll take some to set off." While they were eating a bowl of dumplings, Zhou Yanxiu had already set off about 20 firecrackers. On the first day of the new year, there's no visiting relatives or working. Today, besides eating, the main thing is to have fun. Zhou Jianjun borrowed a set of mahjong from someone. "Who wants to play mahjong?" "I do." Grandma reached out her hand. "Count me in." Zhou Yanxiu clapped happily. "Great. Grandma is playing mahjong. I'll be her advisor." At the last round table, Zhou Yanxiu and Grandma made a team. Xiaohe sat behind Zhou Hongbing. Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun played together, and Zhou Lanfang sat alone. Clatter, clatter. All morning, the sound of playing mahjong never stopped in the room. Laughter often rang out. In the afternoon, Zhou Jianjun and Li Guiyun went out to visit friends. Zhou Lanfang doesn't know many people in the village. Most of her childhood friends have already married and moved to other villages, so they rarely keep in touch. Zhou Hongbing is one of the few who can still play with others. He's the only high school student in the village and doesn't really hang out with his peers. Basically, he's isolated. As for Zhou Yanxiu, she doesn't know most of the villagers well at all. Grandma went to bed late last night, but woke up early today. In the afternoon, she went back to sleep. The four of them played mahjong together in the house all afternoon. They spent the day joking and having fun, and time flew by. On the second day of the new year, Li Guiyun prepared to visit her relatives at her parents' house. She brought very thoughtful gifts. She not only brought cakes and steamed buns, but also a golden rooster and a flying dragon figurine. She brought 2 pounds each of dried monkey head mushrooms and matsutake mushrooms, and 2 pounds of cured wild boar meat. These gifts made her look very generous and respectful when visiting relatives. Li Guiyun's uncle and his family would definitely visit her too. Zhou Yanxiu and Xiaohe wouldn't go with her because they don't have relatives nearby to visit. They stayed at home. Now, visiting relatives means walking there. Their home had 2 bicycles that could carry 4 people, but because some snow hadn't melted and there was ice in some places, riding bikes was difficult. They had to walk instead. Fortunately, her maternal home wasn't far, about 5 or 6 miles. It took about half an hour to walk there. Zhou Yanxiu thought she might rest at home for another day, but she was busy all day. Less than half an hour after her uncle's family left, a jeep arrived outside their house and stopped at the door. "Yanxiu, is Yanxiu at home?" "Zhou Guiyun," a familiar voice called from outside. Zhou Yanxiu's face showed surprise, and she quickly went outside. "Sister Yulin, why are you here? Are you looking for me? Come in and sit for a while to warm up." The person knocking on the door was Zhang Yulin from the County Public Security Bureau. Seeing Zhou Yanxiu, she smiled happily and took her hand. "I'm glad you're at home, Yanxiu. Come with me quickly. There's a task at the bureau that needs your help." Zhang Yulin's words caught Zhou Yanxiu off guard. She gently patted Zhang Yulin's hand and said, "Yulin, what's the matter? If you have something to say, you can tell me inside the house." Seeing that Zhou Yanxiu still didn't understand the situation, Zhang Yulin chuckled and explained again, "Yanxiu, the county police have an urgent task. It's quite complicated, and they need your help as a consultant. I came especially to ask you." Only then did Zhou Yanqiu realize she still had the role of a police consultant. However, her consultant badge was only issued a few days ago, and now, on the second day of the Lunar New Year, she was being asked to go help with a mission. This consultant role seemed to be very busy. She wasn't even allowed to rest during the New Year. Seeing Zhou Yanqiu hesitating, Zhang Yulin quickly said, "It's urgent. Let's talk more in the car." Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment. This was hard to refuse, so she agreed. "Wait a moment, I need to talk to my family." "How long do you think this mission will take?" "All right, go ahead. I'll wait here." "I don't know exactly how long it will be, but probably a day or two." Zhou Yanqiu nodded, turned back into the house. Her grandmother and Xiaohe were sitting by the fire. Seeing her come in, her grandmother asked, "Who came to see you?" Zhou Yanqiu approached her grandmother and said, "Grandma, I have a task to go on. When my uncles return, tell them not to worry." Her grandmother grabbed her hand and asked, "What task?" "It's only the second day of the new year, and you're being called away." Xiaohe looked at her with concern, not knowing what to say. Zhou Yanqiu comforted her grandmother. "I don't know either." Outside, someone from the county police came to pick me up. "A few days ago, my sister gave me a consultant badge. Now, I am a police consultant. They've run into trouble, so I need to go help. There might even be a reward. When my sister comes back, you can ask her." She spoke vaguely to avoid details. Her grandmother, hearing that the police were coming to pick her up, quickly waved her hand. "Then go quickly. Don't worry about the family. When your uncles and sister return, I'll tell them." Yanking nodded at Xiaohe again. "Xiaohe, I need to go out. It's just you and my grandmother at home. If anything happens, please help watch over things. If you can't handle it, you can ask the village chief for help. He's my second grandfather, and also my uncle's close relative." Xiaohe looked at her with admiration. She thought, "Wow, my beautiful sister is a police advisor. That's so impressive." She nodded happily. "Sister, I understand. You can go now." After giving her instructions, Yanking turned and left the house. She brought Tianlong out of the spirit spring space, where it had been resting. It curled around her wrist, and suddenly, a beautiful, colorful jade bracelet appeared on her arm. She also called Tianpeng. Although she didn't know what the task was, Tianpeng was clever and could probably help. Tracking someone wouldn't be a problem. Tianpeng was playing on a tree in the yard. When she heard Yanking call, she jumped onto her shoulder, chirping happily. "Grandma, I'm leaving now. Remember to feed Little White at home." Grandma waved her hand. "Go ahead. Little White is very close to me now. When it's hungry, it will come find me." Seeing Tianpeng, Xiaohe's eyes sparkled. Such a cute, chubby squirrel. Yesterday, when she arrived, the family was eating. Tianpeng and Little White didn't bother them while they ate, so she didn't see them then. Today, they woke up early and Tianpeng went to play on the roof afterward, so she didn't meet them. This was the first time he saw Tianpeng. Grandma saw Xiaohe's curiosity and smiled as she explained, "This little squirrel was brought down from the mountain by Zhou Yanqiu. It's very clever and understands people." Xiaohe asked curiously, "Grandma, what about Little White?" "What is Little White?" Grandma chuckled. "Little White, I'll take you to see it later. You'll find out." An hour later, Xiaohe was initially frightened by Little White and screamed loudly. But after getting used to it, she started to play happily with Little White. Meanwhile, Yanking took Tianpeng and followed Zhang Yulin into the jeep that was waiting for her. The driver was Li Jun, who had come to their house with Zhang Yulin before. Seeing Li Jun, Yanking smiled and called out, "Brother Li, you're here too?" Li Jun looked at her through the rearview mirror and smiled. "Yes. Only Yulin and I came to your house from the bureau, so it's just us to pick you up. Sit tight. We're about to leave." The car roared loudly as it sped onto the road outside. The road is not easy to drive on now, especially after the snow, which makes it a bit slippery. It's hard to go fast. Inside the car, Zhang Yulin looked curiously at the sky canopy. It was her first time seeing it. "Yanqiu, is this your little pet?" Zhou Yanqiu stroked the small head of the sky canopy. "Yes, its name is Tianpeng." It's a very smart little creature. Come here, Tianping, say hello to my sister. Tianping stood on her shoulder, chirped a few times at Zhang Yulin, then waved a paw to greet her. Zhang Yulin was so happy she almost laughed. Wow, Yanqiu, your little squirrel is so cute. When you're busy later, I can look after Tianping for you. Zhou Yanqiu wasn't surprised that Zhang Yulin loved Tianping so much. The chubby little creature was adorable and clever. Most women would like such a cute animal. After playing with Tianping for a while, Zhang Yulin's expression turned serious. Yanqiu, while we're in the car, I want to tell you about our mission so you'll be prepared. In the car, Zhang Yulin took out a document and explained to Zhou Yanqiu. A few days ago, the head of our county's GW association, Zhou Mingrui, was found to be a spy working for the enemy. Later, we investigated the entire GW association and found that 2 deputy directors were also suspicious. Just as we were about to investigate further, these 2 deputy directors disappeared the day before yesterday. Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu's mind moved.
She knew about this.
She was the one who submitted evidence of Zhou Mingrui's treachery overnight. Zhang Yulin continued. The police quickly noticed something was wrong, but it was too late. These 2 deputy directors and their families disappeared overnight under police surveillance. We also found that several blacklisted criminals in the city had vanished, probably spies planted among us. Zhou Yanqiu said, Yulin, I can't help much. I don't know how to follow the clues. Zhang Yulin said seriously, you don't need to follow clues. We've hired another advisor for that. We've almost figured everything out. The next step is to make arrests, but because the enemy has firearms, we can't act rashly yet. We need to understand their situation first. Please come over to see if you can help later. This case involves spies and time is tight. Most of the main police team has been sent out, and Director Xue is personally leading the front line. If these spies escape, it will be a huge loss. Yuanqiu, Zhou nodded. It seems these 2 deputy directors must have a lot of secrets. After arriving at Qingyang town, the jeep did not head toward the city, but took a different road. Zhuolin continued. We've confirmed that the 2 deputy directors and the gang involved in crime are hiding in a remote village. Since they have guns, we haven't dared to act rashly, afraid they might panic and take villagers hostage. Yuanqiu Zhou understood the situation but didn't think she could be much help, as she isn't a professional. She wouldn't risk herself against armed enemies, and she wouldn't show her skills easily in front of others. She paused, her mind racing like a small motor. Yulin, how many guns and people are involved? Zhuolin looked at the data. 6 people, 6 guns, 2 pistols, and 4 rifles. The number of bullets is unknown. Only the 2 deputy directors from GW and their 4 accomplices are here. Yuanqiu Zhou felt a bit worried. If they only had pistols, it wouldn't be so dangerous. But if they also had rifles, the risk would be much higher. Zhuolin added, these 6 are still in a villager's house. They seem to be gathering supplies and planning to escape. After hearing Zhuolin, Yuanqiu Zhou roughly understood the situation. The jeep was moving slowly, tires slipping now and then. It was slower than her riding a bike. After more than half an hour, the jeep stopped outside a village yard. Yuanqiu Zhou looked at Zhuolin with curiosity and asked, Yulin, is the spy you mentioned in this village? Will coming here alert them? Zhuolin smiled. They're not in this village. They're in another village 2 miles away. Zhou Yanqiu nodded, feeling pleased. If those people were really inside this village, the noise of the car would have already alerted them. Zhang Yulin led Zhou Yanqiu into a courtyard. Inside, 2 fires were burning, and about 20 police officers and more than 10 soldiers from the army were sitting around the fires, warming themselves and eating dry food. When they saw the 2 of them enter, they looked at them curiously. Zhang Yulin and the others knew each other, but they didn't know what the beautiful young girl following Zhang Yulin was doing. Zhang Yulin took Zhou Yanqiu straight into a room. Inside, several leaders from the county police were discussing their plan. Zhang Yulin saluted and said, Report to Director Xue and all leaders. I've brought Advisor Zhou here. Director Xue saw Zhou Yanqiu and stood up with a smile, greeting her. This is a busy time of year, and it's a lot of trouble for Advisor Zhou to come all this way. Thank you. Yulin, Please get a chair for Advisor Zhou and pour her a cup of hot water. The police leaders sitting nearby looked at the beautiful young girl, surprised by her appearance. Director Xue cheerfully introduced everyone. Don't underestimate our young Advisor Zhou. Not long ago, she single-handedly captured 5 well-equipped enemy agents in the mountains. She's a real hero. Maybe we'll need her help in today's operation too. Everyone was first surprised, then praised. I heard a few days ago that a woman caught 5 enemy agents alone in the mountains. I thought she'd be rough and tough, but she's so pretty. Amazing. Director Xue introduced Zhou Yanqiu to them. This is Captain Liu from our criminal investigation team, Deputy Captain Niu, and Sergeant Zheng from the army. He also pointed to a strong, white-bearded old man nearby, and this is Advisor Zhang from our county police. Zhou Yanqiu nodded politely to both men, smiling sweetly, looking a little shy. Hello, Captain Liu, Deputy Captain Niu, Sergeant Zheng, and Advisor Zhang. At this moment, Zhang Yulin brought a chair and a cup of hot water for Zhou Yanqiu. She winked at her and then left quickly. Then Director Xue discussed their attack plan because the other side had 6 guns, which was not to be underestimated. Since they were inside a village, they had to be very careful. The goal was to avoid hurting the villagers. Zhou Yanqiu gently touched the small head of Tianpeng and asked, Director Xue, have we checked the situation over there? Director Xue shook his head. We tried, but the 2 deputy directors have special anti-surveillance training. Our people didn't get close enough, and we almost got caught. Zhou Yanqiu was a bit confused. Pretending to be villagers, what's the problem with getting close? Can't they recognize us? Captain Liu explained, Zhou, you don't know. Those 2 deputies really know many of our colleagues, so we can't take any risks. After half an hour, Zhang Yulin brought an elderly woman from the village. Director, this is Grandma Zhang. She has relatives in Lijiakan across the river and was just about to visit them. I told her to bring you, Zhou, and if anyone asks, just say she's her granddaughter. Director Xue took her hands and said kindly, Grandma Zhang, thank you so much for your help. He also took 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to her. This is a small thank you for your help. Grandma Zhang refused. Oh, leader, it's not a big deal. Besides, you're trying to catch the bad guys. I can't accept this money. It was clear that Grandma Zhang from the village had a strong sense of integrity. In the end, Director Xue pressed the money into her hand. This is a reward from the police.
Just keep it.
10 minutes later, Grandma Zhang and Zhou finished preparing and left the village, heading toward Lijiakan nearby. Since Grandma Zhang was old and had slow legs, it took about 20 minutes to walk 2 miles to Lijiakan. According to Director Xue and the others, the spies from GW were hiding in the 3rd street of Lijiakan, in the 5th house. Grandma Zhang's relatives happened to live at the 7th door on the 3rd street, just as they passed by the house of these spies. Zhou Yanqiu supported Grandma Zhang as they walked slowly and calmly along the road. They occasionally exchanged smiles and words, just like a real grandmother and granddaughter. When they reached the 3rd street of Lu's village, Zhou Yanqiu's attention was at its highest. She seemed to be talking to Grandma Zhang, but her eyes were secretly scanning ahead. Not far ahead, a black shadow saw them and quickly shrank back. Sure enough, someone was watching. Zhou Yanqiu was certain that this person was their target. She pretended not to see the shadow, but her alertness was at its peak. If anything was wrong, she and Tianlong would act immediately. Unlike Tianpeng and Little White, Tianlong hadn't been with her for long, but after drinking the spiritual spring water, he seemed to understand her feelings. Usually, he understood her intentions without her saying a word. So now, Tianlong is also one of her secret cards. Plus, Tianlong's small body, quick speed, and strong poison make him capable of silently dealing with these people at night. Just a small snake could handle them all. But now it's daytime, so she must be more careful. If she accidentally alerts them, things could go wrong. Although she isn't very afraid, she can hide in the spiritual spring space if needed. If villagers get hurt, the mission would fail. Otherwise, they could just attack now. Zhou Yanqiu lowered her head and whispered and giggled with Grandma Zhang, occasionally calling her Grandma and acting cute to distract the guards. When passing by the 5th house, Zhou Yanqiu felt a heat in her forehead and sensed danger. She remained calm, knowing someone inside was pointing a gun at her. She carried Grandma Zhang's bag, pretending to ask casually, "Grandma, how much longer?" "It's so cold outside," Grandma Zhang replied smoothly, "Almost there." "The second house ahead is ours." Zhou Yanqiu looked up, and the burning feeling in her forehead disappeared. The danger was gone. It seemed they hadn't aroused suspicion. On the second day of the new year, everyone was visiting relatives, so their appearance here was normal. Passing by the fifth house, I noticed the yard was very quiet, unlike the lively scene at other places. Zhou Yanqiu pretended not to care and, leaning on Grandma Zhang, smiled as she walked forward. When they reached the seventh house, Grandma Zhang pushed open the gate and said, "Sister, I came to see you." An elderly woman about Grandma Zhang's age came out of the house. "Xiu Hua, you're here." "Who is this girl?" The elderly woman looked at Zhou Yanqiu with curiosity and asked doubtfully. Grandma Zhang stepped forward a few steps, grabbed the woman's hand, and gave her a subtle signal. She whispered, "Don't ask now. We'll talk inside later." Then she raised her voice a little, saying, "This is my granddaughter. She's visiting me today. I brought her to see you." After saying that, she pulled the confused elderly woman into the house to talk. Of course, Grandma Zhang would explain Zhou Yanqiu's identity. Once they arrived here, Zhou Yanqiu needed to find out more about the situation in the yard. Behind their house was a river. Even in this cold weather, the river had frozen over with at least half a meter of ice. It was safe to walk or even drive over. Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment and decided to quietly go around the back of the yard via the river behind the house. She told Grandma Zhang her plan and then headed toward the river at the back. By this time, Grandma Zhang had already told her sister about Zhou Yanqiu's identity, so she didn't stop her. Zhou Yanqiu reached out and easily climbed over the wall, moving as gracefully as a nimble cat, silent and light. Their yard was only about 10 meters from the enemy's yard. After jumping over, Zhou Yanqiu carefully tiptoed toward the back of the fifth house. In less than half a minute, she quietly arrived behind the house. Because it was winter, the back windows had been sealed early to prevent cold air from coming in. This meant she couldn't see the situation behind the house from the front, which was helpful for her. She crouched behind the house, listening carefully to the sounds ahead. Her hearing was very sharp, and she easily caught the sounds from the front. "Third, go ahead and replace fourth at the front. Let him rest for a while. We'll leave tonight. We need to stay alert now." "Got it, big brother." Yanking raised her eyebrows. "Are they leaving tonight?" "That's even better. We can wait on the road and ambush them there. It's definitely easier to act outside the village than inside." At this moment, another voice spoke. "What should we do with this family?" A cold voice replied, "Kill them all." Yanking frowned. "It seems these people are really ruthless. In that case, we can't wait until night to act." Yanking felt nervous after hearing what was said inside. These people are really cruel. Even innocent villagers aren't spared. They probably fear that the family they kidnapped might reveal their plans. It's sad that this family was kidnapped during the new year, and no one has noticed yet. It's because this family usually doesn't get along well with others in the village. If they disappeared for a few days, no one would suspect anything. Should we deal with them now?
No, not yet.
Let's handle it before they leave. Killing them now would leave too much blood and attract attention. All right, I trust your judgment. Yanking relaxed a little after hearing this. Luckily, they aren't acting immediately. Otherwise, she would have to find a way to stop these spies. After gathering some information, Yanking quietly returned to Grandma Zhang's sister's house. It was still early, and the spies wouldn't act for now. She and Grandma Zhang stayed there for over half an hour before heading back. Passing by the spy's house, she didn't attract their suspicion. When she got home, Yanking immediately told Bureau Shui, "I heard that they plan to act tonight. The owner of that house isn't harmed yet, but before they leave, they will kill everyone inside. Bureau Shui, we need to catch these spies before nightfall. Otherwise, things will turn against us tonight." Director Shui hesitated for a moment, frowning. "Captain Liu, tell me, is there a good way to catch these spies without hurting the hostages?" Captain Liu looked down thoughtfully. "Director Shui, Capturing the spies isn't too difficult, but the hard part is doing it without harming the hostages. It's daytime now, and the spies are very alert. It's hard to get close without them noticing. If we rush in, we might hurt the hostages. Director Xue placed one hand on his waist, looking serious. Is there no other way? Captain Liu shook his head. We don't have top experts here, and even if we did, hitting all 6 targets at once would be very difficult. Plus, the surrounding buildings are all homes, so there's no good high ground for an attack. Frustrated, Director Xue waved his hand. Let's make a plan and start the operation before 5:30. Zhou Yanqiu checked her watch. It was already 3 p.m., so there was over 2 hours before the deadline. The police and soldiers outside had already begun preparing their weapons. Zhou Yanqiu hesitated. Director Xue, why not let me team up with some police and soldiers for a surprise attack? I can lead the charge. Director Xue shook his head. No, that's too dangerous. Those spies all have guns, Zhou Yanqiu said. I've been there before. They probably don't suspect me. I can sneak in and take out 1 or 2 quietly, but I can't guarantee how careful I'll be. Director Xue looked at her deeply. Are you confident? Zhou Yanqiu smiled slightly. She picked up a stone about the same size as her hand and looked at a large tree in the yard. Director Xue, which branch should I aim for? Director Xue became interested. He hadn't seen Zhou Yanqiu act before. Oh, our consultant Zhou wants to show her skills? Well, I'm looking forward to it. He looked at the big persimmon tree in the yard. It seemed quite old, about 10 meters tall at the top. Another strong, older man, Advisor Zhang, also became curious. He wondered how this young, pretty woman, who seemed so ordinary, had become a police consultant. In his opinion, Zhou Yanqiu looked more like a decorative figure. He couldn't see what made her special. Well, I won't hold back then. Director Xue looked at the large persimmon tree and casually pointed. At the top where the branches split into a triangle, there is a branch with 3 withered leaves. Yuanqiu squinted and saw the branch that Director Xue was pointing to. This branch was about 7 or 8 meters above the ground, roughly as thick as her arm. The persimmon tree was tougher than usual trees, so even with a gun, it might take a few shots to break it. She tossed a small stone up and down in her hand. Watch carefully, Director Xue. Everyone focused to see what this young advisor, Zhou, could do. The police and soldiers in the yard also looked closely, curious about how this young girl became a police advisor. Zhou tossed the stone up and down, her eyes sharp. Then she swung her arm forcefully at the branch Director Xue pointed to. The stone shot upward at a speed too fast to see clearly. The branch was hit and snapped off in midair by the stone. It fell to the ground with a loud crash, scattering snowflakes. After breaking the branch, the stone flew about 10 meters higher before falling down. Everyone was amazed. The power was almost as strong as a rifle shot. Even Director Xue, Captain Liu, and Advisor Zhang stared wide-eyed. The strength of the stone Zhou threw was incredible. Although Director Xue knew some of Zhou's skills, seeing it with his own eyes was even more shocking. Captain Zheng stepped forward to examine the broken branch. There were hardly any splinters, showing the impact was caused by the high speed of the stone. Impressive. Captain Zheng gasped. It must take enormous strength and speed to do that, something he had never heard of in the army. Seeing everyone's shocked faces, Zhou felt a little proud inside. She smiled slightly and said, Director Xue, how is that? Do you think I still have more tricks? Director Xue chuckled. Yes, very impressive. Who would expect someone carrying a few small stones to be so formidable? Captain Liu saluted. Yes, Director Xue, use Zhou as the main force. Redesign the plan, making sure Zhou's safety is the top priority, and come up with a complete attack plan. Finally, Captain Liu, Lieutenant Zheng, and I decided together to set up ambush points around the house where the spies were staying. Then, Zhou Yanqiu would go ahead as the front line, knocking on the spies' house unexpectedly. Those people wouldn't be very alert to a young girl like Zhou Yanqiu, and she wouldn't be carrying any weapons. The small stones in her pocket were just as effective as any weapon. If she could manage to handle 1 or 2 of them, the people hidden nearby would rush in to help, ensuring her safety. After finalizing the plan, Zhou Yanqiu felt confident. Honestly, if she didn't want to hide her strength or cause too much trouble, she was 80% sure she could take down these spies alone. Don't forget, she still had the Tianlong device. The legendary rainbow heavenly python was very powerful. Its small body was hard to notice, it moved quickly, and its venom was deadly. Bite it, and you could die in 3 seconds. Plus, with her spirit spring space, if she let loose, she could truly be unstoppable. No one knew that Zhou Guwen had hidden such great strength. But the strength she showed publicly was already enough. This strength was enough to make anyone respect her. Zhou Yanqiu didn't know that after seeing her abilities, Director Xue was already preparing to report to higher authorities. Zhou Guwen needed to be taken more seriously. After making the plan, the police and soldiers gradually moved in groups to hide around Lu's village. Around 5 o'clock, Zhou Yanqiu also set out. Before leaving, Director Xue specifically told her to prioritize her safety and not to be reckless. Zhou Yanqiu traveled lightly and quickly to Lu's village. Since she had been there once before, she was familiar with the route. In less than 10 minutes, she reached the 3rd street entrance. She paused at the street, took a moment to prepare herself mentally, then lifted her foot and stepped into the street. She moved at a steady pace, just like an ordinary person, so as not to arouse suspicion from the spies. However, from a fleeting shadow, she noticed that these people were still very alert. Walking to the 5th house where the spies were located, Zhou Yanqiu looked at the tightly closed door and tightened his nerves. As if visiting a neighbor, he knocked on the door and said, "Brother Lu Feng, are you home?" "It's Xiao Qiu." The spies inside heard the knocking and became nervous. They looked at each other and whispered, "What should we do?" "Someone is at the door." The leader was a deputy director of the GW Association. He also heard the knocking and glared at his subordinate. "Why are you panicking? Didn't you hear? It's just a woman. Don't be afraid. Go outside and see how many people there are. If it's only one, bring her in and tie her up." The subordinate nodded, carefully holding his gun as he approached the door. Through the peephole, he saw a beautiful young girl outside. He had been in Qing'an City for a long time and had never seen such a pretty girl. His heart fluttered, and recalling the leader's instructions, he looked outside again and saw only the girl. He hesitated for a moment, then opened the door slightly. "Yes, I'm home. Come in." Zhou Yanqiu pretended to step back cautiously, her voice cautious. "You're not Brother Lu Feng. Who are you?" "I'm a friend of Lu Feng. He's inside. He's not feeling well." "Miss, are you here to see him?" "If so, come in." Zhou Yanqiu naturally stepped into the yard. The spy tucked his pistol into his waistband, pretending he had nothing in his hands, and stared at her intently. Smiling, he said, "Lu Feng is inside. I'll take you in." Zhou Yanqiu showed a meaningful smile. "All right, thank you." The spy didn't realize what kind of dangerous person he had just let in. He was bold enough to try to make a move on her. Zhou Yanqiu remained calm and followed the spy into the house. Quietly, she already held several small stones in her hand, ready to strike if needed. Inside, Zhou Yanqiu saw 5 men sitting in the room. It was clear these were the spies. "Good, they were all here." She asked calmly, "Who are you? Where's Lu Feng?" Suddenly, a lewd laugh came from behind. Zhou Yanqiu turned around and saw the spy who had brought her in. "What are you laughing at?" Zhou Yanqiu deliberately asked the question. The spy behind her pulled out a gun and pointed it at Zhou Yanqiu, smiling proudly.
"Sorry, miss.
You've now fallen into our hands. There's nothing you can do now. Come on, let's go to the next room and have some fun with the guys." Zhou Yanqiu smiled coldly. The rude words from the spy angered her. She had planned to wait a little longer before acting, but now she didn't want to wait anymore. Her face turned cold. She suddenly flicked her right hand, and a small stone shot like an arrow toward the spy. "Your mouth is too dirty. It's better if you keep it closed." "No." At the moment she moved, the others nearby looked shocked and realized she was targeting them. "Oh no." The spy who had opened the door for her had his arm shot off by the small stone. This was because she was close enough to use only half her strength. Otherwise, it could have broken like a tree branch splitting in two. That would have been too bloody and unnecessary.
Quick.
She's coming for us. Take her down. The others reacted quickly, scrambling to grab their weapons. They had just entered and only saw a young woman who was very beautiful. This made them relax their guard, not thinking she could be a threat. After all, they had some professional training and carried guns and weapons. But they never expected someone like Zhou Yanqiu, an extraordinary person, to be coming at them. Her strength exceeded their imagination. How could there be someone so powerful in this world? They wanted to use their weapons, but it was too late. After knocking down the spy with a small stone, Zhou Yanqiu looked at the others. Suddenly, she kicked the person closest to her. That man, weighing at least 150 pounds, was kicked into the air, crashing into the wall. After hanging there for a second, he slid down to the ground. He spat out blood and collapsed, unable to fight back. Her kick was like a painting come to life. If martial arts experts saw this move, they would be amazed. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 6 spies fell to the ground, losing their ability to fight. After Zhou Yanqiu kicked out, she didn't look. She swung her arm, and 2 small stones flew toward the 2 spies who were farthest from her. Their target was their right arms, where they were about to grab guns. There were 2 muffled sounds, followed by 2 screams. It was clear they were hurt badly by Zhou Yanqiu's small stones. Zhou Yanqiu shot out 2 small stones again, moving quickly toward the 2 spies closest to her. Her speed was now very fast. The 2 spies reacted quickly, but they still couldn't keep up with her. She punched and kicked. One punch hit a spy's chin with a crisp, breaking his jaw. He fainted and fell to the ground. Another spy's hand, just about to grab his gun, hadn't yet taken it. Zhou Yanqiu was like lightning. She kicked him in the chest. The spy curled up and flew backward, hitting the wall behind the bed. He crashed loudly into the wall and then fell onto the bed. He spat out blood and couldn't move anymore. From start to finish, everything happened so fast that no one could react. It was all over in an instant. Zhou Yanqiu looked at her work with satisfaction, clapped her hands, and said, "All done." Outside, the police and soldiers who had been hiding hadn't reacted at all. They hadn't made a move. She gathered all 6 guns, threw them into the yard, and waved to the outside before returning inside. She knew the hidden police and soldiers could see her gestures. Sure enough, after she entered the house, those who had been hiding saw her hand signals and the guns she threw into the yard. They were all shocked, their scalps tingling as if they couldn't believe their eyes. In their eyes, Zhou Yanqiu had just entered the room with the spies. They were ready to act at any moment when they heard the noise. Within half a minute, Advisor Zhou surprisingly came out of the house again. The most important thing was she was carrying a gun, and several guns were left on the ground. Had she disarmed them? "Hurry up, follow me, let's act quickly." Immediately, the police and soldiers hiding outside quickly began their action. They jumped over the walls on both sides, guns in hand, rushing straight into the house. Inside, Captain Liu and Lieutenant Zheng saw several people lying on the ground, either unconscious or crying out in pain. When they rushed in, they hardly reacted at all. Seeing them all inside, Zhou Yanqiu breathed a sigh of relief. "Captain Liu, Lieutenant Zheng, it's good you're here. All these spies are here, and the people they are also in trouble. Please find them." Captain Liu, Lieutenant Zheng, and everyone else in the room looked at the spies on the ground. They were all stunned and speechless. Hearing Zhou Yanqiu's words, Captain Liu instinctively nodded. "Yes, Advisor Zhou. You can leave the rest to us." The result of this operation far exceeded their expectations. They had prepared for a gunfight, but Advisor Zhou handled everything easily on her own. Although they had already seen how powerful Advisor Zhou was before, they didn't expect her to be so quick and clean in real combat. They watched from the beginning to the end, from entering the house to throwing the guns away, all in less than a minute. The actual time spent dealing with the spies was definitely much shorter. This almost went beyond Captain Liu's understanding. He had never seen anyone so skilled. Looking at the spies lying in disarray inside the house, Captain Liu felt a bit overwhelmed. One spy with a broken jaw was clearly hit not by a stone, but by a punch. It seemed that Advisor Zhou's skills were not limited to just throwing stones. Under Captain Lu's arrangement, they the spies and also found the original owner of the house, who had been by them in another room. These spies were really ruthless. They hadn't fed the tied-up people for 2 days, and they were almost at the point of exhaustion. I initially thought I was doomed and wouldn't survive, but unexpectedly, I managed to turn the situation around at the last moment. After being rescued, the original owner of the house, Lu Feng, and his wife were eating quickly and accusing those people of their crimes. However, this was not something that concerned Zhou Yanqiu at the moment. Soon after, Director Shui and others arrived. Seeing that the operation was successful, all the spies had been caught, and no hostages were harmed. The mission was considered a great success. When Director Shui saw Zhou Yanqiu, he happily said, "Advisor Zhou, it looks like we were really lucky to have called you in this time. Without you, the mission might not have gone so smoothly." As a consultant for the Public Security Bureau, Zhou Yanqiu was participating in her first mission, and she had performed well. She felt secretly proud. She kept her expression calm and waved her hand, saying, "Director Shui, it was their mistake. They didn't expect me to act suddenly. It was only because I caught them off guard that everything went so smoothly." Director Shui chuckled, recalling the injuries the spies had suffered. It was almost like they were defeated in one strike. Also, Consultant Zhang had just inspected the scene and was full of amazement. Zhang was a martial arts expert. From some details at the scene, many things could be inferred. One spy was hit against the wall so hard that cracks appeared, showing the power behind the strike. All of them lost their fighting ability with just one hit, indicating the strength involved. Now, Consultant Zhang was very interested in Zhou Yanqiu. Could she also be from a famous martial arts family? But even the best martial artists would find it hard to achieve this in such an environment. Zhang was thinking about finding time to learn from Zhou Yanqiu. Zhou Yanqiu wasn't overthinking. She saw that the people had been captured, and it was almost dark. She thought she could go home soon. Director Shui smiled and said, "If Advisor Zhou has no other plans, would you like to come with us to the county? We did a great job today, and there will be an awards ceremony tomorrow at the bureau. We really need you there." An award ceremony? Zhou Yanqiu became interested. She had made more than one contribution after all, but she had never attended such a ceremony before. Previously, she didn't want to stand out, but now that she is a consultant at the County Public Security Bureau, those concerns are no longer necessary. Zhou Yanqiu thought for a moment and decided to go to the county. After all, she had already told her grandmother she was coming to help, so there shouldn't be much worry. However, she still tentatively asked Director Shui, "Director Shui, can I go home for a while and talk to my family?" Director Shui chuckled. "Of course, yes. You are the biggest contributor to this mission, so your request is reasonable. Yulin, you, and Li Jun drive us back to the village. Just follow Zhou Guanju, and in the evening, take Zhou Guanju to the county guest house. I will arrange his room in advance." Zhang Yulin saluted Director Shui. "Yes, Director Shui. We will complete the task." After saying that, she excitedly patted Zhou Yanqiu's arm. "Let's go, my Guanju." Zhou Yanqiu performed so well today that Zhang Yulin, who knew her best at the County Public Security Bureau, felt proud. She called Li Jun over, and they drove the same jeep they came in, heading back along the same route to Zhejiang. At this time, most families were busy cooking dinner. The jeep stopped at Zhou Jianjun's house. Zhou Yanqiu got out and said to Zhang Yulin and Li Jun, "Come on, Yulin Jia, brotherly, get out first and warm up inside the house." She then pushed open the door, went to the kitchen, and saw Li Guiyun preparing dinner, with Zhou Lanfang helping out. It was a good time to have dinner at home before heading out, and this way, her cousin and the two people from the county bureau could get to know each other better. She could tell that Zhang Yulin was also a well-connected person in the county bureau. Although her position wasn't high, she probably had a good relationship with Director Shui. She was likely part of the network. "Auntie, sister." Li Guiyun and Zhou Lanfang turned around happily when they heard Zhou Yanqiu's voice. "Yanqiu, you're back so soon. Grandma said you were called to help at the Public Security Bureau." "I thought you wouldn't be back today," Zhou Lanfang then said. "Yes, just now I was wondering what was going on." Grandma always feels uneasy. She thinks that as a young girl, you can't be much help. Now that you're back, Grandma won't keep nagging. Zhou Yanqiu felt warm inside and kindly said to Li Guiyun, Auntie, sister, everything went smoothly this time, so I came back for a bit. But I'll go to the county later. Make a little extra food. Hee hee, I brought 2 people from the police station to have dinner with us. After eating, I need to go to the county again. Li Guiyun heard this and said, We haven't even finished cooking rice yet. I'll add a little more and later I'll cook another dish. Zhou Lanfang was curious and asked, The county police station? Do I know them? You definitely do. They came to our house last time, Yulin Jie and Li Juan. Zhou Lanfang was surprised and said, Oh, I know them. After I started working in town, I even talked to Yulin Jie on the phone. Come on, you should go greet them too. Get to know them. Later, when you go to the County Safety Bureau, you'll have a familiar face. After Zhou Yanqiu finished speaking, Li Guiyun looked happy and said, Yes, you go with Yanqiu to greet them. You don't need to help here. She then shooed the 2 out of the kitchen. Zhang Yulin and Li Juan had just finished tidying up and entered the yard. Zhou Yanqiu said, Come inside and sit. We'll eat at home first, then go back. Zhang Yulin and Li Juan brightened their eyes. They remembered the last meal they had here, which they had enjoyed so much they couldn't forget for days. Zhang Yulin smiled and said, That's great. I've been thinking about it. This time, I got a chance. Luckily, I brought some gifts in the car. Otherwise, I'd feel too embarrassed to eat. She held up a bag with 2 pounds of cake, 2 bottles of fruit preserves, and a can of malted milk. These things weren't cheap, at least 10 yuan worth. Li Juan also smiled and held up his items, 2 cans of malted milk. I brought some too. Zhou Yanqiu patted his head and said, Yulin Jie, Li Ge, you're just here for a simple meal. Why bring so much? Zhang Yulin smiled and said, After eating here last time, I kept thinking I didn't bring anything then. It was really rude. So I was wondering when I could make it up to you. Today, I finally got the chance. This morning, Deputy Director Xue asked us to pick you up, so we went to buy some things at the store. I didn't expect we could also share a meal together. It turned out to be just right. Otherwise, we would have felt too embarrassed to eat. After saying that, he looked at Zhou Lanfang. This is Lanfang, right? I think we've spoken on the phone before. Zhou Lanfang stepped forward kindly and said, Yes, we've talked twice on the phone. It's always good when you call me. Zhang Yulin smiled and said, That's because you've done a good job. In the future, you can try to transfer to the county office, and then we can work together. Just ask Yanqiu to mention it to Deputy Director Xue. It's not difficult. Zhou Lanfang smiled a little. Thank you, Sister Yulin, but I just joined our team. I still lack experience. It's okay to learn at the grassroots level for another year or 2. Zhang Yulin gave her a big thumbs up. Lanfang's awareness is very high. At that moment, Zhou Jianjun opened the door and saw, Oh, isn't that Comrade Zhang and Comrade Li? Come in and sit. Inside, Grandma saw Zhou Yanqiu come back and immediately smiled more brightly. Zhang Yulin and Li Jun placed the things they brought on the table. Zhou Jianjun felt a bit embarrassed and said, You came just now and you brought things? These are so valuable. Zhou Yanqiu smiled and said, Uncle, it's okay. Later, I'll bring a pound of monkey head mushrooms and matsutake for Sister Yulin and Brother Li. Zhou Jianjun patted his thigh. That's a good idea. Our monkey head mushrooms and matsutake are good for giving as gifts. Today, we went to visit Aunt Hongbing's family, and I took some along. We cooked some at noon, and they almost drooled over it. Zhang Yulin and Li Jun's eyes lit up. Is that the mushroom we ate last time? Zhou Yanqiu nodded and smiled.
Yes.
Do you want me to bring some back later? Zhang Yulin nodded repeatedly. Yes. We'll buy it with money, Li Jun agreed. Exactly. Zhou Yanqiu deliberately put on a serious face. Sister Yulin, if you also want to pay for these things, then I won't accept them from you. Zhang Yulin laughed. All right. Yanqiu, is it okay if I don't pay? While they were chatting, Zhou Hongbing and Xia He couldn't join in, so they went to the kitchen to help Li Guotian cook. 1 hour later, Zhang Yulin and Li Jun ate happily and said, This is so delicious. This trip was worth it. After finishing their meal, Zhou Yanqiu and her grandmother and uncle talked for a while. Then they drove towards the county town with Zhang Yulin and the others. That night, the road was difficult to travel, and by the time they arrived at the police station guest house, it was almost 10 p.m. After getting out of the car, Zhang Yulin took Zhou Yanqiu to the front desk of the guest house. Officer Xue had already arranged a room for Zhou Yanqiu, a single, top-quality room. Zhang Yulin wasn't surprised. Zhou Yanqiu deserved such attention from Officer Xue. After seeing Zhou Yanqiu settled in her room, Zhang Yulin returned. It was already late, and they agreed that Zhou Yanqiu would go to the police station again around 10 a.m. the next morning, which was not too late. Officer Xue also arranged breakfast at the guest house, which would be delivered to the room around 8 a.m. For lunch, they ate at the police station cafeteria. The recognition ceremony was scheduled for the afternoon. When Zhang Yulin returned home, Zhou Yanqiu looked at the guest house room. It was quite nice, clean, tidy, and spacious. However, she didn't plan to stay there. She had a slight cleanliness obsession and had a better place to stay. She hadn't stayed in the bedroom on the second floor of the Spirit Spring space before, so tonight, she decided to spend the night there. She locked the door and quickly entered the Spirit Spring space. Usually, she hurried in and out, rarely staying overnight. Today, she planned to sleep well in the Spirit Spring space. The temperature inside was comfortable, neither cold nor hot. Although the guest house had a boiler and heating, it was not as cozy as the natural temperature of the Spirit Spring space. She took off her clothes and took a good shower, feeling much refreshed. After drying her hair with the room's dryer, Zhou Yanqiu lay on the big bed with fresh sheets and blankets. She hummed comfortably and then fell into a deep sleep. The Spirit Spring space gave her an inexplicable sense of comfort and safety, making her sleep very soundly. When she woke up, Zhou Yanqiu checked the time. It was only 6 a.m., still very early. She was not in a hurry to go out. First, she went outside to walk around the spiritual field. There were over 300 old ginseng plants, all thriving. In one day, they grew as much as they would in a year outside. Under these conditions, at least 1/3 of these old ginseng plants are over 100 years old. This means there are at least 100 old ginseng plants, and about 20 of them are around 200 years old. The remaining ginseng plants are at least 30 years old, with most being 50 or 60 years old. Next to the spiritual field, there is a huge purple-gold sandalwood tree that is 1,000 years old. Its purple-gold fungus has also reached 100 years of age. Since Zhou Yanqiu became a disciple of Old Chui and learned that the spores from this fungus are an important medicine, she has used glass bottles to collect spores every 2 or 3 days. The spores from the purple gold fungus grow very quickly in this space. In just 2 or 3 days, Zhou Yanqiu can collect about half a pound of spores. So far, she has about 10 bottles of spores. Each time, she labels the bottle with the year it was collected. The most recent bottle is labeled 1995. Looking at the thick layer of spores on the huge purple gold fungus, she takes out another bottle. Suddenly, the spores seem to come alive and move into her bottle. In just a moment, all the spores have entered the bottle, with none left outside. In this spiritual spring space, she can do whatever she wants with just a thought. It's extremely convenient. She labels this bottle as 1998. The next time she collects spores, it will be from the 100-year-old purple spirit fungus. At that time, its value will be much higher. She doesn't know why the old ginseng in the spiritual field no longer produces seeds. If it did, she wouldn't have to go into the mountains to find ginseng. The seeds would quickly fill these 2 acres of spiritual land. There are also over 300 boxes filled with treasures, besides large and small yellow fish. But unfortunately, it's not the right time for them to be revealed. She can only wait for the right moment. Zhou Yanqiu places this bottle of spores on a shelf in the medicine room. There are already 9 bottles placed above, all filled with Ganoderma spores. Including the one in her hand, that makes 10 bottles in total. The purple gold Ganoderma has grown a big new ring, now about the size of a small table. The spores she collects will definitely increase more and more in the future. She went to the study room and sat for a while. She randomly picked a medical book from the bookshelf, but couldn't understand it because it was too deep and complicated. It talked about reversing the 5 elements and exploring the origins of the natural order. It seems these books are really special. She decided to wait and study them later. After spending some time in the space, she checked the time and saw it was about right. She dressed neatly and quickly left the space with a flash. As soon as she appeared outside, she frowned slightly. Yesterday, when she first entered, she didn't feel anything unusual. But today, after staying overnight in the spiritual spring space and suddenly coming out, she felt that the air here was really very bad. Zhou Yanqiu opened the door and went out for a walk. The morning in the county town wasn't very interesting. It was too cold, and there weren't many people on the street. It was icy and snowy, but the air was much better. After a few minutes of wandering, she returned to the guest house.
It was about the right time.
The front desk clerk brought breakfast on a tray. The tray had a plate with an egg, 2 large meat buns, a bowl of golden millet pumpkin porridge, and a small dish of vegetables. Zhou Yanqiu opened the door and asked the clerk to bring the breakfast into her room. She finished eating the breakfast quickly inside the room. The taste wasn't as good as homemade, but it was still pretty good. After eating, she had nothing else to do. She took out the medical book and read for 2 hours in her room at the guest house. It was almost 10 o'clock. She had an appointment with Zhang Yulin. She put away the book, since there was nothing else to pack, and told the front desk she was checking out before leaving. The clerk saw it was Zhou Yanqiu. Since she was a guest that Director Xue personally instructed to be well taken care of, they didn't dare say anything. They didn't check the room and happily processed her checkout. This guest house was affiliated with the county police station. Director Xue from the police was their top boss, so they could neglect any instructions from him. The county police station was just across the street from the guest house. It was only a few steps away. Just after leaving the police station, Zhou Yanqiu saw Zhang Yulin already waiting outside the Public Security Bureau. After receiving Zhou Yanqiu, Zhang Yulin pulled her into the office building. The county police station is a 5-story office building. On the 5th floor, there is a large conference room where the afternoon commendation meeting was held. Zhang Yulin's office is on the 3rd floor. Zhou Yanqiu visited there last time. This morning, she stayed in Zhang Yulin's office for a while. Zhang Yulin explained that this commendation was arranged quickly. It was to honor the entire case of Zhou Mingrui. The county police caught Zhou Mingrui, a major spy, which was a big achievement for everyone involved. Yesterday, they captured 6 spies at Lijiaya, which marked the end of the operation. The mission was successful. The city police leaders were also present to supervise. Now, the entire county police station was excited. Such a big case was rare for them, so even during the Spring Festival, they worked overtime without complaints. Zhou Yanqiu understood why there was a celebration today. Then Zhang Yulin received a call from an insider. After hanging up, she said to Zhou Yanqiu, "Director Xue is in his office. Let me take you there to sit." Zhou Yanqiu's face fell, and she reluctantly stood up. "Director Xue is so busy today, and he still wants to see me, a little helper?" Zhang Yulin chuckled. "You're not just a helper. You're an advisor to our county police. There aren't many advisors in the entire department. Only capable people can be advisors. Even Director Xue treats each one with respect." Zhou Yanqiu straightened her posture, realizing she was now someone with status. "Then, Sister Yulin, let's go. We shouldn't keep Director Xue waiting." They knocked on Director Xue's office door. When he saw Zhou Yanqiu, he quickly stood up with a smile. He was more polite than when she visited before the Spring Festival. After seeing her skills yesterday, Director Xue's opinion of her improved even more. At least, other police officers and even other advisors couldn't match Zhou Yanqiu's level. "Advisor Zhou, did you sleep well last night?" "Certainly. Here's the improved and simplified version of your text." Zhou Yanqiu obviously didn't say she hadn't slept on that bed at all, and she smiled slightly. "It's pretty good. The breakfast was nice too." "Thanks, Director Xue." Director Xue chuckled. "I'm glad you're satisfied. You did the most work on yesterday's task, so you get the highest bonus. It's the same as last time, 1,000 yuan. How about it?" Zhou Yanqiu blinked. "Director Xue, that's enough. That's quite a lot of money, Director Xue nodded. There will be an award ceremony this afternoon. Do you want to go on stage and accept an award? Zhou Yanqiu quickly shook her head.
No, Director Xue.
I'd rather stay in the audience and watch. I'm a bit shy about going on stage. Xue smiled but didn't insist. All right, then just watch from below. I was worried. If someone as beautiful as you, Advisor Zhou, went on stage, all the single young men in our county police station would be distracted. How about considering a good young man from our police station? Zhou Yanqiu hurriedly waved her hands, blushing. No. Thank you, Director Xue. I already have someone. Xue was surprised for a moment, then looked a bit disappointed. He had been thinking about introducing her to someone. Maybe his old boss's nephew. Someone like Zhou Yanqiu, who was so talented, was rare. Talented people like her always shined wherever they went. He wanted to see if he could keep her in the county police by family connections. Otherwise, with her strong abilities, she might be recruited by a better organization. But he didn't expect Zhou Yanqiu already had someone. So he gave up that idea. He couldn't be the kind of person who tried to break up others' relationships. Still, he was curious about who her partner was, whether they were a good match for her. Even though he had seen many talented young people, he hadn't met anyone who could truly match Zhou Yanqiu in looks and ability. Right now, Director Xue didn't realize that what Zhou Yanqiu showed was only a small part of her true abilities. Otherwise, he might have been too embarrassed to suggest introducing her to someone. Xue smiled awkwardly. I didn't expect Advisor Zhou to already have someone. I know a few talented young men I wanted to introduce to you, but I guess I was just being wishful. I don't know where your partner is from, Advisor Zhou. Is he also from Qingyang Town? From Director Xue's point of view, if Zhou Yanqiu's partner is a local from Qingyang Town, he is either someone she grew up with and has a deep childhood bond, or he is a very talented young man. Otherwise, it would be too hasty to find a partner so suddenly in the town. Hearing Director Xue's curiosity, Zhou Yanqiu didn't hide anything. Her feelings for Gu Qinghe are deep and unbreakable. Right now, Zhou Yanqiu hasn't even thought about marriage in the future. The groom would definitely be someone other than Gu Qinghe. In her life, Zhou Yanqiu has only committed to Gu Qinghe. Director Xue, my partner is in the military at the Yanjing Military District. Xue asked cautiously, is he an officer? Thinking of Gu Qinghe, Zhou Yanqiu smiled brightly. Yes, he's a company commander there. Very outstanding. He's only 3 years older than me. Hearing this, Xue gasped in surprise. He also has a military background and later transferred to a civilian job, so he knew what that meant. Xue softly asked, Advisor Zhou, if I remember correctly, you're only 18, right? Your partner is only 21 now. Zhou Yanqiu looked a little proud. Yes, I just turned 21 after the new year. Xue couldn't help but admire her. He patted his thigh and said, a 20-year-old company commander, such a young leader is rare even in our military history. Just for that, he's quite a handsome young man. Hearing Xue's words, Zhou Yanqiu nodded in agreement. She felt genuinely happy and proud when others praised Gu Qinghe. Xue sighed, I was planning to introduce you to a few good young men, but compared to him, they're far behind. He then chuckled, I knew it. Advisor Zhou's taste isn't ordinary. Zhou Yanqiu, rarely modest, proudly lifted her chin. Of course, at noon, the police station's cafeteria was lively. Today's meal was much richer than usual. Since it was the new year and they had just handled a big case, plus there was a commendation meeting in the afternoon, the cafeteria was practically a feast. Zhang Yilin pulled Zhou Yanqiu along, holding her plate and looking at the food. She almost drooled. Braised pork, large plate chicken, stewed beef, fish, and several vegetarian dishes, about 7 or 8 dishes in total. Even during the new year at home, the meal isn't this lavish. It seems the police station really invested a lot in this meal. And the food is unlimited. If you can eat it all, you can eat as much as you want. Zhang Yilin kept scooping good food from the pot and filling Zhou Yanqiu's bowl. Yanqiu, it's rare to have such good food at the station's cafeteria. Eat more today. Zhou Yanqiu watched Zhang Yilin fill her bowl without holding back. She quickly said, Okay, I can't eat anymore. Zhang Yulin finally stopped and also filled her own bowl full of food. She almost overate, patted her stomach, and said without caring about her image, Yanxiu, the food here today is really good. I've been at this county station for over a year, and this is the first time I've had such a good meal. If I don't eat more, I'll regret it. Zhou Yanqiu smiled slightly and said, Yulin, you really care about these dishes. Zhang Yulin sighed softly and then smiled again. Of course I care. These days, no one can eat meat every day. Many eyes nearby watched the two of them, mostly male police officers from the county police station. Some had never seen such a beautiful girl like Zhou Yanqiu here and dared to come over to say hello, hoping to get to know her and see if they had a chance. But they were stopped by colleagues. What are you planning to do? Nothing much. I saw a very beautiful girl over there I haven't seen before and wanted to go say hi. What's wrong? Do you know her? I know her, but she doesn't know me. That's our police consultant Zhou. Don't be fooled by her young age. She's very pretty. I tell you, she's impressive. Someone like you, she could easily handle 10 of you. The young police officer clearly didn't believe it. The pretty girl was as young as his sister. He thought he could punch her and make her cry for 3 days. It was impossible she was that powerful. No way. You're just bragging. Really, I tell you, I saw it too. Yesterday, we went to Lu's village to carry out a mission. A few minutes later, the young police officer looked at Zhou Yanqiu with disbelief, but didn't approach her. Instead, he kept sneaking glances at her. Yanxiu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She has very sharp hearing and heard the whispers nearby. Luckily, that man was stopped by someone else, or she would have had to think about refusing him. After sitting for a while, she couldn't stand the intense gaze from the people nearby. Yanxiu pulled Zhang Yulin away from the cafeteria. Zhang Yulin joked, Yanxiu, it's because you're so pretty. Your admirers won't be few in the future. If I were a guy, I'd want to be your partner too. Yanxiu waved her hand and giggled. Yulin, even if you were a guy, you wouldn't have a chance because I already have someone. Zhang Yulin said, Oh, then the young men at the police station must be suffering from unrequited love. The police commendation ceremony started at 2 p.m. Yanxiu had already received her bonus before it began. She casually placed 1,000 yuan in her bag, planning to put it into her space after leaving the police station. Since the money was with her, no one else could steal it. The meeting room for the ceremony was about 300 to 400 square meters. At the front was a stage with 3 tables and 5 or 6 chairs. Yanxiu looked around. That was probably the position for Director Shui and the police leaders from the city bureau. She and the other police consultants involved in the case were seated in the first row under the stage. Zhang Yulin brought her over, arranged her seat, then sat in the back. Next to Yanxiu was Consultant Zhang, whom she had met yesterday. He was about 50 or 60 years old, with a rosy face, a strong build, and looked like a martial artist. Before the ceremony officially started, Consultant Zhang saw Yanxiu and brightened up, greeting her proactively. Little Consultant Zhou. Yanxiu nodded friendly. Hello, Consultant Zhang, he chuckled and asked, Little Consultant Zhou, may I ask what kind of martial arts you practice? Yanxiu was momentarily surprised, then her eyes lit up. She whispered, I haven't practiced any. Are there really legendary martial arts? Seeing her curious expression, Consultant Zhang knew she was thinking the wrong way. He smiled wryly. Actually, it's not that mysterious. It's just about how to apply force and techniques. Then he asked, Assistant Xiao Zhou, you haven't practiced martial arts. How do you have such incredible skills, and how did you handle the people in that house? Just some random practice. Farmers in the countryside don't have the conditions to train martial arts. I have strong arms, and I can throw stones accurately, so I practiced a bit. As for the spies inside that house, I caught them off guard. They weren't expecting me, and I was quick too. Upon hearing this, Advisor Zhang understood and looked at Zhou Yanqiu with bright eyes. If it had been before, she would have been a good martial artist in training. But now, martial arts are almost fading away. After Zhou Yanqiu finished speaking, she curiously asked, Advisor Zhang, what kind of martial arts do you practice? Advisor Zhang chuckled, I practice the 8th level fist. It emphasizes accuracy, speed, agility, and fierce power. It's strong and aggressive. Usually men practice it and women practice less. Zhou Yanqiu asked further. Why is that? Because women naturally have less strength, their bones are more delicate compared to men. It's a disadvantage in fighting. Most women only practice for show. But it's good for health and fitness. Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu's eyes lit up. These problems don't exist for her. She can fight head-to-head with a mountain bear and win, so why would she have these issues? She just doesn't know if she can learn this 8th extreme fist. Zhou Yanqiu now believes that learning many skills is never a waste. With her current physical condition, learning a couple more martial arts would definitely make her stronger. Plus, she's also very interested in the martial arts that have been passed down in China for thousands of years. Thinking of this, she tentatively asked, Advisor Zhang, is this 8th extreme fist something that can't be shared outside? Can I learn it? After saying this, her face almost turned red. Oh no. Why do I always want to learn good things? Am I being a bit too greedy? Advisor Zhang was pleased inside. He didn't expect Assistant Xiao Zhou to be interested in his 8th extreme fist. He saw the fight inside that house yesterday. It was very fierce. Later, he heard that none of those spies could last even one round in Xiao Zhou's hands. With that strength, even he couldn't do it. Now, he didn't expect Xiao Zhou to want to learn 8th extreme fist. It really surprised him. Advisor Zhang paused and said, These days, people don't pay as much attention to such details. Also, Baji Quan isn't a secret technique anymore. If Assistant Zhou wants to learn, of course you can. Yuanqiu Zhou didn't expect Advisor Zhang to agree so quickly and happily. Her face lit up with excitement. Really? Seeing Zhou Yuanqiu so happy, Advisor Zhang thought she was genuinely interested in learning. He said seriously, After the meeting, I will go home and bring you the martial arts manual for Baji Quan. You can look at it first and practice according to the manual. After a few days, come back to me, and I will correct your movements and explain how to use your strength. When Zhou Yuanqiu heard that Advisor Zhang agreed, she nodded happily. Great. Thank you, Advisor Zhang. Then she looked at Advisor Zhang carefully and asked, Do I need to formally apprentice under you? Advisor Zhang chuckled. No need. These days, it's not so strict. If you want, just call me senior brother. Since we are both advisors at the Public Security Bureau, there's no need for formal apprenticeship. Yuanqiu Zhou smiled with her eyes squinting, feeling that this visit to the commendation ceremony was worth it. Then I will call you Senior Brother Zhang. Advisor Zhang nodded with a smile. Sure, Sister Zhou. The ceremony was about to start soon, and both of them naturally stopped talking. The leaders on stage had already taken their seats, and the police officers from the County Public Security Bureau sat properly below. Since it was a commendation ceremony, most people had happy expressions on their faces. Zhou Yuanqiu and Advisor Zhang sat in the front row, near the edge. In the middle of the stage, instead of Director Xue, there was a more authoritative-looking middle-aged man. It seemed he was the City Public Security Bureau leader mentioned by Director Xue. Director Xue sat beside this middle-aged man. While Zhou Yuanqiu was quietly observing this man, he looked up and glanced at her, then nodded gently. Suddenly, Zhou Yuanqiu felt that this man's face and features looked familiar. Her memory was very good, almost unforgettable. A figure appeared in her mind, and she thought to herself with some curiosity. The award ceremony officially began. First, Officer Xue picked up the microphone and started to explain the case of Zhou Mingrui, saying, Comrades, under the command of Director Zhang from the City Bureau, we successfully captured all the suspects involved in the Zhou Mingrui espionage case. This achievement wouldn't have been possible without. Finally, I invite Director Zhang from the City Police to give us some instructions. Director Zhang, a middle-aged man sitting in the center, looked like he might be related to Zhang Yulin, perhaps a family member, not her father. He took the microphone and gave some instructions, then announced that the Qing'an County Police Department was awarded a second-class collective merit. The whole audience burst into enthusiastic applause. Some outstanding individuals also received third-class personal merits and cash or material rewards. The applause continued throughout the award ceremony, which lasted about an hour and a half. After the ceremony, Zhou Yanqiu was about to talk to Zhang Yulin, then she went with Brother Zhang, the advisor, to get a martial arts manual. Suddenly, Zhang Yulin hurriedly approached her. Yanqiu, I was just looking for you. Here, this is for you. Zhang Yulin handed her a small, delicate box. It was light, and Zhou Yanqiu looked at her with curiosity. Yulin, what is this? She asked. Zhang Yulin smiled mysteriously. Open it and see. Zhou Yanqiu looked at her and slowly opened the box. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. She looked up at Zhang Yulin sharply. Yulin, this is… Zhang Yulin grinned proudly. Surprised? This is a second-class merit medal. Before, you weren't an official advisor at the police bureau, so you couldn't be awarded one. But now you are our police bureau's advisor. Even if it's just a title, you've made a contribution and you deserve this honor. Zhou Yanqiu felt a rush of excitement. Who wouldn't want such a medal symbolizing honor? This made her happier than receiving 1,000 yuan in cash. She widened her eyes, gently touched the medal, and her smile grew bigger. Thank you, Yulin. I'm so happy. I never thought I'd get a medal like this one day. Zhang Yulin looked at Zhou Yanqiu, who was 2 or 3 years younger than her, and said, I believe this is just the first medal, but it definitely won't be the last. Zhou Yanqiu nodded firmly, setting a new goal in her heart, to earn more medals. Advisor Zhang chuckled nearby. Congratulations, junior sister. Hearing the title, junior sister, Zhang Yulin looked puzzled. Junior sister. Today feels like double good news for Zhou Yanqiu. She not only learned Baji Quan again, but also received a military medal. She happily explained to Zhang Yulin, Yulin, I plan to learn Baji Quan from advisor Zhang, so he told me to call him senior brother. Zhang Yulin was surprised and congratulated her. Really? Advisor Zhang is famous for Baji Quan. If you learn from him, you'll definitely learn real skills. Zhou Yanqiu also smiled and said, Yes, I must learn well. Yulin, if you have no other plans, I'll go now, Zhang Yulin said. Director Shui arranged for us to take you home. Or, I can call Li Jun to come over, and we can send you and advisor Zhang together. Zhou Yanqiu hesitated. Would that be too much trouble for you? Zhang Yulin replied, No trouble at all. We're the ones who picked you up, so of course we'll take you back. It's no problem. It's part of the task. Zhou Yanqiu glanced at advisor Zhang, whose name was Zhang Taizhu. His name was easy to remember. Zhang Taizhu nodded, with a smile. Then let's go to my house first by car. It's not far. Soon, Li Jun arrived driving a jeep. The group got in, discussed the route, and the jeep headed toward Zhang Tiezhu's home. In less than 10 minutes, they arrived. Zhou Yanqiu looked around. It was surprisingly close to her master's house. Only a 10-minute walk. Should I visit my master's house first? She had this thought but quickly dismissed it. Maybe I should come a few days later. Zhang Tiezhu's house was a small private courtyard. Since he was a police advisor, he probably lived much better than most. In the yard, there were 2 wooden posts. Zhang Taizhu pointed to them and said, Junior sister Zhou, if you have space at home, you can make 2 such wooden posts. They're good for practice and very convenient. Hearing this, Zhou Yanqiu went over to look. The posts were about as thick as a bowl, over 2 meters tall. Ropes were wrapped around them in circles, with several short stakes attached on top. Zhang Taizhu demonstrated to her how to move quickly with his feet and keep hitting the wooden posts and short stakes with his arms, using full strength. After showing her once, Zhang Taizhu stopped and smiled, saying, Junior sister Zhou, do you want to try? Zhou Yanqiu looked at the 2 wooden posts in the yard and shook her head. Senior brother Zhang, there's no need to try. She had remembered most of Zhang Tiezhu's movements, but she was worried she might lose control and damage the 2 wooden posts in the yard if she got too excited.